If you were to traverse into a post-apocalyptic novel, what would you do? How would you confront the formidable protagonist, his impregnable safe house, the inclement weather, and the powerful monsters? This is the tale of a man named Lin Shi, navigating survival across various realms. Chapter 1. The pink-haired girl and the yellow-haired man. Never attempt to traverse. The experience of crossing over is not as idyllic as one might envision. You will soon discover that your identification card has become a worthless scrap, rendering you unable to secure employment, afford meals, or enjoy restful sleep. Each day is spent wandering aimlessly through the streets. When hunger strikes, you scavenge for remnants of others' meals. When fatigue sets in, you find solace in the streets, parks, or beneath bridges. Lost in a haze, you resemble a living corpse. Yet, this is not the worst of it. Just as the sun casts shadows, there are always places shrouded from its rays. Whenever Lin Shi desires, he can invariably find a job of dubious repute. What is truly terrifying is the reality behind the invalidation of his identification. Lin Shi has become an outsider in this world. Without family, friends, or classmates, there is not a trace of his existence. Naturally, he finds himself adrift, and everything loses its significance. In such a world, the desire to succumb to death becomes overwhelming. However, time is a peculiar force. It dulls the sharpness of despair, much like a blunt knife. Half a year later, Lin Shi dyed his hair yellow and became a bouncer at a bar that he relished this role, indulging in alcohol and the company of women. Yet, just as he believed he would languish in this debauchery forever, fate intervened. 3 days ago, precisely 1 year after his traversal. On that day, Lin Shi pushed aside a cascade of golden waves, sitting up in a daze, staring at the sky. A small black sphere, no larger than a fist, hovered above him. This menacing orb, adorned with sharp teeth, spoke. Welcome to the multiverse survival game. Player Lin Shi, your mission is to complete tasks to survive and ultimately return to Earth. Tasks have been assigned. Please check them at your convenience. Wishing you a pleasant journey. On that day, everything changed. The enigmatic black sphere never reappeared. In its place, a screen resembling a game interface materialized. Gazing at the task panel, Lin Shi wore an expression of shock surpassing that of encountering extraterrestrial beings. Wait, am I facing the local overlord? Lin Shi felt as if struck by lightning, his mind reeling. Who could have anticipated that the place he had inhabited for a year was, in fact, a post-apocalyptic novel world? And that he was tasked with eliminating the protagonist of this narrative. Moreover, he received no beginner's pack or special abilities. He was left to confront the local overlord with nothing but his bare hands. What a farce! Lin Shi recalled wielding a fruit knife. In his haste to descend the stairs, he stumbled, tripping over his own feet and nearly injuring himself. This incident brought him to a sobering realization. After stitching up his wounds at a small clinic, he began to recollect the contents of the novel. This was an archaic web fiction. Indeed, Lin Shi had read this post-apocalyptic tale. The title eluded him, but it seemed to be something like "It's snowing outside, while I show off in my safe house." It featured a protagonist who emerged as a villain. The plot revolved around the protagonist being betrayed by a goddess in the apocalypse, transforming into a motivational story, only to awaken supernatural powers and be reborn. Before the apocalypse, he then began stockpiling resources and constructing a safe house, refusing to consume beef once the end times arrived. In any case, to eliminate the protagonist and fulfill his mission, Lin Shi set about preparing. In the 3 days that followed, he borrowed money at exorbitant interest, stockpiled resources, moved to a new home, and gathered intelligence to ambush the protagonist. However, despite his knowledge of the script, events unfolded far from his expectations. During these 3 days, he attempted various strategies. He masqueraded as a food delivery worker, impersonated a community committee member to knock on doors, and even pretended to be a distant relative visiting. Yet, he was thwarted by an array of obstacles, never catching a glimpse of the protagonist. Even his guise as a national security officer failed miserably. No, he hadn't even begun. In an effort to lower the protagonist's guard, he arranged to meet at the community's entrance, yet was unable to reach him. The protagonist's phone was entirely unreachable. He began to wonder if the individual had perished in his home. Damn, why are there so many mosquitoes? Lin Shi scratched his leg, swatting several spotted mosquitoes, yet the welts on his thigh remained untouched. He glanced around, exhaling a sigh. Waiting from day to night, the entrance of the community had turned desolate. He checked his phone, 11:24 p.m. Unwilling to accept defeat, he dialed once more. Still no connection. Alas, Lin Shi sighed, opening the side quest. Indeed, it's you causing trouble. There's a murderous intent. Almost simultaneously, an incongruous voice rang out ahead. Hey, yellow hair, What are you staring at? Lin Shi looked up. That a woman with pink hair stood with her hands on her hips, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at him. Before he could react, she rushed towards him. How dare you just stare? Now you're even taking pictures. How disgusting, you pathetic man. She reached for Lin Shi's phone. He swiftly sidestepped, evading her grasp and gradually rising to his feet. That a beast had awakened. Confronted with the T-Zero's false accusations of peeping and photographing, Lin Shi unleashed a formidable glare. He stepped forward, revealing the tattoos adorning his arms, and loomed over the pink-haired girl. Are you truly asserting that I was peeking and taking pictures of you? Hand over your phone. The pink-haired girl remained undeterred, her brows furrowing. Delete the photos you took of me, or I will call the police right now. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Not a chance. It was night, his hair was yellow, and he was heavily tattooed. Did she not fear him at all? Before he could respond, several shouts rang out, and a few hunched figures emerged from the side. Don't worry, young lady. We'll call the police and stand up for you. Several elderly men and women shielded the pink-haired girl, arms outstretched, appearing as if preparing for battle. Lin Shi was bewildered. What on earth? It was nearly midnight. Where did these people come from? At that moment, the pink-haired woman began tapping on her screen, seemingly preparing to report him. Hey, wait a minute, Lin Shi exclaimed in alarm. He could not end up in jail. What's your rush? The laws of Blue Star differ from those of Earth. Here, women enjoy significant privileges. Even a thug like Lin Shi would find himself at a disadvantage against a woman determined to press charges, let alone someone without identification like him. Entering the police station would surely seal his fate. And in just half an hour, the extreme cold apocalypse would descend, leaving him with no choice but to face certain death if detained. With the hope of survival in mind, Lin Shi decided to yield for the time being. The pink-haired woman triumphantly seized his phone, her expression dripping with disdain. After reviewing it without finding anything, she let out a disappointed click of her tongue and tossed the phone back to Lin Shi, dismissively claiming a mistake had been made. Without a backward glance, she swayed her hips and walked away. The elderly individuals also turned, dispersing as if nothing had occurred, leaving Lin Shi standing there in a daze. A gust of night air swept by, jolting Lin Shi back to reality. Damn, I've been set up, haven't I? With a mind full of questions, Lin Shi returned to his newly rented apartment. It is nearly midnight, and waiting any longer serves no purpose. Upon entering the door, he switched on the light, revealing a sight dominated by an array of brown cardboard boxes, stacked haphazardly to fill the entirety of the living room, leaving only a narrow passage for one to navigate. These boxes contained the supplies that Lin Shi had amassed over the past 3 days. Glancing at the clock mounted on the wall, Lin Shi shook his head, deciding to set aside thoughts of the pink-haired girl for the time being. This was a critical juncture. When the apocalypse arrived and societal structures crumbled, he would have ample opportunity for revenge. For now, the priority was to prepare adequately for the impending catastrophe. With this thought in mind, he began to engage in his tasks. He retrieved blankets from the boxes and proceeded to make the bed. Next, he took out his down jacket, sweaters, as well as the charcoal stove and various pots and pans, arranging them in an orderly fashion. After a flurry of activity, Lin Shi resolved to prepare a late-night snack. He opened one of the boxes and unzipped an insulated bag, revealing a plethora of frozen foods, with the ice packs beneath still intact. As he extracted a packet of chicken feet, just as he was about to steam them, a knock resounded at the door. Who could be looking for me? Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Could it be that scoundrel has discovered I moved into the same building? He approached the door cautiously, peering through the peephole, his eyes widening in disbelief as if he had encountered a ghost. Chapter 2: A Forceful Strike. Alas, the lingering specter. Lin Shi gazed at the pink-haired woman outside the door, cursing vehemently. Just as he contemplated stepping out to deliver a couple of punches to her, he sensed something amiss. By the dim light of the corridor, he discerned her features with clarity. A grave expression settled upon Lin Shi's face as he pondered briefly, muttering to himself, indeed, pink hair, approximately 165 centimeters tall. Residing in Building 25, it must be her. Most importantly, he had encountered this visage not long ago. Within the meticulously detailed personal records he accessed during the nuclear activation, not only were the protagonist's details included, but also those of the antagonists. The woman before him was none other than the villainess of the novel, Yao Yao. It was she who, after the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse, had betrayed the protagonist Lu Xinghao, leading to a cascade of ensuing calamities. This revelation of her identity instantly filled Lin Shi with foreboding. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Yao Yao, noticing the absence of a response, kicked the door with force. Almost immediately, a commotion erupted from the neighboring unit. accompanied by voices of admonishment and the sound of a door opening. It seemed the ruckus had disturbed the neighbors. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Chi's eyes, but he ultimately decided to open the door. Are you out of your mind? What on earth are you moving at this hour? Yao Yao seethed, her expression ablaze with fury. You might as well tear the building down. Her words abruptly ceased as Lin Chi seized her shoulder, pulling her inside and hastily shutting the door. In the living room, the two stood in a tense standoff. Lin Chi scrutinized the antagonist before him, pondering her true intentions and why she persistently sought to create trouble for him. Yao Yao, in turn, examined the man before her, recognizing the blonde-haired figure. Her surprise swiftly transformed into a cunning realization. With a snap of her fingers, she taunted, "You're deliberately making noise to provoke an apology from me, aren't you? Well, you can forget that. Moreover, you ought to apologize to me and pay me 30,000 yuan for this to be over." As she spoke, she carelessly tossed aside a cardboard box, only to quickly close it with a look of disdain. Lin Chi furrowed his brow. He understood the first part, but the latter was utter nonsense. "Hey, what are you standing there for?" Yao Yao called out, noticing Lin Chi's in action. "You just pulled me into your room. The surveillance cameras caught everything. If you don't want to spend years in prison, branded as a sexual offender for the rest of your life, you better transfer the money to me. Otherwise," she brandished her phone with a smirk. Lin Chi was taken aback, then burst into incredulous laughter. "So this is your scheme, treating me like a fool." He stepped forward, his voice cold. "Are you threatening me? Cut the nonsense. If you don't pay up, I'll call the police immediately." Yao Yao replied, scratching her arm with her nails to draw blood. "Don't think I'm joking. Just a few scratches like this could send you away." Lin Chi let out a derisive chuckle, glancing at the clock on the wall. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling Yao Yao to proceed. "Go ahead and report me. Just don't regret it later." Yao Yao, with her fiery temper, wasted no time dialing the police. "You still have time to back down. Once the call connects, 30,000 yuan won't be enough." The atmosphere grew tense, punctuated only by the dialing tones reverberating in the living room. Lin Chi's eyes twitched. Yao Yao held her phone aloft, her expression disdainful, as if gazing at refuse. After a few beeps, a gentle female voice emerged from the receiver. "Hello, you." Lin Chi snatched the phone from her grasp and hung up. "What are you so anxious about?" He squinted, returning the phone to her. "It's just 30,000 yuan. I can give it to you." He then turned to retreat to his room. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why act like a big shot?" Yao Yao scoffed. Lin Chi, as he walked, remarked, "I have cash in my room. Come in and take it." "Who wants to enter your room?" Yao Yao retorted, pinching her nose. "Just hand over the money, or I'll call the police right now." Enough already. Lin Chi had reached his limit. He seized Yao Yao's shoulder, pulling her into the room and slamming the door behind them. At that moment, the hour hand and minute hand aligned at 12 o'clock. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant flash of light cleaved through the pitch-black night sky, illuminating the world as if it were day. Snowflakes, no larger than fingernails, descended from the heavens, falling faster and in greater abundance. Within a short time, a thin layer of snow blanketed the ground. "It's here." Lu Xinghao stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his lips moving slightly, his complexion flushed, and excitement radiated from him. After waiting a month, the apocalypse had finally arrived. With that, a flash of white light emanated from his palm as a bottle of red wine materialized in his grasp. Such a momentous day warranted a celebration. Ha ha ha. This was the result of his unexpected awakening of spatial abilities following his reincarnation. Lu Xinghao had not squandered this extraordinary fortune. Over the past month, he had constructed a safe haven and stockpiled supplies with fervor. He even launched a surprise attack on the central warehouse of Shikima in the East China region, acquiring enough food to last him a lifetime. All these preparations were for today. He took a delicate sip of the red wine, reveling in the view of the stars cascading outside. From this day forth, he would no longer be the Lu Xinghao of yore. He was the god of the new era, the son of fortune in this world, utterly unparalleled. Damn it! Lu Xinghao suddenly recalled something, violently hurling the wine glass out. "Yao Yao, you wretched woman, vile harlot." In his previous life, he had pursued Yao Yao for a year, spending countless resources and gifts, yet had never even touched her hand. This wretched girl, after the apocalypse struck, had deceived him into opening his door, colluding with others to consume him, using his bones for soup. The haunting memory of that scene would not fade, waking him from nightmares in the dead of night. The pale red wine trickled down the window, reflecting Lu Xinghao's bloodshot eyes. He vowed never to let those who feasted upon his flesh escape unscathed. He would torment them mercilessly, toying with them like animals, and ensure they met the most despairing of fates. With that thought, Lu Xinghao licked his lips. Yao Yao is still a virgin. This materialistic woman had preserved her purity in hopes of marrying into wealth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pursued her for nearly a year. As this realization dawned, his shoulders trembled slightly, and a manic grin spread across his face. Yao Yao, now I possess a mountain of supplies and a safe haven capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. I shall see if you are truly as unattainable as you think. The notion of a starving Yao Yao, desperate enough to offer herself for a mere piece of bread, ignited a fervor within Lu Xinghao. He would soon discover whether she was indeed made of gold. Ha ha ha. The more he contemplated, the more agitated he became. He flipped his hand and retrieved a roll of tissue from his spatial pocket, ready to get to work. Chapter 3: The onset of the extreme cold apocalypse. The following day, Lin Chi was awakened by the sound of weeping. He propped himself up and looked out the window. The world outside was blanketed in white, as if it had aged several years overnight, adorned with a crown of snow. The thermometer by the window displayed a chilling temperature of -30 degrees Celsius. Lin Chi extended his foot from beneath the covers, shivering from the cold. Simultaneously realizing that the cataclysmic blizzard, which has engulfed the entire planet and claimed the lives of thousands, has indeed arrived, he recalled the survival mission. Lin Chi gazed upwards at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. Fang Yao Yao curled up beside the bed, still sobbing, her cries making it difficult for him to concentrate. After a moment, Lin Chi pulled her closer. Stop crying. My ears are about to develop calluses, he said. Don't touch me. Fang Yao Yao struggled, glaring at Lin Chi with her red-rimmed eyes. I will send you to prison. I want you to spend your entire life behind bars. Her life was ruined. Her dreams of marrying into a wealthy family and transcending social classes lay in shambles. The mere thought of it caused tears to flow uncontrollably once more. Her weeping, with tear-stained eyes, evoked sympathy even in Lin Chi. Do not cry, Yao Yao. Lin Chi gently wiped the tears from her eyes, his tone softening. Your crying face is truly unbecoming. Fang Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback, her expression frozen for 2 seconds before fury ignited within her. Anger replaced sorrow. Don't touch me, she exclaimed, swatting Lin Chi's large hand away. And who told you to call me that? Lin Chi shrugged indifferently. You think I'm joking? Fang Yao Yao exclaimed, her demeanor shifting as she extended her small hand. Transfer the money to me right now, or I will go report you, and you will end up in jail. She fixed him with a piercing glare, her face set in determination. Lin Chi ignored her, focusing instead on the remote control, turning on the heater, and leaning back against the headboard, pretending to sleep. The atmosphere was quiet, with time ticking away steadily. All right. You think I'm joking? With that, Fang Yao Yao retrieved her phone and dialed the police. She leaned closer to Lin Chi, ensuring the dialing tone was clear in his ears. Unfortunately, Lin Chi remained unfazed. Judging by the depth of the submerged streetlights, the snow accumulation surpassed 1 meter, rendering police vehicles immobile. Moreover, in the face of such a natural disaster, there was little energy to address these matters. Lin Chi's assumptions were correct. Fang Yao Yao dialed several numbers, all of which were busy, and not a single one connected. She was momentarily stunned. Lin Chi pointed towards the window, mocking, your tactics are ineffective in this new world. Following his gaze, Fang Yao Yao looked outside and realized the entire community was blanketed in white. It's snowing? But it's only September. She immediately checked her phone, and her heart jolted. Headlines in bright red letters filled the screen. In the span of a single night, the entire Blue Star was covered in ice and snow, with the number of disaster victims continually rising. The cities descended into chaos, public transport and flights halted, and cries of those stranded echoed everywhere. Roads were icy, leading to numerous rear-end collisions. Supermarkets, grain stores, and pharmacies were being raided, with some individuals shattering glass to steal. On short videos, apocalyptic declarations flooded the screens. However, these soon vanished, replaced by images of Southerners reveling in the novelty of snow. This created a peculiar sense of the world's beauty. Observing this, Fang Yao Yao's expression visibly darkened. Now do you understand the situation? Lin Chi embraced Fang Yao Yao from behind, adding, and don't feel too wronged. Last night, I almost ended up in jail because of you. With that, he snatched her phone from her hands. Fang Yao Yao appeared dazed, seemingly overwhelmed by the influx of information. At that moment, Lin Chi's phone vibrated. He picked it up, and a look of joy spread across his face. In the owners' group chat, a fierce argument about snow removal was unfolding, a conflict crucial for completing the survival mission. It has finally begun, Lin Chi murmured to himself, a smile curving his lips. Surely, the safety shelter constructed with millions has no weaknesses? Meanwhile, Fang Yao Yao regained her senses, glancing around in confusion. This catastrophe exceeded her comprehension. and as someone accustomed to a structured environment, she now felt a twinge of fear. After a brief contemplation, she decided to return home and contemplate her next steps. Perhaps the snowfall would cease soon. She turned to put on her undergarments. Lin Shi observed the owner's group, raising an eyebrow. It aligned perfectly with the narrative he remembered. In apocalyptic novels, there is always a meddlesome neighborhood committee ant. At this moment, this very ant was causing a stir in the group, urging residents to come out and shovel snow. The expected moment of showmanship arrived when Lu Shenghao vehemently berated Aunt Wu from the committee, accusing her of only bullying the honest folks while being too afraid to confront the wealthy or influential. He basked in the shock, envy, and admiration of the onlookers. But the drama did not end there. Lu Shenghao even called out names, stating, "Aunt Wu, do you think we common folk are easy to bully? If you have the guts, go command those socialites and rich folks. Would you dare to call Xie Zhenglong on the 6th floor to come shovel snow?" This retort dealt a stinging blow to Aunt Wu's pride, earning Lu Shenghao another round of applause, with the crowd chanting his name. However, the image-conscious Xie Zhenglong was not pleased. He began exchanging insults with Lu Shenghao in the group, escalating to a physical confrontation offline. Lin Qi, who had been watching the entire exchange, nodded in satisfaction. He couldn't help but chuckle. The thought of what was to come, Xie Zhenglong being humiliated and fleeing in disarray from Lu Shenghao, was too amusing to contain. Indeed, Lin Qi had been working under Xie Zhenglong and only discovered his boss was a villain after accepting the task. He had never considered this angle before. It could only be said that some unseen hand had guided him to this position. But that was not the main point. The crux was that after Xie Zhenglong faced humiliation, he would gather his subordinates for revenge. At that moment, it would be Lin Qi's opportunity to act. Clenching his fists, Lin Qi whispered to himself, filled with confidence that he could effortlessly eliminate Lu Shenghao, who was holed up in the safety shelter. All that remained was to await a phone call, an operational signal. However, at that moment, Lin Qi suddenly felt a chill wash over him. Danger! He looked up to find two small, snow-white feet poised on either side of him. His gaze trailed up the slender, fair calves, and Lin Qi's eyes widened in shock. Mei Mei Dusha Nu Wang. He blurted out, his body swiftly petrifying. Ah! Sensing Lin Qi's piercing gaze, Fang Yao Yao quickly drew her legs together, wrapping herself in the blanket, a hint of panic flickering across her face. Yet soon, her expression shifted, and she shouted angrily, "Are you hiding something? Quickly give it to me." "Give what?" Lin Qi rubbed his arms to dispel the cold, smacking his lips. "Put the blanket down. Do you not realize how cold it is? Stop pretending. Where are my underwear and my phone?" Chapter 4. The Hunt Begins. Underwear? Lin Qi pondered for a moment, pointing to the ground. "It's dirty." I tossed it on the floor. Veins bulged on Fang Yao Yao's forehead as she suppressed her rage and spoke. "What about my phone? Did you take it? Return it to me. I want to go back." "That I cannot give you." As Lin Qi spoke, he yanked the blanket from her grasp, reclaiming it and covering himself once more. Although the air conditioning blew warm air in the room, it was rendered unnecessary in the frigid temperature of -30 degrees. Fang Yao Yao, exposed to the cold, shivered involuntarily, goosebumps rising on her skin as she frantically burrowed under the covers. Lin Qi seized the opportunity to embrace her. It must be said that Fang Yao Yao possessed an admirable physique, her ample and rounded hips indicating that she had undergone targeted training, which stirred a certain restlessness in Lin Qi amidst this bitter chill. "Where are you touching?" Fang Yao Yao's voice, laced with indignation, pierced through as she glared at Lin Qi. She then began to fumble beneath her, seemingly searching for something. "Don't be so distant," Lin Qi replied nonchalantly. "And you needn't waste your efforts. I have hidden your phone, and you will not find it." Just then, the ringing of a phone broke the tension. Lin Qi's face brightened at the sound, as he felt victory beckoning him. However, the moment he retrieved his phone, the quick-witted Fang Yao Yao snatched it away from him. Sitting upright, she concealed the device behind her back, declaring, "If you don't return my phone, you won't get to use it either." Lin Qi's gaze turned icy. Fang Yao Yao was momentarily intimidated by his formidable presence, yet she was unwilling to concede. The atmosphere grew thick with tension as the phone continued to ring. 32. Lin Qi stated coldly, causing Fang Yao Yao to shiver. Hastily, she returned the phone to him, feeling as though she were being scrutinized by a predatory beast. Ready to strike. Lin Qi paid her no further mind as he answered the call. "Hello, what's the matter? The boss is injured? All right, I'll be there immediately." After hanging up, he swiftly donned his outer garments. Fang Yao Yao lay on the bed, her heart racing with unease. Lin Qi, standing before the mirror, zipped up his down jacket and turned to her, saying, "I have some matters to attend to now. Behave yourself, and when I return, I will return your phone. You can go wherever you wish then." The course of action Lin Shi planned was of utmost importance, and he could not allow anyone to disrupt it. At present, Fang Yao Yao, the antagonist, was the only unforeseen variable. Without awaiting her response, he grabbed a backpack and exited, listening to his receding footsteps. Fang Yao Yao thought defiantly, "Who would listen to you? I'm going home, and once the snow stops, if I don't deliver you this yellow-haired fool, I'll write my name backward." Yet, the next moment, the door clicked shut, locked from the outside. Stunned, she muttered under her breath, "That bastard." On the 6th floor, room 601, the modest living room was filled with people. Lin Shi was the last to arrive. As he stepped inside, several pairs of eyes turned toward him. One gaze particularly piercing. Almost immediately, an angry voice confronted him. "Lin Shi, you come in last as if you were special. Where have you been these past few days? You haven't even checked the venue. Do you not wish to continue?" Lin Shi followed the voice to find Xie Zhenglong, a burly man with a fierce demeanor. Glaring at him, Lin Shi glanced at Xie's calf and noticed the bloodied bandage along with a protruding black arrow shaft. Internally, he acknowledged that Xie Zhenglong had encountered trouble and was now venting his frustrations on him. Truly deserving of a beating, he responded with his usual nonchalance. "I've been feeling unwell, caught a bit of a cold." He then took a seat, unfazed. Xie Zhenglong's irritation intensified, but he recognized that this was not the time to take out his anger on Lin Shi. He shot Lin Shi a seething look, then turned to the others, declaring, "Brothers, a dog dared to provoke our gang, launching a sneak attack with a crossbow while I was distracted, resulting in my injury. What shall we do about it?" Upon hearing this, the gang members erupted in outrage. "How dare he injure the boss? I'll kill him." "Yes, boss, tell us where he lives. We'll avenge you." Their faces contorted with fury, revealing their true nature of bravado and aggression. Lin Shi merely nodded slightly, knowing that in the original narrative, Xie Zhenglong had been wounded by Lu Shenghao, who had hidden away in a safe house. "That little punk Lu Shenghao lives in 2501, Xie Zhenglong bellowed, glaring at his injured leg. "Don't hold back, break both of his legs." The thugs, filled with excitement, clamored to eliminate Lu Shenghao. Lin Shi stood at the back, a smirk playing on his lips. Everything was proceeding smoothly. They quickly made their way to the 25th floor, arriving at Lu Shenghao's doorstep. His residence appeared no different from the others, but Lin Shi alone knew that beneath this ordinary facade lay a multi-million-dollar sanctuary designed specifically for the apocalypse. With a door reputed to withstand even nuclear blasts, the gang members began violently banging on the door, hurling insults and provocations. Lin Shi remained hidden at the back, waiting for an opportunity to strike, his eyes scanning for a flaw in the door's defenses. He needed a chink in the armor, a means to eliminate Lu Shenghao. Before long, he found it. At the top of the door, there was a section that was clearly not integral to the rest of the structure. Resembling a spoon swirling on the surface of jelly, with a distinct edge, this circular opening was slightly larger than a fist. Lin Shi cradled his chin, murmuring to himself, "This must be the shooting hole Lu Shenghao used to injure Xie Zhenglong." This was the flaw he sought. Lin Shi had always wondered why those who sought to confront Lu Shenghao merely pounded on the door and allowed him to shoot from the crossbow without retaliating. There was such a significant opening above. Surely, anyone outside could have used it to injure him, but that was no longer relevant. Now, he merely needed to wait for the moment Lu Shenghao opened the shooting hole to launch a surprise attack and eliminate him. With this thought, he set his backpack down and began inspecting its contents. Inside were the weapons Lin Shi had prepared in advance, a sharp spear fashioned from a hollow pipe and a knife, a few bottles of homemade Molotov cocktails, and several water bottles filled with gasoline. As Lin Shi gazed at the glinting blade, a dangerous smile crept across his face. The hunt begins. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Lu Shenghao had also taken note of the commotion outside. He knew Xie Zhenglong would not give up easily, but he was surprised at how swiftly they had come knocking. Just as he was about to begin his game of kings, he strode to the back of the door, glancing at the surveillance screen. With a contemptuous sneer, he remarked, "A bunch of worthless fools. Even if you had 100 years, you couldn't break in." When he saw a yellow-haired figure approach the door, attempting to pry open his lock with a cloth bag in hand, he could no longer contain his laughter. So naive, so foolish. This safe house was constructed by the nation's most reputable security firm, built to withstand the apocalypse standards. The grand entrance features a fortified alloy door akin to those found in bank vaults, boasting a thickness exceeding 100 millimeters. Internally, it is reinforced with concrete, providing not only fire resistance and drill protection, but also a defense against cutting. The surrounding walls are constructed from 20 millimeters thick high-strength alloy steel, meticulously fitted together. The interior walls are lined with advanced fireproof cotton, ensuring that there is no concern of being roasted like a turtle. The entire space is equipped with a ventilation system capable of filtering and purifying all gases, effectively preventing the possibility of poisoning. Additionally, the water storage chamber and power generation room are fully operational. One could assert that even in the event of a nuclear strike, he would remain unperturbed. With this thought in mind, Lu Xinghao raised his chin, a smug expression adorning his face, proclaiming that as long as he had no desire to leave, even the military would be powerless against him, let alone a worthless individual like Huang Mao. It was time to send them on their way, as he had a game to play. With that, Lu Xinghao produced a handheld crossbow and climbed onto a stool. He had left a shooting hole in the door deliberately, envisioning a moment when the supplies in the building ran low and neighbors would come begging. He imagined tossing refuse and waste through the hole, humiliating and tormenting those he considered mere ants. This was a means of settling old scores from a previous life. Now, it was an opportune moment to deal with the ruffians outside. It was how he had injured Xie Zhenglong. Just as Lu Xinghao was about to open the shooting hole, he hesitated. This would not be fair to them. The individuals outside had undoubtedly shared in his past grievances. Their deaths would come too easily. Perhaps they would even express gratitude. No, this was not revenge. An idea struck Lu Xinghao, and he envisioned a more entertaining method of execution. He retrieved a water hose from the water storage room and returned to his seat. In the frigid temperature below 30 degrees, a cold shower would surely be invigorating. Would this not be more enjoyable than piercing their skulls with arrows? As he pondered this, Lu Xinghao lifted the shooting hole cover and extended the hose outside. "You filthy dogs, enjoy your bath," he cackled, turning on the water flow, which immediately gushed outwards. At that moment, the individual mockingly referred to as Huang Mao sensed something amiss and looked up. Lin Shi's eyes glinted with intensity. A stream of water, shrouded in vapor, surged forth. Lu Xinghao's raucous laughter and the raucous screams of the thugs echoed in tandem. They were coming. Lin Shi sprang to his feet, gripping his spear and taking a step back, positioning himself like an athlete preparing to throw a javelin. With a swift motion, he thrust the spear towards the source of the water. The spear, propelled with lightning speed, pierced through the opening. In that instant, Lu Xinghao continued to laugh boisterously. "Ha ha! Worthless beings, you are all so pathetic." A cry of pain resonated. The spear, gleaming coldly, surged against the water flow and, in the blink of an eye, pierced through Lu Xinghao's palm, splattering a crimson spray. It then continued unabated towards his shoulder. Lu Xinghao was thrown back by the force, crashing to the floor with a thud, the hose falling beside him. "Ah!" Lu Xinghao shrieked, clutching his hand, howling in agony. It hurts so much." He rolled on the wet ground, resembling a fish freshly pulled from the water. "Who did this? I will kill him." Lu Xinghao's eyes blazed with fury, veins bulging in his neck. Since his rebirth, he had considered himself a prodigy, the destined child of this new world, a god. Yet today, a god had been injured. "Ah, it hurts, my hand." At this moment, his rage soared to the heavens. He resolved that once he healed, he would emerge and slay everyone. The women would remain as cups, while the men, old and young, would perish, especially that individual who had pierced his palm. He would make him pay in blood and flesh, returning the favor 100-fold. But Lin Shi would not grant Lu Xinghao this opportunity. Recognizing that the injury was insufficient to take down the formidable Lu Xinghao, he promptly retrieved gasoline, intending to pour it through the door. At that moment, a click echoed as the shooting hole cover, losing control, began to descend, attempting to seal the room once more. Lin Shi was prepared. The spear left in the opening held the cover in place. He swiftly poured gasoline through the hollow tube. The pale yellow liquid trickled down, first dripping onto Lu Xinghao before cascading downwards, spreading outwards in splashes. Caught off guard, Lu Xinghao instinctively touched his finger to the liquid and brought it to his nose, recognizing the familiar scent. Yet the pain in his palm clouded his thoughts, preventing immediate realization. After pouring the gasoline, Lin Shi produced a lighter to ignite it. The outcome hinged on this moment. With a snap, the flame failed to catch. A few more attempts followed, but still, it would not light. Lin Shi began to perspire, his breath quickening. Inside, Lu Xinghao finally grasped the situation, his expression shifting to horror. "It's gasoline." But it was too late. Lin Shi produced another lighter, and on the second attempt, the gasoline ignited. The searing flames leapt forth like a serpent, wrapping around Lu Xinghao in an instant. He erupted into flames, a bright glow radiating. "Ah, it burns, it burns." Lu Xinghao flailed, rolling helplessly on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the fire with the water on the floor. To no avail. Help me, it burns." As Lin Shi listened to the harrowing screams, notifications chimed incessantly. Slap the protagonist, dissipate luck 1, slapped the protagonist. Dissipate luck. A smirk crept across his lips, yet he still felt it was insufficiently secure. He retrieved several small Molotov cocktails from his bag and shoved them into the doorway. At that moment, the grand door loomed larger in Lin Chi's vision. With a crash, he collided with the heavy iron door. Looking up, he realized the spear he had once held had vanished. The shooting hole, now unobstructed, closed with a snap. Chapter 6. Xie Yilong's suspicion. Damn it. Lin Chi struck the door with his fist. He suddenly recalled that Lu Shenghao had used his powers to retrieve the steel pipe. Otherwise, it was inexplicable. Yet, he remained reluctant to believe it. Pressing his ear against the door, he attempted to listen for any sounds within. However, the closing of the shooting hole rendered the interior silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. Only the sound of the trembling teeth of the thugs behind him lingered in the air. Lin Chi, unwilling to accept defeat, drew a folding knife and pried at the edges of the shooting hole, attempting to force the cover open. However, even as the blade dulled, his efforts proved futile. Damn it all. Lin Chi kicked the door with frustration. A soaked thug approached, shivering. You just burned that guy, didn't you? How did you think of that? The other thugs looked on with curiosity. Lin Chi ignored them. His face darkened as he surveyed the surroundings. Upon noticing the camera on the door, he turned his face away. After a brief pause, he picked up his backpack and departed. It was futile to attempt to force open that door, and lingering any longer served no purpose. The ruffians exchanged glances as they observed Lin Chi's departing figure, all sensing his peculiar demeanor that day. Once inside the elevator, Lin Chi succumbed to deep contemplation. Had the fire truly been extinguished? Yet, from the moment he ignited the flames to the closure of the shooting hole, scarcely 10 seconds had elapsed. Under such excruciating heat, self-rescue was nearly impossible. Thus, Lin Chi found it hard to believe that Lu Shenghao could have extinguished the flames unaided. Yet, the short spear had inexplicably vanished. As Lin Chi pondered, the elevator halted at the 20th floor, and a cool woman entered. Lin Chi glanced up and noticed she was carrying a white medical kit. A frown momentarily crossed his brow before he fell back into contemplation. Indeed, even if only for a fleeting few seconds, Lu Shenghao could not have emerged unscathed. The combustion of gasoline could reach temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees, and even a few seconds could result in severe burns, potentially leading to shock or death. Realizing this, he hastily pressed the stop button on the elevator and turned to take the stairs back to the 25th floor. Concealed in the stairwell, Lin Chi quietly watched the entrance of Lu Shenghao's residence, anticipating that the latter might seek medical assistance. The moment Lu Shenghao stepped outside, Lin Chi could apprehend him at 6th floor, room 601. Meanwhile, Xie Zhenglong, having just seen off the doctor, was listening to reports from his returning subordinates. Ha ha, boss. You should have heard how pitiful Lu Shenghao sounded. One ruffian exclaimed. Indeed, Lin Chi was ruthless, pouring gasoline into the hole in that door. The ruffians exchanged banter, perfectly reenacting the scene. However, Xie Zhenglong was not particularly amused. He inquired, where did Lin Chi go? He left early, probably back to the dormitory. One of the ruffians replied. Xie Zhenglong waved his hand, dismissing them to rest. Leaning back against the sofa, arms crossed and eyes shut, he felt a sense of unease. It was all too strange. Even he had not discerned the origin of the arrow. How could Lin Chi have known? Furthermore, he had even prepared gasoline in advance, such targeted weaponry. Suddenly, Xie Zhenglong's eyes flew open. Could it be that Lin Chi was present at the scene all along? This would explain everything. Yet, if he were indeed there, Xie Zhenglong's eyes narrowed as an ember of anger ignited within him. Why had Lin Chi not warned him, allowing him to witness his own injury? Doubt began to take root in his mind as he recalled Lin Chi's recent odd behavior. Additionally, he remembered that when Lin Chi had joined the gang, he had promised to procure a fake ID for him. However, to maintain control over Lin Chi, Xie Zhenglong had deliberately delayed. It was impossible to say there were no grievances. Glancing at his left leg, he recalled what Dr. Yuan had just told him. I am powerless. This arrow wound must be surgically removed at the hospital as soon as possible. Otherwise, prolonged delay could lead to muscle and nerve necrosis, resulting in permanent loss of mobility. A gang leader reduced to a limp. Xie Zhenglong scoffed at himself, his expression darkening. Lin Chi, you had better provide a satisfactory explanation, or else. As night fell, the corridor was enveloped in darkness, and Lin Chi cursed as he walked home. There was no sign of activity from Lu Shenghao's residence. Exhausted, he returned to his home and entered the living room, only to remember that Fang Yaoyao had been locked up all day. Surely she wouldn't starve to death? Lin Chi opened the door, switched on the light, and his eyes widened in shock. Fang Yaoyao was gone. He pulled back the covers. The sheets bore only a stark red stain, nothing more. The window was intact. Danger loomed. At that moment, a sound of rushing air reached his ears. Lin Chi's heart raced as he quickly raised his hands to shield his head. The next instant, he felt something strike his arm. Surprisingly, it was not as painful as he had imagined. It seemed to lose force in the final moments. Nevertheless, Lin Chi swiftly turned to retaliate. Yet, he found Fang Yaoyao standing behind him, her face filled with terror, clutching a plastic chair. Clearly, she had ambushed him. With Lu Xinghao's situation still uncertain and now faced with this, Lin Chi was thoroughly enraged. Fang Yaoyao. He advanced, seizing her collar and demanding, "Are you trying to kill me?" "No, I. Fang Yaoyao trembled all over. "It's your fault. You locked me up." Lin Chi hesitated, raising an eyebrow. "Didn't I say I would let you go when I returned? Why the rush? You locked me up all day." Fang Yaoyao's eyes turned red as she began to cry. "You're a liar. Damn it." Lin Chi plopped down on the bed, shaking his shoulders in frustration. What a mess. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the living room. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chi's expression darkened as he went to investigate. Peering through the peephole, he immediately recognized the figures outside, Xie Zhenglong's subordinates. What were they doing here? Lin Chi felt a surge of irritation as he raked his fingers through his hair. He had moved here. No one should know his whereabouts. After waiting for a while, without seeing them leave, Lin Chi concluded that they were indeed here for him, and likely to capture him. He hurried back to the main bedroom, where Fang Yaoyao was still softly sobbing. "Stop crying. You look hideous." Lin Chi sat down on the bed and added, "Help me with something, and I'll let you go." "Really? You will let me go?" Fang Yaoyao wiped her tears and inadvertently wiped her nose. "What benefit would I gain from lying to you?" Seeing her nod, Lin Chi pointed toward the living room. "There are a few ruffians at the door. You need to send them away. Remember, you are the only one living here." The two quickly approached the doorway. Fang Yaoyao straightened her collar, ready to open the door, but suddenly felt something pressing against her back. She glanced back and saw a small silver knife. Lin Chi, distrustful of Fang Yaoyao, shook the knife in his hand, signaling her to behave. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yaoyao opened the door. "Whom are you looking for?" The ruffians were momentarily taken aback before their faces broke into smiles. "Hello, beautiful. Have you seen a man with yellow hair?" one of the ruffians asked. The others craned their necks to peer into the living room. "No," Fang Yaoyao replied. "I haven't seen anyone with yellow hair." "Are you sure, beautiful? That man isn't a good guy," one ruffian pressed. "Yeah, beautiful. Don't fall for his tricks," another added. "And we can protect you. You can trust us." Lin Chi frowned, applying pressure to the knife, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them, "Close the door and let them leave." Fang Yaoyao's heart trembled, but she complied. "I haven't seen the person you're looking for. You should check elsewhere." Once the door closed, she exhaled, feeling cold sweat dampen her back. The ruffians outside had yet to disperse. Lin Chi motioned for Fang Yaoyao to remain still, pressing his ear against the door to listen carefully. What if they got the room number wrong? Is there a woman living in there? Could they be in cahoots? But she is indeed beautiful. Heh. Don't get infatuated. It's freezing. Let us report back to the boss. The footsteps gradually faded away. Lin Chi sighed in relief. "Can I leave now?" Fang Yaoyao inquired. "Not yet." Chapter 7 The pseudo-protagonist Yuan Ning returned my phone at once. I wish to go home. In the bedroom. Fang Yaoyao extended her small hand towards Lin Chi. Lin Chi sat at the bedside, his gaze fixed on the phone, its screen cluttered with missed calls. He glanced at Fang Yaoyao and replied coolly, "You can leave tomorrow." "Fine." Fang Yaoyao turned to exit, declaring, "I no longer want the phone." However, Lin Chi grasped her hand firmly, pulling her back and encircling her waist. "What are you doing?" Fang Yaoyao protested, struggling. "This is unlawful confinement." "Do you wish to go to jail?" "I advise you to behave," Lin Chi warned, his arms tightening gradually. "The outside is chaos. Do you believe anyone would know if you perished here?" At his words, Fang Yaoyao stiffened, feeling the pressure on her abdomen, struggling to breathe. "Do you understand?" "I cough," she gasped, vigorously striking at the large hands around her waist. I understand. Only then did Lin Chi release her. She slid to the ground, coughing as though she had been choked. Gradually, she calmed and sat silently on the floor. Lin Chi shook his head, his eyes returning to the phone's screen. Since noon, Xie Zhenglong had been searching for him. Lin Chi realized that suspicion was likely growing. After all, his earlier actions had indeed been peculiar. Thus, Fang Yaoyao could not leave. Those ruffians would likely return soon. But what to do next? Lin Chi felt a wave of anxiety. He was uncertain of the situation with Lu Xinghao, and there was no notification confirming the task's completion. "You, give me the phone," Fang Yaoyao stammered. "I want to leave, you can rest assured." Lin Chi furrowed his brows, questioning, "What do you need the phone for?" "The snow is falling." And I worry for my parents, she replied. Lin Shi regarded her with surprise, but, after a moment's hesitation, handed her the phone. He pulled Fang Yao Yao close, saying, "Play with it in front of me. I will keep an eye on you." The room fell into silence. Noticing that Fang Yao Yao was no longer attempting any tricks, Lin Shi began to ponder. Over the past 3 days, he had been moving in and out. His striking golden hair and handsome features were likely etched in many memories. He knew he could not hide for long. Once Xie Zhenglong's patience wore thin, it would not merely be a knock at the door. After much contemplation, he resolved he must eliminate Xie Zhenglong. Such a paranoid individual would not relent until the truth was uncovered. Especially now that he had sustained an injury to his leg. Lin Shi had no time to engage in a game of cat and mouse with Xie Zhenglong, who remained an unstable element. Xie Zhenglong possessed a firearm. In the original narrative, the supplies within the building were scarce, and he had resorted to violence, killing many under the pretense of authority. Therefore, for the sake of peace, Lin Shi needed to acquire that gun, otherwise, sleep would elude him. With this in mind, he sent a message to Xie Zhenglong, indicating that he would visit the following noon, hoping to stabilize the situation first. Just then, Fang Yao Yao's gentle voice broke through his thoughts. "Hello, Mom. Everything's fine. The big city is very safe. Don't worry. By the way, is everything at home all right? What about Dad? With such heavy snow, my little sister didn't go to school, did she? Good. You all take care. The weather is getting colder. Dress warmly. All right. I must hang up. You all rest early." After ending the call, Lin Shi extended his hand, remarking, "It seems you, too, possess the ability to speak quietly." Fang Yao Yao silently surrendered the phone to him. Lin Shi shrugged. They waited for quite some time, and when no one knocked again, they heated water for instant noodles and retired to bed early, as the temperature would drop further at night. Lying in bed, Lin Shi summoned the survival panel. Before him, the panel displayed only the backpack and mission functions. The backpack, albeit limited, contained 30 slots, each capable of holding a single item. Lin Shi mused. Is this a truncated version of spatial abilities? He then opened the main mission, and bold characters appeared before his eyes. Eliminate the protagonist Lu Shenghao. Incomplete. Lin Shi pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration before clicking on the secondary tasks. Defeat the protagonist to dissipate his fortune, remaining fortune, 40. He had only diminished it by 60. Lin Shi's expression darkened as he recalled the times the lighter failed to ignite and the various mishaps of the past few days. He muttered softly, "Fortune, indeed, is unfathomable." He suddenly realized that meeting Xie Zhenglong the next day might not be a wise decision. What if fortune favored him, and Xie Zhenglong shot him without a second thought? He rested his hands behind his head, about to contemplate further when he felt a weight pressing down on him. Turning his head, he discovered that Fang Yao Yao, sleeping beside him, had extended her leg protectively across his body, gazing at the close proximity of the sleeping anti-heroine. Lin Shi recalled the cool woman in the elevator. In the original narrative, she was also a significant character. If he was not mistaken, her name was Yuan Ning, the only doctor in the building. She must have been on her way to tend to Xie Zhenglong's leg injury. An even safer plan began to form in his mind. It seemed he would need to meet this pseudo-protagonist tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Shi rose early. The heavy snowfall continued, fierce winds howling as if nature itself was expressing its wrath against humanity. The temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees. Everyone remained huddled in their beds, trembling in the silence that enveloped the building. Lin Shi warned Fang Yao Yao not to disclose the events of the past 2 days. Otherwise, it would be a trade-off for her. He then pushed her out the door, unwilling to be made into soup while asleep. Before long, Lin Shi arrived at the 20th floor. He randomly approached a household and knocked, inquiring, "Excuse me, is Dr. Yuan home?" Dr. Yuan lives next door. At that moment, Yuan Ning was enjoying her breakfast. Hearing the commotion outside, she made her way to the door. Upon reaching the entrance, she heard a knock. "Is Dr. Yuan at home? I am feeling unwell and wish to consult you." Yuan Ning recognized the voice through the peephole. It was the handsome young man with golden hair from the elevator the previous day. Understanding his intention, she opened the door, greeting him, "Hello." Lin Shi couldn't help but smirk slightly. She was far too unguarded. However, this was only the second day. Order had yet to collapse. They quickly settled onto the sofa in the living room. Yuan Ning appeared to be of similar age to Fang Yao Yao and possessed equal beauty, standing out in a crowd, yet their styles were vastly different. She wore a long black down jacket, the zipper pulled all the way up, and her face unadorned with makeup, yet projected an aura of cool elegance. Lin Shi accepted the hot water Yuan Ning offered and spoke first. "Such a spacious apartment. Do you live here alone, Dr. Yuan? It must be difficult to maintain." "Not really. There isn't much to manage," Yuan Ning replied as she settled onto the sofa. By the way, what seems to be troubling you? Lin Chi nodded thoughtfully. Knowing that Yuan Ning lived alone, he dropped the pretense. Dr. Yuan, please remove your clothing. With a series of clicks, the phone's flash illuminated as Lin Chi retracted his spring knife. Now I have the upper hand. He gazed at the screen, astonished. He had not anticipated that beneath such a cold exterior lay a figure of such fiery allure. No wonder Lu Xinghao was once so captivated by her. At this moment, Yuan Ning curled up on the sofa, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Lin Chi withdrew his gaze and said slyly, Miss Yuan, I trust you do not wish for your photographs to be leaked by me? Yuan Ning shuddered, her complexion changing in panic. What do you intend to do? Lin Chi, not one to beat around the bush, revealed his intent. You must know Xie Zhenglong. If you can find a way to prescribe him some medication that will ensure he sleeps for half an hour, I will delete them. Lin Chi waved his phone. Otherwise, a wave of powerlessness surged within Yuan Ning, and tears rolled down her cheeks. After a long pause, she seemed to surrender in despair and nodded. I agree. She had no choice. He was a criminal, and she did not wish to meet her end. Chapter 8. The first time as a human being on the 6th floor. In the escape staircase, Lin Chi covertly monitored the entrance to Xie Zhenglong's home. After Yuan Ning emerged, Lin Chi waited an additional half hour to prevent her from betraying him. Seeing no activity from Xie Zhenglong's residence, he ascended to the 20th floor. In Yuan Ning's living room, her voice trembled as she spoke. I followed your instructions and disguised the sleeping pills as painkillers for him. Please delete the pictures. Lin Chi leaned back in his chair and asked, You didn't let him suspect anything, did you? No. Yuan Ning pointed to several bottles of mineral water on the coffee table. I told him we were out of water and exchanged the painkillers for mineral water. Did he take the medication? I left right after giving him the pills. A flicker of panic crossed Yuan Ning's face, and she paused before adding, And wouldn't it be suspicious to watch him take the pills and then leave? Lin Chi stroked his chin and nodded. He then deleted the artistic photos in front of her. Yuan Ning let out a sigh of relief. She was terrified that he might not honor his word and could use them to threaten her again. Yet, in the next moment, she felt herself being pushed down onto the sofa. It's still early, Lin Chi said with a mischievous expression. Let's have some fun. Yuan Ning screamed, struggling desperately. No? Get away. But compared to this man, her strength was woefully inadequate. His body was like a mountain, unyielding. You've teamed up with Xie Zhenglong, haven't you? I know all about it. No. Please let me go. I really haven't tea. But Xie Zhenglong said he would kill me. How do you explain that? I don't know. I truly don't. I gave him the medicine and left. Sob, sob, sob. Yuan Ning was utterly despondent at that moment. Why had she opened the door back then? Why had she cooperated with him? Why was she made to endure this? In the next moment, her body suddenly relaxed. Glancing back, she saw that he had stood up and was swiftly walking towards the door. Yuan Ning froze momentarily, tears streaming down her face as she buried her head in her knees and began to sob. After acquiring the information he sought, Lin Chi hurried to Xie Zhenglong's residence. He believed that under the barrage of rapid-fire questioning, Yuan Ning's mind would have had no chance to fabricate lies. He himself was unable to predict the trajectory of events, let alone Yuan Ning. Thus, Lin Chi knocked on Xie Zhenglong's door. He knocked several times, but there was no response. It seemed he had indeed taken the medication. He produced a prepared card, wedged it through the door crack to manipulate the lock, and stealthily entered the living room. At that moment, he could already hear Xie Zhenglong's tremendous snoring. Despite the tension, Lin Chi forced himself to remain calm. The primary objective was to obtain the handgun. As he passed through the living room, Lin Chi glanced at the coffee table and noticed the painkillers alongside a half glass of water that had already begun to freeze. This bolstered his confidence. He approached the master bedroom door, where the loud snoring continued unabated. To be cautious, Lin Chi tentatively knocked on the door and called out a couple of times. Should Xie Zhenglong have not consumed the sleeping pills, or if their effects had not yet taken hold, he would still have room for maneuver. After several knocks, he confirmed that Xie Zhenglong was indeed sleeping like a pig. Lin Chi gently turned the handle, feeling resistance, and muttered softly, locking the door while living alone. He employed the same trick to unlock the door, slowly pushing it open, letting in a sliver of light. A white quilt came into view. Suddenly, a blaring alarm erupted, deafeningly loud. Damn it! The alarm! Lin Chi cursed inwardly, swiftly shutting the bedroom door. In the next instant, he kicked it open and charged into the room. There was no turning back now. Upon entering, he found a shocked Xie Zhenglong sitting up, confusion flickering in his eyes. The two locked gazes, and time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Then, they both erupted simultaneously. Lin Chi, you traitor! Xie Zhenglong, I am your father. Lin Chi immediately lunged forward. tackling Xie Zhenglong onto the bed. He could not allow him to reach the gun. The two soon became entangled on the floor, exchanging blows. Initially, Lin Shi had the upper hand as Xie Zhenglong was still under the influence of the sleeping pills. However, as adrenaline surged, Xie Zhenglong's massive frame and fists, resembling sandbags, began to overpower Lin Shi. The punches fell like raindrops. The tide of battle shifted. Lin Shi had no choice but to shield his head with his arms and, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a fierce assault on Xie Zhenglong's injured calf. This drew a grimace from Xie Zhenglong, as if a light bulb had flickered in his mind. They continued to grapple, locked in a chaotic struggle on the ground. In no time, the pain in Xie Zhenglong's calf intensified, as though his flesh were about to burst. He realized he could not let this continue. With determination, he pushed Lin Shi away and lunged for the handgun beneath the pillow. Not a chance. Lin Shi exclaimed in shock, spotting the black grip. He dove forward, reaching from behind to seize the position, his arm encircling Xie Zhenglong's neck tightly, applying a rear-naked choke. Xie Zhenglong instantly felt dizzy. He grasped Lin Shi's arm with one hand, while the other stretched desperately, his fingers just grazing the gun's grip. With a mere flick, he could seize the weapon and eliminate this traitor. Lin Shi was alarmed. He tightened his grip while simultaneously leaning back. In that instant, Xie Zhenglong's body contorted into a crescent shape, his face flushing crimson. The rear-naked choke is a technique that compresses the neck's blood vessels, rendering one unconscious swiftly. 5 seconds is sufficient to induce a state of unconsciousness, and prolonged application can cause brain damage or even death. Lin Shi was unaware of how long he had held on. He only knew that when he finally released his grip, Xie Zhenglong's complexion had turned a shade of blue, his eyes bulging like a goldfish, and he had ceased to breathe. Gasping for breath, Lin Shi stood up on the bed, looking down in shock, his pupils trembling. He had taken a life. No, he shook his head violently. He had intended to kill him all along. Quickly bending down, he groped for the handgun. He found it beneath the pillow, along with a cell phone. He swiftly changed the password, closed the door, and settled down in the living room. As the adrenaline subsided, a fiery pain surged across his face, causing him to wince. He gazed out the window, watching the pristine snowflakes drift gracefully down. Lin Shi felt a sense of disorientation, his body light as if he were lost in a dream. However, unfortunate events tend to converge. As Lin Shi found himself momentarily lost in thought, a booming voice echoed from outside. "Boss, we have arrived." A group of ruffians streamed in. Lin Shi's body trembled, and instinctively, he glanced towards the master bedroom, relieved to see the door closed. Upon noticing Lin Shi, the ruffians quickly surrounded him. "Lin Shi, you finally decided to show your face." One of them chuckled. Lin Shi responded with a forced smile, realizing that Xie Zhenglong, that crafty old fox, had summoned people to wait for him. Another fellow with yellow hair looked around and remarked, "TSK. Lin Shi, what happened to your face? Did the boss give you a beating?" The group erupted in laughter. "By the way, where's the boss? He said he would hold a meeting at noon," the yellow-haired one said as he moved towards the master bedroom. Lin Shi's nerves tightened, his heart racing. As the yellow-haired man approached the door, he raised his hand to knock. "Wait," Lin Shi shouted. Thinking quickly, the boss just took Dr. Yuan's painkillers and fell asleep. "If you want to get beaten, go ahead and wake him." The yellow-haired man's hand froze in midair. Remembering the terror of Xie Zhenglong, he hesitated and returned to the living room to sit down. Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. However, he could not afford to relax just yet. "Do we have to wait here? It's freezing, -40 degrees. What a nightmare." One ruffian rubbed his hands together, his feet shaking incessantly. "Since we're here, just stay quiet." Another ruffian shot him a glare. "And the boss has a light sleep. He will wake up soon, so keep it down." Subsequently, all the ruffians settled in the living room, pulling out their phones to play games. Lin Shi felt a wave of dread wash over him. At this rate, Xie Zhenglong's body would inevitably be discovered, and he would surely face a gruesome end. He surveyed the area, counting 10 ruffians. Should I eliminate them all? Lin Shi swallowed hard, his hand stealthily moving towards his waist. As his fingers brushed against the cold grip of the gun, Lin Shi shivered. The dramatic scene of shouting "time's up" and drawing his pistol did not unfold. The cost would be too great. Instead, he contemplated a more prudent approach. Suddenly, Lin Shi stood up and addressed the group. "You all wait here. It's too cold. I'm heading back to snuggle under the covers. I'll come back when the boss wakes up." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, deliberately shrinking his neck into his collar while discreetly glancing back to ensure no one followed him. When one is starving, how can they bear to watch others indulge? A ruffian quickly interjected, "Lin Shi, do you want to get beaten? Come back and wait with us." Ignoring him, Lin Shi exited the living room without looking back. Another ruffian mocked. Don't mind him. He has been acting strange lately. Once outside, seeing no one follow, Lin Shi promptly retrieved Xie Zhenglong's phone. Imitating Xie Zhenglong's tone, he sent a message in the group. Everyone go back. Don't make noise in the living room. I'll call you when I wake up. The ruffians exchanged glances upon receiving the message and hurried downstairs. In such frigid weather, they had long desired to retreat to the warmth of their beds. Hiding in the stairwell, Lin Shi exhaled deeply as the crowd dispersed. He then quietly returned to room 601 and locked the door. The secret of Xie Zhenglong's death must not leak. Back in his apartment, Lin Shi took a nap. Exhausted in body and mind, it seemed he was escaping. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was the next morning. Gazing out the window, Lin Shi sighed heavily. Lu Xinghao had indeed survived. Calculating the time, it had nearly been 2 days since he set the fire. Yet he had not received any reminder that the task was completed. This spoke volumes. The hand of fate was undoubtedly at play. However, to dispel this fate, he would need to confront Lu Xinghao, but now he couldn't even get close enough to do so. If he did manage to make contact, he would strike with a knife, thus negating the need for fate to be dispelled. Lin Shi raked his fingers through his hair, his thoughts a tangled mess. He stared at the ceiling. What should he do next? After this incident, Lu Xinghao would undoubtedly be more cautious. Attempting to ambush him through a shooting hole would be impossible now. Poisoning through the ventilation? Setting the wall ablaze to roast him? Lin Shi shook his head. Such attempts had been made in the original plot and yielded no results. Explosives? Damn, he had considered procuring some crude explosives. But the theft of hundreds of thousands of goods from the Sharkima warehouse had put the entire city on high alert. At this critical moment, those with goods would not dare to show their faces, let alone sell them to him. Otherwise, what would have ended up in Lu Xinghao room would not have been gasoline. Dwelling on this was futile. After much contemplation, Lin Shi pulled out Xie Zhenglong's phone and sent a message to Lu Xinghao, deciding to test the waters. What if he were on the brink of death? However, shortly after sending the message, he received a reply. Lu Xinghao's furious voice blared from the speaker. You better watch out, Xie Zhenglong. I swear I will kill you. Lin Shi was taken aback. Not only had Lu Xinghao survived, but he was also very much alive. What astonished Lin Shi even more was that just moments ago, a notification had sounded in his mind. Slap the protagonist's face to dispel fate. What was going on? Lin Shi summoned the panel and discovered that Lu Xinghao's fortune had indeed diminished slightly. After a moment's thought, a bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. To validate this conjecture, he once again imitated Xie Zhenglong's tone to provoke Lu Xinghao and then promptly blocked him, preventing any retort. As expected, in just over 10 seconds, Lu Xinghao's fortune dropped again on the panel. An excited smile spread across Lin Shi's face. Indeed, I had misunderstood earlier. Dispelling fate is not solely reliant on physical harm. Simultaneously, at 25:01, Lu Xinghao was fuming. Damn it, Xie Zhenglong. How dare you block me? In a fit of rage, he swept all the cups off the table, causing them to shatter on the floor with a clatter. He looked utterly disheveled. His hair was burnt and stuck together, resembling a mess of cold noodles. His arms bore large patches of red skin, resembling a lobster that had been boiled and peeled, with varying sizes of blisters that were both painful and disgusting. His right hand, heavily bandaged, caused him to grimace even with the slightest touch. All of this was due to that fire. Reflecting on it now, Lu Xinghao still felt a shiver of fear, had it not been for the timely upgrade of his abilities, allowing him to create a black hole that absorbed all the flames, and that water pipe, which inadvertently drenched his clothes. Forming a layer of buffer water that absorbed most of the heat, he would not have sustained only these injuries. He might have already perished. No, there could be no more tangible contact with the outside world. Lu Xinghao thought in horror. He had underestimated Xie Zhenglong's intelligence, having suffered once. How could he possibly return without assurance? Therefore, he needed to survive, and survive even more cautiously. But glancing at his current miserable state reignited his anger. Just then, his phone rang again. Lu Xinghao assumed it was Xie Zhenglong and was about to unleash a torrent of insults, only to find it was the community manager, Wudama. She posted an announcement in the group. Greetings, everyone. I am Wudama. As we face the harsh onslaught of the snow disaster, with water and electricity disrupted, we must unite and confront these challenges together. Therefore, starting now, the neighborhood committee will collect supplies from every household for unified distribution, ensuring fairness and equity, striving to help everyone endure this calamity. Upon the release of this announcement, the group chat erupted with fervor. The homeowners expressed their discontent. There was no hint of negotiation in this announcement. Moreover, they were not fools. The snow disaster was worsening. Rescue efforts were nowhere in sight. And power had just gone out this morning. To demand that food be surrendered to aid others? Absurd. People must first satiate their own hunger before assisting others. Those who help others while still hungry are called heroes. Yet, where are the heroes in this world? Lu Xinghao, still seething with anger, was further infuriated by the scene. This Wu Dama must have feasted on my flesh in a past life. Lu Xinghao directly launched into a tirade in the group. Wu Dama, go to hell. You, a mere neighborhood committee worker, have no right to speak for the authorities. With that foul mouth of yours, you fat pig. Wu Dama was not to be trifled with and retaliated fiercely. Lu Xinghao, do not provoke the organization. This is a decision made collectively. Your lack of cooperation is tantamount to opposing the organization. And you all, do you wish to be held accountable later? Wu Dama, you are insufferable. Accountability? I'll be waiting at home. I have plenty of supplies. If you dare, come and take them, you fat pig. Lu Xinghao, I truly want to kill you. The two continued their fierce exchange, igniting the atmosphere in the group, leading others to join the fray. One faction supported Wu Dama's communal distribution, while the opposing faction, led by Lu Xinghao, consisted of those who were well-stocked and naturally reluctant to share their supplies. They rallied around Lu Xinghao, chanting praises for him. Emboldened by his defiance against authority, Lu Xinghao, buoyed by their support, became even more vocal in his condemnation. Observing this scene, Lin Qi suddenly conceived a clever plan. He had come to understand the essence of the side quest. It was not merely about physical harm, but rather psychological harm, more precisely, negative emotions. For instance, Lu Xinghao did not lose his fortune due to being burned. Rather, it was the despair, pain, and humiliation stemming from that burning that caused his decline. Lin Qi had previously blocked Lu Xinghao, and witnessing the decrease in his fortune confirmed this hypothesis, as anger is indeed a form of negative emotion. Lin Qi's plan was thus born from this realization. It is well known that a neighborhood champion under a curse is unlikely to leave their safe haven easily. However, vengeance must be sought, otherwise, the rebirth would be in vain. Champions typically maintain a connection to the outside world through a group chat. They often remain hidden in their safe houses, flaunting their abundant supplies through the chat to exact revenge on their foes. Lin Qi pondered. If I were to expel Lu Xinghao from the group chat, would he not instantly break down, his fortune reduced to zero? Chapter 10. The humiliated Wu Dama. Kicking Lu Xinghao out of the group would undoubtedly shatter him. After all, losing the ability to show off in the chat would be akin to a death sentence for him. Moreover, Lin Qi's intention was not only to diminish Lu Xinghao's fortune, but to eliminate him entirely. Humans are inherently social creatures, born with the need for communication. Thus, how long could Lu Xinghao, now cut off from the outside world and unable to boast, remain hidden in his shell? With this thought, Lin Qi sprang from his bed. He intended to confront Wu Dama of the neighborhood committee, as she was the leader of the residence group for Building 25. Wu Dama was currently fuming. Not long ago, a colleague of hers mentioned receiving insider information. This was an unprecedented snowstorm, and the authorities were powerless to assist ordinary citizens. Survival now depended solely on oneself. Her colleague had already exploited this official excuse to gather supplies from the building, filling her own pockets. Wu Dama, gritting her teeth, decided to follow suit. The law does not punish the masses, after all. She had to plan for the future. Her grandson must not go hungry. Yet, to her dismay, Lu Xinghao openly opposed her, leading to a stalemate between two factions within the group. I truly want to kill Lu Xinghao. Wu Dama slammed her hand on the sofa in frustration. Just then, a rapid knocking echoed from the door. Who is it? Why are you knocking? In a hurry to reincarnate? She approached the door, hands on her hips, peering through the peephole. To her surprise, she recoiled in shock, letting out a sharp scream. Are you insane, getting so close? She thought she had seen some monstrous creature. Outside, Lin Qi remained unperturbed. He was merely curious if he could see inside. Apparently, he could not. Wu Dama, I heard the neighborhood committee is providing aid to others. I have some extra food, and I brought it, Lin Qi said, waving a plastic bag in his hand. Wu Dama straightened up instantly, hurrying to peer closer through the peephole. She spotted the bag of rice in Lin Qi's hand, enough for her grandson Xiaolong to eat for half a month. Wu Dama quickly opened a crack in the door, her demeanor transforming into a warm smile. Oh, young man, you even came in person. How thoughtful of you. However, she remained cautious, interjecting with a cough. Cough, cough. Young man, Wu Dama has a bit of a cold, so I cannot entertain you. Just pass the items in, please. Rest assured, Wu Dama guarantees fairness and justice, ensuring every supply reaches those in need. As she spoke, she extended a plump hand through the crack. Lin Qi frowned and coldly replied, in this bitter cold, could you not invite me in to sit for a moment? It's not that I don't want to. I'm just afraid of passing my cold to you. Wu Dama feigned concern. She had no intention of letting anyone into her home. What if they harbored ill intentions? Very well. Lin Chi ceased his words and kicked the door. Following a sound that defied reason, Lin Chi was momentarily stunned, thinking he had struck something substantial. In reality, Wu Dama had been knocked to the ground by the door. She screamed and rolled about. You dare invade my home. I will report you. My son is... Smack. Lin Chi swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her. Her plump face quivered momentarily before swelling up. Ah, you dare harm me. My son is a... Smack. Smack. Lin Chi struck her several more times before drawing a spring knife and pressing it against her neck. Squeal again, and I'll end you. What could have been a mutually beneficial arrangement, Wu Dama receiving rice while he expelled Lu Shenghao from the group, was now thwarted by Wu Dama's greed. Now, she could expect nothing. Wu Dama felt the cold steel against her neck and froze, her eyes wide with terror. She was truly afraid. This person might actually kill her. Lin Chi smiled. This plump woman at least knew to fear for her life, which was not entirely foolish. Indeed, eloquent words pale in comparison to the power of virtue. Take out your phone. Lin Chi paused momentarily, his eyes darting as he commanded, transfer the ownership of the group to my boss, Xie Zhenglong, or I will have no choice but to take drastic measures. At that moment, Aunt Wu had lost all concern for Xie Zhenglong or Xie Fulong. She could not utter a single word, trembling as she retrieved her phone from her pocket and handed it over. In stark contrast, Lu Shenghao was reveling in delight. In the bright and cozy living room, the fireplace crackled warmly, filling the air with a gentle warmth. Seated at the dining table, he savored a meticulously prepared steak accompanied by a rich red wine. He raised his fork high, swaying gently to the soft strains of jazz. Enveloped in a sense of euphoria, just beyond the window, a relentless snowfall blanketed the world outside, creating a desolate stillness. This was bliss, utterly exhilarating. Just moments ago, he had berated Aunt Wu mercilessly in the group chat. The thought of her at home, pounding her chest in frustration, brought an irrepressible smile to Lu Shenghao's face, releasing the pent-up frustrations of recent days. Moreover, he had devised a plan to eliminate Xie Zhenglong. The solution was a bounty. In just a few days, once the supplies in the building ran dry, if he tossed out a single loaf of bread, a multitude of sycophants would eagerly assist him in ridding the world of Xie Zhenglong. He wouldn't even have to lift a finger, laughing maniacally, Xie Zhenglong. Your demise is inevitable, and this day would not be far off, certainly not as prolonged as in his previous life. In the past, due to Aunt Wu's interference, the snow before his door had been cleared, allowing many to venture out to the supermarket for supplies. However, in this life, to witness bloodshed and neighbors turning against one another, Lu Shenghao had deliberately obstructed Aunt Wu, preventing others from shoveling snow. Moreover, dragging Xie Zhenglong into the fray and arranging a confrontation offline instilled fear in the others, deterring them from venturing outside. After all, Xie Zhenglong was a member of the underworld, and these feeble neighbors were quite intimidated. By the time they realized what was happening, the supermarket supplies had already been snatched away. With this thought, Lu Shenghao erupted into another fit of laughter. By the way, where is that wretched Fang Yaoyao? Lu Shenghao dabbed his mouth with a napkin. Logically, it was already the third day, and a woman like Fang Yaoyao, who had never lifted a finger, surely had run out of food. He was eagerly awaiting her to come to him for supplies, so he could humiliate her thoroughly. Aren't you so proud, Fang Yaoyao? Don't you look down on me, Lu Shenghao, treating me like a lapdog, an ATM? When the time comes, toss you a loaf of bread, and you'll be begging on your knees. The mere thought of that scene ignited a fire within Lu Shenghao. He licked his lips, his face flushed. Gazing at the exquisite food and wine before him, he pondered, she must not know that my family has plenty of supplies. Otherwise, a gold digger like her would have come begging by now. Lu Shenghao's eyes glimmered with fervor. He took out his phone, found the perfect angle, and captured the remnants of steak and wine, along with the crackling fire in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to share it in the group chat. This way, not only would the shameless Fang Yaoyao see it, but also these useless neighbors. Ha ha ha. He promptly opened the group chat and typed, alas, this damned snow, there's nothing to eat at home. For lunch, I can only have a bit of Australian beef. Sigh, sigh, video uploading. As he awaited the video upload, Lu Shenghao felt a thrill at the thought of those feeble neighbors showering him with praise, eager to curry favor with him. Chapter 11. The reclusive Lu Shenghao video upload completed. Lu Shenghao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Come forth, you ants, behold your god. His finger pressed down decisively, and under the glow of the screen, his expression grew increasingly menacing. However, just as his finger made contact with the screen, a message popped up. Lu Shenghao, You are quite audacious today, making a ruckus in the group and defying the neighborhood committee. The interface swiftly transitioned to Xie Zhenglong's chat background. Lu Xinghao froze, and upon discerning the content of the message, his teeth clenched with irritation. How dare he? Just the other day he had blocked him, and now he reappeared. Infuriating. Utterly infuriating. He swiftly pressed down on the screen and sent a voice message. Xie Zhenglong, who do you think you are? I defy the neighborhood committee and make my noise. What can you do about it, you worthless scum? Xie Zhenglong replied. Lu Xinghao, you're seeking death, aren't you? Do you want to be burned again? Upon reading this, Lu Xinghao's eyes widened in disbelief, his chest heaving with emotion, and his arms felt as if they were ablaze. The scene from that fateful day replayed vividly in his mind. He nearly roared, Xie Zhenglong, how dare you? Don't act tough with me, if you have the guts. Come at me. Let us see if I can't put an end to you this time. Meanwhile, on the other end, Lin Shi was digging at his ears, muttering, damn it, such a lunatic, shouting so loudly. Indeed, he had regained the position of group leader and returned home. Now, he sat before the kitchen charcoal stove, basking in the warmth. The notifications chimed in succession, slapped the protagonist's face, diminished their fortune. Lin Shi smirked, thinking it was remarkably easy to provoke Lu Xinghao into a frenzy with just a few taunts. Next, it was time for the main course. The greater the hope, the deeper the despair. Lin Shi eagerly anticipated Lu Xinghao's reaction upon discovering his expulsion from the group and how much fortune would be drained. Thus, Lin Shi sent another message. Lu Xinghao, what can you do besides barking from your house? You shout so fiercely but don't even dare to show your face. You are nothing but a coward. Coward? Lu Xinghao's body trembled uncontrollably as he stared at the screen, his eyes wide like saucers. He felt as if he had been stepped on his tail, roaring into the microphone. Xie Zhenglong, you are finished. Kneel and beg for mercy now. And I might spare you. Otherwise, in 2 days, a loaf of bread could cost you your life. Lin Shi continued to provoke him. Lu Xinghao, do you really think any random person can harm me? I have elites under my command. Have you forgotten how it felt to be burned with gasoline? Ha ha ha. Xie Zhenglong, there are 200 to 300 people in the group. If I put out a bounty, how many can you take on? You are nothing but trash. Pure trash. Lu Xinghao spat vehemently. Lin Shi found the reaction amusing. Such a strong response indicated he had hit a sore spot. Moreover, wanting Xie Zhenglong's life was none of Lin Shi's concern. After glancing at the time, he knew it was time to wrap things up. Lin Shi's fingers tapped quickly on the screen, sending a message. Lu Xinghao, do you really want to put a bounty on me? Ha ha ha, Xie Zhenglong. You are afraid, finally afraid. Are you truly going to place a bounty on me in the group? Ha ha ha, Xie Zhenglong, if you kneel and beg now. It might still be worth your while. Otherwise, I might just... Oh, I almost forgot I'm the group leader now. Lu Xinghao, laughing heartily, suddenly froze. What does this mean? A wave of intense unease surged within him. Before he could react, the next message shattered his composure, akin to falling into an unfathomable abyss. I am kicking you out of the group right now. What can you do with your pathetic bounty, you fool? At that moment, his heart felt as if it had stopped beating. In the next instant, a notification popped up in the center of the screen with a ping. You have been removed from the 25 owner group by Xie Zhenglong. No. Lu Xinghao let out a cry of despair. His face turned pale, and his fingers frantically tapped the screen while his eyes desperately searched the chat list. He scrolled through it repeatedly. Gone was that familiar group chat, along with the video draft he had just edited, which he intended to flaunt in the group. All of it was lost. Lu Xinghao sat in a daze on his chair, and after a long moment, he suddenly smashed his phone onto the ground. Damn you. Xie Zhenglong. He kicked the table over. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. He had lived so well in this apocalyptic world, enjoying ample food and comfort. Now, he was told that no one knew about it. Had he not been reborn in vain? Had all his resources hoarded been for naught? Had his safe house been built for nothing? Without the group chat, how could he use his resources to slap his neighbors in the face, humiliate the gold diggers, and take revenge on his enemies? Just the thought of it made Lu Xinghao feel as if a massive stone were pressing down on his chest. Whether standing or sitting, that suffocating sensation followed him relentlessly. He felt as though he was on the verge of choking. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone rang again. Lu Xinghao hurriedly scrambled to the ground, clearing away the clutter, and picked up his phone, his eyes filled with hope. It was a message from Xie Zhenglong, Lin Shi. How's it going, Lu Xinghao? Aren't you fond of blabbering and boasting about your resources? You were going to offer a reward for me, weren't you? Why don't you try offering a reward now? Ha ha, you clown. Lu Xinghao clenched his phone, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging at his temples. Xie Zhenglong, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. I swear, believe it or not, I'll go out and kill you right now. He roared into the microphone for a full minute. However, when he released his grip, he nearly spat out blood. A red exclamation mark appeared. He had been blacklisted again. In that instant, it felt as though his insides were being violently twisted together, only to be slowly pulled apart again, his entire body seemingly on the verge of tearing apart. The pressure in his chest intensified, and the world around him became a swirling blur, his vision starting to darken. Then, Lu Xinghao collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In the kitchen of room 1601, Lin Qi looked at the task panel, nodding in satisfaction. This move had directly diminished Lu Xinghao's fortune by 30%. The old saying holds true. To bring about someone's demise, one must drive them to madness. Lin Qi chuckled, believing this to be more painful than killing Lu Xinghao. Just then, the aroma of grilled fish wafted from the charcoal stove. Lin Qi flipped the fish over with chopsticks and continued to grill it. Now that the first phase was complete, it was time to prepare for the second phase of his beautiful woman scheme. Indeed, he intended to lure Lu Xinghao out with a woman. Humans are inherently social creatures, born with a need for interaction. After being burned by fire, Lu Xinghao would surely be reluctant to venture outside. Now that even the group chat, his link to the outside world, had been severed by Lin Qi, one could say he had been isolated from the entire world. A person who remains socially disconnected for an extended period without exposure to sunlight is prone to depression and anxiety. They become yearning for nature and open spaces. Not to mention Lu Xinghao's intense desire for revenge, which was the very obsession of his rebirth. Without the group chat, how could he seek vengeance? Therefore, Lin Qi believed that Lu Xinghao wouldn't last long before he could no longer contain himself and would rush out of the safe house. No one can withstand loneliness, and Lin Qi was determined to hasten this process. He took out cumin and chili powder, sprinkling it over the grilled fish, murmuring to himself that he wondered if Yuan Ning would cooperate to entice Lu Xinghao out. Chapter 12. Phase 2 begins. Lin Qi's choice for the role in his beautiful woman scheme was none other than Yuan Ning. In the original narrative, Lu Xinghao had harbored ill intentions toward her. In his eyes, Yuan Ning was the only one who had not partaken of his resources. As for how several hundred people in a single building could share one person, let your imagination run wild. Yuan Ning was also a doctor. The value of a doctor in the apocalypse goes without saying. Lu Xinghao had nearly stepped out of the safe house for her. However, he ultimately abandoned the idea, as he found Yuan Ning too kind-hearted, frequently tending to the neighbor's ailments, and deemed her a saint. This was also why Lin Qi referred to her as a pseudo-female lead. Another day passed. The weather grew increasingly colder, yet there was good news as well. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, there was a call in the morning. Although the call lasted only 12 hours, everyone was overjoyed. This was a clear indication that the authorities were desperately trying to rescue them. Hope was rekindled among the people. They seemed to see the sun rising. Putting on their shoes and heading out early, navigating the bustling streets filled with shouts, striving for survival. The atmosphere in the building lightened considerably. However, Fang Yaoyao remained unaffected. With a pained expression, she rummaged through the kitchen, drawers being opened one after another, and the refrigerator being checked repeatedly. Nothing at all. There was not a morsel of food left in the house. Fang Yaoyao plopped down on the sofa, her face full of sorrow. Normally, she did not cook and had no habit of stockpiling food, relying solely on biscuits and bread for sustenance these past few days. She had been quite frugal. But even lying in bed without movement, hunger came swiftly. Finally, she had reached the end of her supplies today. What to do? Fang Yaoyao looked out at the heavy snow, realizing that if this continued, she would starve. Suddenly, she remembered Lin Qi. Back then, there had been a cardboard box in his living room, filled with chicken feet. But soon, she shook her head. Ask him for help. I'd rather starve. If it weren't for the rampant snow disaster and the authorities' inability to cope with it, she would have sent him to prison long ago. Her stomach growled again. So hungry, Fang Yaoyao clutched her belly and returned to bed. Initially, she had hoped that Aunt Wu would distribute supplies, but Lu Xinghao had disrupted that. Lu Xinghao. Fang Yaoyao's eyes brightened. She remembered her former colleague who had been a sycophant. Although she didn't know why, a month ago, Lu Xinghao suddenly changed his demeanor and stopped fawning over her, even berating her before resigning. But Fang Yaoyao believed that with her charm, she could easily win this sycophant back. With this thought, she murmured to herself, why not go borrow some from Lu Xinghao? At the same time, in room 2002, Yuan Ning suddenly awoke, gasping for breath. Her eyes darted around, as if something terrifying might leap out at any moment. After a long while, she exhaled deeply. She had had another nightmare. In the dream, Xie Zhenglong had barged into her home, advancing toward her with a knife, questioning her about why she had harmed him. Yuan Ning had to hide in the wardrobe. Yet, an odd sensation crept over her back, and when she turned her head, that demon-like man appeared. He pulled out his phone and began taking pictures of her. With each flash of the intense light, her body stiffened until she could move no longer. Like a marionette at his mercy, fear engulfed Yuan Ning, making it hard for her to breathe, and she awoke. Crouched on her bed, Yuan Ning's hair was dry and disheveled, her gaze devoid of luster. In just 2 short days, she seemed to have lost all her former vitality. The provisions at home have dwindled. Yuan Ning gazed despairingly at the ceiling, her pale lips moving slightly, pondering how much longer this situation would persist. Thank you, Zhou Peng. Once the snow disaster has passed, I shall treat you to a meal, Fang Yaoyao said to the man outside the door, spinning a grandiose tale. Ultimately, she refrained from borrowing supplies from Lu Shenghao. The fierce quarrel between Lu Shenghao and Aunt Wu in the group chat had left her feeling that it would be unwise to approach him. Thus, she opted for this new colleague instead. Zhou Peng, standing in the corridor outside, flashed a self-assuredly handsome smile and waved his hand dismissively. No need. Just a few packets of instant noodles. As long as you don't mind. How could Fang Yaoyao possibly mind? She cherished what little she had. Who was unaware of the significance of supplies in these dire times? Yet, she chose not to respond directly. By the way, I have some matters to attend to and won't chat with you any longer. In this frigid weather, won't you invite me in for a moment to enjoy a cup of hot water? Zhou Peng interjected. He discreetly assessed Fang Yaoyao from head to toe. Clad in a long black down coat, with a knitted hat revealing her pink hair, her fair complexion and slightly upturned nose earned her a solid 9 out of 10 in his eyes. Zhou Peng had long been captivated by her beauty and had been contemplating how to make his move. He never expected that today she would take the initiative to seek supplies from him. An opportunity had arisen, he thought. Meanwhile, Fang Yaoyao regarded him with disdain. Zhou Peng had been transferred after Lu Shenghao resigned. Aside from work, she rarely interacted with him and was surprised to find him rather unimpressive. Did he not sense her hints to leave? However, she understood the principle of not exhausting one's resources. If things became too tense, it would be harder to deceive him next time. Contemplating this, Fang Yaoyao finally spoke. You jest. The power supply has already been cut off, and it's not easy to get a hot drink. True enough, then let us sit for a moment, Zhou Peng replied, rubbing his hands together and exhaling a few puffs of white vapor. Let us not linger at the door. It's quite chilly. Fang Yaoyao rolled her eyes internally, realizing Zhou Peng had ulterior motives. Indeed, her beauty had not diminished, yet she held no interest in Zhou Peng, and her hunger was quite severe. With a snap of her fingers, she exclaimed, "Ah, I forgot to turn off my gas at home. I can't chat with you any longer. This is it." With that, she swiftly shut the door, leaving Zhou Peng momentarily dumbfounded. He quickly regained his composure, licking his lips. "Heh, woman, you will come seeking me again. How long can a few packets of instant noodles last?" Fang Yaoyao had no answer. What could she do? Each day grew colder. The heavy snow obscured the ground, accumulating even to the second floor, rendering her unable to leave the community. She could only hope for the snow to cease soon or for official assistance to arrive promptly. Yet, looking at the darkened living room, her heart sank once more. The snow ravaged the land, and the sky was overcast, marking another oppressive day. That morning, Lin Qi awoke languidly. He estimated that for an ordinary office worker, regardless of how frugally they lived, their supplies would be nearly depleted in about 5 days. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It had been 2 days since he booted Lu Shenghao from the group. Undoubtedly, that fellow must be feeling quite distressed. At this juncture, sending Yuan Ning to engage with Lu Shenghao should not arouse any suspicion. After all, with 5 days of continual snow, it was rather normal to have no food. Lin Qi retrieved his phone, intending to message Yuan Ning, but found the group chat bustling with activity. To his astonishment, a packet of instant noodles was selling for 2,000 yuan. Lin Qi exclaimed. This confirmed his suspicions. 5 days marked a turning point, and the majority were beginning to exhaust their resources, seeking a way out. He glanced at the cardboard boxes in his living room. Time was of the essence. Subsequently, he found Yuan Ning's WeChat in the group and added her as a friend. A response came swiftly. After all, morning was the only time the power was on, naturally becoming a lively period for everyone. Who are you? I am Lin Qi. At that moment, Lin Qi realized Yuan Ning did not know his name. Adhering to the principle of being concise, he got straight to the point. Miss Yuan, you wouldn't want your artistic photos to be admired by everyone in the group, would you? I'll be waiting for you in 1601. Almost instantaneously, a reply popped up. What do you mean? Who are you really? Lin Qi refrained from elaborating, simply responding, if you do not arrive within half an hour, I shall share in the group. Chapter 13. Meeting Yuan Ning again after putting down his phone. Lin Qi retrieved a handgun from his backpack and began to study it. The gun was entirely black, featuring a double-stack magazine capable of holding 15 rounds of 9mm ammunition. He weighed it in his hand. It felt quite heavy. He practiced quickly aiming it, familiarizing himself with its feel. After about 20 minutes, 2 sharp knocks echoed from the living room door. Holding the handgun, he approached the door, contemplating. Yuan Ning, you had better come alone. Peering through the peephole, he saw Yuan Ning clad in black attire, her head slightly bowed, appearing somewhat anxious. Lin Shi glanced around, then gently opened the door a crack. Hearing the creak of the hinges, Yuan Ning looked up, and upon seeing Lin Shi's face, her body visibly trembled, her pupils constricting. Yet, as if prepared, she quickly suppressed her fear and locked eyes with Lin Shi. Come in, Lin Shi gestured with his head. Yuan Ning tightened her fists, hesitated momentarily, then stepped into the dimly lit living room. The room was shrouded in darkness, with only a narrow passageway left for movement, flanked by towering stacks of cardboard boxes that filled the entire space, casting a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. A peculiar odor, a mix of cardboard and raw meat, wafted through the air. Lin Shi led the way, with Yuan Ning trailing behind, her head lowered and her pace slow. Have a seat. Lin Shi directed her to the kitchen, where the charcoal stove was, opened a window for ventilation, and poured her a cup of hot water. Unlike that day, Yuan Ning now bore the marks of exhaustion. Her hair was dry and tangled, falling chaotically over her shoulders. The bags under her eyes were heavy, and she appeared utterly fatigued and lacking energy. It seemed she had not been faring well. That suits my purpose, Lin Shi thought to himself. Yuan Ning did not take the hot water Lin Shi offered. Her small hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves as she spoke. You promised that once the matter was resolved, you would delete the photos. What exactly do you want now? Her voice bore an edge of anger as she reached the end of her sentence. Lin Shi set the hot water before her and replied, I merely wish to discuss a matter with you. This time, you shall assist me. Absolutely not. Yuan Ning interrupted, having resolved beforehand that she would no longer be threatened by anyone. By anyone? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Are you not afraid I will share your photos? Go ahead. Yuan Ning suddenly sprang to her feet, brandishing a surgical knife at Lin Shi. If you have the guts, go ahead and share. This unexpected turn startled Lin Shi. Hey, don't move. He retreated several steps, reaching for his waist. However, he found that Yuan Ning remained rooted in place, her eyes fixed on Lin Shi, though her hand holding the knife trembled incessantly. Suddenly, Yuan Ning turned the blade towards her own throat, her eyes reddening as she choked out. Go ahead. If you share it, I will die right here. Lin Shi was taken aback, not having anticipated this reaction. He had expected her to fight back, but instead, she was resorting to self-harm as a means of coercion. The atmosphere momentarily froze. Lin Shi glanced at Yuan Ning, whose body trembled incessantly, her eyes filled with an inexplicable dread. Observing this, Lin Shi hesitated, released his finger from the trigger, and extended his hand towards her, gently advising, calm yourself. What I told you earlier was a deception. In truth, the images have already been deleted. Lin Shi understood that she did not wish to die. After all, who truly desires death? He gently grasped her wrist and slowly lowered the knife. Instantly, Yuan Ning collapsed onto the floor, burying her head in her knees, and began to sob uncontrollably. The heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the kitchen. In that moment, she loathed her cowardly self. She had prepared herself before coming, yet she found herself trembling in fear. Indeed, she felt utterly useless, lacking even the courage to take her own life. Lin Shi, standing by, rubbed his nose, feeling as though he had become the villain in this scenario. After a prolonged silence, her sobs began to subside. Lin Shi handed her a tissue and remarked, Do you see those boxes in the living room? Yuan Ning took it, wiped her nose, and fell into silence. However, Lin Shi could still discern the curiosity in her eyes. As you know, the situation is dire. The conditions in the building are becoming increasingly harsh, and there will inevitably come a day when we run out of food. At that point, the apartment will transform into a natural arena, a battleground for survival. Lin Shi paused, seemingly allowing Yuan Ning time to contemplate. He then continued, Have you considered what our fate will be when that time comes? Yuan Ning shuddered, as if an electric current coursed down her spine. She immediately recalled the tragic experiences of women depicted in apocalyptic films, her complexion paling even further. There was no hope from the authorities. If rescue were to come, it would be for those with skills. Yuan Ning's heart sank, her eyes filled with despair. Yet soon she seemed to have an epiphany, raising her head and stammering. Are you telling me this because you have a solution? Precisely. Lin Shi returned to his seat, inwardly relieved to have finally reached the crux of the matter. It was essential to tailor his approach to Yuan Ning's temperament. Provocation could lead to dire consequences. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, "Let me tell you, those cardboard boxes in the living room are filled with supplies, enough for you to eat for an entire year." Yuan Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. The mountain of boxes in the living room was indeed filled with provisions. At first, she suspected Lin Chi was deceiving her, seeking to manipulate her with lies. However, a glance around the kitchen revealed an abundance of frozen meats. Yuan Ning hesitated, aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Her expression dimmed as she quietly stated, "I won't sleep with you, so give up on that idea." "What?" Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. "I want you to help me lure someone out." Yuan Ning felt flustered, realizing he was not the type of person she had feared. "All right, get up, the floor is cold." Lin Chi poured her a cup of hot water. Yuan Ning softly thanked him as she accepted the warm beverage. Barely perching on the edge of the chair, Lin Chi found it amusing that she even expressed gratitude. No wonder Lu Xinghao abandoned her in the original story. In an apocalypse, such a personality is indeed rather naive. Yuan Ning took a gentle sip of the hot water, warmth spreading through her abdomen, relaxing her considerably. It was then that she noticed a charcoal stove before her, sizzling with the sound of fat bubbling. Following the noise, she saw Lin Chi grilling meat on the iron rack of the stove. The tender, glistening pork belly crackled over the charcoal flames, the rich aroma of fat invading her senses, causing her to swallow involuntarily. It smelled divine. After days of eating dry rations, the scent was akin to the essence of life. "Aren't you going to ask what I need you to do?" Lin Chi inquired. "Oh," Yuan Ning regained her focus. "What do you want me to help you with?" "Let me clarify. I won't assist with any illegal activities like last time." Lin Chi chuckled. "Law? In an apocalypse? Does that even exist? Do you know Lu Xinghao?" As he spoke, he placed the grilled pork belly into Yuan Ning's bowl. "He's a resident on the 25th floor, hiding away and refusing to come out. My aim is to draw him out." Yuan Ning eagerly picked up a slice of meat and placed it in her mouth, ignoring the heat. She understood that once she indulged, there would be no turning back. Yet, having just returned from the brink of despair, she could think of nothing else but the pork belly before her. "How do you want me to assist you?" Yuan Ning looked up at Lin Chi, her lips glistening with grease. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, reflecting on the nature of the apocalypse. A kind-hearted woman who had recently wielded a knife for freedom and dignity, even preferring death to harming others. In such a brief time, amidst the desperation of the future, her primal desires were steadily eroding her boundaries. Lin Chi offered her another piece of meat, smiling. "Just use your beauty to seduce him and lure that Lu Xinghao out." All right. Chapter 14. The Pig Brother. Lu Xinghao bored. Utterly bored, Lu Xinghao tossed his phone aside, slumping on the sofa, feeling dejected. Ever since being kicked out of the group, he had lost all connection to the outside world. The past 2.5 days of his imagined apocalyptic life had proven to be entirely different, dull, exceedingly dull. He couldn't play the AAA games he had purchased due to his hand injury. Watching movies? Before the apocalypse, he had spent several days at home watching films. Ranging from science fiction to horror, gore to ethics, he had seen it all. None of it held any interest for him. The internet was stagnant, with most software servers down, rendering them inaccessible. The television was stuck on a loop of emergency news broadcasts. Sighing, Lu Xinghao approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing outside, he was met with a bleak landscape, the entire world devoid of vitality. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, yearning for someone to talk to, especially a woman. The mere thought of women ignited his fantasies. How delightful it would be to share this space with a woman. She could cook for him in the morning and fulfill his desires at night. Bliss. He was a wealthy magnate with a stockpile of resources, akin to possessing tons of gold in peaceful times. What wealthy man wouldn't have several women to entertain? Realizing this, he scratched his thigh and nodded. It's indeed time to find a woman, otherwise, it would be a waste of my resources. Isn't the apocalypse meant for indulgence? However, learning from past experiences, he decided that only women who had proven themselves could enter his safe house. First, they had to be approachable, and secondly, they must not possess a saintly demeanor. They should be beautiful, with curvaceous figures. Gazing out the window, Lu Xinghao's thoughts began to drift. He could almost envision how he would use his resources to entice women, how he would seduce married women through the screen, using his supplies to make them undress before the camera, leading them into depravity. Perhaps I could even entice a few celebrities to play with me. Such as that sheep. Lu Xinghao's gaze gradually ignited with fervor, but soon, his expression turned icy, and he roared with a voice that seemed to change faces. Xie Zhenglong, you are truly despicable. If it weren't for you kicking me out of the owner group, would I have fallen to this disgraceful state? I had already been flaunting my superiority in the group. Today marks the 5th day since the apocalypse descended upon us. I reckon trading for supplies has begun in the building. and soon money will be reduced to mere scraps of paper, leading to chaos. Lu Xinghao calculated again, his expression darkening. Xie Zhenglong, in 2 days, I shall have you kneeling before me, consuming excrement. Do not think that by expelling me from the group, you can evade the bounty. I can still reach out privately and circulate the information. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone suddenly chimed. Lu Xinghao, like a child, swiftly picked up his phone with a light step. His eyes widened, rage dissipating, replaced by excitement. A woman had added him as a friend. She must be seeking supplies from me. Lu Xinghao hurriedly clicked to accept, already concocting his schemes. First, he would promise her a few packs of instant noodles, but only in exchange for bikini photos, then lingerie shots, and finally nude pictures. Haha. Come, woman, come plead for supplies from me. Just as he thought this, his phone rang, and the woman directly called him. Lu Xinghao's heart tightened. After several days of isolation, suddenly receiving a call, especially from a woman, left him feeling somewhat flustered. Ultimately, he cleared his throat, coughed out a few deep breaths, and after a moment of preparation, answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Lu? His voice was utterly comical, akin to that of a tractor. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Dr. Yuan from the 20th floor. I am contacting you to exchange some medications for food. Upon hearing her crisp feminine voice, Lu Xinghao was nearly propelled from his seat in excitement. A woman indeed. An image of her instantly materialized in his mind, tall and cold in demeanor, exuding an air of distance. Most striking was her curvaceous figure, a stark contrast to her aloofness. A quintessentialized queen. Every time he encountered her in the elevator, he made a point to memorize her attire for later fantasizing. The only regret was that she never wore yoga pants, which had left him in a melancholic state for some time. But now, she was seeking supplies from him. Hello? Can you hear me, Mr. Lu? Lu Xinghao snapped back to reality. Yes. Yes. What is it? Well, I have run out of food at home and was hoping to exchange some cold medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs for something to eat. Considering the harsh, cold weather, it's easy to catch a cold or fever. At this point, Lu Xinghao could no longer concentrate on her words. He began to indulge in fantasies. If this woman were to enter my safe house, how delightful it would be. Moreover, she is a doctor, making her the perfect woman in this apocalypse. And just from her voice, one could tell she had never shared food with him in her past life. With this thought, Lu Xinghao resolved firmly, I must have her. Hello? Mr. Lu, can you hear me? Never mind. It seems you are unwilling, so I shall not disturb you further. With that, the call abruptly ended with a beep. Wait, don't hang up. Lu Xinghao's face fell in disappointment. Though he felt this way, he was not anxious. This woman clearly was not yet at her wit's end. Now was not the time to seize her. No worries, in a few days. The situation will necessitate more than mere medication for supplies. He chuckled lewdly. He then decided to casually display his prowess. In a few days, when she is utterly destitute, Yuan Ning will naturally come seeking him. Then he could smoothly usher her into his safe house. Subsequently, he snapped pictures of various abundant food items and medications to send to Yuan Ning. Dr. Yuan, while I have plenty of food at home, I also possess a significant amount of medication. You should seek others for an exchange. Looking at the screen, Lu Xinghao couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. 1601. In front of the charcoal stove. After hanging up, Yuan Ning furrowed her brows. Lin Shi asked what happened. It seems Lu Xinghao has little interest in me. Yuan Ning glanced nervously at Lin Shi. If she lacks utility, would this man not immediately cast her aside? Lin Shi chuckled softly. Do not worry. He is certainly interested in you. He is merely cautious. Having read the original work, Lin Shi knew Lu Xinghao would undoubtedly take a liking to Yuan Ning. However, having been burned before, he would not hastily welcome her into his safe house. Lin Shi did not intend to rush things. This was merely an appetizer, a bait to lure Yuan Ning into showing her face. As time passed, when Lu Xinghao became increasingly isolated and lonely, Yuan Ning would re-emerge. At that moment, Lin Shi would take the opportunity to shoot Lu Xinghao dead. Suddenly, Yuan Ning exclaimed, Lin Shi, look, Lu Xinghao has sent me a message. Lin Shi took her phone and scoffed. I told you he was interested. Look at how he blatantly displays his supplies, akin to flaunting car keys. Yuan Ning nodded in agreement. However, Lu Xinghao's words are quite greasy. Lin Shi smiled and remained silent. Yuan Ning mused that indeed. The relationship between Lin Shi and Lu Xinghao was not simple. It was clear that this was not merely about luring her out. But for now, she was enjoying her good food and drink, unwilling to revert to the previous days of struggle. Especially with the impending chaos in the building, she preferred to stay hidden, with someone by her side. Though Lin Shi was a devil, in this environment, who wasn't? Thus, she resolved to pretend ignorance and cooperate with Lin Shi. After all, I am merely assisting in luring him out. I am unaware of Lin Qi's true intentions. Yuan Ning lowered her head and quietly resumed eating her meat. Chapter 15. Lu Xinghao's Fantasies. Fang Yaoyao was livid. She shouted into the phone, "Zhou Peng, do you know what you were saying?" A sly voice came from the other end. "Fang Yaoyao, you have no idea how precious a bag of instant noodles is now, costing 2,000 yuan. And that is if you can even find one. I have already stated, if you come stay with me for a night, those 3 packs of noodles are yours to take, no need to return. What do you say, Fang Yaoyao? Supplies are quite precious now. Get lost." Fang Yaoyao slammed the phone down. Just listening for another second made her feel nauseous. The situation was as follows. The few packs of noodles she had borrowed had ultimately been consumed. Thus, she had to seek Zhou Peng once more. But the fox had finally revealed its tail. Not only did Zhou Peng refuse to lend her anything, but he also insinuated that she must sleep with him to repay the previous noodles, his true nature exposed. "I am furious. This is infuriating." Fang Yaoyao pounded the quilt in frustration. After venting her anger, her stomach audibly grumbled inappropriately. Having eaten instant noodles just this morning, how could she be hungry again? She clutched her abdomen, lamenting. Then, glancing around the room in despair, she lay down. Time to sleep. If I sleep, I want to feel hungry. Time passed. As the biting cold winds intensified, darkness enveloped the room, banishing the light. Fang Yaoyao awakened, her gaze scanning the dim surroundings. A profound sense of solitude washing over her. It felt as though the entire world was drifting away from her. A fiery pang ignited in her stomach, akin to being scorched by flames. Despair etched across her face. She murmured, "If I endure this hunger any longer, I will surely perish." Resolute, she made up her mind to seek out the one person she least wanted to encounter. However, after searching around, she realized she did not possess Lin Qi's WeChat contact. Reluctantly, she decided to confront him in person. With great effort, Fang Yaoyao propped herself up. In a moment of carelessness, her phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. When she picked it up, she discovered that she had inadvertently dialed a number. Staring at the call interface, a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. Perhaps I could coax some food from Lu Xinghao. At that moment, Lu Xinghao was enjoying his dinner. Suddenly, his phone buzzed violently on the table, nearly causing him to jump out of his skin. "Someone is contacting me." His face lit up with excitement. Upon realizing it was Fang Yaoyao, his mouth fell agape, his body trembling involuntarily as adrenaline surged through him. At that moment, he felt as if he might ascend to the heavens. After 5 long days, this wretched woman had finally reached out to him. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Xinghao hesitantly pressed the answer button. A frail voice came through the receiver. "Hello, Lu Xinghao. Do you have anything to eat at your place? I'll pay you for it." Upon hearing her weak tone, Lu Xinghao's lips parted slightly, an involuntary groan escaping him. The more wretched Fang Yaoyao became, the more pleasure he derived. He quickly regained his composure and taunted, "Fang Yaoyao, so you have a day when you need me." Without further ado, he demanded, "Do you have instant noodles for 2,000 yuan a pack?" "Of course I do. I have not just 1 pack, but 100. She replied eagerly. "Really? Then sell me some." Lu Xinghao smirked, an impish grin spreading across his face. "Why would I sell them to you?" At that moment, he thought, "It has finally come. After waiting so long, I can finally humiliate this gold-digging witch. Are you not proud, Fang Yaoyao? Did you not refuse to let me touch you for an entire year?" He envisioned the moment when he would lay a sumptuous feast before her, taunting her pride. He imagined her kneeling before him, pleading for his mercy. In that instant, he would nonchalantly declare, "Only a dog deserves to enter my home." One sentence would utterly shatter her dignity. Delight coursed through him, pure and unadulterated. Lu Xinghao, brimming with anticipation, gestured for a lavish spread to be brought forth. This was a full-course meal he had pre-ordered from a 9-star restaurant in Dihai City before the apocalypse, costing a staggering 25,000 yuan. Perfectly suited for humiliating Fang Yaoyao. Unable to contain his laughter, he coughed lightly to mask his amusement. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Fang Yaoyao frowned. She recalled Zhou Peng. Lu Xinghao's tone was strikingly similar, exuding an air of inexplicable superiority. That overwhelming sense of superiority seeped through the screen, igniting a fresh wave of anger within her. She could almost predict what he would say next. Taking a deep breath to muster her strength, she unleashed a tirade, venting the pent-up emotions of recent days. "If you don't want to sell, then don't. Lu Xinghao, what gives you the right to act so superior? Who are you to refuse me? Ugh, look at you, reveling in your little triumphs. I can feel my stomach churn even through the phone. You pathetic sycophant, let me make this clear. It's not about whether you want to sell or not. It's that I don't want anything from you. Now get lost." The call ended with a harsh beep. Lu Xinghao stood dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Frozen in place, the phone's camera still pointed at the extravagant meal he had prepared, ready to capture the moment and slap Fang Yao Yao in the face. After a long pause, he erupted, "Damn it, Fang Yao Yao, I will make you pay." Furious, he kicked the table over, unleashing a storm of impotent rage. Meanwhile, at Lin Shi's residence, having secured Yuan Ning in the guest room for rest, he returned to his bed. The first step of his plan had been set in motion. To enhance the likelihood of his beauty scheme's success, he needed to utterly dismantle Lu Shenghao's fortune, lest unforeseen complications arise. Currently, Lu Shenghao's luck had dwindled to a mere 10%, and Lin Shi felt confident that he could eradicate it within the next couple of days. He devised a plan to use Xie Zhenglong's name, instructing his subordinates to harass Lu Shenghao daily at his doorstep. They were to vandalize his windows with paint, isolating him completely from the world, severing his grasp on time itself. Lin Shi believed that under such isolation, enticing Lu Shenghao once more would be a breeze. Having sorted through his thoughts, Lin Shi was about to lie down to sleep when he heard a faint knocking at the door. After listening intently, he confirmed someone was indeed at his front door. Frowning, he stealthily approached, peering through the peephole. Fang Yao Yao? Though the hallway was dimly lit, her pink hair stood out starkly against the darkness. Hesitating briefly, he cracked the door open slightly, coldly inquiring, "Fang Yao Yao, what do you want?" Though bundled tightly, Fang Yao Yao trembled violently, her legs bouncing in place. Upon seeing the door crack open, she stammered, "Lin Shi, please let me in, it's freezing out here." She attempted to push her way inside. Chapter 16. Lu Shenghao's obsession instantly alert. Lin Shi tightened his grip on the gun concealed behind the door, pushing Fang Yao Yao back. "Whatever you need. Say it outside." Fang Yao Yao, being Lu Shenghao's foremost adversary, posed no advantage for him in associating with her. He had been unable to resist before, but he could not afford any further entanglements now. Stumbling slightly, Fang Yao Yao's face reflected her indignation. After mustering the courage to come to him, she was met with such coldness, prompting her to exclaim, "How can you be so indifferent? We have no real connection, so how can you speak of indifference?" Lin Shi relaxed slightly, realizing she was alone. "You slept with me, and you still claim we have no connection," Fang Yao Yao retorted, her cheeks flushed with anger. Lin Shi's lips twitched. "All right, I understand you came for food, but I have none left to offer. You should head back." He was eager to dismiss her. Fang Yao Yao, however, was unconvinced. "You had a whole box of chicken feet. You can't tell me it's all gone." Her eyes darted around, and she slowly added, "I haven't had my period for a few days." Lin Shi scoffed derisively. In this frigid weather, he had already taken full control of his faculties. Not even 100 Fang Yao Yaos could faze him. "I might be pregnant," Fang Yao Yao continued. "What?" Lin Shi abruptly pulled her inside, flustered. "What do you mean? Are you serious?" Fang Yao Yao nodded earnestly, her face serious. Lin Shi felt as though thunder had struck him, staggering backward 2 steps, his mind swirling as if it had been shredded in a meat grinder. "Am I to become a father? No, that cannot be right." Lin Shi abruptly regained his senses, recalling that he had been wearing protection the entire time. He turned to confront Fang Yao Yao, only to discover that her petite figure had vanished without a trace. A few startled gasps emerged from the kitchen behind him. Anxiously, Lin Shi rushed into the kitchen, illuminated by the glow of the charcoal fire, where he found Fang Yao Yao gazing wide-eyed at her surroundings. She pointed at Lin Shi and exclaimed, "Well, Lin Shi, your home is overflowing with chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, yet you claim you have none." As she spoke, she sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. "Fang Yao Yao." Lin Shi stepped forward, seizing her collar with a frigid tone. "Are you truly pregnant? Or are you deceiving me for food? You had better speak the truth, or the consequences will be dire." Fang Yao Yao timidly shrank her head. She felt that if she continued to lie, the situation would spiral out of control. Observing her apprehensive demeanor, Lin Shi exhaled deeply. Everything became clear. "Damn, I almost became a father." Fortunately, it was a false alarm. As fear subsided, it was replaced by an overwhelming fury. Lin Shi hoisted her up, as though she were a mere chick, and tossed her onto the bed in the master bedroom. "Are you playing with me? Do you enjoy toying with others?" With that, he slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Yuan Ning, just a wall away, was naturally awakened by the commotion outside, her face flushed with embarrassment. As she lamented the increasingly dreadful circumstances, she whispered, "Can't you keep it down?" A night passed. The next morning, Fang Yao Yao woke early. She yawned and stepped out of the living room, her face still showing signs of fatigue, yet much improved compared to before. Upon seeing the charcoal stove and the array of succulent dishes in the kitchen, her spirits soared. "Finally, I can feast on meat." She snapped her fingers. joyfully surveying the surroundings. Although she had nibbled on some bread the previous night, it paled in comparison to this feast. She quickly retrieved a large chicken leg and a steak, deftly igniting the fire and placing them on the grill. Before long, the sizzling, oil-glistening meat emerged perfectly cooked. Fang Yao Yao gazed at it, her eyes wide with desire, her throat working as she swallowed hard. She hastily took a bite, the rich fat exploding in her mouth, nearly bringing her to tears. It was exquisite. What kind of life have I been living these past few days? Ignoring decorum, Fang Yao Yao devoured the meal with unrestrained delight. It had been nearly a week since she had tasted meat, surviving on either crackers or instant noodles, all while rationing her consumption. Meanwhile, Lin Chi surveyed the kitchen, where ingredients lay scattered haphazardly. Although the meat was refrigerated, in an environment where a single pack of instant noodles cost 2,000, this place felt like paradise. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Fang Yao Yao bit down fiercely on the chicken leg, savoring every morsel, her mouth dripping with juice. Suddenly, an inexplicable anger flared within her. Initially, she believed it to be jealousy towards Lin Chi for his good fortune, or perhaps resentment for his roughness the night before, as her legs still trembled slightly. However, she quickly dismissed this notion. The image of Lu Shenghao's grotesque, nouveau riche face from the previous day surged to her mind, igniting her fury. She pulled out her phone, snapped a picture of the chicken leg bone, and sent it to Lu Shenghao, mocking, "Lu Shenghao, don't think just because you have a bit of food, you've become some kind of king. I have plenty too, you pathetic sycophant." After hitting send, Fang Yao Yao blinked, realizing wait. In this environment of scarcity, with heavy snow making travel impossible, food is as precious as gold. I understand the principle of not flaunting wealth. She quickly retracted the message and patted her head, saying, "What has come over me? Have I lost my mind from hunger?" I hope Lu Shenghao didn't TC that. Unbeknownst to her, the brief moment between sending and retracting the message had landed Lin Chi in a significant predicament. In apartment 2501, Lu Shenghao sat at the dining table in a crisp shirt and trousers, enjoying a modest breakfast, spreading butter on bread. His phone lay beside him. Morning was the most active time in the building, and he had risen early, anticipating contact. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Lu Shenghao's face lit up with joy. When he saw that the message was from Fang Yao Yao, his excitement multiplied. This woman must be seeking my help. She was so arrogant yesterday, yet now, before hunger, she must beg for mercy, huh? He could hardly wait to see how this gold digger would humbly plead. However, as he unlocked the screen and glimpsed the contents, Lu Shenghao's expression turned blank. His mind went utterly blank, disbelief etched across his face. The veins on his forehead bulged, resembling gnarled roots. No. Lu Shenghao's face twisted in rage as he kicked the table over. This cannot be true. What did he see? A chicken leg bone. A cooked chicken leg bone. In that instant, he felt a green hat hovering ominously above him. He had pursued Fang Yao Yao for a year, pouring countless resources and efforts into her, only to be betrayed. His obsession with her was profound and intricate, and on the day of his rebirth, he had decided to take from her the most precious and proud aspect of her life. But now, it was all ruined. Everything was destroyed. Despair washed over Lu Shenghao as he buried his head in his hands, fingers raking through his hair. Just last night, Fang Yao Yao had sought supplies from him. Yet this morning, she was feasting on a large chicken leg, clearly having found a wealthy benefactor. He couldn't even bear to think about what she had consumed the previous night. Chapter 17, The Strongman. After sitting in a daze for a while, Lu Shenghao lifted his head. His eyes, bloodshot and furious, gazed out at the swirling snow. The numerous grievances experienced since the apocalypse surged to the forefront of his mind. Finally, he clenched his teeth, forcing the words through the gaps. "That wretched woman has crowned me with a green hat. I will not let you live." With that, a flash of white light flickered, and a hand crossbow appeared in his grasp. "To hell with the rules. I will kill you all." He stormed towards the door, following the necessary procedures for iris recognition, fingerprint scanning, and mechanical password entry. Yet, midway through the final step, he hesitated. As if recalling something, he turned and headed towards the guest room, approaching a computer. As the computer powered on, a series of small surveillance windows materialized on the screen. These were the security cameras installed in the corridors of Building 25. He had specifically arranged for the security company to hack them while constructing the safe house. The original intention was to monitor the movements of the residents and witness their mutual slaughter. However, the recent heavy snowfall had caused power outages and low temperatures, rendering the cameras unreliable. Only the 2 hours of footage from the morning had recorded anything, and it was rather mundane, so he had forgotten about it. Now, I must see which worthless person you, Fang Yao Yao, have latched onto. However, after some manipulation, However, there was no sign of activity from Fang Yaoyao's residence. After a moment of agitation, Lu Xinghao resorted to reviewing the surveillance footage from a few days prior. As the window expanded, it became evident that on the fourth day of the apocalypse, Fang Yaoyao was conversing with a man at her doorstep, who was evidently carrying a plastic bag filled with food. Watching this scene, Lu Xinghao's eyes nearly ignited with fury. He suppressed the urge to rush out and commit violence, scrolling to magnify the footage, eager to discern the identity of this man. Yet, upon realizing who it was, his brows furrowed in confusion. This was Zhou Peng, a former colleague residing on the 14th floor. They had interacted a few times during his resignation process, so he was somewhat acquainted with this individual. Could it be that Fang Yaoyao had become involved with him? Lu Xinghao swiftly dismissed this notion. In the footage, after receiving instant noodles from Zhou Peng, she promptly slammed the door shut, leaving Zhou Peng standing alone in a daze outside. Clearly, she harbored no interest in him. Poor Tom, Lu Xinghao scoffed, feeling a strange sense of joy. Perhaps witnessing Fang Yaoyao's decisive rejection of Zhou Peng stirred some fragments of memories from his past life. In his previous life, he had won a shopping voucher worth 300 for the supermarket, allowing him to stockpile an abundance of snacks and instant noodles at home. When the harsh winter apocalypse arrived, while others faced starvation, he thrived in the comfort of his home, occasionally sharing food with Fang Yaoyao. Of course, ultimately, he too fell victim to the fate of running out of supplies. In his last moments, he had sought to invite Fang Yaoyao over under the pretext of wanting to share food, only to be ambushed by her and a horde of hungry individuals who devoured his provisions. Although this recollection filled him with anger now, it underscored a significant truth. Fang Yaoyao placed immense value on her body, preferring to resort to violence rather than barter it for sustenance. Could it be that I was mistaken? Lu Xinghao pondered, his hands ceaselessly maneuvering the mouse, his tone laced with hope. That chicken leg might have been borrowed by her. After all, she had preserved her purity for decades in pursuit of marrying into wealth. She would never simply give it away. That's right. She must still be a novice cook. Lu Xinghao murmured dreamily. Yet, in the next moment, this fabricated lie was shattered like fragile glass by a single yellow-haired individual, brutally piercing through it without mercy. On the computer screen, due to his earlier erratic mouse movements, he inadvertently opened another surveillance video. The timestamp read 7 a.m., and there was Fang Yaoyao, exiting room 1601 alongside a man with yellow hair, both clad in identical down jackets. They appeared to engage in a brief tug-of-war at the door, indicating a relationship beyond mere acquaintanceship. At this instant, Lu Xinghao trembled uncontrollably. Ah! He suddenly erupted in madness, slamming the keyboard onto the desk, causing the keys to explode in all directions like scattered sand. The pain was excruciating. They had left the room together in the same down jackets. It was clear to even the simplest of minds what had transpired the previous night. Meanwhile, he had foolishly awaited Fang Yaoyao's arrival to confront him, unaware that she had already been engaged in a duo match with someone else. At this moment, Lu Xinghao felt like the dullest card in a deck. However, the unfolding scene on the screen brought him back to a state of calm, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. His mouth agape in shock, he gasped, how could this be? In the footage, after parting ways with Fang Yaoyao, the yellow-haired man entered Yuan Ning's residence and emerged moments later, adjusting his collar. Lu Xinghao felt as if he had been struck by lightning, a sensation jolting from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes. His PTSD flared up. Memories of betrayal from women in his past life flooded back to him, as if traversing the rivers of time to find him in this moment. Most alarmingly, he recognized the yellow-haired man. It was a subordinate of Xie Zhenglong, the very person who had pierced his hand and left him in this ghastly state. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Yuan Ning, Fang Yaoyao, and the yellow-haired man, inevitably intertwined in his consciousness. A horrifying suspicion flickered in his mind. If these three were in cahoots, Lu Xinghao's breath quickened. What if Fang Yaoyao and Yuan Ning were not genuinely seeking to trade supplies with him, but rather intended to deceive him and gain access to his home? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a shiver run down his spine, rendering him speechless as he sat on the chair for an extended period. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? He dashed out of the living room and approached the partially open door, shutting it firmly once more. After completing this action, he leaned against the wall, swallowing hard. Perhaps they had provoked him with the chicken leg to lure him outside as part of their scheme. In this current environment, who would be foolish enough to flaunt their supplies? Furthermore, the fact that Yuan Ning and Fang Yaoyao approached him one after the other for supplies was far too coincidental, especially since both were linked to the same man. Having been betrayed to death by a woman, Lu Xinghao was now convinced of this theory. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, He reflected on the terrifying and insidious plan, relieved that he had seen through it in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Having narrowly escaped danger, he returned to his computer desk. The chaotic state of the room mirrored his tumultuous thoughts. With keys scattered across the table, he exhaled deeply and settled into his chair, staring at the screen. Lu Xinghao knew that behind all of this, Xie Zhenglong was orchestrating the chaos. The mere thought of Xie Zhenglong ignited a dull ache in his arms. Xie Zhenglong, do you think that by expelling me from the group, I would be unable to deal with you? Lu Xinghao's gaze sharpened. Xie Zhenglong had repeatedly sought to trouble him, truly underestimating his resolve. Even without the group chat, he could reach out privately or post in his social circle. And now, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, most people's supplies were depleted. Once he put out a bounty, he was confident that Xie Zhenglong would be unable to evade retribution. Lu Xinghao took out his phone, poised to post a bounty for Xie Zhenglong, but hesitated. His greater desire was to eliminate Fang Yaoyao and the yellow-haired man first. No, I want to confront him in front of that yellow-haired man. Otherwise, my resentment will never be resolved. Thus, he sent a message to Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng, please check room 1601 and see if Fang Yaoyao is inside with a man. I'll reward you with a pack of instant noodles afterward. Chapter 18. Who is the traitor? In room 1601, the master bedroom, Lin Qi was roused from sleep by a series of urgent knocks. Blinking his bleary eyes, he groggily surveyed his surroundings as his consciousness gradually returned. The frantic knocking grew increasingly pronounced. Open the door. Fang Yaoyao, get out here. At that moment, Fang Yaoyao stood helplessly behind the door, her mind a tangle of confusion. Why was Zhou Peng here to find her? If Lin Qi misunderstood, would he kick her out? She had made significant sacrifices the previous night to enjoy a meal, with the warmth of a charcoal stove here. She had no desire to return to a life where starvation loomed at every corner. What to do? What to do? As she anxiously paced, Lin Qi approached her side. Her face turned pale instantly, and she hurriedly said, Lin Qi. Lin Qi covered her mouth and spoke softly, don't make a sound. He drew his pistol and peered through the peephole, then opened the door slightly, and said, what the hell do you want so early in the morning? Zhou Peng was startled and, regaining his composure, rushed inside, cursing, get that Fang Yaoyao out here. Damn it, I gave her so much food. And she went off to find another man. The anger that surged within Zhou Peng upon discovering that Fang Yaoyao was living with a man was palpable. He had spent 3 packets of instant noodles, which had inflated to 5,000 a packet, and were nearly impossible to find. Initially, he had thought Fang Yaoyao was reserved, and the challenge of winning her over was exhilarating. Those instant noodles could merely serve as bait. Yet, it was infuriating that Fang Yaoyao had tried to borrow noodles from him yesterday, only to be discovered at someone else's home this morning. Wasn't that just disgraceful? Today, she had to return the noodles to him, or else he would demand his turn as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't relent. Lin Qi blocked Zhou Peng's path, coldly stating, I don't know any Fang Yaoyao. There's no Fang Yaoyao here. You'd best leave quickly, or I will kill you. Zhou Peng, undeterred, retorted, you're just trying to keep her all to yourself. I heard her voice. He tried to steady himself, but soon realized that the blonde before him was not to be trifled with. The man towered over him, seemingly reaching a height of nearly 1.8 meters, exuding an aura of danger that made Zhou Peng want to retreat. Yet, he felt it would be humiliating to back down, especially since Fang Yaoyao was someone he had his sights set on. Resolutely, Zhou Peng shouted, someone come quickly. This man is threatening a woman. Lin Qi yanked him inside and swiftly closed the door, delivering 2 punches that sent Zhou Peng sprawling on the floor. Blood streaming from his nose. Lin Qi turned to Fang Yaoyao, his gaze sharp. Explain who this person is. He asked Zhou Peng, my colleague. Fang Yaoyao grasped Lin Qi's arm and weakly added, but I have nothing to do with him. Lin Qi's brow furrowed, a flicker of unease passing through him. Something felt amiss. At that moment, Zhou Peng caught his breath and felt the blood on his face. Damn you! You dare to hurt me? I'll kill you. His fury ignited as he lunged at Lin Qi. Lin Qi responded by kicking him in the stomach. Zhou Peng curled up on the ground, clutching his abdomen. And just as he was about to curse, he felt a chill at his neck. One more word, and I'll send you to meet your maker. Lin Qi pressed a knife to his throat. Suddenly, Lin Qi realized something was wrong. How did Zhou Peng know Fang Yaoyao was at his place? Feeling the cold steel at his neck, Zhou Peng froze, deflating like a punctured balloon. I ask you, who told you Fang Yaoyao was here? Lin Qi demanded. It was Lu Xinghao, Zhou Peng stammered. He sent me to confirm whether Fang Yaoyao was here. His voice dwindled to a whisper, as Lin Qi's eyes widened in anger, looking ready to kill. Lu Xinghao. Lin Qi seized Zhou Peng by the hair, gritting his teeth. You mean the Lu Xinghao on the 25th floor? Yes, That's him, Zhou Peng replied, trembling with fear. At that moment, Lin Shi felt as though his heart might explode. He slammed Zhou Peng's head against the wall, shouting, how could Lu Xinghao know about this place? The thud of Zhou Peng's head against the wall echoed ominously, making Fang Yao's heart race. Lin Shi finally ceased his assault when Zhou Peng lost consciousness. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to regain his composure. However, the thought of his plans unraveling filled him with uncontainable rage. Abruptly, Lin Shi drew his gun and pressed it against Fang Yao's forehead. She immediately froze. Tell me, was it you? Lin Shi's tone was icy. Have you conspired with Lu Xinghao? The overwhelming intent to kill made Fang Yao collapse to the ground, clutching Lin Shi's pants, crying desperately, no, I didn't conspire with him. Lin Shi, you must believe me. I truly didn't. In that moment, she felt that Lin Shi might indeed kill her. She did not want to die. Her parents and younger sister were waiting for her at home. Lin Shi looked down at her for a long moment before shaking his head. It wasn't her. He had never disclosed a single detail about his plans to Fang Yao, and she could not possibly be the traitor. Otherwise, he would have been dead by midnight. And Zhou Peng would not have been left outside the door. The only possibility was Lin Shi suddenly released Fang Yao and strode into the guest room, pulling the still sleeping Yuan Ning into the living room, tossing her onto the floor. Yuan Ning's eyes were still hazy. Lin Shi pressed the gun to her forehead, demanding, tell me, did you inform Lu Xinghao about what was happening here? Feeling the cold sensation at her forehead, Yuan Ning jolted awake. Upon meeting Lin Shi's menacing gaze, her heart sank, and her mind flashed with images of a watermelon bursting, juices splattering everywhere. Ah! Yuan Ning screamed, frantically turning her head away. Don't. I don't know. I didn't do anything. She dodged the gun's muzzle, her demeanor frantic. Watching the terrified and pleading Yuan Ning, Lin Shi remembered that he had taken her phone earlier and locked it away in the room all night. Even if she wanted to send a warning, she couldn't. But if it wasn't Yuan Ning, could Fang Yao be lying? Lin Shi glanced at Fang Yao, who was now sitting on the floor, tears streaming down her face. He shook his head again. His thoughts felt muddled, as if he were missing a crucial piece of information. Lin Shi inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and forced himself to calm down. His mind raced. Zhou Peng had come looking for Fang Yao because Lu Xinghao had instructed him. So this confrontation was not directed at him, but at Fang Yao? That made sense, considering Lu Xinghao's deep obsession with her. Yet therein lay the issue. Fang Yao had only arrived at his home last night. How could Lu Xinghao have known? If there wasn't a traitor, did someone witness Fang Yao entering his home last night, and that person happened to know Lu Xinghao? Somehow, this person had reported it early this morning, prompting Lu Xinghao to send Zhou Peng to confront him. This reasoning not only failed to connect, but also felt utterly implausible. Lin Shi pondered. Just then, Zhou Peng's phone rang suddenly. Lin Shi snapped back to reality and hurriedly rummaged through Zhou Peng's belongings for the phone. It was Lu Xinghao. He paused for a moment and shouted to Fang Yao, who was nearby, if you cry out again, I'll throw you out the window. Fang Yao shuddered, sniffling as she covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling. Seeing her reaction, Lin Shi pressed the answer button. Lu Xinghao's voice came through the phone. Hello, Zhou Peng. Why did it take you so long to answer? What's the situation? Is she inside? How many people are there? Lin Shi hesitated. Testing the waters. Zhou Peng is in my hands. Who are you? Why did you send him to cause trouble for me? Lin Shi aimed to test Lu Xinghao's understanding of the situation. If he merely regarded him as Fang Yao's lover, then his seductive ploy had not yet failed. Yuan Ning had not yet been exposed and could still entice Lu Xinghao. However, if the situation were to reverse, it would spell trouble. Chapter 19. The dramatic change in the apartment building on the other end of the line. Lu Xinghao's mocking voice rang out. Huh. Don't think I'm unaware of your schemes with Fang Yao and that wretched Yuan Ning, coveting my supplies and trying to trick me into opening the door? Dream on. I've seen through you long ago. A chill swept through Lin Shi's heart. Lu Xinghao was aware of Yuan Ning's attempt to deceive him into opening the door just yesterday. His seductive strategy had already crumbled. Lu Xinghao, having endured psychological trauma from women, would harbor no interest in Yuan Ning if he harbored even a shred of doubt. Nevertheless, Lin Shi still wished to fight back. He feigned ignorance and asked, Isn't Yuan Ning the doctor from the 20th floor? What are you talking about? Enough of the act. I can see everything clearly on the surveillance. You fool. Lu Xinghao boasted. Then his tone shifted as he gritted his teeth. Just wait. Anyone who dares to covet my supplies will regret it. With that, the call abruptly ended. Lin Shi cursed under his breath, bewildered by the situation. Hadn't the power been cut? How was the surveillance still operational? And how had Lu Xinghao acquired the footage? Lin Shi's mind was in disarray. He racked his brain for the original narrative, realizing this twist was not part of the plot. His head felt like it would explode. Not only had his plan failed, but he also found himself in the spotlight, undoubtedly facing Lu Xinghao's relentless vengeance. After all, Fang Yaoyao was a significant emotional tie for him. It was said that lust could be a double-edged sword. Had he not engaged with Fang Yaoyao, he would not be entangled in such chaos. Lin Chi felt a wave of regret wash over him. He began to wonder if encountering Fang Yaoyao at the door had been the result of some unseen hand orchestrating events for today. Truly infuriating. Lin Chi pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling dejected. At that moment, Fang Yaoyao crawled to his feet, tears glistening in her eyes. Lin Chi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have contacted Lu Xinghao, but I swear there is nothing between us. Please don't cast me out. She realized the moment she heard Lu Xinghao's voice that trouble had arisen, undoubtedly linked to that infamous chicken leg photo. Even if it was not the main cause, it was certainly indirectly related. Fang Yaoyao understood that if she were thrown out now, her life would truly be in jeopardy. When did you contact him? Lin Chi demanded. Fang Yaoyao, choked with emotion, recounted the events of last night and this morning, particularly emphasizing that she had immediately retracted the image after sending it, insisting it was not intentional. Lin Chi, upon hearing her confession, was at a loss for how to respond. It felt surreal, akin to a scene from a science fiction film. Just then, Zhou Peng's phone chimed once more. It was a message from Lu Xinghao. Check the group chat. I have prepared a delightful surprise for you worthless beings. Lin Chi furrowed his brow. Hadn't he already expelled Lu Xinghao from the group? He retrieved his phone, opened the owner's group, and his expression turned grave. His worst fears had materialized. A resident had posted in the chat, I am Lu Xinghao from 2501, offering a substantial reward for the owner of room 1601. This individual has distinctive yellow hair. Whoever brings him to my doorstep will receive a box of instant noodles. Image attached. The chat erupted in chaos. Messages flooded in one after another. Some questioned, is this real? You can't possibly be serious. A box of instant noodles is worth more than 5,000 now. It's the real deal. Whoever brings him will get the noodles. Video attached. Wow. The video can't be doctored. This must be true. Everyone upstairs, don't be surprised. Why not join forces and split the reward? Isn't that illegal? Huh. We're just delivering him. What crime is that? What he does afterward is none of our concern. Despite the cold weather, Lin Chi felt an even more chilling dread rise from his toes to his head. He had to act quickly to prevent a disastrous invasion of his home, where supplies lay exposed. He feared he might become the next victim like Lu Xinghao. Lin Chi immediately typed in the group chat, don't listen to that guy. He is nothing but a fraud. I paid for his supplies, yet he breached our agreement and is now turning against me. If you trust him, prepare for disappointment. For the moment, he could only stall for time, tarnishing Lu Xinghao's reputation to deter belief in his claims. As expected, his words sowed doubt among some. What if he doesn't pay up? That would be for nothing. Damn it, so he is just a boastful liar. With supplies so scarce, who would be so generous? However, at that moment, someone uttered a statement that dramatically shifted the atmosphere in the building. Zheng Quan declared, what are you all afraid of? If he doesn't deliver, just take it back. What are you scared of at a time like this? The chat fell silent. Simultaneously, every pair of eyes glued to the screens felt a jolt of unease. Lin Chi silently cursed. This remark might accelerate the impending collapse of order within the building. As the snowstorm intensified, many residents were already on the brink of desperation, clinging to a faint hope for official aid. But distant help could not extinguish immediate fires, especially with no rescue on the horizon. Lin Chi longed to silence the group chat, but the thought of them forming private groups made the situation even more precarious for him. At that moment, someone nervously chimed in, this isn't right. It's illegal. Indeed, after the snowstorm, we might end up in prison. Don't act recklessly and ruin your lives. Exactly, it's just snow. It will clear up in a few days. Those with ample supplies at home feared repercussions and began to counsel caution, for the more stable the environment, the safer they felt. Yet, Chao Quan was unwilling to back down. I'm starving. What future do I have? You law-abiding folks upstairs, how about sharing some supplies? In times of disaster, shouldn't we unite and help one another? Another resident named Jiang Fan echoed, exactly. You were the most vocal against the distribution of supplies before. You must have plenty of food at home. You should be the ones we rob to share the food. Yes, in the face of disaster, we should band together. Just like Aunt Wu, and distribute supplies fairly. Someone else added. The situation escalated. In room 2501, Lu Xinghao observed the chat screenshots sent by his intermediary, his spirits soaring. How delightful, truly delightful. Let me stoke the flames further. With a sinister smile, he sent a message to the intermediary to relay in the group, 10 boxes of instant noodles. Just bring the yellow-haired one to 2,501. And if you don't receive your reward, feel free to come and take it. Image attached. Upon the revelation, the chat erupted once more. Chao Quan exclaimed, 10 boxes? Count me in. I want a box. Jiang Fan shouted, what the hell? I'm in too. Let us go for it. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. In a matter of moments, over 30 residents from the 200-plus member group signed up, and the numbers were still climbing. Even amidst the crowd, disputes arose due to the unequal distribution of resources, with each individual yearning for a greater share. Observing this scene, Lin Chi felt a shiver run down his spine. If these more than 30 individuals were to glimpse the supplies at his home, would they not tear him apart? Chapter 20. Group live stream. I must act swiftly to thwart them. Lin Chi slammed down his handgun and shared a picture in the group chat. Those of you who signed up, think carefully. Be wary of riches that could cost you your life. Lin Chi warned. As anticipated, no one believed it was a genuine firearm. Chao Quan remarked, aren't you that yellow-haired homeowner? What are you doing, scaring people with a toy gun? Behave, or don't blame me for getting rough. Jiang Fan added, exactly, what are you pretending for? I have more muscle than you do. Lin Chi furrowed his brow and continued to threaten. Which floor do you both reside on? Do you believe I want to come and end you right now? Chao Quan scoffed. Oh, you really think you matter? I live on the 22nd floor. If you don't come, you're just my grandson. Jiang Fan chimed in. Damn it, I can't stand pretentious fools. Chao Go, wait, I'll back you up. Others commented, looks like a show is about to unfold. Lin Chi turned off the screen, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It was clear that blood must be shed today. To survive, he would not hesitate to eliminate these two. Dressed and armed, Lin Chi prepared to leave, only to notice Zhou Pang still lying in the entrance hall. Drag Zhou Pang to the guest room and lock him up, Lin Chi commanded the two women coldly. Yuan Ning, upon hearing this, exchanged a worried glance with Fang Yao Yao, who was still sobbing, her shoulders trembling. Hurry! Lin Chi's tone intensified. The two women, startled, quickly rose and dragged the unconscious Zhou Pang towards the room. Wait! Lin Chi suddenly interrupted them. They looked up to see Lin Chi holding a crowbar, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Pang. A chilling thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. As if responding to their fear, Lin Chi slowly raised the crowbar, his fingers tightening and loosening repeatedly. They are all NPCs, mere characters in a novel, he whispered to himself before swinging the crowbar fiercely towards Zhou Pang's head. The crowbar traced a beautiful arc through the air, striking Zhou Pang's face with a resounding thud. Zhou Pang let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth. The two women screamed in terror. Lin Chi did not pause, relentlessly bringing the crowbar down upon Zhou Pang, each strike echoing like the sound of meat being tenderized. Blood splattering everywhere. After several blows, Zhou Pang lay utterly still, dark crimson blood flowing from the back of his head, spreading outward. Lin Chi stared blankly for a moment, then turned to the two women, his voice cold. Throw his body off the balcony. If it's not cleaned up before I return, you both will be the ones to leave. With that, he turned and departed. Truth be told, if he lingered a second longer, he would have been sick. From the moment Zhou Pang entered his home, his fate was sealed. The supplies here could not be leaked. Meanwhile, at 22:01, Chao Quan was curled up under his blanket, staring at his phone. The screen displayed a chubby, crowded face, while crumbs and crumpled paper littered the nearby plush pillow. Chao Quan chuckled, reaching for a crumb to pop into his mouth. With this box of instant noodles, I can enjoy a few more days of good living. Moreover, if I take these noodles to the ant next door, wouldn't that be delightful? Lost in his fantasies, Chao Quan was soon interrupted by a notification on his phone, causing him to glare in annoyance. Lin Chi, I'm at your doorstep. Come out and meet your fate. Chao Quan burst into laughter, shaking the entire wooden bed. I've never seen someone so eager to meet their end. You must want some paternal affection. Just then, a group video call request came through, and when he accepted, the image revealed Lin Chi standing outside his door, clad in black and holding a crowbar, ready to pry open his front door. What the hell? Chao Quan sprang from his bed and rushed outside, furious at the audacity of this brat trying to break into his home. Simultaneously, the group members eagerly joined the live stream initiated by Lin Chi, all yearning for entertainment after days of confinement. The audience, with their cameras off, engaged in lively chatter. Is this a real-life live stream of keyboard warriors? This is exhilarating. Oh my god, it really seems like a fight is about to break out. Should we intervene? Whose mic is that? Turn it off. I'm going deaf. My phone is about to die. Can we speed this up? This can't be scripted. Amidst the clamor, Jiang Fan, residing on the 9th floor, hurriedly grabbed a baseball bat and rushed upstairs, fearing he'd missed the action. As he ascended the stairs, he muttered to himself, what a bunch of cowards, scared of a toy gun. How amusing. When I go claim my noodles, you can just stew in your jealousy. Back with Lin Chi. He was satisfied to see more and more homeowners joining the live stream. This was the effect he desired, a collective audience. He aimed to showcase his ruthless terror, instilling fear in everyone. Otherwise, once Lu Xinghao placed a bounty, countless individuals would come looking for trouble. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from within the door, growing clearer, followed by a furious shout. How dare you pry open my door? I'll make you regret it. As soon as the voice faded, the door swung open with a loud bang, revealing a rotund figure with a greasy face, clad in cartoon-themed long sleeves and tight autumn pants. He glared at Lin Chi, hands on his belly, panting heavily. You are Chao Quan. Lin Chi aimed the camera at the hefty man while drawing his handgun, pointing it directly at him. You really dare to come here? Chao Quan taunted, pointing at his forehead. Come on, shoot me. Before he could finish, he lunged to grab Lin Chi's gun. Meanwhile, the group continued to speculate about the gun's authenticity. Seeing Chao Quan's movement, Lin Chi acted decisively, pulling the trigger. Bang! A flash of fire erupted, causing the camera to shake violently, the sharp gunshot reverberating through the narrow hallway, sending dust cascading from the walls. Chao Quan froze, his hand still reaching forward. The live stream fell silent. Then, holy crap, that's real. My God, I can hear it from the third floor. It's deafening. The group erupted in chaos. Exclamations filling the chat. Look, that fat guy is completely unharmed. The gun must be fake, just a scare tactic. Someone suddenly shouted. Chao Quan, dazed, touched his chest, his face turning pale as he lost the imposing demeanor he had moments before. In the next instant, his legs buckled, and he staggered to his knees before Lin Chi. Stop shouting. It's so loud, and you're telling me it's fake? Look, that fat guy is coughing up blood. Chao Quan struggled to breathe. He clutched his throat with both hands, desperately attempting to inhale, yet something obstructed him. His eyes were filled with terror as he reached out towards Lin Chi, emitting gasping sounds that resembled a plea for help. My heavens, is he really going to die? This must be a joke. It can't be real. Someone, please stop him. For heaven's sake, stop screaming and do something. Quiet down, look over there. Oh no, brother, stay calm. In the scene, Lin Chi raised his arm, pressing the handgun against the forehead of Chao Quan, whose gaze was beginning to fade. Watch closely. This is the price for provoking me. With those words, Lin Chi pulled the trigger. A muffled bang echoed, and Chao Quan's skull erupted into a cascade of blood and shattered bone, splattering everywhere. His eyes widened in shock, lips parted. His body lost control and toppled forward, crashing heavily onto the floor with a dull thud, blood quickly pooling around him, spreading outward. A profound silence enveloped the room. The entire group chat and the apartment building seemed to have been muted. Only the cold wind outside continued to howl. Someone's been murdered. A piercing scream from the side shattered this eerie quiet. Lin Chi turned swiftly, spotting a figure holding a bat, fleeing in panic. Without hesitation, he fired a shot at that individual. Having witnessed the live broadcast, who else could it be but Jiang Fan? Jiang Fan stumbled down the stairs. Help! There has been a murder. He quickly scrambled to his feet, fear propelling him to flee. The chat exploded in an instant. He really killed someone. Call the police. This must be an AI video, right? It can't be real. Oh my God, I feel sick. Chapter 21, The Chaotic Trio. In the escape stairwell, bloodstains trailed down the grayish-white steps, extending downward. Lin Chi knew Jiang Fan had been shot, and he had no fear of him escaping. Thus, he walked down calmly. Not long after, he heard a desperate voice calling for help. Help! Open the door! Save me! Accompanied by frantic knocks. Lin Chi surmised that Jiang Fan, in his panic, had sought refuge in someone else's home. Perhaps the gunshot wound forced him to find shelter nearby. As he pondered, he moved toward the source of the voice. The other party seemed to hear his footsteps, causing their tone to become frantic. Help! He is coming. You all must save me. I don't want to die. Soon after, the voice brimmed with rage. You all just watch. Those who signed up in the group, he has seen you. He killed me. And he will eventually kill you too. With these words, Lin Chi felt a slight disturbance in the previously quiet live stream, the microphone crackling ominously. Clearly, Jiang Fan intended to drag everyone down with him to confront Lin Chi. Smart people abound, Lin Chi thought, but he would not afford the other party any opportunity. His gun could not handle so many. Thus, Lin Chi quickened his pace slightly, addressing the live stream in a calm tone. Bullets are quite precious. I will only kill Jiang Fan. However, if anyone wishes to experience the sensation of a bullet piercing their skull, I wouldn't mind. I will be waiting on the 20th floor. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream fell silent, the crackling noise vanishing without a trace. Before long, Lin Chi pushed open the stairwell door to the 20th floor. Turning around, he immediately spotted a hefty man leaning against the wall. He was clutching his abdomen. His lips pale as a corpse, breath feeble. Bloodstains and crimson handprints marred the floor beneath him and the nearby iron door. Lin Shi approached, raising his phone and asking, "Jiang Fan." As soon as the words left his lips, a groan of despair erupted, as if he had expended all his strength. "Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. It was all Lu Xinghao's fault. He ordered me. We have nothing to eat at home. I had no choice. Please, spare me." The terror of death rendered this hefty man a blubbering mess. In that moment, everyone fixated on the screen, holding their breath, hoping that Lin Shi would show mercy to Jiang Fan. "Yes, you two are fighting to survive, to avoid starvation. It's all beyond your control." Lin Shi crouched down, thinking Lu Xinghao is truly wicked. Indeed, it's all Lu Xinghao's fault. He spoke halfway when the handgun was brutally thrust into his mouth, eyes wide with fear. Everyone's hearts raced, some even covering their eyes, unable to bear witness. "You are correct." Lin Shi pulled the trigger, "but that has nothing to do with me." Bang! At the moment the gun fired, multiple piercing screams erupted from both the phone and behind the door, momentarily drowning out the gunshot, echoing through the dark corridor. At that moment, they all had a singular thought. A demon. A heartless demon. Is anyone still looking to claim a bounty on me? Lin Shi interrupted their shrieks, wiping the residue from the gun's muzzle impassively, addressing the live stream audience. The human tendency to seek pleasure and evade harm was vividly on display at this moment. The world fell silent, as if Lin Shi were the only one remaining. In the dim corridor, only the cold wind gently echoed, gradually infiltrating the building, occupying every inch of space. Lin Shi stood up, gazing at Jiang Fan, who leaned against the wall, lifeless. The weak must perish. With that, he turned to leave. In that instant, the apocalypse had arrived. In the master bedroom, Fang Yaoyao lay restlessly on the bed. The image of Zhou Peng being brutally murdered lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Even the blood that had splattered on her face and was now wiped away seemed to exude warmth again. A terrifying thought crossed Fang Yaoyao's mind. Would Lin Shi kill her too? Once this thought arose, it spread like wildfire, uncontrollable. She trembled involuntarily. What should I do? Should I escape? But where to? The snow in the community was taller than a person. Running out would be tantamount to seeking death. Returning home? It would be even easier for him to find her there. Just then, the door creaked open, and a faint scent of blood wafted into the room. Fang Yaoyao found herself frozen, knowing Lin Shi had returned. The sound of rustling clothes reached her ears, followed by the approaching footsteps, and finally, the sound of the blanket being pulled back. Fang Yaoyao tightly shut her eyes. She felt herself being embraced. "I don't want to die." At that moment, she could not muster even an ounce of strength. However, the punishment she had imagined did not come. The steady warmth of breath brushed against her neck, and for the time that followed, she remained still, enveloped in his arms. Time flowed by, and the room returned to silence. After an indeterminate duration, she could no longer endure this torment that felt like teetering on the edge of a cliff. It drove her to madness. Summoning her courage, she asked, Lin Shi, are you asleep?" A weary whisper replied. Fang Yaoyao remained silent for an extended period before she finally spoke, her voice trembling. "You don't blame me, do you? I nearly got you into trouble with Lu Xinghao." As soon as the words left her lips, her heart clenched again. Nearly is an understatement. She had indeed attracted trouble. Lin Shi's tone carried a hint of reproach, yet Fang Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. She had survived. "I didn't mean to." Lin Shi, using a strength that seemed intent on melding her into his being, held Fang Yaoyao tightly, but she had nearly been killed. She shivered, struggling to utter, "I'm sorry." "Enough." Lin Shi buried his nose in her neck, inhaling the subtle fragrance of her hair, the discomfort of impending doom dissipating somewhat. "Let us not dwell on those matters. Just thinking about them makes me nauseous." The room began to grow warm. Two adjacent glaciers slowly melted and reformed, merging into a single entity. Time and space lost all meaning in that moment. A wall apart, Yuan Ning bit her finger, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She tossed and turned in bed, seemingly engaged in a monumental psychological struggle. Today's events made her acutely aware that in this apartment building, civilized society had utterly perished. The time of beasts and the strong had arrived, hence her throbbing headache. With Lin Shi now under Lu Xinghao's bounty, the plan had evidently failed, and consequently, her value had shifted. Consider a woman who knows Lin Shi possesses a wealth of resources, yet holds no utility. What fate awaits her? Yuan Ning trembled at the thought. The horrific visage of Zhou Peng, grotesquely disfigured and sunken, flashed before her eyes, sending a shiver through her entire being. Yuan Ning's throat tightened, nearly forcing her to retch once more. After a long while, seemingly having made a decision, She sat up in bed, not even donning her coat, and approached the master bedroom door. Listening to the sultry music emanating from within, she hesitated. Yet, ultimately, she pushed the door open. Indeed, the moment she wavered in the face of death yesterday had sealed her fate. She feared death. The following day, at noon, Lin Chi awoke languidly. Another debauched night had passed. He exhaled deeply, feeling considerably lighter. He then opened his phone. The group chat was starkly different from the previous day, filled with an icy silence. Lu Shenghao had ceased his bounty on him. No one could intimidate the warrior of the turtle-shelled community. So Lin Chi naturally did not believe Lu Shenghao had stopped out of fear. It was likely he had simply not found a thug yet. Therefore, he needed to act swiftly to eliminate him. Lin Chi gazed out the window. He had devised a plan to deal with the safe house. But the thought of that bizarre fate made his brow furrow once more. No, he needed to eliminate his fortune first. Otherwise, any scheme would inexplicably fail. Contemplating this, Lin Chi summoned the panel. Lu Shenghao's fortune had plummeted from 10 to 5. It seemed he had been quite vexed yesterday. Disposing of this amount of fortune should not be too difficult. Lin Chi stroked his chin, recalling the plan he had set for Xie Zhenglong's underlings to splatter paint. However, he soon reconsidered. Given the current situation, it was best not to proceed with that. He feared the fortune might retaliate, causing those underlings to inadvertently discover that Xie Zhenglong was dead, bringing him further complications. So how should he proceed? Lin Chi's brow knitted in concentration. At that moment, a soft moan came from beside him. Yuan Ning had awakened. She immediately kissed Lin Chi. Lin Chi, you took my first time. You won't kick me out, will you? Lin Chi gently embraced her, responding, no, I never intended to cast you out. After all, knowing he has a wealth of resources, how could I possibly let you go? Upon hearing this, Yuan Ning secretly sighed in relief. With an answer, her heart felt steadier. Lin Chi studied Yuan Ning, seemingly struck by a thought, and asked meaningfully, are you feeling better? A bit. Yuan Ning hesitated. Do you want to? Lin Chi shook his head with a smile. Not now. I have nothing left. But he added, I have something to entrust to you. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Yuan Ning's face revealed slight resistance. I'm not sure I can manage that. It's fine. I trust you. At this moment, Lu Shenghao was in a particularly foul mood. Days of seclusion and humiliation had left a weight in his chest, making him increasingly irritable. And that Lin Chi, the yellow-haired one, had a gun. Despite Lu Shenghao's promises of more benefits, no one dared to capture him. They all seemed paralyzed with fear. Damn it, what a bunch of cowards. Lu Shenghao cursed. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Yuan Ning calling. Without hesitation, he answered the call, bluntly saying, oh, Dr. Yuan, what excuse do you have this time to lure me out? You filthy bitch. Lu Shenghao. That day Lin Chi forced me at gunpoint. I had no choice. Yuan Ning's calm voice came through. Lu Shenghao's brows furrowed. Her indifferent reaction filled him with humiliation. He raised his voice. What does that have to do with me? Speak your true intentions, or I'll hang up. In truth, he did not wish to hang up. He longed for more dialogue, feeling suffocated. Lu Shenghao, Lin Chi has abandoned me. He hasn't provided the promised food. Can you lend me some supplies? Lu Shenghao thought, here we go again, and taunted, sure, sleep with me once, and I'll lend you some. You. An angry voice came through the phone. You're no different from Lin Chi. Forget it. I'm hanging up. The call was abruptly cut off. Lu Shenghao set down his phone, leaning back on the sofa, feeling an emptiness within. Could it be that she was truly coerced? He lowered his head, lost in thought. But what does that have to do with me? I certainly won't step outside again. Yet she claimed her family had no food left. That surely couldn't be a lie. Her lack of food is none of my concern. Stop overthinking. Just lie low. Who said I wanted to go out? I was merely contemplating perhaps taking the opportunity to toy with her a bit. Lu Shenghao muttered to himself, as if engaged in a fierce debate with his own mind. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, pulling out his phone to call Yuan Ning back. Hello, Dr. Yuan. As long as you prove you're not in league with Lin Chi, I'll lend you supplies. Lu Shenghao restrained his excitement. How do you want me to prove it? How about this? Start a video call and show me if anyone is around you. Okay. Hearing this agreement, Lu Shenghao nearly leaped with excitement. Especially thinking about what was to come, his heart raced, and a grin spread across his face. Moments later, the screen displayed a video chat. An empty room came into view. The camera quickly panned around. Due to the dim lighting, Lu Shenghao could not discern that it was a man's room. Of course, even if the room were bright, he would not have recognized it, as his mind had been clouded by his second-in-command's influence. See, this is my home. I'm alone. Can you lend me supplies now? Yuan Ning's calm voice came through the microphone. Sure. Lu Shenghao suppressed his excitement, extracting a pile of food from his space, and then snapping a photo to send it over. I am currently heading over to your place. The voice on the other end exudes a somewhat brisk tone. Surely, you do not expect these items to be given to you for free? How about I exchange them for medication instead? What use do I have for that? At this moment, Lu Xinghao exhaled through his nostrils, feeling a surge of excitement as he thought, here it comes, this woman is finally about to fall into his trap. He recalled the moments spent with Yuan Ning in the elevator, her delicate limbs and shapely figure igniting a fervor within him. You are merely toying with me, aren't you? Goodbye. Yuan Ning's impatient voice jolted Lu Xinghao back to reality, compelling him to interject hastily. Wait, don't hang up. Let us talk. I have no time for childish games. Fortunately, she did not disconnect. Lu Xinghao wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. Meanwhile, he mused, this shameless woman is merely putting on an act. She will inevitably seek my favor, and when that time comes, he shall stand tall. Lu Xinghao waved his hand to summon a lavish banquet, capturing a photo and sending it over. The anticipated gasps of astonishment did not materialize, prompting him to add, as long as you wear yoga pants for me to see, all of this is yours. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Yet, the video call was not abruptly terminated. Lu Xinghao silently rejoiced, knowing that in this world of despair, no one could resist the allure of sustenance. What does it matter if Lin Qi is formidable or possesses firearms? Food reigns supreme. He intended to gradually lower Yuan Ning's boundaries, starting with yoga pants, followed by swimwear, and ultimately leading her to complete submission into darkness. With this thought, Lu Xinghao felt an intense heat coursing through him, prompting him to raise the stakes. 2 banquets. As long as you wear them, these 2 feasts are yours. Are you certain? Absolutely. Why would I deceive you? Very well. With a loud thud, Lu Xinghao nearly exploded with excitement. A fire ignited in his abdomen, slowly rising. Minutes later, another video call came through, and a figure gradually materialized on the screen. Yuan Ning, clad in a down jacket and elegant black yoga pants, revealed only a third of her lower half beneath the coat. This sight sent Lu Xinghao's heart racing uncontrollably. Lu Xinghao, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Yuan Ning grasped the zipper of her coat, her expression filled with doubt. I would never. You can trust me. All right. With a dramatic whoosh, the zipper of the down jacket was pulled down. Lu Xinghao gulped audibly, craning his neck as if he wished to dive into the screen. Yet, Yuan Ning hesitated, lingering with her coat still on. This made Lu Xinghao anxious. He scratched his thigh, adopting a lecherous demeanor. Hurry. I will add another banquet if you take off the coat and turn around, presenting your backside to the camera. Chapter 23, Breaching Defenses. What? Yuan Ning exclaimed in shock. She lifted her head, her face etched with disbelief. Lu Xinghao's gaze intensified. He finally understood why some individuals would rather consume instant noodles than refrain from showering gifts upon beautiful streamers. The thrill of manipulating others was exhilarating. Hurry, I will add another banquet. Lu Xinghao urged, his left hand twitching with eagerness. Yuan Ning paused, beginning to remove her coat. Lu Xinghao's face lit up with his signature lecherous grin. He stretched his neck, mouth agape, eyes fixated on the screen, as if he could devour her whole. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to explode. He reached for a roll of tissue, his hand inching toward his pants. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a figure stormed in. What are you doing? Lu Xinghao jumped in fright. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him, only to realize that the voice emanated from the screen. It was that scoundrel Lin Qi. Recognizing the person on his phone, he recalled Yuan Ning's claim that she was home alone, igniting a furious blaze within him. Undoubtedly, they were conspiring to deceive him. I didn't instruct you to deceive Lu Xinghao to this extent. On the screen, Lin Qi berated Yuan Ning, pointing an accusatory finger. If I hadn't walked in, would you have truly stripped for him? Yuan Ning hastily waved her hands. No, it's not like that. But Lu Xinghao's eyes widened in disbelief. What had he just heard? Yuan Ning had nearly succumbed to his bribery. In that instant, Lu Xinghao felt an electric surge course through him. This was exhilarating. Indeed, no one could resist the temptation of food. Gazing at the screen, he now perceived Lin Qi as a mere jester, comically standing there. Lin Qi, oh Lin Qi, what a pity. Had you arrived a little later, she would have shown me everything. Lu Xinghao taunted the screen. Yuan Ning vehemently denied. No, Lin Qi. Don't listen to him. I was just silence. Lin Qi shoved Yuan Ning onto the bed, exclaiming, I've sheltered you for so long. And not only do you refuse to be touched, but you also betray me for a morsel of food. I'll take care of you right now. Stop. Lu Xinghao's expression darkened instantly. Lin Qi, stop this at once, or I will end you. Upon hearing that Yuan Ning had not been touched, he considered her his own treasure. Lu Xinghao, the woman destined for him, must not be touched by anyone. In that moment, a murderous intent surged within him. However, Lin Chi paid him no heed. Lu Xinghao grew frantic, his gaze fixated on the screen, urging, "Resist him, Yuan Ning. Do not let him succeed, fight back, or I will kill you." Yet, in the next instant, his mouth fell agape, his heart skipped a beat. On the screen, the two were kissing. And it was Yuan Ning who initiated it. At that moment, Lu Xinghao's mind short-circuited. An indescribable fury enveloped him. He felt as if his beloved was capitulating to that yellow-haired scoundrel. "Stop! You must stop right now." Lu Xinghao clenched his fists, shouting hoarsely, "She is my woman." Pain etched across Lu Xinghao's face. "Ha ha!" A laugh echoed from off-screen. "Who dares to laugh?" Lu Xinghao's eyes widened in fury. He had not misheard. The laughter was rife with mockery. It was directed at him. "Ha ha! I can't hold it in anymore." Lin Chi guffawed as Fang Yaoyao emerged from the side, clutching her stomach and pointing at the camera while bursting into laughter. Soon, two more laughter joined in. Lin Chi and Yuan Ning could no longer contain themselves and joined in the merriment. The entire room resonated with raucous laughter. Lu Xinghao's brows furrowed. "What are you laughing at?" "Yao Yao, I instructed you to make your entrance later." Lin Chi pulled Fang Yaoyao close, exclaiming, "How can we continue this play with you barging in mid-scene?" "No way, Lin Chi." Fang Yaoyao wiped away tears of laughter, exclaiming in disbelief, "Lu Xinghao's expression is simply too hilarious." Outside the screen, Lu Xinghao noticed that no one was paying him any mind. He bellowed, "Are you all deaf? What on earth are you laughing at?" Frantic and exasperated, Lu Xinghao lamented, "Look at you. You are getting anxious again." Fang Yaoyao chuckled. She had witnessed the entire ordeal, watching Lu Xinghao transition from a face full of arrogance to one of utter devastation, his lecherous grin morphing into a mask of torment. It was utterly uncontainable. Anyone watching would have shared her sentiments. "I'm not saying this, but Lu Xinghao, you are far too repressed, using 2 banquets just to see a pair of yoga pants." Lin Chi remarked, gently caressing Yuan Ning's thigh. "Goodness, the texture feels delightful. No wonder it could elevate your little turtle into such a proud display." Laughter erupted among the trio. As they mocked him, Lu Xinghao felt the veins on his forehead throb, his teeth clenched in rage. The humiliation pierced through him like a knife. It dawned on him that this was an elaborate trap. "Lin Chi, you should have seen Lu Xinghao's face earlier. It was contorted like a wilted chrysanthemum. One might think Yuan Ning was someone significant to him," Fang Yaoyao added with a mocking grin. "Enough, Yao Yao, that is too disgusting," Yuan Ning interjected, her expression rife with disdain. Lin Chi, undeterred, continued, "There's something even more revolting. When I entered, I saw Lu Xinghao clutching a roll of paper, likely plotting to target your backside. Clearly, he is repressed." The three simultaneously directed their gazes at the camera, their eyes glinting as if regarding a jester. Lu Xinghao felt his mind swell with heat. His vision blurred, reduced to the status of a mere plaything. "You wretched curs. Do you dare believe I won't end your lives?" Lu Xinghao roared in fury, his defenses crumbling once more. Fang Yaoyao laughed heartily, slapping her thigh. Lin Chi, unimpressed, remarked, "Lu Xinghao, spare us your threats of death. I'm utterly weary of hearing them. You, coward, don't even dare to step outside your door, so cease your grandiose posturing." "Indeed, a shrinking turtle," Yuan Ning added. "Isn't that what they call a turtle man? And don't be so self-righteous about it." Fang Yaoyao sneered, her eyes narrowed in derision. As the mockery continued, Lu Xinghao felt a heavy weight in his chest, words caught in his throat. Overwhelmed by a tide of humiliation, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Chi sensed it was time to conclude the farce. He turned to Fang Yaoyao and asked, "Have you started recording the screen?" "Yes, it's been recording for a while now," she replied. "Excellent," Lin Chi said with a smile. "Post it in the group chat later for everyone to enjoy. After all, it's rather dull, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered motionless. His mind flooded with visions of others critiquing him, mocking him as a repressed turtle man. Pain shot through his heart, and the pent-up frustration within him surged, clouding his vision. Lin Chi's mocking voice echoed again. "All right, let us end the video. You two put on yoga pants so I can see what makes Lu Xinghao so envious." At this, Lu Xinghao felt the world spin, and with a violent cough, he expelled a spray of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 24. Uncle Wong. When Lin Chi awoke, night had fallen. He cast aside a tattered pair of yoga pants that had been draped over his face. Summoning the task panel, his expression darkened. "Damn it. The side quest is complete, yet I must wait for the main quest to finish before claiming my reward. Is there any justice in this?" He attempted to summon the little black orb, but found it unyielding. In this game, Completing tasks typically yielded rewards. Yet, all remained unchanged. The empty bedroom felt desolate, as if he were the sole occupant. Lin Chi sighed, realizing that Lu Xinghao's fortune had now waned. The next step was to eliminate him. Lin Chi had devised a simple plan, one that involved sheer force. Lu Xinghao's safe house was indeed formidable, designed to withstand apocalyptic scenarios. However, nothing in this world is flawless. The most significant flaw in this safe haven was its height. It was situated on the 25th floor. Indeed, the plan was to demolish the building. If he could sever the load-bearing columns beneath the safe house, Lu Xinghao would plummet from the 25th floor, surely meeting his demise. No, it wouldn't even require that. Simply damaging the exterior walls would compel Lu Xinghao to emerge. As for why he hadn't pursued this course of action before, at that time, the building had not yet reached a state of desperation, and foolishly calling for demolition would have garnered no support, and would likely have been met with resistance. After all, one action affects the whole. Dismantling the load-bearing columns would cause the entire building to fracture, and the residents would not permit Lin Chi to act. But now, circumstances had shifted. In the face of life and death, all material concerns faded into insignificance. The supplies in Lin Chi's living room were now sufficient to compel the entire building's residents to serve him. With this in mind, he resolved, upon the first light of dawn, he would announce the formation of a team to commence the demolition. With power restored in the morning, he could simply post an announcement in the group chat. With his thoughts clarified, Lin Chi felt considerably more at ease, though his stomach growled in protest. He roused the two women sleeping beside him. "Hey," Fang Yaoyao murmured, blinking sleepily, "what is going on?" "Time to wake up for dinner," he replied. "Just a little longer." "I'm so tired," she groaned. "Me too," Yuan Ning added, still half asleep. Lin Chi shook his head and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When will this snow ever cease? Uncle Wang sighed, gazing out the window, his heart heavy with worry. He was the security guard of this community. Due to his night shifts, he usually stocked up on instant noodles in his dormitory, so he was managing well enough. However, the snow had now piled up to the second floor, heightening his anxiety as a resident of the third floor. He recalled the gunfire from the previous day with unease. Uncle Wang was startled awake by the gunshots, grateful he had been roused. Had he been awake at that moment, he might have rushed to intervene in the brawl, potentially becoming a casualty himself. Sigh, it seems one must not act impulsively. One must consider the consequences, Uncle Wang murmured to himself. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside his door. Straining to hear, he moved closer, his ears perked. Someone was shouting for help. Uncle Wang flung open the door and rushed outside. Earlier, in the underground parking lot of Building 25, a group of unwelcome visitors arrived. 3 individuals, armed with various makeshift weapons, crept stealthily. Upon reaching the emergency exit, a small figure grumbled, "Damn, this is too far. I'm exhausted." One attempting to open the door turned back to the others. "The door is locked. It won't budge. It's just an electronic door. Pry it open," a burly man responded. The individual hesitated. "Will we get caught and thrown in jail for this?" "Enough chatter. We're here now. What is there to be afraid of?" Soon, the door was forced open, and they stealthily ascended the stairs. The surroundings were eerily quiet, illuminated only by the sparse moonlight, casting their shadows upon the walls. "Shoo, someone is coming." They halted on the 5th floor as footsteps echoed below. Swiftly, they concealed themselves in the corridor. The footsteps drew nearer. Initially, they feared discovery, only to see a woman approaching. She swayed her hips, carrying a pot filled with snow. It seemed she was a resident of that floor, gathering snow to boil water for the morning once the power returned. The trio remained hidden, watching as the woman produced her keys, bending down to unlock the door. In the moonlight, her rounded form was distinctly outlined. They couldn't help but swallow hard, exhaling warm breaths. "Why is this door so difficult to open?" the woman muttered in frustration. A metallic clang resonated as the door swung open. "Follow me," the burly man exclaimed suddenly. Startled, the 2 individuals turned to see that he had vanished, compelling them to hasten after him. "Yum." The woman's mouth was covered by the man's hand, forcing her into the entryway. She struggled incessantly, her voluptuous form igniting the man's primal desires. With eyes aflame, he pinned her to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the 2 newcomers shouted in unison, "Zhang, are you out of your mind?" "I am not mad. Given the circumstances, I might starve if I don't indulge now. What's wrong with a bit of pleasure?" He retorted. "We still need to take action. Isn't that what we are here for? This household must still have provisions. Come, hold her down. Once I am satisfied, it will be your turn." With that, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of several throats swallowing nervously. Shortly thereafter, one of the lean figures stepped forward to grip the woman's wrists. while the other seized her ankles, his eyes glinting with a lustful hunger. The burly man rejoiced. Hold her tight. He settled himself atop her, reaching to unfasten her belt when a thunderous voice rang out. What are you doing? The husband stood in the doorway, and upon seeing the three intruders, he screamed for help. Startled, the trio bolted. However, they were soon halted by a looming figure. Which floor are you on? What are you doing running about at this hour? Uncle Wong barked. Get out of my way. One of them shouted back. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Uncle Wong swiftly executed a low kick, sending the three tumbling down the stairs in pain. The commotion quickly spread, stirring the once quiet apartment building into a frenzy. As several brave souls ventured to the third floor to witness the spectacle, Lin Chi, having noticed the disturbance, paused his meal halfway, donned his coat, and descended the stairs. Reaching the third floor, he found a throng of onlookers. He seized an elderly man peering curiously and inquired, Old man, what has transpired inside? The elder, somewhat disgruntled by the abruptness of the inquiry, nonetheless explained patiently, Security Officer Xiao Wang has apprehended a few thieves. They are right in there. He gestured ahead. The mention of Officer Xiao Wang triggered Lin Chi's memory. Releasing the elder, he pushed through the crowd and entered the living room, which was considerably brighter than the hallway. Several individuals wielding flashlights were gathered, encircling three bound thieves. Lin Chi scanned the room and called out, Xiao Wang. Looking for me. A deep voice responded from the side. Lin Chi turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a military coat, his face obscured. Yet his posture was undeniably commanding. Stepping closer, Lin Chi asked, What has happened here? Uncle Wong, possessing limited information, only knew that these men had harbored ill intentions towards a female resident on the 5th floor, but were fortuitously discovered by her husband. By the way, who are you? I am Lin Chi, he replied candidly. Upon hearing this, several voices gasped in shock. What? He is Lin Chi. They hastily directed their flashlights towards the floor, fearing to provoke this formidable figure. Uncle Wong instinctively took a step back, raising his hand slightly, as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Lin Chi paid no heed to their reactions. His attention was fixed on the three bound men, who had instinctively looked up at him. Approaching one, he placed his foot on the man's face. Do you recognize me? Chapter 25. Fang Yao Yao is leaving in the dimly lit living room. Silence fell as all eyes were fixed on the center, holding their breath. Uncle Wong furrowed his brow, realizing that this incident had drawn in Lin Chi. What if he were to lash out in anger? Like the others, Uncle Wong felt a pang of fear. Many regretted their decision to venture out that night. Shall I speak? Lin Chi queried, kicking the smallest of the three to the ground and pressing his foot against the man's temple with force. The man shrieked, Please, stop. It was Lu Xinghao. He sent us to capture you. Lin Chi had suspected such, yet his brow knitted tighter. Tell me everything about how he contacted you. Trembling, the small man began recounting. He is a colleague of mine from Building 6. Over an hour ago, he contacted me, instructing me to bring a few people to Building 25, Apartment 1601, to ambush the resident inside and bring them to his doorstep. He promised me 5 boxes of instant noodles. Initially reluctant to partake in this criminal endeavor, he had been coerced by his roommates, who convinced him to join them. I really didn't want to do it. They dragged me along. The small man protested. The other two railed against him. You four-eyed idiot. Who proposed this in the first place? Now you want to save your own skin? Lin Chi found their squabbling utterly uninteresting. He scanned the surroundings and instructed Uncle Wong. Lock them up. I will deal with them personally tomorrow. With that, he departed swiftly. The darkness of the room was unwelcoming. Returning to apartment 1601, he found the two women already awake and dining in the kitchen. He joined them, extending his hands over the charcoal stove to warm himself. Lin Chi, is something happening downstairs? Yuan Ning inquired, looking up. Lin Chi, lost in thought, replied absently, Nothing of consequence, just some petty thieves. He then fell into contemplation. If Lu Xinghao could gather 3 individuals today, tomorrow he could easily summon 300. The community was brimming with people. Thus, how should he respond? A sense of urgency washed over him. Yuan Ning, not offended by his dismissive tone, sensed that the matter was likely related to food. She resumed her meal, believing that as long as she pleased Lin Chi, he would handle the external issues. I am leaving, Fang Yao Yao suddenly announced. Both Lin Chi and Yuan Ning looked up in unison. She continued to eat, seemingly unaffected by their puzzled expressions. Leaving? Where are you going? Lin Chi asked. I want to go home, Fang Yao Yao replied, persistently loading her cheeks with food. Lin Chi studied her for a long moment, finally grasping her intent. Furrowing his brow, he asked, Do you wish for me to accompany you back? Fang Yao Yao remained silent, her lips pressed together. Yuan Ning looked on in confusion. The warmth and safety of their current surroundings made leaving seem illogical, especially considering that home connoted a distant place in her mind. In such circumstances, could one truly venture out? I, Fang Yao Yao, have been silent for too long, she murmured, her lips pursed. I can no longer contact my parents. Lin Shi withdrew his piercing gaze. Yuan Ning, unsure of what to say, resumed eating, determined not to leave this place. Silence enveloped them. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on their faces, reflecting their disparate thoughts. Shall one depart? Lin Shi recalled the words spoken to him at the onset of the survival game. Once he conquers the world, he shall gain formidable power and return to his homeland. Clearly, this was not the terminus. There were far more perilous realms awaiting him. Yet, could he truly succeed? A world shrouded in ice and snow had already left him in disarray. The absence of punitive measures for failure indicated that he could very well escape and find a place to settle in this world. Lin Shi, what are you pondering? Yuan Ning's voice interrupted his reverie, her concern palpable. If Lin Shi truly intended to depart, what then would become of her? Should she follow him? No. A burden like her would surely be discarded at the first opportunity. This thought intensified her anxiety, rendering the atmosphere stifling. After a prolonged silence, Lin Shi lifted his head, silently admonishing himself. He could not waver. No matter how bleak the hope, he must return home. His family was not in this place. Yao Yao, do not fret too much, Lin Shi reassured her, patting her back. It's likely just a power outage or a malfunction at the base station. There's nothing to worry about. Fang Yao Yao lowered her head further, aware of Lin Shi's refusal, but feeling helpless. In truth, she held little hope to begin with. She merely wished to express her concerns. Yuan Ning too sighed in relief. The trio ceased their conversation and retired to bed after their meal, leaving the matter unresolved. What a bunch of useless fools. In the living room of 2501, Lu Xinghao hurled the remnants of dinner to the floor, violently trampling them to vent his fury. After waiting for over an hour without a sign of anyone, he concluded that the incompetent four-eyed had failed once again. Indeed, a waste remains a waste in all endeavors. However, today was merely an appetizer. Lin Shi, do not think you can escape. Lu Xinghao's gaze darkened ominously. Those wretches, the humiliation they have inflicted on me today will be remembered. I shall repay it 1,000-fold. Just wait. The following morning, Lin Shi knocked on Uncle Wang's door. Uncle Wang hesitated before reluctantly opening it. Good morning. Lin Shi greeted. Where are those thieves? In the guest room. Uncle Wang rubbed his eyes, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Lin Shi soon arrived at the guest room. Encountering the three thieves from the previous night, they sat huddled on the floor, covered by a blanket. How do you plan to handle these three? Uncle Wang inquired. Pressing his temples, I believe we could exchange them for supplies from their families. After speaking, he glanced at Lin Shi, relieved to see no significant reaction from him. Collaborating with the tiger was indeed exhausting. Lin Shi then retrieved Zhou Peng's phone, recording a video to share in the group chat. Everyone, I presume you heard the commotion last night. These three thieves infiltrated our building 25 with knives, intending to rob us. Ms. Zhang from 501 nearly fell victim to their malice. But thankfully, Uncle Wang intervened in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Lin Shi embellished the incident, portraying it as a crisis affecting all residents of Building 25. He aimed to ensnare everyone, ensuring no one remained aloof. As expected, the news ignited a frenzy in the group chat. Uncle Wang is incredible, a retired soldier we can rely on. Indeed, we are fortunate to have Uncle Wang, otherwise, we would be in trouble. Others expressed their concerns. Goodness, they came armed with knives? How terrifying. Is Ms. Zhang all right? She's fine. Fortunately, we discovered it early. And the thieves were scared off. Ms. Zhang's husband expressed his gratitude in the chat, then shifted to a menacing tone. These scoundrels deserve death. They lack any humanity. Killing them would be too lenient. The husband's fury over his wife's near violation resonated ominously with every onlooker, stirring unrest among the crowd. Seeing this, Lin Shi recognized the opportune moment. He produced another phone and incited further outrage. These wretches should be displayed at the entrance of the building as a warning. Let us see who dares to cause trouble in our Building 25. The words ignited a powder keg of emotions. Yes, we must set an example. Otherwise, anyone would dare to rob us. These miscreants are a danger. They should be hanged out to dry for days. The crowd roared with indignation. Some timidly questioned, isn't this too extreme? Didn't Uncle Wang already stop them? Yet their hesitations were swiftly drowned out by the collective fury. Mercy for these beasts? Are we waiting for them to return for revenge? Let us eliminate these filthy scoundrels. Uncle Wang observed the group chat, his complexion paling. Did they comprehend the gravity of their words? This was murder. Gazing at the familiar faces, Uncle Wong felt a disorienting sense of estrangement. Were these still the people he knew? He yearned to intervene, but instinctively looked to Lin Chi, who stepped back, his expression one of fear. Lin Chi was smiling, watching the screen with amusement. This chaos was of his orchestration. Cold sweat trickled down Uncle Wong's back. Should he intervene? Chapter 26 3 Stabbed to death. Lin Chi seized the moment to articulate his intentions. Everyone listen. The outside world is perilous. I propose we establish a patrol team to maintain order within Building 25. The moment his message was dispatched, it landed without a ripple. Akin to a droplet in the ocean, people were primarily concerned with their own interests. Thus, Lin Chi continued, the patrol team will not only uphold security, but will also pry open vacant rooms to seek supplies. Members will have priority in resource allocation. With this proclamation, the chatter among the crowd gradually subsided. I have already discussed this with Uncle Wong. The patrol team will comprise only 30 individuals, with Uncle Wong as the captain. Those wishing to join should report to room 301. Latecomers will be turned away. Lin Chi not only dangled lucrative incentives, but also leveraged Uncle Wong's name for credibility. As anticipated, many faces shifted, eagerly inquiring if this was genuine, tagging Uncle Wong in their messages. Uncle Wong, perplexed, looked at Lin Chi, questioning his true intentions. His eyes brimmed with unease, as if doubting Lin Chi's concern for others' lives. Lin Chi's true aim was to dismantle the building. Now, under the pretext of last night's conflict, he sought to establish the patrol team, ensuring that he would dictate the course of events. Uncle Wong, Lin Chi said, gesturing toward the window, if this snow continues unabated and no reinforcements arrive, what do you think will become of the community? Uncle Wong's brow furrowed deeply, chaotic images flashing through his mind. Inevitably, it would lead to mutual slaughter. Noticing his silence, Lin Chi added, rest assured, I will not harm anyone in the building. Establishing the patrol team will only yield benefits, not drawbacks. Consider this, in our current disarray, we are destined to be eradicated. Surely, you understand this simple truth? Uncle Wong nodded solemnly, his expression grave. Although aware of Lin Chi's ulterior motives, he spoke the truth. Fighting solo would only hasten their demise. To survive, they must unite and seek warmth and solidarity, a lesson humanity has embraced since its inception. Yet why have you chosen me as the captain? Uncle Wong scratched his head. He was merely a security guard. The sudden proposal of leading a team of dozens was daunting. Stepping out of his comfort zone instinctively provoked resistance. It's nothing. Your reputation shines brighter, Lin Chi chuckled, giving the man's shoulder a reassuring pat. With you in the team, it will be easier to unify our efforts. Have you noticed how people lower their guard upon seeing you? Right now, speed is of the essence. Indeed, Uncle Wong was well liked in the building. In the original tale, he had managed to rally scattered individuals to confront Xie Zhenglong and Lu Xinghao, only to ultimately fail and meet a cruel fate at Lu Xinghao's hands. So, will you take on this captaincy? Lin Chi's thoughts returned to the present. Uncle Wong gazed out at the heavy snowfall, contemplated deeply, then clenched his teeth and replied, I will cooperate with you as captain. Excellent. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Lin Chi had anticipated that the man would not refuse. After all, he had read the script and knew of Uncle Wong's passionate heart. Before long, Uncle Wong's living room was teeming with the gathered residents. At a cursory glance, there were over 30 individuals of varying heights, weights, ages, and genders. They donned thick cotton clothing, exhaling puffs of white vapor as they rubbed their hands together. Awaiting the start, many more peered in from outside. In truth, there had been even more attendees, but upon recognizing Lin Chi, they had fled in fear. Lin Chi and Uncle Wong sat on the sofa, separated from the crowd by 3 thieves. These thieves had awakened, their faces marked with shoe prints, yet had fallen silent. Clearing his throat, Uncle Wong surveyed the room, sensing it was time to speak. Having agreed to this role, he was determined to fulfill it well. He wished to avoid any conflict between Lin Chi and the others that might cost lives. However, at that moment, Lin Chi raised a hand to halt him. Time was scarce. This was not the time for formalities. Lin Chi abruptly stood, causing a ripple of movement through the crowd. He scanned the room with a severe expression. Speaking in a cold tone, I have no time for empty words. Those who wish to see their mothers, wives, and daughters at the mercy of others, you may leave now. His words ignited a stir among the crowd. Though crude and harsh, they effectively transformed expressions into serious ones, especially among those who had hoped to benefit from the chaos. People often needed the harsh truth laid bare before them to abandon their fantasies. Noticing that no one departed, Lin Chi nodded. All right, from now on, you are all members of the patrol team. The men will gather supplies and ensure the building's safety, while the women will manage inventory and distribution. Now let us get to work. Uncle Wong was taken aback by the casualness of it all. Just as he contemplated discussing the need for rules with Lin Chi, his eyes widened in shock. Lin Chi had drawn a dagger and thrust it towards one of the thieves' necks. No! Uncle Wong shouted, but it was too late. The blade plunged into the man's throat. With a swift stab and pull, the man's neck erupted like a balloon filled with water, blood gushing forth. The onlookers froze, their minds blank. Lin Chi had no intention of coddling them. This was part of his plan to elevate his image of brutality, ensuring no one dared to harbor ulterior motives. After all, when individuals formed a group, their intelligence often diminished significantly. If someone were to sow discord, the patrol team might turn against him, creating complications. Without wiping the blade, Lin Chi struck the second thief's neck. The last burly man attempted to resist, but Lin Chi swiftly drove the knife into his skull. With a yank, it emerged, dragging with it a mix of red and white. A potent scent of blood filled the living room, shrouding it in an eerie stillness. Lin Chi wiped the blade clean, surprised to find he felt no nausea, and his heartbeat remained steady. It seemed experience in killing had taken root within him. He mused wryly. All right, the thieves are dealt with. It's time to work. Lin Chi clapped his hands to garner attention. A woman retched, and soon the sounds of vomiting erupted, many fleeing to escape the scene. Lin Chi shook his head in disappointment. It appeared the bravado displayed in the group was merely an act. Simultaneously, Lu Xinghao was busy organizing people. In a group of over 400, he announced a bounty on Lin Chi. Initially, many treated it as a joke, but as Lu Xinghao showcased his abundant supplies, chaos ensued. Each person clamored for more, vying for their share. The snow disaster had lingered for a week, and only a select few had food left. Amidst the turmoil of the group chat, Lu Xinghao devised a clever strategy. He declared, no need to fight. Those capable will have priority. Whoever brings Lin Chi to me will receive 10 boxes of instant noodles. How the spoils are divided will depend on each person's cunning. Lu Xinghao admired his own cleverness, realizing he had shifted to a survival of the fittest approach, prompting everyone to compete for a spot. Ha ha ha, Lin Chi, this time you are surely doomed. Chapter 27. Battle in the snow. After establishing the patrol team, Lin Chi directed them to scour the first floor. The empty apartments were pried open, with food swiftly carried away. Amid their fervent search for supplies, an unexpected group approached. In the pitch-black underground parking lot, a few figures stealthily navigated between the cars. Brother Yong, why aren't we going above ground? One young man questioned. It's dark and winding down here. By the time we arrive, all the instant noodles be gone? Keep your voice down. Chen Yong covered his nose, as the air was far from pleasant. Who said I was after the noodles? Let us not forget that if dozens or hundreds are scrambling for one person, do you really think you can grab it? The young man shook his head, realizing the futility of it. Exactly. In the end, you'll end up empty-handed and bruised. Why bother? The young man nodded, seeing the wisdom in his words. So, should we head back now? Fool, stay alert. While those idiots above attract attention, we'll slip in unnoticed, Chen Yong replied, then added for clarity, Lu Xinghao can afford 10 boxes of noodles. So surely there's enough to go around in the same building. Otherwise, they'd have been snatched up already. On the 4th floor of Building 25, in a certain living room, Lin Chi stood by the window, gazing thoughtfully at the swirling snowflakes, his expression one of calm anticipation. Behind him, the sounds of laughter and the thud of heavy objects filled the air. Just then, Uncle Wong approached his side, joining him in looking out the window. Uncle Wong. Lin Chi turned to glance at him. Why do you look so troubled? A sigh escaped Uncle Wong as disappointment washed over his face. I had emphasized that we were in a state of emergency, not acting like thieves. Yet, just look at them. They not only took the valuable possessions, but also left a chaotic mess behind. Lin Chi, upon hearing this, glanced at the disordered living room behind him. The patrol team members were rummaging through everything. Unlike at the beginning when they only took food, now, they were also seizing anything else that caught their fancy. It is human nature. One cannot stop it, Lin Chi remarked. Uncle Wong sighed deeply, revealing a sense of helplessness. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall, casting a gloomy shroud over the sky, and the windows appeared as if covered with a layer of grayish-white filter. Opposite them stood several other apartment buildings. The once vibrant flower beds had vanished under the relentless snow, and even the paths and streetlights lay buried beneath the white blanket, creating the illusion of an immense white football field stretching across the landscape. What is that? Uncle Wong suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead. Lin Chi focused his gaze and noticed small black dots gradually falling from the windows of the opposite building. As they reached the ground, he realized that some people were jumping into the snow below. Uncle Wong nodded in agreement. Curious, aren't they cold? Are they planning to play in the snow? In a matter of moments, The black dots multiplied to over a dozen, while more heads began to appear behind them. No, they seem to be running towards us. They must be coming to find someone, Lin Chi stated with conviction. Find someone? Uncle Wong furrowed his brow, puzzled by the commotion. Who could they possibly be looking for? Far yet near, Lin Chi chuckled. Uncle Wong appeared bewildered, turning to Lin Chi with a large question mark on his face. As if to say, then why are you still standing here? You should be running. Just then, Lin Chi's phone rang, and a boastful voice came through the receiver. How is it, Lin Chi? Are you scared? Lin Chi interrupted Lu Xinghao and promptly hung up. Without dwelling on Lu Xinghao's impotent rage at the table, Uncle Wong, observing the approaching crowd, grew anxious. He urged Lin Chi, you should run. There are too many of them. In mere moments, 5 or 6 dozen individuals, wielding clubs and weapons, braved the wind and snow, advancing ominously toward Building 25. While Lin Chi had anticipated this, his heart still tightened at the sight of such a crowd. The patrol team also became aware of the commotion outside, standing behind Lin Chi in a daze. Staring out the window, seeing Lin Chi still rooted in place, Uncle Wong was about to urge him to flee again when he shivered. The window was flung open, and a gust of cold wind rushed in, sending a chill through him. Uncle Wong, have you never heard? As the saying goes, striking first prevents 100 retaliations. Lin Chi declared, 1 foot on the windowsill, turning back with a smile before leaping down. From the moment he accepted the mission, Lin Chi was destined to forge ahead. It was the only way to truly survive. Uncle Wong leaned over the windowsill, astonished as he watched Lin Chi's figure disappear. How bold and commanding he was. Under the influence of this momentum, Uncle Wong's adrenaline surged. I'm going for it, he exclaimed, stepping onto the windowsill to follow Lin Chi. However, Lin Chi's distant voice echoed back, brothers, it's time to defend Building 25. The patrol team follows me, and participants will receive double resources. Uncle Wong blinked, realizing that Lin Chi might not be as intimidating as he initially thought. Lin Chi had anticipated that Lu Xinghao would seek revenge early in the morning, which is why he had established the patrol team under the pretense of protecting the building. This way, with a shared interest, no one would stand idly by and retreat at a crucial moment. At least in their eyes, the approaching crowd consisted of robbers coming to seize their resources. Consequently, many members of the patrol team shouted for their families and friends, jumping down like dumplings. With one leg sinking into the snow, Lin Chi felt the wind howl around him, and the snowflakes stung his face like grains of sand, making it difficult to open his eyes. He squinted forward, and not far ahead, several figures emerged, maintaining their speed as they closed in on him. At that moment, the patrol team members also jumped down, joining him. Though their faces were contorted against the wind, excitement radiated from each of them. Lin Chi recognized the surge of adrenaline at play. Charge! Without hesitation, he drew his pistol and sprinted forward. As the charge sounded, the home team began its assault, and a thick fog rolled across the snowy expanse. Running at the forefront, Lin Chi quickly encountered the enemy, a small squad of 3. The leader, a burly man, wore a frenzied expression, flanked by 2 equally fervent companions. Kid, is there someone named Lin Chi in your building? The stout man halted upon spotting Lin Chi and his followers. I am the Lin Chi you seek, Lin Chi replied. It took a moment for the man to process the wind's howling. You are Lin Chi. His eyes gleamed as he brandished a baseball bat, charging forward. Quickly surrender and let me take you in. A thunderous bang erupted. The flash from the gunshot illuminated the dim sky like a beacon in the night. Silence fell over the field. Everyone froze, staring blankly at Lin Chi and the stout man brandishing his bat. Villains tend to be verbose, Lin Chi remarked. Just as the stout man widened his eyes and collapsed into the snow, the 2 companions screamed and scrambled away. The crowd behind them, believing that Lin Chi's side was heavily armed, fled in terror, as if they had sprouted wings. The situation had taken a dramatic turn. Chapter 28. The Snowy Battle Part 2. The members of the patrol team were somewhat bewildered. They had prepared for a fierce confrontation, yet the opponents had fled in fear. Is this for real? Lin Chi also felt surprised, having underestimated the power of the handgun. Who would have imagined that a single gun could intimidate a dozen enraged robbers? Of course, the sheer number of people behind him played a significant role. Just then, a furious roar pierced the air. Bro, you killed my brother. I will make you pay. Lin Chi was taken aback and swiftly adjusted his arm to aim. However, the heavy snow and howling wind made it difficult for him to discern the direction of the voice. At that moment, a shadow leaped from the ground, hurling a snowball at Lin Chi. His vision was instantly obscured by the flurry of snow, and he quickly darted to the right. Almost simultaneously, he heard a shout. Watch out! A shadow dashed past him, tackling another shadow, and the 2 immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Shi saw that it was Uncle Wong grappling with a large man, both rolling in the snow. "Get away from me," the burly man cursed. Lin Shi hurried after them, but the large man, realizing the predicament, attempted to flee, only to find himself firmly entangled by Uncle Wong. Lin Shi approached, and finding it inappropriate to shoot, he resorted to drawing his small knife. Upon seeing this, the burly man immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong, really wrong. Please let me go." But before he could finish, Lin Shi plunged the blade into the man's neck, twisting his wrist as a gaping wound emerged, blood spurting forth. Mere moments later, the man collapsed to the ground, lifeless and with eyes wide open. "Uncle Wong, are you all right?" Lin Shi extended his hand to help Uncle Wong up. I'm fine, Uncle Wong gasped. Observing their surroundings, Lin Shi noticed that apart from the two corpses, the once menacing group had fled entirely. The disarray of footprints revealed their panic. Lin Shi felt a presence and looked up, sensing countless eyes from the single-eyed building fixated upon him. It was not enough. This display had not sufficiently intimidated them, and to avoid subsequent bounties, Lin Shi grasped his dagger and crouched down. Those hidden behind the curtains, still shaken, looked at Lin Shi with apprehension. Then, their eyes widened in terror, nearly bursting. Lin Shi bent down, stepping onto the deceased man's body, and abruptly lifted a bloodied head high above. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt their stomachs churn, their faces paling. A wave of dread washed over them. Had they been just a moment slower, would they have met the same fate? But it was not over yet. Lin Shi severed the head of another victim. On the silver-white snow, several intersecting streaks of blood splattered, resembling a large brush dipped in crimson ink painting across the ground. Clutching the two bloody heads, Lin Shi roared, "I am Lin Shi. Who else wishes to meet their demise? I have all the time in the world." Those hiding behind the curtains trembled. They gazed at Lin Shi, drenched in blood and resembling a malevolent spirit, icy dread coursing from their spines to the crown of their heads, their breaths coming in rapid gasps. This was a devil. Having completed his grim task, Lin Shi approached Uncle Wong, who retreated several steps. "Uncle Wong, go fetch a bamboo pole to impale these heads and stand them in the snow. Let us see who dares to come near." "Lin Shi, keep your distance." Uncle Wong retreated again and finally could no longer suppress his nausea. This was a visceral reaction. Lin Shi shook his head and turned to the patrolling team behind him. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed they too had begun to vomit. Lin Shi displayed a look of helplessness. This was not acceptable in the apocalypse. At that moment, an anxious voice called from upstairs, "Uncle Wong, thieves have broken in. They are launching an ambush." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi felt it was quite fortuitous. Two heads were still insufficient to exert a significant impact. Thus, he discarded the heads and strode back. By the time Lin Shi arrived, the thieves had already fled. The 5 intruders had robbed an elderly woman on the second floor and escaped without a moment's hesitation, indicating a well-planned scheme. Uncle Wong approached, his expression even more distressed than before. "Lin Shi, what are you planning to do? Lu Xinghao will not let you off easily." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Rest assured, Uncle Wong, Lu Xinghao's primary target will only be me. If there were a bounty board, I would undoubtedly be at the top." Lin Shi, that's not what I meant." Uncle Wong flustered in his explanation. Lin Shi smiled. There was no need for explanation. If he were in Uncle Wong's shoes, he too would fear being implicated. "Let us go to your home. I have matters to discuss with you." Lin Shi did not pursue the topic further, for there were more pressing issues at hand. They soon arrived in the living room, where Lin Shi noted there was still electricity, allowing him to boil some water to warm himself. "Uncle Wong, why did you decide to help me then?" Lin Shi asked after taking a sip of hot water. Uncle Wong sat on the sofa, shaking his head, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. "That's just who I am, when I get anxious. My body acts on its own." Lin Shi studied him for a long moment and softly said, "Thank you." He then continued, "Uncle Wong, I am actually a reincarnator." Uncle Wong nearly spat out his drink. Having spent his leisure time as a security guard reading numerous novels, he understood the implications of such a statement. Coughing a few times, Uncle Wong replied, "Lin Shi, please don't joke with me. That's all fiction." Lin Shi gestured for him to come closer, adopting an air of mystery. "What? Are you saying Lu Xinghao will ultimately kill everyone in the building?" Uncle Wong was taken aback. Lin Shi had just recounted some elements from the original story. Not just that, but the entire Jianghai community will eventually be set ablaze, with everyone perishing in the flames. Lin Shi's face was grave. "And don't you find it strange? Where did Lu Xinghao acquire so many resources? A month ago, he was renovating and purchasing large quantities of water. Doesn't that seem suspicious? But that is utterly unbelievable." All right, Lin Shi interjected, raising his hand. "I have a plan now. You just need to cooperate with me. Trust me." Eliminating Lu Xinghao will not only yield an abundance of resources, but will also benefit the entire building. What do you say? Uncle Wang glanced at Lin Shi, hesitating for a long time before nodding. After witnessing the scene of the beheadings, something within him had shifted. In the past, he would have never cooperated in taking a life, but now he could only hope that Lin Shi's plan would not endanger the innocent. Observing Uncle Wang's agreement, Lin Shi stood up and smiled. Good. Uncle Wang, please gather the patrol team. Select a few strong individuals and bring tools. We are going to dismantle the building. Chapter 29. What is arrogance? Lu Xinghao was furious. He had not anticipated that Lin Shi would evade him yet again. Dozens of individuals had been frightened off by a mere broken gun. Truly useless. He slammed his fist on the table in anger. He had not expected Lin Shi to be so difficult to deal with. It was one thing when they lacked manpower before, but now, with dozens against one, they had still lost. Lu Xinghao was on the verge of exploding. Those who had fled later claimed he was toying with lives, demanding compensation and resources for instant noodles. I'll pay you back, you scoundrels. Lu Xinghao kicked over the dining table before him. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will kill you all. After all, these useless individuals had likely feasted on his resources in their previous lives. Killing them was no great loss. However, he needed to address Lin Shi first. Otherwise, he would be forced to hide in the safe house for the rest of his life, which was far too stifling. He had not been reborn to suffer. If 60 men couldn't handle you, I refuse to believe that 600 can't. The community may lack many things, but it certainly had people in abundance. Lu Xinghao took out his phone just as a heavy thud echoed from the entrance. As Lin Shi arrived at Lu Xinghao's door, he heard the roar from within. Lin Shi, what do you think you are doing? Lin Shi ignored him, waving his hand. The men from the patrol team stepped forward, tools in hand, and began to pry at the door with clangs and clatters. Lu Xinghao laughed heartily. You can't possibly think you can break down my front door like this. Lin Shi continued to disregard Lu Xinghao. He took out his phone, opened the camera, and began recording the men who were battering the door. The men were rattled by the sturdy door, their hands numb from the impact. They then turned to strike the walls. After a few blows, debris fell away, revealing a wall glinting with a metallic sheen. It's iron. This wall is made of iron. The men exclaimed in astonishment. Ha ha ha, a bunch of worthless fools. Now you know my strength, right? You think you can break in? Wait until your next life. Lu Xinghao felt he had finally gained the upper hand, his tone brimming with pride. Lu Xinghao, you are quite arrogant, Lin Shi remarked. I am indeed arrogant. If you have the ability, come in and confront me. You waste. Lin Shi chuckled lightly. Lu Xinghao, you are indeed remarkable. Blocked at my doorstep, and yet you speak so confidently. Hearing the mockery in his words, Lu Xinghao's face flushed with anger. Lin Shi, don't think that just because you have a gun, you are invincible. Believe it or not, I can send out a message, and many will come to deal with you. There are thousands of people in the community, as long as the reward is substantial enough. There will always be those unafraid of death. Lu Xinghao, are you foolish? Lin Shi responded. How can you offer such a bounty? Why wouldn't those people just rob you directly? Lu Xinghao was momentarily speechless. His anxiety about this very issue had prevented him from widely publicizing the bounty. He feared that those people might side with Lin Shi to seize his resources. However, after repeated failures, his patience had worn thin, leading him to offer a bounty in the delivery group today. Yet, he had not expected that Lin Shi would evade it all. So what? Lu Xinghao retorted defiantly. My home is fortified. It can withstand even a nuclear bomb. Who can break in? In the end, they will still have to pay me for my services. Lin Shi, I am giving you a chance. Send Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning to my doorstep, and I might let you go. Otherwise, prepare to meet your end. Lu Xinghao. Oh, Lu Xinghao. Lin Shi paused the recording, shook his phone, and laughed. You still had a chance, but now no one believes you. With that, he shared the video he had just recorded in the group. What do you mean? Lu Xinghao's anxious voice came through. Check the group chat and see who would trust an employer who cannot even pay wages, you fool. Lu Xinghao's anger flared. Yet he gritted his teeth and took out his phone, his complexion rapidly shifting between shades of blue and white. In that delivery group, someone had posted a video. The content clearly showed that his walls were made of iron, alongside his earlier boast that his home could withstand even a nuclear bomb. The use of metal in construction naturally sparked heated discussions, and many who recognized him began to berate him. Oh, this Lu Xinghao is a fraud. His home is like a steel barrel, and he still claims to offer a bounty. What a joke. With walls made of iron. Who could claim the reward if he doesn't open the door? The two brothers died for nothing. Lu Xinghao is a beast. Everyone must not trust him again and risk their lives foolishly. Lu Xinghao's veins throbbed with rage. This was not limited to just one group. It had spread to all groups associated with the community. Now everyone believed he was a fraud, and no one would trust his words anymore. How is it, Lu Xinghao? Now that you have offered a bounty, do you think anyone will risk themselves for you? Lin Qi remarked incisively. Risk outweighs reward in such matters. Few will engage. Especially with no return. Lin Qi was now free from worry about being besieged like that morning. At least for the next few days, he need not fear it. Lin Qi, do you believe I will go out and kill you right now? A furious roar echoed from behind the door. Clearly, Lu Xinghao had been hit where it hurt and was on the verge of breaking. Are you insane? Why shout so loudly? Lin Qi casually replied. I'm just standing here waiting for you. The atmosphere grew tense. The men beside him looked at the door, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They had been informed that Lu Xinghao's home was filled with abundant resources, and if they could bring him out, each member of the patrol team would receive a fair share of food. Lu Xinghao was behind the door, his teeth grinding in frustration, his face flushed with rage. It was infuriating, far too infuriating. If looks could kill, he would have slain Lin Qi 1,000 times over. Haha, Lin Qi, do you think I would fall for such tricks? This house cost millions and was specifically constructed to withstand the apocalypse, impervious even to nuclear blasts. Even without a bounty, you still cannot harm me. Admit it, Lin Qi. It is not that I cannot kill you. It is that you have always been avoiding me, Lu Xinghao declared stubbornly. Lin Qi was rendered speechless. Indeed, when one remains indoors for too long, their psyche can falter. He suspected Lu Xinghao's mind was fractured. His phone buzzed with a message. Upon checking, he saw it was from Uncle Wang. It seemed the preparations downstairs were complete. Lin Qi thought to himself that it was perfect. Lu Xinghao, so confident in his safe house, would soon see how his defenses would crumble. He waved at the burly men, signaling them to go downstairs to meet Uncle Wang. For manual demolition required a greater number of hands. Lu Xinghao, peering through the peephole, saw the thugs leave and noted Lin Qi's lack of rebuttal. He smiled. A derisive smile. He knew that everyone would be intimidated by a steel fortress built at the cost of millions. After all, as long as he was determined to survive, no one could touch him, not even Lin Qi. With that thought, Lu Xinghao's lips curled into a contemptuous grin. Observing Lin Qi in the corridor, head bowed. Engrossed in his phone, he noted the yellow hair that looked as if it had been dyed with cheap dye and the utterly ordinary down jacket he wore. A product of the street market devoid of any aesthetic appeal. He recalled that Lin Qi was a thug, coming from a middle-class family. Lu Xinghao could easily discern that he was among the lowest of the low, struggling to make ends meet. Lacking education and knowledge, he had no sense of aesthetics. A life of mediocrity and bitterness had turned him into someone who blamed society for all his misfortunes. With the advent of the apocalypse, such individuals rose, wielding their meager ferocity to exact revenge on the world, embodying the very essence of a petty triumph. The thought of being angered by such societal refuse felt utterly tasteless. Lu Xinghao promptly turned away, deciding to return and take a nap. His safe house was invincible, stocked with food and drink. Why waste energy on such a small fry? Just as he turned away, that insignificant figure spoke again, and the floor beneath him creaked in response. Lu Xinghao felt as if struck by lightning. His body froze. Every hair on his body standing on end, his legs shaky. Lu Xinghao, your home is indeed sturdy. But what will you do if I take down the load-bearing columns downstairs? Chapter 30. The gradual madness of Lu Xinghao. Lu Xinghao slumped against the door, slowly sliding down. His breath quickening. The tremors beneath him grew stronger, more rhythmic. Lu Xinghao, your home, constructed at a cost of millions, is so solid. Falling from the 25th floor shouldn't cause any damage. Lin Qi's mocking voice rang from behind the door. But I wonder whether you will still be human after that. Haha. The voice faded from near to distant until it vanished entirely. Lin Qi, come back. Lu Xinghao pounded on the door, roaring in anger. His safe house feared nothing, not even nuclear threats, but the thought of the load-bearing columns being taken down filled him with dread. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having built an iron box on the 25th floor. The load-bearing column was violently severed, causing his room to detach from the building and begin its perilous descent from the 25th floor, crashing directly into the earth. This harrowing image flashed through Lu Xinghao's mind. The mere thought left him feeling as if a caterpillar were crawling upon his knee, rendering him utterly paralyzed with fear. The rhythmic vibrations beneath his feet pressed down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Trembling, Lu Xinghao could only comfort himself with the self-assurance he had once cultivated. It would not happen. It could not happen. How could those burdened by mortgages allow Lin Qi to demolish the building? The elderly residents would never permit him to touch the load-bearing columns. Otherwise, the entire structure would surely be ripped apart and collapse. Yes, the residents would band together to thwart Lin Qi. He was doomed. In apartment 2401. Directly below Lu Shenghao, a modest living room was filled with deafening noise, and the still air was thick with dust. Men were swinging hammers of various sizes, alternating their strikes against the load-bearing walls. As Lin Shi arrived, Uncle Wang approached him with a look of concern. Lin Shi, are you certain this will work? He inquired anxiously. Of course, Lin Shi replied, observing for a moment before stepping outside, as the cacophony was painfully overwhelming. However, Uncle Wang glanced around, hesitating slightly. Lin Shi surmised that someone must have been stirring trouble with Uncle Wang. After all, many elderly residents still occupied the building. Unlike the younger generation, they harbored an almost fanatical attachment to their homes, having invested their life savings to acquire these properties. The notion of demolishing load-bearing walls was tantamount to threatening their very lives. As for Uncle Wang, he likely feared that Lin Shi might resort to violence against the troublemakers, which explained his reluctance to speak plainly. Lin Shi patted Uncle Wang on the shoulder. Do not worry, Uncle Wang. I anticipated opposition, which is why I sought your assistance in the first place. I would never harm the elderly. He understood that oppression would inevitably provoke a strong backlash. If that were to happen, he would become the target of animosity from the entire building. Thus, having a person of good standing like Uncle Wang to mediate was part of Lin Shi's initial strategy, although the original target had been Aunt Wu. Tell the others that the wall demolition is merely a ruse to scare them. We are not actually dismantling load-bearing walls. This will ease their concerns. Uncle Wang scratched his head awkwardly, surprised at being seen through. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Rest assured, I will persuade them. As long as Lin Shi refrains from making a spectacle of himself, it should be manageable. Demolishing the building would not be an overnight endeavor. And with Uncle Wang keeping watch, Lin Shi returned to his room. The two women were lying in bed, covered with blankets and engrossed in their phones. As soon as he entered, Yuan Ning sprang up, braving the cold to help him remove his outerwear before they snuggled back into bed together. Lin Shi embraced the two women, recounting the fierce battle in the snow that morning and the plans for the demolition. Lin Shi, are you truly going to demolish the building? This will take a long time, won't it? Fang Yao Yao asked anxiously. She felt the world growing increasingly chaotic, with robbery, murder, and now demolition, which made her worry for her parents at home. It won't take long, Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. In as little as 4 to 5 days, or at most 1 to 2 weeks, we will know the outcome. Outcome? Fang Yao Yao's small face was etched with confusion. Enough of this talk, Lin Shi said, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. I am exhausted from all the commotion this morning. I need to rest. Time flew by, and another day passed. Lu Xinghao sat before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, and dark circles hung beneath his eyes. Days of confinement had led to a surge of pent-up anxiety and melancholy, which erupted at that moment. He stared blankly at the pristine white snow outside, imagining himself rolling in it, running wild. This house suffocated him, constricting his breath, especially that incessant. At that moment, a slight tremor beneath his feet accompanied the dull sound of pounding. The veins on Lu Xinghao's forehead began to throb. This torment had plagued him for an entire day and night, and just when it had paused momentarily, it returned. He buried his fingers into his hair, fiercely rubbing the singed strands. Lin Shi, I will kill you. Lu Xinghao clutched his head, his gaze growing increasingly deranged. I, Lu Xinghao, am the chosen one. I possess spatial abilities and boundless resources, while you, Lin Shi, have nothing. You are utterly destitute. As he spoke, a strange laugh escaped him. You cannot hold out much longer, Lin Shi. You will starve. You will be devoured alive. In the end, I shall emerge as the sole victor. Ha ha. At that moment, Uncle Wang felt a pang of sorrow. He had followed Lin Shi's instructions to divide the demolition crew into shifts, working day and night without pause, making sure the noise was sufficient to resonate. The consequence was a significant increase in consumption of supplies, and they had already depleted half of the resources scavenged just yesterday. Moreover, this half included provisions for the personnel tasked with patrolling the building. Should the supplies run out, discontent would swiftly spread among the residents. Uncle Wang furrowed his brow, recognizing that ultimately, the ability to unite the people hinged on the availability of resources. Conversely, the absence of supplies could lead to rapid disintegration. As he spiraled into frustration, Lin Shi arrived. Uncle Wang, you seem rather constipated. Why not let me keep watch while you take care of that? Lin Shi patted him on the shoulder. Uncle Wang quickly pulled him aside, lamenting, Alas, Lin Shi, the supplies we scavenged yesterday are nearly gone, and it has only been a day. What shall we do? Lin Shi realized the situation was as expected. It was understandable, as they had hardly found any substantial resources. The vacant apartments in the building were primarily occupied by office workers who traveled frequently, Thus there was little food to be found, mostly non-perishable snacks. Seeing Lin Shi maintain his calm demeanor, Uncle Wong felt a sense of frustration. Lin Shi, you must think of a way. If we run out of supplies, the patrol team will quickly disband. At that point, not only will we revert to a fragmented state, but they may even turn on each other. Uncle Wong's expression grew dim. In truth, he held little hope. In this environment, where could they possibly find more resources? Follow me, Uncle Wong, Lin Shi teased. I will show you what a diminished version of the neighborhood warrior looks like. Uncle Wong was momentarily perplexed. Could it be that Lin Shi truly had a plan? Neighborhood warrior, he muttered softly, looking up at Lin Shi as they descended the stairs together. Suddenly, he recalled the term Lin Shi had mentioned the previous day. As he contemplated it further, his face paled. The neighborhood warrior Lin Shi referred to as Lu Xinghao. In the apocalypse, Lu Xinghao had wielded his power within the community. Brutal and ruthless, taking lives and seizing resources without uttering a word. He was the very embodiment of tyranny within the neighborhood. The implication that Lin Shi intended to demonstrate a weakened version of Lu Xinghao left Uncle Wong in shock. Did Lin Shi plan to rob others of their food? A wave of disbelief washed over him. He cast a glance at Lin Shi, suddenly reminded that he was a killer. How could he have forgotten that such actions were not outside the realm of possibility for him? Yet if they did not steal from others, they would starve. How could they reconcile this dilemma? The world had indeed reverted to a primal state. Uncle Wong hesitated, his pace slowing. This could not be right. Lin Shi, in his quest for sustenance, would undoubtedly resort to killing indiscriminately, and thus, he must be stopped. Uncle Wong, are you contemplating my demise? Lin Shi's voice echoed from ahead, accompanied by a rustling sound. Uncle Wong lifted his gaze, and a dark object materialized before him. Lin Shi extended a half-open packet of chocolate-filled cookies. Having left his home without breakfast and now feeling ravenous, Uncle Wong paused momentarily, extracting a piece and bringing it to his lips as they continued their descent side by side. Lin Shi, what did you mean by that? Uncle Wong snapped back to reality, swallowing half a cookie. I sensed your gaze fixated on my back, and I wondered if you intended to ambush me. Lin Shi chuckled lightly. He recalled certain events from the original narrative. At that time, Lu Xinghao had recently acquired a companion, and upon discovering a snowmobile, his thoughts turned murderous, fearing an attack from behind. Yet, allowing his companion to drive filled him with dread of mutual destruction. Hence, he had called out, "Are you planning to kill me?" Before taking the man's life, Lin Shi pondered if he had been overly careless by exposing his back. However, to live in constant paranoia would inevitably drive one to madness, much like Lu Xinghao, who could never walk ahead of others, trusting no one. Not even the woman he loved, who was shackled like a dog while they slept, only released to eat, fearing poisoning from her touch. To live such a tense existence would surely break Lin Shi. Furthermore, lacking someone to rely on would be a tragic fate. You certainly startled me, Uncle Wong remarked, opening his mouth in surprise. Do you really wish to ambush me? How could that be? There is no benefit in ambushing you, Lin Shi replied. Let us move on. It's too stifling here. With that, Lin Shi quickened his pace, leaving Uncle Wong behind. As Lin Shi pushed open the door, Uncle Wong's voice rang out. Lin Shi, there must be plenty of supplies in the supermarket outside. I believe we should search for them. What do you mean? Lin Shi halted in the living room. We cannot raid other supplies without cause. Uncle Wong scratched his head, appearing troubled. Lin Shi paused, thinking, what on earth is he imagining? He patted Uncle Wong's shoulder, urging him to look up. Standing in the corridor, Uncle Wong raised his gaze and was struck by the sight of the living room, dark as coal. Stacks of cardboard boxes loomed high, creating a wall of paper that obstructed the view. These are all supplies, primarily rice and flour, Lin Shi remarked, opening a torn cardboard box to reveal several bags of premium rice. Uncle Wong stared, his mouth agape, utterly bemused. Lin Shi, do you think this is enough for us? He asked, still in disbelief. What do you think? Lin Shi replied, tapping the box. Uncle Wong, as if a yo-yo on its return, suddenly snapped back to reality. You mean to distribute all of this to the people in the building? What else? Lin Shi shrugged. The preparation of these supplies was precisely for this purpose. After accepting the mission, everything he did was aimed at eliminating Lu Xinghao. Otherwise, he could have hidden away in the countryside, tending to a peaceful farm life rather than engaging in conflict within the city. Is there truly someone who, upon realizing the apocalypse has arrived, constructs a safe house in a community, only to flaunt their supplies at their neighbors? Hey, Uncle Wong. Lin Shi's thoughts were interrupted by Uncle Wong's sudden movement. His eyes were red, and he seemed on the verge of kneeling. Lin Shi, although your intentions are to confront Lu Xinghao, a gentleman considers actions over intentions. Regardless, You have indirectly saved many in this building, many families. I thank you on their behalf. Enough with that, Lin Chi said, pulling Uncle Wong up. Quickly gather a few trustworthy individuals to help move the supplies to different locations. Lin Chi was not so altruistic. His focus remained solely on Lu Xinghao, with everything else being secondary. By the way, let us do it at night, discreetly. Otherwise, the entire community will descend upon Building 25. Uncle Wong nodded solemnly, no longer resisting. After bidding farewell to the somewhat elated Uncle Wong, Lin Chi made his way to the bedroom. With nothing left to do but wait, he lay down. Just then, Fang Yaoyao approached him. Lin Chi, are you truly going to take everything outside to help the people in the building? Yuan Ning looked over as well. Lin Chi nodded and then shook his head. This is for those who are demolishing walls and patrolling. Those who do not work shall not receive any. Otherwise, who would be motivated to put in the effort to break down walls? Moreover, should he distribute all the supplies, it would barely suffice. With hundreds of people in the building, even allocating a pound of rice per person would require several hundred pounds at once. However, Fang Yaoyao's expression revealed unease. Lin Chi interrupted her, reassuringly stating, "Don't worry. I have supplies set aside in the guest room to ensure you will not go hungry." In reality, they were in his backpack, but regrettably, it had only 30 compartments, insufficient to hold everything. What? Are you thinking of fleeing because I'm running low on food? Of course not. Why would I? Fang Yaoyao blinked innocently. She had come to understand Lin Chi, recognizing his jest. As long as she did not tread on dangerous ground, Lin Chi's temperament was rather agreeable. Yuan Ning, however, was different. She pressed closely against Lin Chi, fearing suspicion. Actually, if you wish to leave, it's not impossible, Lin Chi said, resting his hands behind his head. Presently, having distributed 80% of the food, declaring it a fight to the death would not be an exaggeration. Dismantling the building was his last resort, for he had exhausted all other options. If it came to that, he would have no choice but to flee, and undoubtedly, he would do so alone. Thus, Lin Chi and Lu Xinghao had reached a boiling point. Henceforth, it would be a matter of life or death for one of them. If you wish to depart, do so sooner rather than later, he stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 32. A desperate battle. Lin Chi was unaware of what the two women were contemplating. He was not conducting any loyalty test. Even if he succeeded in killing Lu Xinghao and completing the survival mission, it would still mean his departure from this world. These two women would continue to struggle and suffer through the apocalypse, eventually becoming targets for robbery, confinement, and manipulation. Lin Chi was no devil. Why not grant them a fleeting moment of freedom at the end of their lives? Fang Yaoyao felt increasingly perplexed by Lin Chi. Are you truly going to let us go? Yuan Ning, nearby, felt a bead of sweat trickling down her brow. It was evident they were being tested for loyalty. Don't be fooled, Fang Yaoyao. Lin Chi glanced at Fang Yaoyao. Feel free to take whatever supplies you want from outside. Just don't clumsily haul them away in large bundles. Fang Yaoyao fell silent. Although she had indeed considered escaping earlier, facing the reality left her at a loss. At that moment, she remembered her parents. They had sent a letter 2 days prior. The heavy snow has caused the power lines to snap, leaving us without electricity or signal, so there's no need for Fang Yaoyao to worry. Weren't you longing to return to your hometown? Lin Chi, intrigued, took out his phone and asked, "Where's your home? I shall devise an escape route for you." Fang Yaoyao cast a complex glance at Lin Chi before leaning closer. Hiss. Lin Chi inhaled sharply. Yaoyao, let go? What's wrong? She inquired, looking up. I have an injury that has yet to heal. Lin Chi indicated the scar on his rib, a remnant from a previous fall. Fang Yaoyao quickly apologized and located her home on the map. It's nearly 200 kilometers away. Lin Chi gazed at Fang Yaoyao in astonishment, pondering the emotions that must have driven her to decide to return home. What do you think? Fang Yaoyao asked. Lin Chi was momentarily speechless. 200 kilometers. Dear sister, just look outside. It's nearly minus 60 degrees. And when you asked me to take you back, did you not intend to put my life at risk? Even driving would be perilous, let alone walking. I can't help but suspect you might be seeking revenge for my earlier actions. Fang Yaoyao wrinkled her nose and retorted, I was with you then. Am I supposed to suggest I commit self-harm? As long as you understand, Lin Chi teased, pinching her cheek. You did ambush me with a chair before, after all. There's a precedent. You were the one who imprisoned me for an entire day. Fang Yaoyao huffed, falling silent. Yuan Ning, who had been listening nearby, was bewildered. Were their interactions truly this captivating? Lin Chi draped his arm over Fang Yaoyao's shoulders, pulling her close. Tell me, why did you provoke me at the entrance of the community? After all, a rational person would not approach a ruffian in the dead of night. Although Fang Yaoyao had indeed been somewhat irrational initially, she was not foolish. In such circumstances, with no one around. It was akin to inciting a kidnapper in a dark alley. Fang Yao Yao recalled the past, her cheeks flushing slightly. I was engrossed in my phone, nearly asleep, when a sudden heaviness in my chest urged me to the entrance for some fresh air. Upon seeing you, I couldn't help but get angry, especially after reading that beauty salon post. Lin Shi nodded. It must have been fate at play. Who would believe it wasn't an unseen hand guiding events? Fortunately, I had already diminished Lu Shenghao's fortunes. What follows is a battle of wits. To see whose strategy prevails. Will Lu Shenghao be driven mad and flee first, or will my resources succumb first? Meanwhile, in a certain living room, it was barren. No sofas or furniture could be found. On the ground, a fire crackled, casting a warm glow as several individuals huddled around it. Chen Yong added a piece of wood to the pot when one of his subordinates spoke up. Brother Yong, our food is running low. What should we do? Chen Yong furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated the rapid consumption of food. It seemed that having too many people had its drawbacks. One of the younger members suggested, what about that Lu Shenghao in Building 25? Isn't his family quite wealthy? We could rob him. The others turned to Chen Yong. Knowing full well the truth of his family's resources, Chen Yong recalled the events of that day and exclaimed, are you all trying to get yourselves killed? Don't you realize a murderer resides in that building? And did you not notice Lu Shenghao's walls are made of iron? Silence fell over the group. They had been fortunate to escape quickly that day. Had they been trapped inside, their lives would have been forfeit. One member piped up, Isn't Lao Lu skilled at lockpicking? Since that murderer and Lu Shenghao are at odds, he should not interfere with our plans. Chen Yong frowned. Glancing at the speaker, the room was dimly lit, making it hard to discern his features. He remembered that this was a young lad who had recently joined them. His boldness had grown from collecting protection fees alongside them. Chen Yong poked at the charcoal with a stick, his face illuminated and shadowed by the flickering flames. After a moment, he asked, are there any troublesome individuals in the adjacent unit? The young member scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not sure. If you don't know, then find out. Let me know before dark if we can proceed, Chen Yong commanded. Such scenes unfolded throughout the community. The moral fabric of the people began to unravel. In the face of survival, everything else became insignificant. With a loud thud, Lu Shenghao jolted awake from his bed. His hair was disheveled, eyes bloodshot, and his complexion pale, as if he had been awake for 3 days straight without rest. He looked utterly haggard. 3 days. 3 days. Lu Shenghao screamed. Why hasn't anyone stopped them? How do they still have food? The occupants of the building should be starving, begging him for scraps. He should be able to toy with them like dogs over a mere piece of bread. Why? Why? He shouted in frustration. Why don't they come to me? And why are they still able to pound on the walls day and night? Lu Shenghao roared, grabbing a baseball bat and smashing everything in sight. Debris flew, glass shattered. The pounding continued from below. Lu Shenghao discarded the bat, sat back down on his bed, buried his hands in his hair, and began to laugh. Ha! You think you can force me out? I won tea. I refuse to lose. I have millions worth of supplies. You cannot compete with me. Soon, you will come begging to me. Ha ha ha. Soon you will be on your knees, begging like dogs. Chapter 33, Self-Disclosure. The following day, a thunderous roar jolted Lin Chi from his slumber. The room was shrouded in darkness. The frigid air filling his nostrils instantly awakened him. Upon realizing that no one was causing trouble, Lin Chi deduced that something must have occurred with the wall demolition crew. A daring thought crossed his mind. He dressed quickly, donned his coat, and made his way to the 24th floor. Upon entering 2401, the stale air hit him, and amidst the swirling dust, a group of men were gathered. What is going on? Lin Chi asked, pushing through the crowd, excitement evident on his face. As expected, a load-bearing wall had been demolished. Before Lin Chi could speak, Uncle Wang approached to explain. It turned out that one of the demolition crew members was a project manager from a construction site. He believed that manual demolition was ultimately too slow, so he suggested an alternative approach. He reasoned that the adverse weather and power outage rendered electric tools useless, but also made the concrete and steel more fragile than usual. This meant that less impact energy could cause greater destruction. Uncle Wang, impressed by his reasoning, agreed. After all, idleness was unproductive. They first ignited the base of the wall, intensively heating the concrete and internal steel to make them expand dramatically under high temperatures until the wall began to crack and peel away. Then, they poured snow and ice over it abruptly. The drastic temperature fluctuations caused the walls to shatter instantaneously, leaving the internal steel reinforcement brittle and riddled with fine cracks. Separating from the concrete. After several such episodes, a substantial hole was chiseled into the base of the wall, revealing the steel bars within. At this juncture, the sledgehammer made its entrance. 2 individuals worked in tandem, alternating strikes to sever the already brittle and cracked steel reinforcements. In this manner, a load-bearing wall collapsed with a resounding crash. What do you think, Linchi? We might actually bring the building down, Uncle Wong remarked with a hint of excitement. However, Linchi's expression grew grave. Just as he prepared to speak, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the entrance. What are you doing? Trying to bring the building down? Stop it immediately, or I will call the police. Several elderly men, bundled in coats, shouted as they entered, pointing and berating the group. After all, the collapse of a load-bearing wall would jeopardize their very lives. Uncle Wong felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could voice his concerns, Linchi's icy voice rang out. You have 10 seconds to leave this place. The crowd tensed, though a few elderly men remained stubborn, defiantly insisting, you better stop, or we won't leave. Linchi narrowed his eyes, fully aware that these old-timers were a nuisance, still clinging to their homes even in such dire circumstances. He advanced 2 steps and struck one of the men squarely in the face, causing him to stagger against the wall to avoid falling. Gasps filled the air. Indeed, this harbinger of death showed no mercy, even to the elderly. Feeling humiliated, the old man whipped his head around, ready to retort, but Linchi delivered another swift strike. Refusing to leave, are you? Would you rather risk your lives for your homes? The slaps came one after another without hesitation, prompting several elderly men to scream for mercy as they covered their faces and fled, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. Linchi snorted, shook his hand, and turned to shout, Uncle Wong, take a team to the stairwell and lie in wait. Lu Xinghao is likely to come out fighting. Just imagine a precarious wooden bridge that could break at any moment. Who could resist fleeing? This was Linchi's strategy, to relentlessly torment Lu Xinghao until he was driven mad and compelled to emerge. Uncle Wong, his expression solemn, nodded in agreement. Calling a few people before turning to leave, Linchi instructed the others to continue demolishing the wall with even greater vigor. Following the earlier scene, the group worked harder than ever. Meanwhile, in room 2501 above, Lu Xinghao curled up in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. He recognized the sound, the collapse of the wall. The room around him seemed to tremble and sway, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Xinghao clutched his hair, tugging at it in desperation. The infernal sound of destruction returned. He felt himself spiraling into madness, utterly unhinged. He now felt as though he were teetering on the edge of a cliff, poised to plummet to his demise, perhaps in the next moment, perhaps during breakfast, or even while sleeping at night. He attempted to drown his fear with screams, but it was futile. The terror was pervasive and omnipresent. His vision blurred. His heartbeat quickened, and the room spun before him, shapes distorting in and out of focus. Suddenly, everything contorted, closing in on him. His sanity snapped like a kite string. Ha ha ha. Lu Xinghao laughed maniacally, his eerie laughter filling the room. Linchi, if you want me dead, you shan't live either. He frantically grabbed his phone, his expression wild as he pressed the screen with reckless abandon. Everyone, capture Linchi, and I will reward you with a ton of supplies. Morning was the most active time for people. Soon, many saw Lu Xinghao's message. No way, dude, have you lost your mind? A ton of supplies? Are you armed with a helicopter? Hey, isn't that Lu Xinghao from Building 25? What? Trying to trick people into their doom again. The group was rife with ridicule, and no one believed the liar anymore. A bunch of useless fools. It's because of you that Linchi is so cocky. Lu Xinghao muttered deliriously. He propped his phone up on the table and activated the camera. I have superpowers. I am the chosen one. He gesticulated wildly. Whoever captures Linchi will receive a ton of supplies. Ha! I have thousands of tons of supplies. With a flourish, he summoned an array of snacks and instant noodles from the air, nearly burying himself in the deluge. Linchi, how can you compete with me? I will kill you. Once the video was released, various owner groups, delivery groups, and takeout groups exploded with activity. People's worldviews were crumbling. Some stared blankly at the screen. Physics doesn't exist anymore. This is clearly a special effect, made with a PSP. What the hell? That's a game console. Do you even have a brain? It's not a special effect. Look at the snowy scene outside his window. It's recent, and there are no signs of image manipulation. This can't be a special effect. Oh my. Is it possible that superpowers really exist? By the way, remember that his house has iron walls. Could he have known the snow disaster was coming? Lu Xinghao, do you really have a ton of supplies? What if you don't deliver? This is a miracle. God has come to save the suffering masses. You can't treat the messengers so unfairly. What is that old hag babbling about? Shut up. Someone is already rushing towards Building 25. No. Get to the window. A lot of people are heading towards Building 25. Chapter 34, the target of all eyes. Watching the phone screen, Linchi's hands trembled slightly. A madman. Truly a madman. He had anticipated that Lu Xinghao might use food as a bargaining chip or resort to crossbows, but he never imagined he would publicly reveal his supposed powers. This was tantamount to courting death. It was a desperate gambit to take him down with him. Just then, a prickling sensation shot through Lin Chi's back. He was startled, sensing the focus of attention shifting. Lin Chi, run! Uncle Wang's voice rang out from a distance. Lin Chi swiftly drew his pistol, took 2 steps back, and leaned against the wall, aiming the gun forward. The patrol team members halted their actions, standing still and staring at him. It seemed some had also seen the group chat. The fear in their eyes had morphed into sharpness, akin to that of hunters eyeing their prey. This gaze wavered the moment Lin Chi brandished his firearm, but quickly coalesced once more. Weighing their options, Lin Chi understood they were deliberating. His heart raced. He glanced sideways, his eyes widening. Outside the window, the silver-white snowfield resembled a cream cake on the ground, swarming with a mass of ants. All dark and ominous. Lin Chi thought to himself, surely the entire neighborhood has come to capture him. Lin Chi, why are you still standing there? Run! Uncle Wang panted as he approached. Uncle Wang, follow me. Lin Chi raised his hand and fired a shot at the ceiling, intimidating the patrolling crew. Don't move. Whoever dares to move will die. 2 individuals ascended the staircase, sprinting back to room 1601. Perhaps due to the gunshot, they encountered no resistance along the way, although many peered curiously from the hallway doors. Fang Yao Yao, Yuan Ning, hurry and put on your coats, Lin Chi shouted as he entered the living room. The 2 women in the room were unaware of the situation, but accustomed to Lin Chi's commands, they swiftly got up and donned their clothing. Lin Chi hurried into the kitchen, haphazardly stuffing food into a backpack. Lin Chi, let me pack for you. You go downstairs first, and I will throw it down to you, Uncle Wang said anxiously from the side. Run? The entire neighborhood is after him. It's too difficult. Lin Chi waved his hand, instructing Uncle Wang to keep watch in the living room. Before long, Uncle Wang's voice echoed again. It's no good, Lin Chi. They've already entered the staircase. You need to use the rescue rope and lower yourself out the window. I'll hold them off. Lin Chi reached the living room to find Uncle Wang had knocked over the shoe cabinet to block the door. A flicker of emotion crossed Lin Chi's eyes. He quickly stopped Uncle Wang and shouted into the room. Fang Yao Yao, Yuan Ning, come out. He shoved the backpack into Uncle Wang's arms, saying, Uncle Wang, take them and disguise yourselves as passers-by to escape. Get as far away as you can, quickly. Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning emerged, bewildered. Lin Chi, what is happening? Yuan Ning, clad in black attire and a hat, inquired. Lin Chi offered no explanation, as Uncle Wang tossed the backpack back to him. Lu Xinghao will kill you. I'll stay behind. He doesn't know me and won't harm me. Fang Yao Yao began to understand. It seemed Lin Chi had lost. Just then, a cacophony of thunderous noise erupted outside, causing the entire building to tremble. The chaotic footsteps and primal howls resembled a surging flood, making the ground beneath them feel unsteady. Hurry, don't dawdle. I have my own plans. You will only hinder me here. Go. Lin Chi shouted. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Uncle Wang grit his teeth and urged, you too. Follow me. The 2 women were still in shock when Lin Chi gave them a push. Quickly follow Uncle Wang. Remember, run as far as you can and don't look back. Yao Yao. Just as Fang Yao Yao stepped out the door, she shivered, glancing back at the living room. Despite the absence of light, she had a fleeting illusion that Lin Chi radiated a luminous aura. Go. Lin Chi yelled, shaking his hand. The group descended the stairs but were stopped on the 10th floor. The scene before them was terrifying. The entire staircase was packed tightly, with everyone attempting to rush upward, while many others held them back, creating an eerie standstill. Fang Yao Yao noticed a few emaciated hands struggling silently beneath the crowd. This way, Uncle Wang called out. The escape ladder appeared slightly more favorable, and they moved cautiously. Yet, upon seeing the frenzied, red-eyed individuals, Fang Yao Yao's expression darkened. In such a situation, could Lin Chi truly escape? After sending the 3 away, Lin Chi began his preparations. He entered the kitchen, selecting a small fruit knife from a collection of kitchen knives, and used a cleaver to sever the wooden handle. He took out a whetstone and swiftly sharpened the blade before placing it into the backpack. Next, he retrieved the homemade Molotov cocktails. 5 bottles remained from the initial 10. There should be a lighter. After tossing the Molotovs and a crowbar into the backpack, Lin Chi took a chair and sat in the center of the living room, waiting patiently. No sooner had he settled down than the door was violently kicked open. Lin Chi, come out. A throng of people surged in, encircling the living room, armed with various sharp weapons, their expressions fierce. Lin Chi lounged casually, crossing his legs without a hint of concern. A tall man pushed through the crowd and approached him. Are you Lin Chi? Shen Yong inquired. Let us make a deal. Lin Shi glanced at him and replied coolly. Oh, is that so? Chen Yong tilted his head, ordering, bind him and take him away. Lin Shi's lips twitched. Wait. Why not follow the usual script? Before he could react, several henchmen had bound his hands behind his back and began to search him. Boss, we didn't find a gun, one of them reported, frowning. Lin Shi seized the opportunity. How about we collaborate? When Lu Shenghao emerges, you capture him, and we'll split his supplies. Chen Yong hesitated, pulling up a chair to sit before Lin Shi, staring intently at him. Why should I collaborate with you? Because Lu Shenghao specifically requested me. Lin Shi smiled. I could just as easily bind you instead. But what if I shout that this is all a trap when I'm bound? Would he still come out? Lin Shi chuckled lightly. Someone, stuff his mouth. Chen Yong waved his hand impatiently. Damn it, what a brute. Lin Shi cursed inwardly. As several henchmen advanced, Lin Shi quickly interjected. You don't understand Lu Shenghao. He is extremely sensitive. The slightest disturbance will cause him to retreat into his shell, like if I were to have my mouth sealed. Upon hearing this, Chen Yong furrowed his brow. Lin Shi sensed the tide was turning, recognizing that Chen Yong was wavering. Our goal is the supplies, after all. Once we capture Lu Shenghao and confine him as an ATM, who would worry about food? Chen Yong regarded Lin Shi thoughtfully, his eyes shifting as he weighed the options. After a moment, he nodded. All right, I accept your collaboration. We'll work together to capture Lu Shenghao and then split the resources. In his heart, Chen Yong added, once Lu Shenghao steps out, I'll just kick you aside. Lin Shi pondered. Once Lu Shenghao emerges, I'll shoot him and complete my mission. Both men had their own schemes. Now, take me to his doorstep and loosen the ropes. I want to feel secure otherwise. Lin Shi shook his bound hands. Chen Yong gestured, and a henchman stepped forward to untie Lin Shi. Just then, another commotion erupted outside. Another group of people burst in, surrounding everyone in the living room. The space became so cramped that it was difficult to stand. A mysterious voice rang out. By the will of the divine, capture the villain Lin Shi. Everyone charge. Chapter 35. The God of War emerges. The good news. Lu Shenghao has finally emerged from his shell. The bad news. Lin Shi has been captured. In the snowy landscape, Lin Shi was led away with his hands bound behind him. The wind howled in his ears. Yet he could still hear eerie cries echoing from a distance. God, thank you for your mercy. God, thank you for granting this group of sinners an opportunity for repentance. Led by an elderly woman, a crowd knelt in the snow, their gazes devout as they buried their heads in the cold white powder. Before them stood a man, arms outstretched, reveling in their worship. It was the charlatan Lu Shenghao. Occasionally, he would wave his hand, causing a shower of biscuits and bread to fall from the sky. The volume of the crowd's cries grew ever louder. Religion harms people, Lin Shi muttered softly. Humph. Indeed. How astonishing it is that this wretched world has devolved into such a state, Chen Yong lamented. Silence. A furious voice echoed from the left. Do not slander the divine emissaries. Both Lin Shi and Chen Yong muttered curses beneath their breath. The individual resumed their incessant preaching, prompting Lin Shi to tune them out completely. The influence of these religious zealots had derailed his collaboration with Chen Yong, leaving him in a quandary. Lin Shi bowed his head in contemplation. In truth, he had devised a plan, albeit one fraught with peril, primarily due to Lu Shenghao's current erratic behavior, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy. With no retreat available, why ponder so much? Lin Shi self-deprecatingly thought. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He mentally rehearsed the plan to ensure absolute certainty. A single misstep could result in his demise. Suddenly, a powerful grip yanked Lin Shi's hair, lifting his head. Before him stood Lu Shenghao, whose eyes were bloodshot, mouth exuding a foul odor, and face contorted with malice. Lin Shi nearly succumbed to the stench. Lin Shi, I have triumphed. You are utterly worthless. Lu Shenghao exclaimed, flailing about in a frenzied manner. Oh, do you truly believe you have won? Lin Shi swallowed hard, moistening his throat. The world will soon learn of your supernatural abilities. Prepare to be dissected. Silence. Lu Shenghao's eyes widened with fury. Do you hear what they call me? Divine. Who dares disrespect the divine? Who dares lay a hand on me? He paced back and forth in the snow like a cat with its tail stepped on. Chen Yong, watching nearby, scoffed internally. He was merely a fortunate fool, not a deity. Enough of your prattle, Lu Shenghao. My defeat is evident. Let it be swift. I shall await you below, Lin Shi remarked, shaking his head. Lu Shenghao abruptly halted, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Shi for a prolonged moment. Ha ha. He laughed maniacally, then glared fiercely. Do you wish for death? Dream on. I have vowed to repay you 1,000-fold for your actions against me. Lu Shenghao gritted his teeth, his shoulders trembling as if he bore an immense rage. He resumed pacing, muttering to himself, burning? No, too quick and easy. How about slicing? Yes, that sounds delightful. Lin Shi felt his scalp prickle. It seemed Lu Shenghao intended to torture him to death. Lin Shi quickly interjected, "You are indeed a pervert, Lu Shenghao. Thankfully, Fang Yao Yao has already escaped. I can die in peace. Bring it on." Lu Shenghao stood still, his face darkening as unwelcome memories surged forth. Then, his expression shifted. A mocking tone emerging. "Lin Shi, do you truly believe she has escaped my grasp? Wait and see. I will make you witness how I bring her to submission. Lu Shenghao, you dare." The nearby zealots forcibly subdued Lin Shi, pressing his head into the snow. "Behave yourself," one of the men commanded. "You are afraid, Lin Shi. You are terrified." Lu Shenghao taunted, leaping and dancing in the snow, arms flailing. He then turned sharply to his followers, arms outstretched. "Children, go find Fang Yao Yao. This is a divine decree." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a bounty of supplies descended from above, prompting cheers of gratitude from the crowd. Some inquired about Fang Yao Yao's identity, and a resident of Building 25 described her pink hair. Lu Shenghao raised a finger, a fervent expression on his face. "Whoever finds Fang Yao Yao shall be rewarded with a ton of supplies." The crowd erupted in frenzied enthusiasm, rushing in all directions. The spectacle drew the attention of many onlookers. Lin Shi raised his head from the snow, peering at the ostentatious Lu Shenghao, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He had gambled wisely. Lu Shenghao's hatred for Fang Yao Yao matched his own. Thus, the best strategy for delaying time was to redirect animosity toward Fang Yao Yao. That was why he had previously instructed Uncle Wang to take the others as far away as possible. As long as Fang Yao Yao remained unfound for the time being, he would be safe. Seizing this opportunity, he began to free his bound hands from the ropes, planning to draw his pistol and retaliate against Lu Shenghao. Lin Shi discreetly retrieved a fruit knife from his backpack, slowly sawing at the ropes. He sensed that the man guarding him was momentarily distracted, likely captivated by the grand scene unfolding below. Therefore, if he remained subtle, he could soon sever the bindings. Just then, a voice reminiscent of an old television speaker rang out. "Fang Yao Yao, you cannot escape. Surrender now, and I may spare you. Otherwise, I will kill Lin Shi." Lu Shenghao shouted into a megaphone, addressing the surrounding buildings. Lin Shi remained unfazed. Fang Yao Yao was of a similar ilk. The fates of others were inconsequential in her eyes, as long as she survived. Moreover, she was likely already beyond the confines of the community. However, he could not be too certain. Arrogance was the greatest obstacle to survival. Thus, Lin Shi hastened his efforts, with life hanging in the balance. He could not afford to be careless. Meanwhile, Qin Yong stood nearby, somewhat bored, engaging in casual conversation with his subordinates. At the same time, he pondered how to deal with the lucrative target that was Lu Shenghao. In truth, he was more interested in Lu Shenghao's supplies than anything else. Suddenly, one of his underlings expressed astonishment. "Hey, there's a woman with pink hair running in the snow." The group turned in unison to look. Lin Shi also lifted his head, squinting. "Ha, it's her. That's Fang Yao Yao. Quick, go and capture her." Lu Shenghao's excited voice carried from nearby. Lin Shi's body trembled as he stared blankly at the woman with pink hair, clad in a black coat, running wildly through the snow. "Fang Yao Yao, what on earth are you doing?" he thought, his eyes widening in alarm. Chapter 36. The nemesis Fang Yao Yao stared vacantly at the increasingly chaotic community. The group had taken refuge in an empty room. Through the shattered window, they watched as people scurried about, seemingly playing a game of hide and seek. "They are undoubtedly searching for us." Uncle Wang frowned, his expression troubled. Fang Yao Yao's body trembled slightly. If captured by Lu Shenghao, her fate would surely be grim, especially after having insulted him so many times. The only option left was to escape beyond the community, but where could she flee to afterward? In this apocalyptic world, Fang Yao Yao had been relatively sheltered by Lin Shi, but now she found herself lost in confusion. In her daze, she instinctively gazed into the distance. There, in the snow, a conspicuous splash of yellow caught her attention, firmly grasping her focus. "Lin Shi, he has been captured," she murmured. Uncle Wang shook his head, sighing. "I never anticipated this outcome. Come, we must leave before they find us. Lin Shi will have a plan." As Uncle Wang spoke, he moved toward the door. There was no other choice. Most of the community's inhabitants had become Lu Shenghao's henchmen, searching everywhere for them. All they could do was flee. Hoping Lin Shi had a backup plan, Yuan Ning silently followed behind. Noticing Fang Yao Yao still standing by the window, she urged, "Yao Yao, stop daydreaming. They're coming to search for us. Will Lin Shi perish?" Fang Yao Yao bit her nails, lost in thought. Uncle Wang slightly lowered his head. Yuan Ning paused momentarily and coldly remarked, "Let us go. This is not your concern." At that moment, A muffled voice akin to a broadcast echoed, "Fang Yaoyao, you cannot escape. If you surrender now, I can let you off easy. Otherwise, I will kill Linchi." The three were taken aback and turned in unison towards the source of the voice. Simultaneously, a loud bang resonated from downstairs, the sound of the door being kicked open. Someone was searching for them. Uncle Wong, alarmed, urged, "We must leave." Yuan Ning quickly pulled at Fang Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, hurry." Her voice trailed off as her eyes widened slowly and her lips parted slightly. In her line of sight, a petite figure stood on the windowsill, leaping out with determination, her peach-colored hair dancing in the air, the hem of her clothing rustling in the wind. In an instant, she plummeted, vanishing from sight. For the first time, Yuan Ning perceived Fang Yaoyao's back as towering. She rushed to the window and gazed down. Fang Yaoyao had already risen, dusting off her hands, staggering forward. "Have you lost your mind? Come back." Uncle Wong shouted anxiously from the side. He had promised Linchi that they would buy time with their lives, but now, Uncle Wong was at a loss, scratching his thinning hair incessantly. Perhaps the commotion had attracted attention. The noise outside grew closer. Gritting his teeth, he thrust a backpack filled with food towards Yuan Ning. "You go ahead. We will meet at the supermarket outside the community." He then leapt down as well. Yuan Ning stood frozen, bewildered as she glanced at the backpack filled with supplies. Then at Uncle Wong, who was already rushing ahead. She murmured softly, "Why go to such lengths? Couldn't we just escape and survive?" Regaining her senses, she felt her knees sink into the soft snow. With no time to ponder, she had to keep running. The biting wind and snow lashed at her face like a handful of sand, causing her eyes to sting painfully. Everything ahead was pitch black, and all she could hear was the frantic beating of her heart, reverberating painfully in her mind. How did I end up jumping down? Fang Yaoyao ran while desperately trying to recall the reasons for her actions, seeking courage from her memories for what lay ahead. In the final hour before the world collapsed, she had met and loathed Linchi. That night, they met again, but she was lured into bed, feeling only that Linchi was utterly wicked and her own fate was miserable. She later regained her freedom. Yet, days later, amidst famine in the building, she sought out Linchi again, nearly costing him his life. She had been terrified of being killed, for Linchi was a brutal man. Yet, by some stroke of luck, she survived. After that, gazing at Linchi's sleeping profile at night, she found he wasn't as detestable as she once thought. As the snow intensified, the chaos outside grew, resources dwindled, and conflicts arose. Thanks to Linchi, she had lived comfortably, thus she sought to please and rely on him. It was a transaction, mutually beneficial, devoid of any emotional entanglement. But last night, Linchi had suggested she leave. He was sincere, even willing to share food and assist her in mapping an escape route, though it ultimately came to nothing. In that moment, she felt a genuine concern. When danger struck, Linchi was the first to return, urging her to flee quickly. In that instant, he seemed to radiate light. She wished Linchi would remain a purely wicked man, allowing her to justify pleasing him, exploiting him, and ultimately discarding him without hesitation. However, Fang Yaoyao opened her eyes wide and took a deep breath, raising her head to curse. "Linchi, you bastard, I owe you nothing." She could not allow Linchi to perish. "Come on, let us go mad one last time at the world's end." Though her face was pale, Linchi felt an undeniable sweetness in his heart. Fang Yaoyao had emerged. The Fang Yaoyao from the original story, who had made soup from bones, had actually come out. If it weren't for the lack of pursuers behind her, Linchi would hardly believe it. Did she not realize the fate that awaited her if captured by Lu Xinghao? Alas, foolish woman, he thought, yet now was not the time for such reflections. Linchi focused intently. Several henchmen, under Lu Xinghao's orders, were encircling Fang Yaoyao. The ropes must be severed quickly. Linchi strained against his bindings. He could feel his wrists loosening, the ropes fraying. Just then, a pair of feet appeared before him. "Linchi, Linchi, who would have thought Fang Yaoyao is so loyal to you?" Lu Xinghao grinned, licking his lips as he added, "I wonder if she will remain so loyal beneath me later." "Ha! Damn it!" Linchi cursed vehemently. Lu Xinghao's foul mouth made the very air feel tainted. At that moment, however, Linchi's gaze was suddenly drawn to something else. Behind Lu Xinghao, Fang Yaoyao was surrounded by several henchmen. He could not discern the situation inside. What was happening to Fang Yaoyao? Panic surged within Linchi. "What are you doing?" A furious shout came from behind Linchi, followed by the removal of the knife from his hand and his wrists being tightly restrained. "Humph, you almost broke free," said the guard behind him. Lu Xinghao laughed smugly. "Linchi, what tricks do you have left?" "Ha ha." He then turned and walked away. Linchi felt a profound sorrow. "Fang Yaoyao, you truly are my nemesis." Chapter 37. Transformation. Uncle Wong was now at a loss, on the verge of tears. He had not only failed to bring Fang Yaoyao back, but had also put himself in jeopardy. In the snow, the two were encircled by a dozen men, each one looking fierce and eager, as if eyeing a succulent piece of meat. At this moment, Fang Yaoyao was no longer her previous self. Her mind had gone blank. And as adrenaline faded, she became utterly flustered. Ha ha ha, Fang Yaoyao, you have finally fallen into my hands. Lu Xinghao, flanked by Chun Yong, pushed through the crowd to stand before her. Upon seeing Fang Yaoyao, he trembled with excitement. She had finally appeared, the woman who had tormented him in dreams night after night. Lu Xinghao's thoughts drifted back to his past life. He recalled Fang Yaoyao storming into his home. When they discovered the absence of food, the crowd had surged, tearing him apart. In his final moments, he remembered Fang Yaoyao holding his arm, preparing to make soup. Anger, unbearable rage. Fang Yaoyao, you wretched woman. Lu Xinghao's fury surged as he approached her. A look of terror spread across her face as she stumbled back a couple of steps. Lu Xinghao, what do you want? Uncle Wang positioned himself protectively in front of her, as if facing a formidable adversary. You insolent security guard, what right do you have to speak here? Yet, just as Lu Xinghao attempted to advance, he was restrained by Chun Yong. Be careful, he is a trained fighter, Chun Yong cautioned quietly. If you get caught, they might seize the opportunity to escape. Uncle Wang's expression darkened. The only way to escape was to capture Lu Xinghao and use him as leverage. But now everything was in disarray. Meanwhile, those who had gone out searching were beginning to return, and the crowd around them was swelling. A forced breakthrough was impossible. What to do? Uncle Wang felt urgency mounting, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He turned to Fang Yaoyao, only to find her expression blank, clearly unreliable. Where's the other one? Lu Xinghao scanned the surroundings and noticed that the woman, Yuan Ning, was missing. He shouted, they have another accomplice. A woman with long black hair, named Yuan Ning. Bring her back as well. Lu Xinghao harbored a deep-seated hatred for that woman. The memory of her making a fool of him with a yoga pant still lingered vividly in his mind, igniting a fire of anger within him. The dejected followers, upon realizing there was still an opportunity to make a contribution, frantically scattered in all directions. Witnessing this, Uncle Wang felt a heavy weight in his heart. He could only silently pray that Yuan Ning would escape. Otherwise, he would truly be left with no choice but to atone with his life. Lin Qi had sacrificed his life to buy them time, yet it had come to this. He felt he had betrayed Lin Qi. How about this, Fang Yaoyao? Lu Xinghao suddenly proposed. If you reveal Yuan Ning's whereabouts, not only will I let you go, but I will also provide you with ample food and comfortable lodging. As he spoke, he casually tossed several packs of instant noodles onto the ground. The sight left both of them wide-eyed. Lu Xinghao's enticing voice continued. So, what do you say? Think carefully. This is your last chance at survival. Beside them, Chun Yong's eyes flashed with disdain. This man was utterly revolting. Uncle Wang instinctively wanted to intervene, but found himself speechless, as if all strength had drained from him. How could he voice his concerns? Stopping Fang Yaoyao would be tantamount to asking her to wait quietly for death. Did he have the authority to decide the fate of others? Fang Yaoyao fell into contemplation. Hey, let's make a deal, Lin Qi called out anxiously from behind. I have a stash of food hidden in Building 25, Room 1601. I can trade it for my freedom. What do you think? The supplies were, of course, a mere illusion, long since taken. But all he needed was for the guard behind him to stand up. With his hands firmly restrained, he was unable to move a muscle. Even if he managed to retrieve a gun from his bag, he could not maneuver it to shoot anyone and escape. However, Lin Qi received no response. A flash of white light filled his vision, and in the next moment, his face seemed to be pressed into the ground. Be obedient. The man growled menacingly. Shaking his fist, Lin Qi instantly tasted blood in his mouth. As he swirled his tongue around, he spat a mouthful of crimson onto the snow. Glancing at the man behind him with a smile, you have chosen your own demise. The guard felt underestimated and snorted coldly before swinging his fist towards Lin Qi's face again. Fang Yaoyao's complexion turned pale with fear. The figures surrounding her were not human. They emitted beast-like growls, glaring hungrily as if they would tear her apart in the next moment. Thus, a thought emerged in Fang Yaoyao's mind. If she revealed that Yuan Ning was at the entrance of the community, she could save herself. As long as she survived, nothing else mattered. Her parents and younger sister were still waiting at home. Their house was old, and with such heavy snow, it might collapse. She sighed, thinking about how they had always talked about building a new one, yet they could never make enough money. If they had a new house, what would they have to fear from heavy snow? So, she should just say it. Yuan Ning was at the entrance of the community. It was just a lie. Yuan Ning was too clever to be caught waiting around, right? It was merely a fib, not the first time she had done so. In society, One could not survive without telling lies. Thus, to live, a little deceit was permissible, wasn't it? Fang Yao Yao's gaze became vacant. Fang Yao Yao. Lu Shenghao interrupted her thoughts. If you reveal Yuan Ning's whereabouts, you can leave. Everyone here can testify to that. What do you say? He screamed in his heart. Come on, Fang Yao Yao, just say it. You are someone who would do anything to survive, even resorting to cannibalism. You are a despicable traitor willing to betray anyone just to live. How could you sacrifice yourself for someone else? So, come on, Fang Yao Yao, betray Yuan Ning. Fang Yao Yao took a deep breath, seemingly having made up her mind, and stepped forward. Uncle Wang watched her retreating figure, his hands hanging limply at his sides as he sighed. This damned world truly drove people to madness. Seeing this, Lu Shenghao's breath quickened, his body trembling with excitement. Under this influence, everyone turned their attention to Fang Yao Yao. Of course, they were unaware of the animosity between the two. They merely regarded it as entertainment. Yet, the next moment, an uproar erupted among the crowd, jaws dropping as they stared at the pink-haired woman in front of them. Hey, Lu Shenghao. Fang Yao Yao snapped her fingers, leaving her middle finger raised defiantly. Silence fell over the crowd. All eyes were fixated on that slender finger, on the pink-haired woman. She said nothing, yet it felt as though she had said everything. Chapter 38. One crisis after another. Lu Shenghao stared at that middle finger, his face darkening to the point of dripping with fury. He could even hear laughter from the crowd around him. Ha ha ha. Finally, someone could no longer contain their laughter. Lu Shenghao turned to look, and the laughter ceased. As soon as he straightened his head, the laughter resumed. Feeling humiliated, he roared. Strip Fang Yao Yao of her clothes. Lu Shenghao's eyes were bloodshot. He had pined after Fang Yao Yao for an entire year. And not only had he never held her hand, but she had also betrayed him in the end. He was filled with rage. Just when he thought Fang Yao Yao was merely a promiscuous woman, she was willing to sacrifice herself for someone else. Why? Why treat me this way? The intertwining of anger and obsession drove him to scream at the heavens. The crowd was momentarily confused. Don't just stand there. Strip her naked. He was determined to unleash all the pent-up anger he had on Fang Yao Yao. He wanted this wretched woman to fully experience his suffering. Stay away. Uncle Wang exclaimed in shock, raising his hands defensively. Yet, no one around him moved. Are you deaf? Lu Shenghao cursed, feeling the scornful gazes of many upon him. He bellowed, do you want to revolt? Do you believe I won't feed you, letting you starve to death? The word starve to death struck a sensitive nerve among the crowd. They had been so engrossed in the spectacle that they had momentarily forgotten they were in an apocalyptic world. The crowd began to stir restlessly, with a few individuals moving towards Fang Yao Yao. She took 2 steps back. Uncle Wang swallowed hard, positioning himself in front of her, cursing internally. Lin Shi, you bastard. If you're not dead, hurry up and show yourself. What era is this that you're still making a grand entrance? It's madness. Hurry up and strip her naked. Lu Shenghao urged angrily. The others hastened their pace. Uncle Wang knocked one man down but, upon looking up, found himself surrounded by people rushing towards them. Chen Yong could no longer bear to watch. He was about to call on his subordinates for assistance when a gunshot rang out from behind. Before he could turn around, a booming voice echoed from afar. Stop right there. Chen Yong did not look toward the source of the voice, but instead stared up at the sky, mouth agape. A flash of fire streaked across the sky, descending into the crowd. With a resounding crash, flames erupted, and the anguished screams of the people immediately followed. Chaos ensued at the scene, with individuals fleeing, others desperately trying to extinguish the flames clinging to their bodies, and some rolling in the snow. Lin Shi was certainly not provoking the guard without reason. When a person throws a punch, it requires the engagement of their entire muscular system, meaning the brain focuses its weight on the fist. Thus, Lin Shi aimed to exploit this moment to topple his adversary. You have a path to death. Upon uttering these words, the guard felt belittled and snorted coldly, swinging his fist towards Lin Shi. In that instant, Lin Shi abruptly pivoted to the side, freeing himself as the guard lost his balance and fell to the ground. He bellowed, damn it. This time, I will beat you to a pulp. However, he halted mid-sentence, his body freezing in place, his pupils dilating. Lin Shi had retrieved a handgun from his backpack and was now aiming it at the guard in a stance reminiscent of childbirth. I told you. You have a path to death. Bang. After shooting the guard, Lin Shi secured his arms around his waist, pulling forcefully, causing the ropes to snap. He sprang to his feet, ready to charge forward when he paused. Approximately 100 meters ahead, akin to water flooding an anthill, hundreds were wailing and scrambling through the snow, creating utter disarray. The culprit behind this chaos was the raging fire on the ground. Molotov cocktails. Lin Shi's expression brightened as he sprinted towards them, knowing Uncle Wong must have discovered the Molotov cocktails hidden in his backpack. The scene was chaotic, with shadows darting everywhere. Lin Chi struggled to spot Fang Yao Yao and the others. Suddenly, he spotted Chen Yong, clad in a jacket, along with Lu Shenghao, both fleeing while avoiding those engulfed in flames. Without hesitation, Lin Chi raised his handgun and fired directly at Lu Shenghao. Bang! Bang! When the loud gunshots rang out, animals instinctively turned their attention towards the sound, an evolutionary response for self-preservation, and humans are no different. At that moment, the fleeing crowd was drawn to the gunfire, collectively glancing in Lin Chi's direction, then shifting their gaze elsewhere. There, Lu Shenghao was crying out in agony, clutching his thigh. Clearly, he had been shot. Someone quickly shouted, "Stop him! Don't let him near the divine messenger." However, Lin Chi had already lunged a few steps to stand before Lu Shenghao, gun pointed at his head. "Everyone, freeze! Step back 10 meters, or I will blow his brains out," Lin Chi roared. The pursuing followers abruptly halted. Fear etched on their faces as they raised their hands and slowly retreated. "Yao Yao, Uncle Wong, where are you?" Lin Chi seized the moment to shout loudly. Soon, he received a response. The three dashed forward to stand behind Lin Chi. "Lin Chi, I thought you were dead." Uncle Wong, covered in dirt and dust, lamented. "If you're alive, how could I be dead?" Lin Chi retorted with a smirk, then turned to Fang Yao Yao. "Yao Yao, are you all right?" Seeing that she only had a bit of frizzed hair, Lin Chi felt a sense of relief. "I'm fine. Thankfully, Yuan Ning appeared just in time to save us." Fang Yao Yao replied, a tremor of fear in her voice. Lin Chi cast a puzzled glance at Yuan Ning, who was panting heavily, clearly having run a marathon. But now was not the time to dwell on that. Lin Chi pulled Fang Yao Yao closer, instructing her to stand behind him. He was acutely aware of Lu Shenghao's spatial abilities. Being too close could result in being taken away, which would be perilous. Yuan Ning, seemingly displeased with Lin Chi's lack of acknowledgement, sulked silently as he moved to the back. At that moment, a clear space emerged around them. With Lu Shenghao still on the ground, writhing in pain and clutching his thigh, the snow was soaked red with his blood, resembling vibrant, blooming flowers. "You devil! Lu Shenghao is a messenger sent by the divine to save us. Do you wish for us all to perish alongside him?" A woman shouted as she approached Lin Chi. "I'll accompany your mother. Take another step closer, and I'll blow his head open." Lin Chi leaned forward, causing the woman to wave her hands in fright and retreat. In that brief moment, the chaos at the scene ceased, and the crowd no longer fled. They encircled the few of them. For them, if Lu Shenghao died, they would face starvation, an inevitable demise. Lin Chi surveyed the dark crowd surrounding him, a cold sweat beating on his forehead. Killing Lu Shenghao would certainly complete his task and allow him to escape, but what about Fang Yao Yao and the others? Chapter 39, Strawberry Slushy. Feeling the sharp gazes from all directions, Lin Chi felt utterly uncomfortable. The situation had reached a stalemate. Should he let Uncle Wong and Fang Yao Yao go first? Lin Chi pondered. As long as Uncle Wong and the others could escape, he could eliminate Lu Shenghao without concern. As for the path ahead, they would have to navigate it themselves. He still had unfinished business to attend to, which he considered a form of mercy. Just as he was about to issue orders, he sensed something amiss. The majority of the residents were fixated on him, and it was impossible for them to watch Uncle Wong and the others leave unchallenged. They could easily be apprehended around the corner, and then they might turn around to threaten him. It was quite the predicament. Lin Chi inhaled deeply to calm his nerves. He could not act rashly. In the past, he would have undoubtedly killed Lu Shenghao without hesitation and left. Now, Lin Chi slightly turned his head to glance at Uncle Wong and Fang Yao Yao behind him. There were people at his back. Seeing Lin Chi turn his head, Uncle Wong suggested, "Lin Chi, we can take Lu Shenghao hostage. As soon as we escape the community entrance, we'll be safe." He stepped towards Lu Shenghao on the ground. "Don't go near him," Lin Chi exclaimed in alarm, grabbing Uncle Wong and pulling him back. "Leave it to me. I will get you all out." If Uncle Wong was taken by Lu Shenghao's ability, not even the gods could save him. Uncle Wong, nearly stumbling at Lin Chi's sudden pull, did not get angry. He understood that Lin Chi had his reasons in such a critical moment and chose to trust him. Lin Chi scanned the surroundings. The dark crowd formed a tight circle, their eyes fixed on him as if he were a sworn enemy. Lin Chi felt a sharp pain in his head, beads of sweat dampening his temples. Helplessness engulfed him. Helplessness. Lin Chi cursed the survival game vehemently in his mind. It offered no assistance whatsoever. Was it trying to force him into a corner? If only he had some powers, or an infinite ammo Desert Eagle. He would have sped through it by now. What use was a backpack? A backpack? Lin Chi's mind exploded as if a vital pathway had been unblocked. No assistance? No. This was the greatest assistance of all. A surge of ecstasy coursed through Lin Chi as he was about to speak to turn the tide, when a voice of mocking laughter rang out. Lin Chi, Lin Chi. Who would have thought you were such a saint, hesitating for a few women? Ha ha ha. You are useless, utterly useless, Lin Chi. At that moment, Lu Xinghao's wound had already frozen, and he was rolling on the ground in a frenzy, his face twisted in laughter. Blood stained the snow, mingling with the silver-white flakes, creating a beautiful sight reminiscent of a strawberry slushy from a distance. Before Lin Chi could respond, he called out again, Lynch, you can't escape. There are hundreds, even thousands of people here. You cannot flee. Ha ha ha. I have won. I have triumphed. Do you believe I will shoot you dead? Lynch replied coldly, do you dare? Look at how many are watching you. If I die, they will starve. If I perish, you won't survive long either. Ha ha. Come on, if you have the guts, shoot. Bang. Ah. Lu Xinghao's scream echoed, resembling that of a slaughtered pig, as he clutched his thigh and wailed. See, when the gun is fired, you are not so pleased. Lynch remarked, shaking his head and waving the gun. The surrounding followers were frantic, rushing forward, but as Lynch aimed the gun at Lu Xinghao's head, they hastily hit the brakes. Stop. What do you intend to do? The religious matron shouted at Lynch. You cannot kill him. He is a messenger of God, here to save us. If he dies, we all go to the grave with him. Do you wish to annihilate everyone in this community? Do you wish to destroy humanity's hope? A barrage of moral coercion surged towards Lynch. Unfortunately, the moment Lynch dyed his hair yellow and became a thug, morality was a concept that ceased to exist for him. Who would uphold morals while being a thug? I intend to obliterate humanity's hope. What will you do about it? Lynch scoffed. He then glanced at Lu Xinghao, who was sprawled on the ground. You claim to represent humanity's hope, yet look at you now. Do you even believe that? The fervent followers, of course, could not accept any unfavorable remarks about themselves. They gritted their teeth, wishing to tear Lynch apart. Since you all say he is a deity, let us see this. Kill Lynch for me. Everyone, attack him. Kill him. Lu Xinghao shouted from the side, his face filled with humiliation. Once again, he felt like a dog being toyed with. Clearly, the entire community stood with him. Why was this happening? Both of his legs had been shot. In this grim environment, losing a leg was a certainty, and amputation was not out of the question. Therefore, even in death, he intended to drag Lynch down with him. Even in death, he aimed to kill Lynch first. He was the child of destiny, unmatched by anyone. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Everyone's eyes were wide, mouths agape, collectively gazing behind them. Lu Xinghao, enduring the pain, turned to look. He saw Lynch with both hands outstretched to the crowd, nothing in his palms, the gun vanished. Yet, no one seized the opportunity to subdue him. They merely stared in bewilderment. Then Lynch snapped his fingers, and the gun reappeared in his hand as if conjured from thin air. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their eyes widening even further. Lu Xinghao's eyes nearly bulged out, his face as pale as a fish's belly. Lu Xinghao, did you think you had me figured out? Did you not anticipate that I too possess extraordinary abilities? Lynch said, twirling the gun. Lu Xinghao stood frozen. He was the chosen one, selected by God, the most unique being in the entire world. And now, another possessed extraordinary abilities? How could he not be the most special? Impossible. It's fake. Your powers are a lie. Lu Xinghao shouted furiously, his excitement driving him to lunge at Lynch. Lynch sidestepped to the right, creating distance, thinking to himself that Lu Xinghao was still so easily provoked. Now, it is time for you to simmer in your own broth once more, Lu Xinghao. As he spoke, Lynch transformed the gun into a lighter, igniting a flame akin to a planetary engine. Lu Xinghao's pupils constricted, a pain radiating through his arm, a terrifying thought surfacing. He lunged forward again, shouting, Kill him, everyone. Whoever kills Lynch, I will reward them with 100 tons of food. Fang Yaoyao and Yuan Ning exchanged glances, bewildered by Lu Xinghao's sudden reaction. The others, however, paid no mind, staring intently at the yellow-haired figure, their eyes filled with a different kind of fervor. Finally, Lynch spoke. Indeed, extraordinary abilities can be acquired. Upon uttering this, the entire venue fell silent. Many covered their mouths, fearful of interrupting his proclamation. Lu Xinghao immediately burst into tears, pleading, Lynch, I beg you, I was wrong. Please spare me. Let me go? Lynch dodged Lu Xinghao once more. This guy pretended to plead for mercy while secretly seeking an opportunity to trap him. He was quite convincing. The crowd ignored Lu Xinghao's cries, their eyes gleaming as they focused on Lynch, their breaths quickening. The falling snow seemed to slow in their gaze. Soon, Lynch uttered the words that would not only seal Lu Xinghao's fate, but also save Fang Yaoyao and the others. I have consumed Lu Xinghao's blood, thus acquiring extraordinary abilities. Chapter 40. The transmission channel. The world fell silent. Tom appeared to freeze at that moment. Lu Xinghao seemed struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. The terror on his face coalescing into palpable dread. The crowd turned their collective gaze toward him, their exhalations manifesting as increasing clouds of vapor. Lynch discreetly retreated with a few individuals. In the center, only Lu Xinghao remained, surrounded by the blood-stained snow. From above, he resembled a chocolate figure atop a strawberry smoothie. Gulp! Someone swallowed audibly. Lu Xinghao cursed vehemently. Lynch has run away. What are you all doing? Hurry, bring him back. No one responded. No one acted. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Gulp, gulp. You worthless fools, do you wish to die? Do you want to starve to death? Bring him back. Lu Xinghao fumed, grabbing snow from the ground and hurling it in all directions. Suddenly, a shadow pounced at his feet. The shadow voraciously devoured the snow, murmuring, "The extraordinary ability is mine. The extraordinary ability is mine. With it, I shall never fear hunger again." Before the words faded, another shadow lunged in, burying its head in the snow, consuming the blood-stained flakes with a fierce expression. Lu Xinghao's complexion turned pale as he mechanically retreated. In mere seconds, several shadows fought over the spot he had just occupied, even coming to blows. Lu Xinghao gasped, desperately pushing backward. A long trail of snow marked his retreat. Before long, he hit an obstruction with his back, colliding with a pair of legs. Looking up, he saw a kindly matron before him. "Oh God, thank you for saving us. Thank you for sending your messenger." Lu Xinghao could no longer comprehend human speech. The frozen wound on his leg was being prodded by fingers, eagerly sucking his blood. Several others pounced on him, biting his hands, ripping his clothes apart, and tearing at his abdomen. "Get away. I will kill you all, a bunch of worthless beings. I am God. I am your God." Lu Xinghao raged and cursed, yet he could barely move. His limbs felt as if they were ensnared by countless leeches, leaving him weak. Gazing at the swirling snow, he felt as if he had returned to his past life. Yet, his vision revealed not just tenfold the number of people from before, but a multitude surging toward him. The individuals quickly grew dissatisfied, merely lapping at the tiny amounts of blood. His neck was bitten through, his abdomen ripped open, and his ears torn off. In the final moments before darkness engulfed him, as he was crushed beneath a mountain of flesh, Lu Xinghao summoned all his strength to cry out, "I hate this." Ding dong, congratulations to the player for completing the survival task. A new feature has been unlocked. Task settlement begins. Main quest, normal. Side quest, ordinary. Reward, 3 lottery tickets. Detection of Lu Xinghao's demise has occurred. The spatial ability is shattered and is being reclaimed by the world's essence. Proceed with the theft? Yes or no? Steal, steal, steal. The attempt to seize failed. Successful theft. 1 fragment of the essence relic, spatial ability, capacity 5 cubic meters, has been placed into the player's backpack. The teleportation channel is under construction. Players are encouraged to persist and continue the survival challenge. Countdown to spatial leap, 00059. Oh no, 1 minute. Hurry. Lin Chi did not glance back at the colossal mound of flesh in the snow, but hurriedly led the others to a nearby room. "Lin Chi, where do we go next?" "We can't stay here any longer," Uncle Wang said, his face filled with worry. Fang Yaoyao and Yuan Ning also frowned. The sight of Lu Xinghao being devoured left them unsettled. "It's not us, it's you." Lin Chi resolved to take Fang Yaoyao with him. He had to at least attempt to do so. He could not bear to see her left behind. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, the 3 exchanged puzzled glances, filled with questions. Since earlier, they had been perplexed. First, Lu Xinghao possessed extraordinary abilities, and then Lin Chi. They momentarily questioned whether they were still on launching. 00036. Time is running out. Uncle Wang, listen to me. You must use Lu Xinghao as a cautionary tale. Do not recklessly expose your abilities. Before Uncle Wang could comprehend the meaning behind Lin Chi's words, Lin Chi struck his abdomen with a swift palm. Uncle Wang was left bewildered, clutching his stomach and convulsing on the ground. Indeed, Lin Chi had utilized the ability fragment on Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang chose to stand with him against the siege of thousands in the community and did not betray Lu Xinghao. Lin Chi could not idly watch his comrade face death. This decision was a product of his contemplation. Although Uncle Wang did possess some naive tendencies, it was only towards his kin. He had his own moral compass and was not indiscriminately altruistic. Yuan Ning, however, was still too emotional. If she were to gain powers, she might impulsively rescue refugees on the road, leading to inevitable consequences. At this moment, Uncle Wang was rolling on the ground, his face flushed, displaying signs of severe abdominal pain. Lin Chi speculated that this was the effect of ability fusion. He then grasped Yuan Ning's hand. "Yuan Ning, you should escape with Uncle Wang." There was no other option. Bringing along Fang Yaoyao was already a risk, and two would be far too perilous. Moreover, Lin Shi believed that with the newfound abilities, Uncle Wong would have no significant issues surviving in this apocalyptic world. There were no monsters here. Next, Lin Shi pulled Fang Yaoyao closer, gently embracing her. Yaoyao, don't move, just stand still. He wanted to see if he could transport her along. Since the aim was to establish a spatial channel, having an extra person should not pose a problem. Of course, he would not take unnecessary risks. If he sensed anything amiss, such as fluctuations in the channel or instability, he would immediately push Fang Yaoyao away. Fang Yaoyao, unsure of Lin Shi's intentions, did not question him further upon seeing his anxious expression. She merely wrapped her arms around Lin Shi and rested her head against his chest. It felt so comforting. Just as she had this thought, she was pushed slightly. Yaoyao, don't cling to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to push you away when the time comes. Lin Shi said. Fang Yaoyao's expression darkened. She thought to herself that Lin Shi was still the same Lin Shi, lacking in tenderness. Yuan Ning observed the two embracing and felt like an outsider. What did it mean for her to accompany Uncle Wong? Was it a plan to escape separately? Or was she once again being abandoned? She recalled moments ago when she had hurled a Molotov cocktail into the crowd, her hands still trembling. She had made a tremendous decision to turn back. Why was it resulting in this? Why treat her this way? Ignoring her completely was one thing, but leaving her behind felt unbearable. Yuan Ning felt a swell of grievance in her heart, her eyes gradually reddening, her nose tinged with sorrow. Lin Shi, what is happening? Uncle Wong rose from the ground, astonished, clenching his fists. He felt a cubic crystal within him, which astonishingly contained 5 cubic meters of space filled with supplies. This revelation left Uncle Wong utterly astounded. Lin Shi chuckled softly while embracing Fang Yaoyao, leaving a small gap between them. Uncle Wong, I won't say much more. Take care of yourself. Don't rush headlong into danger. Utilize this ability wisely. There may still be a chance for us to meet again. 654. Uncle Wong returned to his senses, and upon seeing Lin Shi's expression, his eyes glimmered with moisture as he waved his hand. Lin Shi, take care. 3, 2, 1. Observing the two in each other's arms, Yuan Ning could no longer contain her tears. She felt abandoned once more. She rushed forward to embrace Lin Shi, pleading, Lin Shi, please don't leave me. I will listen to you. 0. In that instant, an invisible force descended from above, enveloping the three of them. Lin Shi widened his eyes, and a series of alarms blared in his ears. Warning! Warning! Quality limit exceeded. Unauthorized life forms detected. Please separate immediately. Unauthorized life forms detected. Please separate immediately. Grant me authorization. Lin Shi felt despair. He had initially planned to push Fang Yaoyao away in a crisis. But Yuan Ning's sudden embrace from behind left him trapped in the middle, unable to exert any force. Lin Shi's consciousness began to ascend slowly, the alarms ringing incessantly in his ears. Warning! Please separate immediately. Lin Shi cursed. Could you not stop me first? Let me form a team. With a whoosh, the three vanished without a trace. Chapter 41, a desolate scene. The blonde-haired man lay on the bed, his eyes tightly shut. After a while, his eyelids fluttered and slowly opened, revealing a gray-white ceiling. Where am I? In the next moment, Lin Shi sat up abruptly, glancing at both sides. He exhaled in relief. Fang Yaoyao and Yuan Ning lay quietly on the bed, their faces healthy, breathing steadily. He chose not to disturb them and summoned the interface. In the new Feature S-Team section, he saw the avatars of the two women, indicating they were now his teammates. It seems this is not a dream. They truly traversed into another world with me, Lin Shi murmured to himself. He then raised his head to survey his surroundings, an open wardrobe, a disheveled vanity, a fallen stool, a completely unfamiliar room. Lin Shi offered a faint smile. He had indeed arrived in another world. Returning to Earth was not so simple after all. At that moment, a rustling sound came from beside him, and he turned to look. Fang Yaoyao rubbed her eyes and awoke. She sat up, glancing around in confusion, before finally calling out, Lin Shi. Simultaneously, Yuan Ning also awoke. Upon waking, she tightly embraced him, burying her head in his chest, as if fearing he might suddenly disappear. Lin Shi gently caressed Yuan Ning's back, reassuring her that all was well and they were safe. Yuan Ning, however, clung tightly to him, remaining silent. After a long pause, a sudden exclamation echoed from the living room, prompting the two to exchange glances and rush outside. It was Fang Yaoyao, standing on the balcony, one hand covering her mouth while the other pointed into the distance, her face awash with astonishment. What is wrong, Yaoyao? Lin Shi inquired as he approached her, following her finger's direction with his gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before them lay a distant panorama of the city, its skyline dotted with towering edifices and serpentine roadways. Yet, the initial impression this city bestowed upon him was not one of bustling vibrancy, but rather an eerie stillness, an unsettling quietude devoid of the cacophony of horns, engines, and human chatter, an unnaturally silent film scene. The streets were littered with cars in various states of disarray. Some had shattered windows embedded in storefronts, others lay overturned, and many were strewn with broken parts. A suffocating stillness enveloped them. What on earth has happened here? The trio pondered in bewilderment. But in the next moment, an explanation emerged. Something was stirring in the shadows of the street. They focused intently, their astonishment growing. People. A group of bizarre individuals. Their forms were grotesque. Their movements slow and devoid of grace, akin to marionettes meandering down the thoroughfare. Some crawled with only half their bodies remaining, their innards resembling kites caught in the wind. The three stood frozen, a daring thought surfacing in their minds. Zombies. Fang Yao blurted out. Lin Chi nodded in agreement, clearly indicating that they had found themselves in a world overrun by the undead. The trio returned to the living room, their expressions a mix of confusion. Just as Lin Chi settled onto the sofa, he sprang back up, swiftly examining the house inside and out. Fortunately, they were alone, and the door was securely locked. Their situation was relatively safe. Lin Chi, what on earth is going on? Fang Yao asked, her face pale with anxiety. Yuan Ning's brows furrowed, her gaze filled with questions. Lin Chi contemplated that since the two women had joined him in this alternate realm, it was time to enlighten them. You must have some inkling. To state it plainly, this is not launching, but a different world. Upon hearing this, the women's faces paled slightly. And I, Lin Chi paused, have been drawn into a game, tasked with traversing various worlds to complete assignments. Once these tasks are fulfilled, I can return, and because of my departure, you have been inadvertently brought along to this new realm. He gestured with open hands to explain. Yuan Ning bowed her head, processing this absurd information. Having witnessed Lu Shenghao's extraordinary abilities, she was somewhat more accepting, though the situation still felt dreamlike. Can we ever return? Fang Yao's face tightened with concern. This question momentarily stumped Lin Chi, who felt a rush of warmth, realizing he was still clad in a down jacket. As he began to remove it, he mumbled, completing the tasks will allow us to go back. Yuan Ning blinked her beautiful eyes, about to speak when a loud bang echoed from the entrance, startling all three. Lin Chi promptly drew his gun, directing it toward the door, suppressing his breath. Bang, bang, bang. The door trembled under repeated assaults. Lin Chi cautiously advanced, while the two women, clutching cushions and a roll of paper towels, nervously followed. After standing behind the door for a moment, Lin Chi concluded that it was quite sturdy. He then peered through the peephole, fully aware that it was unlikely to be a neighbor paying a visit. Yet, he was still taken aback. A pallid, grayish visage materialized before him, its eyes vacant and clouded, mouth agape, its head bobbing erratically. Bits of flesh were caught between its teeth, and Lin Chi could see wriggling white maggots. Oh no, he thought, nearly retching at the sight. He swiftly retreated to the living room, collapsing onto the sofa and taking several deep breaths to quell his nausea. Is that a zombie? Fang Yao asked in a hushed tone, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Yes, it must have been drawn by the noise we made, Lin Chi replied, shedding his outer layer. However, the security door is quite solid, so we need not fear an intrusion for now. Yuan Ning contemplated. It seems zombies are very sensitive to sound. Lin Chi was noncommittal. In any case, it would be wise to keep our voices down. So, are you an alien, Lin Chi? Fang Yao, now stripped of her coat, revealed a gray tank top beneath and loose black trousers. Certainly not. Lin Chi shook his head. I am human too. I just don't understand why this is happening to me. And what is this task you mentioned? Yuan Ning inquired, adjusting her hair. She too had removed her coat, now wearing a thin black long-sleeve shirt and straight-leg jeans. Lin Chi instructed them to wait a moment as he had yet to examine the task. With a flicker of thought, a luminous screen gradually unfolded in the air. Player Lin Chi, welcome to World 248. A task has been issued. Please proceed to the red dot location to hunt the target zombies. Wishing you a pleasant task. A map appeared below, featuring a blue dot and a red, separated by a considerable distance. Clearly, the blue dot represented him, while the red indicated the target mentioned in the task. Zombies, Lin Chi mused, finding the premise both logical and illogical. It was indeed reasonable to battle zombies in a zombie-infested world. After all, it wouldn't do to be tasked with battling neighborhood guardians. Yet, with zombies scattered everywhere outside, why venture to the red dot? Was there something special there? Fang Yao observed Lin Chi as he nodded and stroked his chin, finding his behavior peculiar. She waved her hand. Lin Chi, What are you doing? Is there something in the air? This interruption snapped Lin Chi back to reality, realizing the two women could not see the interface. He grabbed a pen and picked up a supermarket flyer from the ground, proceeding to draw on it. This next task is to eliminate the zombies at this location. He pointed to the drawing. Fang Yaoyao looked at the map, rolling her eyes. Is this a map? It only has 2 dots. This is the map I see. Lin Chi shrugged, appearing helpless. But it's not a significant issue. We can just find a proper map to overlay. But there are swarms of zombies outside. And we can't even go out. There's one right at the door, she pointed out. And there's another concern, Yuan Ning said, holding the map with a worried expression. Can we truly defeat this target? Lin Chi glanced around, musing that a combination of 1 man and 2 women did seem somewhat lacking. He anticipated that the task would be anything but simple, possibly involving mutated zombies or a nest of the undead. However, he was not entirely without confidence. After completing the task in the last world, he had been awarded 3 lottery tickets as a reward. Perhaps he might draw something beneficial. Otherwise, it would hardly be called a survival game, but rather a game of certain death. Lin Chi felt a flicker of excitement. The thought of a lottery always stirred one's blood. He reached for the 3 tickets. If we fail to complete this task, will there be any penalties? Yuan Ning inquired softly. Just as Lin Chi was about to say no, he froze as a line of numbers popped up before him. As the countdown timer appeared before him, Lin Chi couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had anticipated that this game was far from simple. Compared to the previous task, this one introduced a time constraint. Could the difficulty be continually escalating? However, he remained undeterred. He had long resolved to persevere through any challenges to conquer the game and return to Earth. With just 7 days to spare, it felt quite rushed. Lin Chi stroked his chin in contemplation. Suddenly, a grumbling sound interrupted him. Fang Yaoyao, clutching her stomach with flushed cheeks, exclaimed that trouble was brewing within. Are bandits attacking? Lin Chi shot a glance at her, noting the urgency of the situation. They had reached the Lord's manor. Slapping his thigh, he declared, time to eat. The 3 of them gathered on the balcony. This house, apart from the foul-smelling fatty meat in the refrigerator, held nothing edible. Lin Chi had no choice but to produce his stored supplies. With a sweeping motion, a still-burning charcoal stove appeared, followed by a large cardboard box filled to the brim with assorted frozen meats, stacked in bags still frozen solid. These were provisions he had hoarded from the previous world. Indeed, he had exploited a bug in his backpack. By filling the box with supplies before stowing it in his backpack, he managed to compress an excessive amount of resources into a single slot. Moreover, the task panel not only introduced a team function but also doubled the backpack slots, allowing for a total of 90. From a certain perspective, these 90 slots possessed virtually limitless capacity. If he had a sufficiently large container, he could potentially transport an entire planet. Lin Chi suddenly thought of Uncle Wang. He wondered how the man was faring now. However, with his portable space, as long as he refrained from showing off in the community, finding refuge in the countryside would pose no issue. At that moment, the setting sun began to melt into the earth. The 3 figures on the balcony were bathed in the orange-red glow of dusk, casting long shadows behind them. The sizzling of oil wafted upwards. They were enjoying the barbecue while the sky blazed with the evening glow, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. Fang Yaoyao spoke. Lin Chi, isn't it a bit rude to be barbecuing during the apocalypse? Despite her words, she continued to munch on her food. Who cares? With each day being a gift, let's relish the moment, Lin Chi replied with a light chuckle. Just that morning, they had fought in the snow. And now they found themselves in a world teeming with monsters. It was impossible to remain on high alert indefinitely. Eventually, it would take its toll. Perhaps we are being a bit too ostentatious? There might be survivors in those buildings, Yuan Ning suggested, gesturing ahead. Lin Chi followed her gaze. Their apartment was situated on the edge of the community, with a low wall nearby. Beyond it lay an asphalt road leading to a commercial area. He raised his soda and downed it in one gulp, responding, "It's fine. Those are just small shops and low buildings. They can't see us from here. And even if they do, it doesn't matter. It gives you two a chance to hone your skills." His words snapped the 2 women back to reality. Indeed, this was a post-apocalyptic world, and to survive, one had to kill. The gruesome image of Lu Shenghao being dismembered flashed in their minds, instantly robbing the food of its flavor. A wave of unease washed over them. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Lin Chi animatedly waved his hands. "All right, hurry and eat. After we're done, I have a surprise for you." He wore a mysterious expression. As night fell, darkness enveloped the city. The 3 sat together on the living room sofa, gazing at a solitary candle on the coffee table. The flickering flame illuminated their excited faces. On the table lay 3 palm-sized lottery tickets, arranged side by side. Lin Chi and Fang Yaoyao leaned forward, instinctively lowering their voices. This is a scratch card, right? Can it really conjure something? When have I ever lied to you? This is a task reward, and it can't be just a scratch and then head to a store to redeem, Lin Shi teased. When do we start? Fang Yao Yao clasped her hands together, eager with anticipation. The allure of the unknown, especially with such supernatural objects, was irresistible. Now is fine, you go first. Lin Shi indicated with a nod. Fang Yao Yao hesitated before selecting the middle ticket, while Lin Shi chose the left, leaving Yuan Ning last. Each of them lowered their heads to scratch. An infinite bullet Desert Eagle. Lin Shi cheered internally. Yet, as he scraped off half the coating, instead of the anticipated text, a block appeared. Just as Lin Shi was about to scratch further, he heard a gasp from Yuan Ning. Looking up, he saw her holding a long sword, entirely snow-white and gleaming. Simultaneously, Fang Yao Yao revealed her scratch, unveiling a metallic baseball bat that floated gently in the air. She watched in astonishment, her lips parting in surprise. Lin Shi, however, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No, what era is this? Cold weapons? Do they expect us to wield swords against zombies? One might end up with cramps before finishing off a single one. Losing interest, Lin Shi quickly scratched away the rest of the coating. As anticipated, there was no unexpected delight. A simple shield graphic appeared, followed by the lottery ticket soaring into the air and bursting open. An ancient shield materialized out of thin air, gently floating up and down. Lin Shi couldn't help but scream internally, "Where's my Desert Eagle?" Although disappointed, he was still slightly taken aback when he grasped the shield. It was remarkably light. The shield had a broad top and a pointed bottom, resembling an inverted triangle. The surface bore raised patterns, and upon closer inspection, it depicted a vividly fierce lion's head. Lin Shi shook the handle, feeling the shield's perfect weight in his hand, which did not feel flimsy at all. What material is this made from? He marveled. At that moment, the living room dimmed momentarily, the candlelight flickering wildly. Chapter 43. Character Traits. The culprit is Fang Yao Yao. She was swinging the metallic bat vigorously. A whirlwind of energy. The candle flame swayed erratically, plunging the room into intermittent darkness. All right, Yao Yao, don't strain yourself. Lin Shi raised a hand to stop her. In this monster-infested world, injuries were no trifling matter, especially for someone like Fang Yao Yao, who hadn't exercised in a long time. Returning to the sofa, Fang Yao Yao's face was slightly flushed. Lin Shi, this bat is incredible. It's so light that even my little arms can swing it effortlessly, and it feels powerful with each swing. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Lin Shi, her body pressing against him, almost suffocating him. However, Lin Shi was aware that Fang Yao Yao's strength was still inferior to Yuan Ning's. He firmly pushed her away. Yet, after a moment of thought, Lin Shi sensed something was amiss with Fang Yao Yao. Suddenly, he gazed sharply towards the door. Purple smoke billowed through the crack under the door, and as the three inhaled it, their minds began to cloud. A group of well-equipped masked bandits kicked open the door and surged in. But this cliché scene of being captured did not unfold. Instead, the room remained eerily dark and empty. Yuan Ning, absent of any abnormality, stroked the sword sheath thoughtfully. Thus, the truth could only be one. Lin Shi pressed his finger to his forehead, his gaze sharp and piercing. Fang Yao Yao exhibited unusual behavior only after swinging the baseball bat. Although exercise can indeed stimulate the secretion of hormones that elevate one's mood, the duration was too brief to account for such a transformation. To verify this, Lin Shi took the bat from Fang Yao Yao and swung it himself. However, he felt nothing particularly remarkable, which furrowed his brow in contemplation. His mind was tranquil and undisturbed. Just as he was about to inquire if Fang Yao Yao had ingested anything unusual, he recalled his backpack. Summoning the backpack interface, he placed the bat inside and clicked on the item description. An unremarkable baseball bat. Manage your emotions while using it, as you may feel fatigued afterward. Lin Shi gazed skeptically at the panel. Manage emotions while using it? Coupled with Fang Yao Yao's earlier emotional fluctuations, a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. He picked up the bat again and stood, widening his eyes and adopting an intimidating demeanor before swinging vigorously. The two women watched in confusion, but his somewhat exaggerated actions made them stifle giggles. After a few swings without effect, Lin Shi scratched his head in frustration. Observing this, Fang Yao Yao inquired, Lin Shi, have you discovered something? I have a conjecture, but I cannot prove it, Lin Shi sighed. What conjecture? I didn't notice anything unusual before. You are rather dim-witted. Lin Shi teased, explaining, I suspect this bat is not an ordinary one. It may be linked to the user's emotions, but I'm not yet certain of its specific properties. Did Fang Yao Yao not feel anything? Yuan Ning interjected from beside the coffee table. Fang Yao Yao tilted her head, her large eyes blinking. Now that you mention it, I did feel exhilarated while swinging the bat, as if I were invincible. Filled with power, Lin Chi, upon hearing this, became more convinced that the bat held significant potential. So, Lin Chi, you couldn't muster any emotions. Which is why you didn't perceive anything. Yuan Ning pointed out astutely. Lin Chi gave her a thumbs up in approval. Let me give it a try, Yuan Ning declared, taking the bat and focusing intently as she swung. After a while, she lowered her head, feeling disheartened. It's no use. I feel nothing. But we can rule out negative emotions, she added. Lin Chi glanced at her and confidently responded. It must be positive emotions such as excitement, joy, or anger. With that, he firmly gripped the bat and slowly stood, closing his eyes to attune himself to his inner emotions. Memories hidden deep within his mind were stirred, flowing forth like a rushing river. He envisioned an open-air bathhouse with a Japanese aesthetic, where men and women wrestled passionately amidst rising steam, their silhouettes dancing in and out of view. To the two women, Lin Chi's face gradually flushed. Suddenly, he swung the bat, creating a sharp whoosh in the air. The bat sliced through the air, casting a shadow that flickered the candlelight, which finally extinguished with a soft hiss, plunging the entire living room into darkness. Remarkable, Lin Chi exclaimed, exhaling heated breaths. I feel as if I could shatter the entire world with a single swing. Although such a statement was somewhat exaggerated, he indeed sensed a surge of power during the swing. His spirit soared, with an unending stream of strength flowing from the bat into his body, akin to receiving a red buff. However, this came at a cost. Upon stopping, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, though it remained within acceptable limits. He estimated that the level of fatigue correlated with the duration of use. At that moment, the candle's flame reignited, revealing Yuan Ning holding a lighter. Fang Yao let out a chuckle. Lin Chi, what were you thinking? Why is there such a bulge? Lin Chi glanced down, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. He then shared his conjecture with the two. In essence, the more elevated the emotions, the greater the bat's power, but the downside is that one will feel fatigued afterward. Yuan Ning summarized thoughtfully. Lin Chi nodded in agreement. Fang Yao, lounging on the sofa, appeared to recall something amusing. She clutched her abdomen, laughing heartily, her feet playfully patting the sofa. Does that mean, Lin Chi, that when you fight zombies, you'll have to walk around with a big bulge? Ha! Lin Chi's expression darkened, and he seized her little foot, giving her a playful foot massage, which made Fang Yao erupt in giggles. Yuan Ning, ignoring the commotion between the two, handed Lin Chi a sword. Lin Chi, check if this sword has any hidden traits. Lin Chi accepted it and drew it with a swift motion, examining it closely. The sword measured approximately 1.3 meters, its blade gleaming silver, featuring a small groove in the middle and a sharp point, with a broad, cross-shaped guard that exuded a medieval aura. Like the shield, it was lightweight yet sturdy, with an excellent grip. Lin Chi stood and swung it gently, effortlessly cleaving a corner of the coffee table as if slicing through a watermelon, leaving a smooth edge. This effortless display astonished all three. This is undoubtedly a divine weapon. Fang Yao leaned in, stretching her neck to see. Lin Chi nodded in affirmation, then promptly placed both the shield and sword into his backpack, eager to discover what surprises they might yield. An unremarkable iron sword, swinging it 3 times may yield unexpected results. An old shield. If one is in a particularly good mood, it may be worth striking it. After some experimentation, Lin Chi discerned the characteristics of both items. The sword would enhance its power with every 2 swings, while the shield could emit a taunting sound wave upon being struck, attracting enemies. The excitement bat's effectiveness grew with the user's heightened emotions, yet the consequence was subsequent fatigue. Lin Chi surveyed the table where the sword, shield, and baseball bat lay, introducing each item. Could these be the means to defeat monsters and return to Lanxing? Fang Yao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Chi leaned back against the sofa, non-committal in his response. These 3 weapons are lightweight, with remarkable hardness and sharpness, and possess unique effects. To call them divine weapons would not be an exaggeration, but ultimately, they remain cold weapons. Compared to these, I would prefer a Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. Cold weapons rely on the user's physical prowess to achieve optimal results, whereas firearms can create a lethal hole with just a gentle pull of the trigger, avoiding the risk of close combat. Sighing, he shook his head, instructing the 2 women. All right, tomorrow we officially confront zombies. You should practice with the weapons tonight to familiarize yourselves. Don't let the sword slip from your grip when the time comes. Chapter 44. The initial battle with zombies in the ensuing hours. The 3 continued their activities until deep into the night before finally retreating to rest. Lin Chi lay between the 2 women, propping his head on his hands as he stared blankly at the ceiling. since they would take turns keeping watch. He had allowed the two to sleep first. Lacking the foresight from the previous world, they could only proceed with caution. Suddenly, the lovely figure beside him stirred. Lin Shi asked, "Can't you sleep?" Yuan Ning nodded. "The events of today have been too surreal. Although I've accepted it, I still feel as though I am in a dream." At that moment, moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow upon Yuan Ning's hair. Lin Shi gently caressed the silken strands and asked, "Do you wish to remain here?" During the day, he noticed that Yuan Ning appeared to be burdened with deep thoughts. She frequently inquired about the task penalties. After a moment of silence, Yuan Ning nodded. Returning to Lanxing or remaining here made no difference to her. Before Lin Shi could ask, she opened up as if a dam had burst, tirelessly recounting her past. Yuan Ning grew up in a single-parent family, and life was manageable until her mother remarried and her younger brother was born. Then, her life turned upside down, and she gradually became an outsider in her own home. The year her brother graduated from high school, her mother's family secretly immigrated abroad without her knowledge. From then on, communication dwindled, and eventually, her phone fell silent. After listening, Lin Shi gently stroked her back. Silence was the best comfort. "Lin Shi, why do you want to go back?" Yuan Ning asked, raising her head. Lin Shi pondered for a moment and replied, "There is no reason. One simply must return home." Yuan Ning fell silent, ultimately refraining from asking if Lin Shi would stay for her, for she already knew the answer. As the night passed and dawn broke, the three of them rose early. After a simple breakfast, they sat on the sofa. "Next, you must get accustomed to killing, so I will capture a zombie for you to practice on. You'll assist me at the door," Lin Shi commanded. After detailing some specifics, he began to don his gear in preparation to leave. The owner of this room appeared to be a sports enthusiast. At this moment, Lin Shi was clad in a pitch-black windbreaker, wearing a bicycle helmet, colorful goggles, and a dust mask. The gloves were tightly secured to the cuffs with rope, representing the utmost protection he could muster. The transmission method of the zombies remained unclear, but airborne transmission could be ruled out. As long as he safeguarded himself from blood or saliva splatters, he should be fine. Once ready, he approached the entrance. Holding a shield, he nodded to the two women and gently pushed open a crack in the door. Having previously unlocked it, there was no sound. Lin Shi peered out through the gap. The two women crouched behind him, one wielding a baseball bat and the other a sword, both wearing expressions of anxiety. In the depths of the left corridor, two zombies were present. One was banging its head against the wall, while the other stood motionless, seemingly still in slumber. Indeed, zombies do hibernate at night, as Lin Shi had discovered through the peephole yesterday. At that time, the zombies outside stood still, their heads hanging as if asleep. When he shone a flashlight at them, they awoke, but they were not as ferocious as during the day, merely banging against the door for a while before returning to slumber. After several attempts, Lin Shi confirmed that zombies indeed hibernated at night, perhaps due to the early morning. The air outside felt considerably cooler. Lin Shi had already slipped halfway out through the door crack and then straightened up, standing in the middle of the corridor. To his right, there was another zombie, the same one that had banged against the door yesterday. It was wandering at the end of the corridor, resembling a headless fly. Lin Shi took a deep breath and stood still, waiting for a reaction. Soon, the wandering zombie locked eyes with him, tilting its head slightly, its grayish-white face lifting slightly as it staggered towards him. His heartbeat quickened. Lin Shi gripped the edge of the door with his left hand, while the two women behind him swallowed nervously. 6, 5, he silently counted, and the zombie quickened its pace. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and let out a roar, charging towards him. With a thud, Lin Shi slammed the door shut and leaned against the wall, his chest heaving. Outside, the sound of frantic banging echoed, and the security door emitted a dull thud. Yuan Ning and Feng Yao Yao covered their mouths, too afraid to breathe heavily. Once back in the living room, Lin Shi tossed his mask onto the table and leaned back against the sofa, exhaling. The two women joined him, sitting down. Although zombies have poor vision, they can still sense their targets and possess keen olfactory abilities, capable of detecting human scent from approximately 5 meters away, Lin Shi explained to them. Moreover, they act swiftly. Once they detect a human, they become frenzied and attack. Upon hearing this, the two women turned slightly pale. In the movies they had watched, zombies were feeble, slow-moving creatures that merely groaned. However, the rapid footsteps they had just heard indicated that if they encountered such a creature outside, they certainly would not be able to outrun it. Indeed, one must not underestimate the forces capable of upending human society. What should we do next? Feng Yao Yao inquired. Lin Shi stroked his chin, his tone resolute. We shall maintain our original plan and capture a zombie for you to practice on. Zombies, despite their horror, are mindless creatures. If you cannot handle even one, How can we proceed to the square 800 meters away to complete our mission? Although the two women now possessed special weapons, they only barely compensated for their lack of strength, and their mental fortitude required cultivation as well. Otherwise, even with powerful artifacts, they would be unable to strike against zombies. However, the layout of the corridor outside made it easy for zombies to flank them. Yuan Ning crossed her arms, uneasily suggesting, "Should we discuss this further and devise a plan?" Lin Chi tapped his fingers on the armrest, deep in thought. There are 3 zombies in the corridor outside. And despite the noise just now, no new ones have emerged. It seems these are the only ones left on this floor. Therefore, I will first eliminate the other 2 before seeking an opportunity to capture the remaining 1. The 2 women had no better ideas, so they nodded in agreement. After a brief moment of preparation, they approached the door once more. Peering through the peephole, Lin Chi observed that the zombies had dispersed and were now wandering back and forth in the corridor. This time, he donned his usual attire, but added a string of roasted chicken feet around his neck, wielding a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left. He aimed to test whether the zombies' sense of smell could be influenced, so he sprinkled some chili powder on the chicken feet. However, to his dismay, the zombies paid no attention to the chicken feet he tossed onto the ground. The 2 zombies closest to him raised their heads and charged towards Lin Chi without hesitation. Another, drawn by the commotion, also discovered Lin Chi's presence. In an instant, the 3 zombies flanked him from both sides. Lin Chi cursed under his breath and swiftly executed the plan rehearsed in his mind. He raised his shield and advanced toward the 2 nearest zombies, readying his silver sword. After 2 steps, he swung the sword directly, slicing through the 2 zombies' bodies with the ease of cutting tofu. They stumbled forward, colliding against his legs. Lin Chi had no time to dwell on this, quickly turning to shield himself, bracing for impact. Seconds later, the zombies crashed into him with tremendous force, nearly toppling him over. The zombies roared, frantically pounding against the shield. Lin Chi's mind momentarily blanked. These zombies were akin to rabid dogs. A single bite could spell disaster. So he resolved to abandon the notion of capturing one alive. He thrust the shield forward, causing the zombie to lose its balance and stumble backward. With a swift slash of his sword, the decaying body of the zombie split before Lin Chi's eyes. Blood splattered, and gory intestines fell to the ground, releasing a foul-smelling black liquid. The entire corridor was suddenly filled with the stench of blood and decay. Lin Chi suppressed his nausea and looked down to check his clothing, relieved to find it unscathed. Just as the 2 women behind the door were about to emerge, he halted them. "You all remain inside. I shall venture outside for a moment to scout the surroundings. It is possible that there may still be zombies lurking in the corners, and matters of life and death should not be taken lightly." Lin Chi took 2 steps forward. One neighbor's door stood ajar, yet the interior was vacant, while the others were firmly shut. The elevator in the building was also out of service. He approached the fire escape at the stairway entrance, only to be startled before he could draw near. A cacophony of growls emanated from behind the door. The advantage of zombies lies in their inability to open doors. Lin Chi secured the door handle with a rope, allowing him to proceed with the task of clearing the zombies on this floor. He arrived at a neighbor's door, knocked a few times, but received no response. Without hesitation, Lin Chi severed the door latch and entered. The room was in disarray, with numerous bloodstains on the floor, prompting him to slow his pace. Gripping his silver sword, he remained vigilant. Pushing open the master bedroom door, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Lin Chi held his breath and stepped inside to investigate. The sight before him was somewhat shocking. On the large bed, a man and a woman embraced each other. The female zombie, with a knife embedded in her forehead, was held by the male corpse, whose neck was nearly severed, with dark blood stains surrounding the sheets. Lin Chi sighed and covered them with a blanket. Then, he bent down and discovered 2 mobile phones. Subsequently, he pried open another door, revealing a scrawny monkey-like zombie. Lin Chi retrieved 3 weapons and utilized each on the creature before finally dispatching it. In the living room, Lin Chi sat on the sofa, having changed his bloodstained clothes. The faces of the 2 women beside him appeared somewhat unnatural. The image of Lin Chi returning covered in blood occasionally haunted their minds. Zombies move swiftly, making it exceedingly difficult to capture them. So you shall practice by using the corpses to adapt to killing quickly and learn to wield your blades without hesitation against human bodies, Lin Chi addressed the 2. Fang Yaoyao's small face paled further, and she swallowed hard. "Lin Chi, I can't bring myself to do it. Perhaps I should just wield the shield." "No. If you cannot strike down the zombies, they will not hold back. Do you wish to become a hideous and foul-smelling zombie?" Fang Yaoyao felt like crying. Having never harmed even a chicken, the sudden demand to kill was truly overwhelming for her. "Come on, Yaoyao, just think of them as pork to be cut." Yuan Ning interjected, having remained silent until now. She stood up, sword in hand, and walked toward the door. Fang Yaoyao reluctantly picked up the baseball bat, trailing behind with her head hung low. The zombies outside had been cleared, rendering this floor quite safe, so Linchi did not follow. He reminded the two to don their protective gear. Ensure you do not get splattered with blood, otherwise, even deities would struggle to save you. Soon, a series of screams and muffled sounds erupted outside, followed by Fang Yaoyao's profanities. Linchi chuckled softly and shook his head. He then retrieved a mobile phone he had scavenged from the neighboring unit, which had already been unlocked with facial recognition and still had a sufficient charge. He opened the map and checked the mission details. It wasn't too far. Linchi observed the phone screen, noting that the mission location was at a nearby place called Yida Guangchang, approximately 800 meters away. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to set out that very night. Although visibility would be low after dark, the zombies would be dormant and not as frenzied. The benefits outweighed the drawbacks. At noon, the three gathered around the coffee table for lunch. Linchi glanced at Fang Yaoyao, chuckling lightly. So, have you become addicted? Fang Yaoyao rolled her eyes dramatically. Do you think I'm a lunatic? Addicted? I expelled my dinner from last night. I noticed you seemed quite spirited in your insults, even invoking their ancestors. Insulting others can indeed be a form of relaxation, and swinging the bat felt more powerful, Fang Yaoyao pouted. After all, she was a lady, forced into such circumstances. She blinked her large eyes. Linchi smiled and refrained from further teasing. Yuan Ning tore off a piece of bread and put it in her mouth. Linchi, when do we plan to go out? Linchi understood she was inquiring about the mission. The target is at a nearby shopping center called Yida Guangchang, not far. Less than a kilometer. I intend to act tonight. Ah, so soon. Fang Yaoyao furrowed her brows. And a kilometer is not distant at all. What if the way is filled with zombies? Having witnessed the agility of zombies, she felt a twinge of trepidation. If a zombie were to pursue us on the road, we would undoubtedly be knocked down and devoured. Therefore, this afternoon, I shall take you both downstairs for practical combat against the zombies. Linchi raised his eyebrows at the two. Their hearts tightened. Were they truly to face real zombies? Linchi, why don't we just hide here and not go out? Fang Yaoyao hesitated. Considering that he had so much food hidden away, they wouldn't starve. Linchi shot her a glance. Do you not wish to return to launching? Fang Yaoyao was momentarily at a loss for words. She thought of her parents in the countryside and wondered how they were faring, whether she would ever be able to return alive. Fang Yaoyao lowered her head. Her expression crumpled like a wilted peach blossom. Yuan Ning glared at Linchi, then comforted. It's all right, Yaoyao. Whether in launching or here, we must learn survival skills to avoid being bullied by others. Linchi sensed Yuan Ning's veiled criticism, yet without evidence. He could only shrug. After the three finished their lunch and rested for a while, Linchi stood up and clapped his hands. All right, prepare for action. They began to arm themselves. Unlike in the movies, fighting zombies was not so glamorous. Especially in close combat, one could easily be splattered with the zombies' bodily fluids. Thus, they wrapped their bodies tightly. Lacking raincoats, the trio donned matching windbreakers and pants, with gloves and masks being essential. However, there were not enough goggles. Hence, Linchi wore protective glasses, Yuan Ning donned swimming goggles, and Fang Yaoyao sported a black imitation motorcycle helmet. She claimed it complemented the baseball bat, so Linchi acquiesced. The three armed themselves and paused at the entrance. Linchi, holding a shield, turned to the two women. Are you ready? All right. They replied in unison. Let us go. The trio pushed the door open, startling the flies swarming around the pile of decaying flesh, which buzzed and scattered in all directions. They made their way to the stairwell door. No zombies were visible behind the door. Linchi untied the rope, gently pulled open the large door, signaling the two to remain vigilant. Fang Yaoyao raised her bat, sidestepped, and peered inside, scanning left and right before waving her hand. No movement. Hurry in. Once Yuan Ning entered, Linchi summoned a cardboard box to prop the door open before following inside. Chapter 46. Dancing? Zombies. The three descended the stairs softly. Arriving at the 25th floor, they pushed open the corridor door and entered. Linchi, shield in hand, led the way, with the two women trailing behind. No zombies were in sight. The doors of 4 houses stood wide open, and the corridor floor bore dried, dark bloodstains. The trio remained cautious, striving to make minimal noise. Linchi approached the nearest house, turned to glance into the living room, and found nothing amiss. He then cautiously stepped inside. After just 2 steps, his vision broadened. And Linchi was startled. In the living room, a zombie swayed in front of the television, seemingly engaged in a square dance. What is going on? Fang Yaoyao leaned in to inquire in a hushed tone. Linchi shook his head. Nevertheless, a zombie is still a zombie. They must all be eliminated. After partially closing the door, he gestured for Yuan Ning to deal with the zombie. Her sword was exceptionally sharp, capable of severing heads with the slightest touch. Moreover, the intent was to hone their combat abilities. Yuan Ning nodded and cautiously approached the zombie. Lin Shi followed closely, shield raised to guard against any threats. Fang Yao remained at the entrance, gripping the doorknob, ready to lock it if necessary, to prevent any external zombies from flanking them. Yuan Ning moved slowly, stealthily approaching the zombie from behind. The overweight female zombie swayed in front of the television. Had it not been for the missing flesh on her neck, one might have thought she was still alive. It seemed she had been an avid television watcher in life. Lin Shi signaled her to act, holding her breath. Yuan Ning suppressed her rising anxiety, raised her sword high, gritted her teeth, and struck down towards its neck. Perhaps it was the sound of her clothes brushing against each other, but in an instant, the female zombie abruptly turned its head. Its flat face appeared before them, infested with writhing white maggots in place of its nose and eyes. A few even leapt from its gaping mouth. Yuan Ning was startled, her wrist trembled, and the blade veered off course, failing to sever the head. With a roar, the female zombie lunged at Yuan Ning in fury. She was paralyzed with fear, her mind blank. The looming figure of the zombie filled her vision, the wriggling white maggots threatening to engulf her sight. In a flash, a crisp metallic clash resounded. An inexplicable event occurred. The zombie, initially charging at Yuan Ning, veered sharply in a manner defying the laws of physics and collided violently with Lin Shi's shield. As if he were wielding a magnet instead of a shield, Lin Shi blocked the zombie with his shield and, with a swift motion, delivered a crushing blow that sent the female zombie sprawling. He then advanced swiftly, striking it twice more, causing its head to cave in and ooze a pool of pus. At that moment, the commotion attracted a chorus of growls from outside. Yao, close the door. Fang Yao immediately complied, retreating to the living room. The security door rattled under the assault, indicating there were certainly no living souls left on this floor. Just as Lin Shi and Yuan Ning were about to speak, he hushed them. Lin Shi remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with his shield raised. As expected, a shadow emerged from within the room. This time, it was an elderly male zombie, bearing a mouthful of blackened teeth, charging at Lin Shi. Scatter, Lin Shi commanded, swiftly raising his shield in front of him at a slight angle. Upon impact, the elderly zombie slid off the shield and crashed against a wooden table, which shattered into splinters, sending dust flying. Yet, the elderly zombie was unfazed, rising from the ground with a distorted body and letting out a beastly roar as it charged again. Lin Shi deflected it once more, this time causing its head to collide with the television, which shattered into a web of cracks. Yao, prepare to attack. Lin Shi retreated to gain distance. Fang Yao, startled, hurried to Lin Shi's side, gripping her bat tightly and swallowing hard. The elderly zombie, now smeared with blood, charged towards them without fear of death. Timing was crucial as Lin Shi struck his hammer against the shield again, the metallic clash echoing once more. Damn it! Fang Yao shouted in frustration, her body twisting as she swung the bat towards the shadow. With a resounding crack, the elderly zombie seemed to hit an invisible wall, its body abruptly leaning back, the back of its head slamming onto the floor before its legs followed. I'll get you, Fang Yao yelled, advancing with wild swings of her bat, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Shi grasped her hand. All right, Yao, that's enough. You're turning them into meatballs. Panting heavily, Fang Yao finally ceased her assault. The door continued to thump against the frame. Lin Shi urged the two to remain vigilant while he thoroughly searched the room, only then relaxing slightly. The living room was littered with blood. Two headless corpses lay on the ground as the trio took to the balcony for fresh air. Remarking on the foul stench, Lin Shi leaned against the railing, munching on a banana for energy. I didn't expect zombies to dance, Fang Yao remarked. Wiping her bat, Lin Shi replied earnestly, it appears that some zombies retain certain behaviors from their previous lives. We must be more cautious. There could be a zombie that knows how to open doors and might slip in while we sleep. Fang Yao grimaced, signaling Lin Shi to stop. It was too terrifying. At that moment, Yuan Ning, who had been silent, spoke up. I'm sorry, Lin Shi. It's all my fault for being so useless. Her head hung low, filled with guilt. Lin Shi sighed. We are a team. One person's mistake can lead to our demise, resulting in death. Hearing this, Yuan Ning lowered her head even further, recalling her mother. She felt worthless, believing her mother abandoned her because of it. The more she thought about it, the sadder and guiltier she became. All right, look at you, Lin Shi approached Yuan Ning. I was also scared just now, so you can't bear all the blame. Moreover, dwelling on it is pointless. If you make a mistake, just correct it. Yes, it's all so disgusting, Filled with bugs, Fang Yaoyao stuck out her tongue, feigning nausea. So what you need is improvement, to wield your sword more steadily and swiftly next time, rather than wallowing in shame, which is of no use. Lin Chi affectionately rubbed Yuan Ning's cheek. Annoyed and embarrassed, Yuan Ning pinched Lin Chi's soft waist. Fang Yaoyao stifled a laugh, and soon, the three of them were laughing together. After a brief moment of playful relaxation, Lin Chi extended his hand. Let me see your sword. Upon receiving the sword, he drew it swiftly. Under the sunlight, the silver blade gleamed brilliantly, as if a pure flame flowed from it. An ordinary iron sword. Perhaps a surprising event could occur after 3 swings. Lin Chi recalled his previous test. The third swing had effortlessly shattered a wooden chair, demonstrating immense power, exceeding the strength of an adult's full-force strike. He pondered whether continuously executing the third swing could yield infinite critical hits. After all, even if Yuan Ning faltered, the sheer force of the blow could still inflict harm. Techniques may not be hastily acquired, but mechanisms are absolute. With this thought, he held the silver sword in one hand, shaking it quickly as if tossing dice, and swung towards a flower pot on the balcony. However, the anticipated explosive damage did not materialize. It merely cut a small incision. Lin Chi then reverted to a normal swing, and this time, the third swing cleaved through the entire flower pot along with the soil. Lin Chi, what are you doing? Fang Yaoyao complained, her shoe splattered with dirt, her lips pouting. Chapter 47. A small battle on the stairs. Lin Chi looked at the gleaming silver sword in his hand, shaking his head in disappointment. I wanted to see if I could exploit a bug, but alas, it does not work. Fang Yaoyao furrowed her brow, tilting her head in confusion. Lin Chi sheathed the sword and explained, the sword's activation mechanism likely requires the first 2 successful swings for the third to trigger. As I had attempted to deceive the third sword with a feint, I regrettably failed. In the midst of our conversation, he returned the sword to Yuan Ning. Therefore, Yuan Ning, it is imperative that you practice your swordsmanship, mastering the techniques of exerting force and controlling the tremor of your wrist. Additionally, you might consider wielding the sword with both hands for enhanced stability, Lin Chi added as an afterthought. Yuan Ning accepted the sword and nodded earnestly. Having rested sufficiently, it was time to get to work. He paused mid-sentence to glance behind him. Yuan Ning, curious, inquired, what is it? I sense someone is watching me. Are you a superhero? You can feel that just by looking, Fang Yaoyao quipped. It's intuition, do you understand? But did you discern who it is? Observing a horde of zombies on the road not far away, Lin Chi's lips twitched slightly. Perhaps it's just fatigue. Now let's get to work. Thus, the trio commenced the task of clearing the zombies outside the door, each with a clear division of labor. Lin Chi squatted at the end of the entrance, wielding his shield to attract the undead. Yuan Ning stood ready beside him, poised to deliver lethal strikes, while Fang Yaoyao remained alert for any unforeseen circumstances, ready to provide support. In no time, the 3 of them coordinated their efforts to eliminate the zombies outside, and Yuan Ning's swordsmanship became increasingly proficient. After clearing this level, they descended further, methodically purging each floor and accumulating combat experience. After a flurry of activity, they returned to their original room, bloodied but triumphant. By now it was evening, the sun setting in the west. Lin Chi, wary of using the water here, indulged in a luxury. The 3 of them took a bath with the mineral water they had stockpiled. The ambience was undeniably pleasant. Yuan Ning, her hair damp, settled onto the sofa. Noticing Lin Chi reclining while fiddling with a phone, she curiously asked, Lin Chi, does this phone you acquired have internet access? Lin Chi shook his head in negation. But even without internet, there are ways to entertain oneself. I can still browse some chat logs, he remarked, scrolling through messages on the social media app. The zombie virus in this world had emerged over a month ago, likely spreading through contaminated water sources. Lin Chi shook his phone, continuing, moreover, the transmission was alarmingly swift. Once the owner discovered the water was tainted, it was not long before he could no longer send messages, and the network collapsed. Yuan Ning, using a towel to absorb the moisture from her hair, felt a slight chill run down her spine. It seems our decision to avoid using the water here was indeed prudent. A measure of caution can never be amiss, Lin Chi said, setting aside his phone and rising to assist her in drying her wet hair. Your hair is quite beautiful, he remarked. Yuan Ning straightened her posture in response. I use conditioner every night to maintain it. Otherwise, it would have all fallen out. She found it somewhat intriguing that Lin Chi also possessed a considerate side. However, your hair is excessively long, Lin Chi observed, pinching a lock of her hair with his fingers. It could easily be grabbed by a zombie. It should be trimmed. Fine. Yuan Ning conceded, rolling her eyes discreetly. She had expected that Lin Chi would never engage in trivial matters. What are you babbling about? At that moment, Fang Yao Yao emerged from the bathroom, her head wrapped in a towel. Upon seeing Lin Chi drying Yuan Ning's hair, she hastened her steps. I want in on that, she declared, promptly sitting on Lin Chi's lap. Why aren't you dressed? Lin Chi protested, giving her a gentle shove. Fang Yao Yao was dripping wet, having rushed out without drying off. My clothes are outside. Then dry off first. You've soaked my pants. Oh, come on, just dry my hair. This towel is for wrapping my hair. Fang Yao Yao pouted. She then squinted playfully, grinning mischievously. Or are you just eager to hush? Lin Chi interjected, catching his breath. Don't move. I'm not Superman. Even donkeys need a rest. Ha ha ha, what a fool. In the bedroom, the three of them lay on the bed. Lin Chi gazed at the ceiling and slowly spoke. Let us rest and recuperate. We depart tonight. What is the specific plan? Yuan Ning inquired, resting against Lin Chi's chest. First, we will head to the underground parking lot to gather some gasoline for making Molotov cocktails. Lin Chi contemplated, mentally reviewing the plan. They would then proceed to the square, scouting the area to ascertain the nature of the task's target, and adjust their actions accordingly. As he spoke, he summoned his interface. The crimson countdown still ticking away. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was time to embark on their mission. In the enveloping darkness, a beam of white light illuminated the living room. Under the beam of the flashlight, two stunning silhouettes emerged, fully equipped, Yuan Ning and Fang Yao Yao. The shadows cast upon the wall revealed their short hairstyles, exuding a sense of confidence. Lin Chi inhaled deeply and shook the flashlight. Are you ready? Yuan Ning pulled down her transparent swimming goggles, while Fang Yao Yao donned her helmet, both nodding in unison. All right, let us go. The three of them stepped through the door and swiftly reached the staircase. It was pitch black and eerily silent. The flashlight illuminated the descending staircase, revealing steps lined with darkened bloodstains. Yao Yao, take the light, Lin Chi instructed, passing the flashlight to her. Fang Yao Yao accepted it, positioning herself on a higher step, directing the light downward. Lin Chi and Yuan Ning stood on either side of the staircase landing. After signaling to the two, Lin Chi crouched down and struck his shield. The sound waves radiated outward from him, echoing and reverberating against the walls, penetrating deep into the staircase below. The lime on the walls trembled and fell away. Soon, a response echoed back. The sound of growls erupted, accompanied by a faint tremor beneath their feet. The three steadied their nerves. Lin Chi raised his shield, adjusting his stance, bracing for the impending onslaught. To avoid being unexpectedly confronted by zombies while traversing the staircase, they needed to clear any undead lurking within. Before long, the growls became distinctly audible, resonating thunderously. Fortunately, after their recent encounters, the trio had long since overcome their fear of the zombies. Sensing the change in sound, Lin Chi shouted to his companions, Yao Yao, keep a firm grip on the flashlight. Yuan Ning, prepare for a strike. Both women acknowledged with a sound, assuming their stances. Soon, a dark shadow emerged around the corner of the staircase. It barreled toward the wall like a headless fly, then twisted upright, howling recklessly as it charged toward the three of them. In the beam of light, the grotesque figure of the zombie was rendered vividly clear. Yuan Ning was already prepared. Gripping her sword with both hands, she focused her energy and stepped forward. A flash of cold light glimmered. The head flew high into the air. The headless corpse losing control, crashing onto the stairs, the head rolling downwards. Chapter 48. The staircase battle. Do not let your guard down. A larger one is approaching, Lin Chi cautioned. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ning adjusted her stance, silently fixating on the staircase corner ahead. The booming sounds grew ever closer, resembling a stampede of wild horses. This time, a mass of shadows collided against the wall, zombies tumbling over one another, struggling to rise, their roars deafening. Prepare. Lin Chi struck his shield, sending sound waves surging forth. The zombies surged toward him. However, before they could close the distance, the flash of a sword sliced through the air, severing limbs and heads with ease. Like cutting through tofu, arms and heads fell in abundance, blood splattering everywhere. Due to Lin Chi's elevated position, he could easily push the zombies back. Thus, whenever Yuan Ning was unable to swing her sword in time, he would alleviate some of the pressure, granting her a moment to catch her breath. As time progressed, the battle continued. In the dimly lit corridor, flashes of sword light shimmered, accompanied by the resonating clang of metal colliding. After a prolonged moment, Yuan Ning exhaled deeply, beads of sweat dampening her temples. Before her lay a chaotic array of human corpses, haphazardly stacked upon one another. The repugnant stench of bodily fluids trickled down the staircase. How are you feeling? Tired? Lin Chi inquired. Yuan Ning shook her head. Let's take a brief respite. The three of them settled themselves on the nearby steps. As Lin Chi lifted his mask and let out a sigh, he heard Yuan Ning's voice. Lin Shi, I took down over a dozen people tonight. Impressive, right? Indeed. Lin Shi responded, giving her a thumbs up, teasingly adding, you could earn the title of a murderer. Yuan Ning's performance that night was truly remarkable. Her swordplay was precise and effective, each ounce of strength utilized with utmost efficiency. She sought to minimize exertion while maximizing lethality. Of course, this was also attributable to the sharpness of the silver sword. Yet, after merely a day of wielding it, her capacity for learning was exceptional. By the way, Lin Shi, why don't we clear out the zombies during the day instead of risking it at night? Fang Yao Yao inquired curiously. I suspect it's for early adaptation. Yuan Ning interjected. Although zombies are less responsive at night, the low visibility is still challenging for us. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Being capable of fighting zombies during the day does not guarantee the same proficiency at night. Hence, early adaptation to nocturnal combat is essential. Moreover, we still have to confront the boss later. After a brief rest, the trio continued their descent. Due to previous cleansing efforts, the path was relatively devoid of danger, save for a few zombies lingering in the lower floors, where sounds could not reach. However, they were swiftly dispatched. Before long, they reached the basement level, with the parking garage just beyond a door. Lin Shi sighed, feeling somewhat frustrated. What is it? Yuan Ning approached him. Lin Shi shone his flashlight on the lock. The door is locked. It was an electronic lock that had engaged due to a power outage, and the door frame was reinforced. Considering the possibility of using the sword to break it open would undoubtedly create a significant noise. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shi turned away. Let us go. There are cars outside on the street. No need to struggle here. He then took the flashlight and led the two women to the first floor. Upon opening the stairwell door, Lin Shi froze. A pale, lifeless face appeared before him. Behind it loomed a throng of zombies, tightly packed together, heads bowed as they slumbered in place. Lin Shi immediately stowed the flashlight in his backpack, plunging the stairwell back into darkness. His heart raced, and his mind was consumed with the urge to strike. He suppressed the impulse and slowly retreated, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The two women sensed the tension and cautiously followed suit, stepping back as well. Don't let me step on any cans or twigs, Lin Shi silently shouted to himself. Luckily, the stairwell was free of such obstacles. Having distanced themselves, their heels touched the steps. Seeing that the zombies remained undisturbed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Slowly turning, they began to ascend again. However, after just a few steps, a sudden crash of shattering glass echoed from above, the sharp sound reverberating along the walls, approaching in an instant. The three of them trembled, their hairs standing on end. Lin Shi rigidly turned his head, resembling a robot, glancing back. It felt as if a beast was awakening behind them. Run, they shouted in unison. The chain reaction stirred the entire horde of zombies, and in an instant, the first floor erupted with their deafening roars. Quick, run upstairs, Lin Shi urged, pulling the two women into a frantic sprint. Behind them came the sound of chaotic collisions. As they rounded a corner, Lin Shi risked a glance back and was taken aback. A mass of shadows surged towards them like a torrential flood, advancing at an alarming speed. Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning, though not experiencing the classic trope of tripping, were hindered by their physical limitations, unable to run swiftly. This meant they would inevitably be caught. Realizing this, Lin Shi shouted, "Get inside, into the room." What? Fang Yao Yao gasped. Without time to elaborate, Lin Shi dragged the two into a floor, searching for a room. This door is open, hurry in. As the three of them squeezed into a unit and closed the door behind them, a tremendous crash reverberated. The entire doorframe trembled as if an army were assaulting it. Be alert for zombies inside, Lin Shi commanded, tipping over a shoe cabinet to barricade the door while shouting at the two women. Yuan Ning and Fang Yao Yao stood in the living room, weapons drawn, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The darkness enveloped them, heightening their tension. Fortunately, no zombies sprang forth unexpectedly. Though the security door was being slammed by a multitude of zombies, the narrow corridor outside limited their ability to gather momentum, rendering them momentarily safe. The two women, still shaken, sat on the sofa, panting. Do not let your guard down, Lin Shi warned, illuminating the room with his flashlight. After thoroughly checking the living room, bedroom, and kitchen, he finally felt somewhat reassured. He gazed at the door still quaking from the impacts, a headache brewing. There were at least dozens of zombies outside. How would they escape? And who had shattered the glass? Could there be other survivors in the building? It was not impossible. With hundreds of people in a single apartment block, it was plausible that some were still alive. However, why would someone break the glass at such a critical moment? Was it mere coincidence? Lin Shi scratched his head in frustration. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and he swiftly turned, striking the shield. Clang! In the next moment, An immense force collided with him. The shield was struck by something unknown, sending Lin Chi crashing into the kitchen's sliding door, which shattered upon impact. Lin Chi. The two women gasped in shock. Don't come closer. Lin Chi gritted his teeth against the pain, warning them of the monster lurking inside. The two immediately halted, weapons raised, scanning the area for any threats. However, with the flashlight fallen to the ground, the living room plunged into deeper darkness, leaving them only able to discern vague outlines of furniture. It was terrifying. Lin Chi pulled down his mask and coughed up blood, the shield resting against his chest as darkness encroached upon his vision. What had struck him? His lungs felt deflated, as if his organs had shifted, making each breath a struggle. Fortunately, the shield had absorbed much of the impact. Had he been struck directly, he feared he would have been incapacitated. Chapter 49. The Great Battle on the verge of eruption. Just as Lin Chi's gaze darted about, searching for the monster, Yuan Ning's scream pierced through the silence. Lin Chi, be careful. In her line of sight, a shadow darted at an alarming speed, heading straight for Lin Chi on the floor. Hearing her warning, Lin Chi's heart raced, and he quickly pushed off the wall, sliding sideways along the glass. If he were to take another hit from the monster, even with the shield, he feared he would meet his end. Just as he slid away, a tremendous crash erupted from the kitchen. The power of it was unimaginable. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chi rolled over, drawing his handgun, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out as bullets whizzed into the kitchen. In the flickering light of the muzzle flash, Lin Chi finally caught sight of the monster's visage. A skeletal, insect-like humanoid zombie clung to the wall, moving with lightning speed to evade the bullets. Lin Chi's heart raced with trepidation as the gun's muzzle steadily ascended. The creature's agile form shifted from the wall to the ceiling. Soon, accompanied by a series of ominous clicks, the flames extinguished. Damn! Lin Chi hurled aside his pistol, swiftly rising to his feet and raising his shield in retreat. The two women behind him clutched his clothing tightly, their faces as pale as death. What manner of monster is that? Feng Yaoyag stammered. I don't know. Let's fall back and create some distance. Lin Chi's gaze remained fixed on the kitchen, his vigilance unwavering. That creature might be unharmed, leaving the three of them to attempt to fend it off with their shields. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, silence enveloped the room. The surroundings felt eerily quiet, with only Lin Chi's heartbeat echoing in his ears. Lin Chi, has it left? Yuan Ning's voice quivered. It's still in the kitchen. Stay alert, Lin Chi cautioned, swallowing hard. Hand me the sword, no? Recalling the creature's nimble movements on the ceiling, he realized it could adhere to the walls. Moreover, the absence of any sign of it during their search indicated it had crawled in from behind. Suddenly, Lin Chi whipped around, his eyes widening in shock. A dark silhouette dangled from the ceiling, unmistakably that monster, staring directly at the three of them. The window behind them stood ajar, presumably how it had circumnavigated the outer wall. Cold sweat poured down Lin Chi's brow, his hair standing on end. He raised his shield, gritting his teeth, a dull ache in his chest. Yet the anticipated attack did not come. It remained motionless. Lin Chi quickly retreated with the two women towards the foyer, his mind racing. This creature had already wounded him gravely with a single blow. It was not a foe to be trifled with, and the house's cramped layout only worked against them. Flee. They had to escape quickly, but the area outside was teeming with zombies. Where could they possibly run? Despair settled in Lin Chi's heart. They felt as though they had plunged into an arena with no option for evasion. They could only engage the monster in combat until one side lay dead. But why was this creature delaying its assault? Lin Chi scrutinized it closely. It remained upside down, its head swiveling to follow their movements. Could it be Roar? The monster suddenly opened its maw and lunged at them. Scatter! Lin Chi, having anticipated this, jumped towards the sofa, striking his shield mid-air. In the blink of an eye, the shadow collided with the shield. Perhaps due to the angle of impact, it did not hurt as much this time. Lin Chi tumbled onto the sofa, and just as he retrieved his hammer, the shadow vanished again. Looking up, he saw it hanging from the ceiling, watching them intently. Lin Chi realized this monster was toying with them. Like a cat playing with its prey, it treated them as mere insects to be tortured. A surge of anger ignited within him. With no escape in sight, Lin Chi gritted his teeth and shouted, Aoyak, hand me the bat. Yuan Ning, come here and guard me. It's now or never. With nowhere left to retreat, they had to confront the monster. Otherwise, once it grew weary of its game or their stamina waned, death would be their only fate. The two women, hidden in the foyer, heard his call and rushed over. Soon, Lin Chi grasped the bat, while Yuan Ning approached, sword raised defensively. Though her hands trembled slightly. It's all right. Don't be afraid. We will prevail, Lin Chi reassured, swinging the bat. Their morale could not falter. Yet sometimes, the The more one yearns for success, the more elusive it becomes. He swung a few times, feeling nothing but emptiness within. Anxiety gripped Lin Shi, sweat beading on his forehead. But the more he forced himself to think, the more trapped he felt. Even his beloved series of secret soups failed to materialize in his mind. The monster continued to distract him. In a moment of impatience, Lin Shi felt a prickling sensation all over. Sensing his agitation, Fang Yaoyag approached him. Determination etched on her face. Lin Shi, let me assist you. She stepped behind him and reached into his pants, fidgeting. Initially taken aback, Lin Shi felt a jolt of joy coursing through him. Yes, faster. Yan Ning caught a glimpse of their interaction and felt a rush of embarrassment. The monster loomed menacingly before them, yet the two were locked in such an odd embrace. It was undeniably strange, but in the face of life and death, such thoughts paled in significance. She only hoped never to wield a bat as a weapon again. The creature, seemingly startled by the scene, turned its head to observe the two mischief-makers. Although its face was obscured by darkness, it exuded an aura of bewilderment. Come and fight, Lin Shi suddenly bellowed. As Fang Yaoyak continued her ministrations, a surge of power flowed through the bat. He felt as if he were aflame. Shield in one hand and bat in the other, he pressed forward. Approaching the creature, it let out a roar, launching itself towards Lin Shi like a cannonball. Come at me. Lin Shi exhaled hot air through his nostrils, swinging the bat with all his might. See if I don't turn you into a cup. Yet the bat struck nothing but air. The creature's speed had increased. It leaped onto the shield, using it as leverage to spring off, vaulting onto the wall and then to the ceiling. Around and around. The room was filled with fleeting shadows, stirring a tempest. Yet Lin Shi felt no fear. His face flushed with excitement, his eyes ablaze. He struck the shield, producing a resounding clang. In the next instant, the monster seemed to lose control, crashing headfirst into the shield. Lin Shi staggered back a few steps, shouting triumphantly. Ha ha ha! Useless creature, come at me again. The monster retreated to the corner of the ceiling, its movements growing cautious. It seemed to be taking the encounter more seriously now. Lin Shi struck the shield once more, having discovered a strategy to counter the creature. No matter how fast you are, I will simply wait for you at the finish line. The monster, agitated by the sound waves, charged forward. Lin Shi had already calculated its trajectory. He swung downwards, the bat landing squarely on the monster's head. Thud. The impact sent the creature crashing to the ground with a muffled thud. A powerful blow left it thrashing wildly, legs flailing in the air, emitting a wailing cry reminiscent of an anguished infant. Seizing the moment, Lin Shi rushed forward, raining blows down upon the downed creature. Damn it, you son of a BTCH. He shouted as he swung the bat. In the eyes of the two women, his movements seemed to blur into afterimages. The monster howled in despair as Lin Shi laughed heartily. You useless thing, daring to ambush me. Come on, try again. Chapter 50, Zombie or Human. The creature, sensing it was no match for the man before it, seized an opportunity to leap away, scrambling towards the window like a spider. Lin Shi was alarmed. He could not allow it to escape, or the consequences would be dire. He struck the shield fiercely, the metallic clash echoing. Come back here. The sound waves reverberated. And just as the creature reached the edge of the window, it froze, as if an invisible force was pulling it back. The monster let out a piercing howl, thrashing its head in a futile attempt to resist the power of the sound waves. With considerable effort, he raised his hand to the window. Bang! Lin Shi struck the shield once more, determined to not let this opportunity slip away. He was resolute. The creature roared in anger, turning to charge at Lin Shi. Take this. Lin Shi swung his bat, striking the monster before it could collide with the shield, sending it flying. This time, he even caught a glimpse of the creature's teeth soaring through the air. However, Lin Shi's arm felt the strain, a tingling sensation creeping in. The bat was not invincible. It merely offered a frenzied buff, yet his physicality remained vulnerable. If he overexerted himself, he would still suffer injuries. Thus, he needed a swift resolution. Once again, Lin Shi struck the shield. The monster let out a desperate cry, attempting to flee, but the piercing sound waves incited its fury, causing it to turn back and be struck by Lin Shi once more. What ferocity! Fang Yaoyao watched Lin Shi from a distance, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Having escaped danger, her spirits began to lift. This is beyond our capability to intervene, Yuan Ning said, her voice laced with apprehension. Fang Yaoyao nodded, suppressing a laugh. It's just that the scene is quite beautiful. Yuan Ning glanced over, her lips twitching in response. Lin Shi, with one hand wielding the shield and the other the bat, fought like a deity, forcing the creature to retreat step by step. However, the bulge in his pants was quite out of place. Die! Lin Shi shouted, delivering a powerful blow to the creature huddled in the corner. This time, he poured all his strength into it, crushing the creature's head and splattering green goo everywhere. After a few convulsions, the monster lay still, devoid of life. Lin Chi's excitement faded, and he leaned against his bat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Are you all right, Lin Chi? The two women approached, concern etched on their faces. I'm fine. Quickly, go finish it off. This monster may not be dead yet. Lin Chi waved his hand, attempting to rise, but as he lifted himself halfway, darkness clouded his vision, and he collapsed weakly. Lin Chi, the two women cried out. Fang Yaoyao looked at Lin Chi, who lay motionless on the sofa, tears welling in her eyes. I'm not dead yet. Lin Chi coughed twice, opening his eyes. At his words, Fang Yaoyao stifled her sobs. Seeing Lin Chi faint earlier and cough up blood, she truly feared he might perish. Yuan Ning fetched a cloth, gently wiping the blood from Lin Chi's lips. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Lin Chi gritted his teeth, propping himself up. I'm all right, just a bit mentally exhausted, as if I had taken an entire night's math exam. He smiled. The badass side effects even left him mentally drained. Yuan Ning quickly reached out to stop him. You mustn't move. You've broken a few ribs. Just lie still, and let me get a pillow to elevate you. She swiftly procured a pillow and placed it beneath him. Lin Chi felt somewhat relieved, his breathing becoming less labored. Outside, the zombies continued to relentlessly pound on the door, creating a tense atmosphere in the living room. The worry in the women's eyes deepened. Lin Chi adjusted his sitting position, gazing up at the ceiling, his mind engulfed in turmoil. Humanity truly is fragile. A mere bump can render one in such a state. With broken ribs and zombies barricading the entrance, time was of the essence. He was akin to a condemned prisoner, facing imminent execution. In no more than 6 days, his fate would be sealed. He exhaled deeply. There was no turning back now. Only the path of struggle lay ahead. Resolute, Lin Chi gestured to Yuan Ning. Bring it to me. I must try. That's not advisable. Yuan Ning's expression shifted. You might turn into a zombie. They were speaking of a thumb-sized, green crystal, discovered by Yuan Ning when she finished off a mutated zombie. Upon seeing it, Lin Chi recalled tales of a core from apocalypse novels, which granted immense power upon consumption. Yet, the thought of actually eating it filled him with dread. There was a chance he might become a grotesque, foul-smelling zombie. However, he had no alternatives left. If he didn't eat it, he would merely await death. But consuming it offered a 50-50 chance of survival. Bring it here. This must be the core of the mutated zombie's power. If I consume it, I shall become superhuman. Lin Chi grinned, revealing a row of prominent teeth. Yuan Ning fell silent, then shook her head. You need a month to recover from your injuries. We have sufficient supplies. So there's no need to take such risks. She was unwilling to gamble on that 50% chance. If Lin Chi turned into a zombie, what then? Would she be forced to kill him herself? Lin Chi sighed. He refrained from mentioning the time constraint of their mission, which was why Yuan Ning thought this way. He had not wanted to burden them with pressure, especially since they had only just arrived in this world less than a day ago, experiencing both the thrill of time travel and the grim reality of slaying zombies while striving to complete their mission. Prior to this, both were merely ordinary individuals who had never even harmed a chicken, telling them they had only a week to fulfill their objectives, after which the target would pursue them relentlessly, would only serve to amplify their anxiety. He feared they might not withstand the pressure, but at this critical juncture, he had no choice but to reveal the truth. Upon hearing Lin Chi's account, the two women lowered their heads in unison, their expressions somber. The severity of the countdown exceeded their expectations, and the mission target was likely another mutated zombie. Recalling the frenzied creature they had just encountered, both felt a wave of fear wash over them. After a long pause, Yuan Ning finally made a decision. She would hand over the core to Lin Chi. Tying Lin Chi to the sofa with a rope, she gripped her sword tightly, gritting her teeth. If you turn into a zombie, I will kill you immediately. Then you might be disappointed. Lin Chi chuckled. Now, feed it to me. Soon, a core wrapped in tissue was placed into Lin Chi's mouth. Fang Yaoyao immediately covered her eyes, unable to watch, silently praying. Yuan Ning's eyes reddened as she focused intently on Lin Chi on the sofa, inwardly pleading for him not to transform into a zombie. Otherwise, she truly did not know what she would do. Just then, a sudden exclamation broke the tension. What the hell? Why does it smell so bad? The two women turned to see Lin Chi grimacing, as if he had just consumed a fly. Yuan Ning, did you not clean it? Lin Chi coughed incessantly, his eyes reddening. The stench was overwhelming. Yuan Ning paused. I rinsed it, and even disinfected it with alcohol. Enough of that. How do you feel now? Feelings? Lin Chi shook his head. I feel nothing. Just an overwhelming stench of excrement in my mouth. It's so foul it nearly drowns out my thoughts. Chapter 51. The Unexpected Mutation. Yuan Ning. Where did you find this? Lin Chi's face contorted in agony, a bitter expression etched upon him. Was this truly the core? It was no wonder he was skeptical. The odor was simply unbearable. Sigh. Even a condemned prisoner gets a chicken leg before execution. How did I end up like this? Yuan Ning hesitated. I found it inside the monster. It's not kidney stones, is it? Lin Chi felt tears welling in his eyes, lamenting his desperate gamble. Suddenly, he felt a wave of heat rising within him. It emanated from his abdomen. It was as if his stomach had been filled with a bottle of fiery liquor, radiating intense heat that surged wildly within. Lin Chi's body was paralyzed, leaving him to only shake his head, signaling that he felt a bit overheated. Yuan Ning, could you please turn on the air conditioning? Yuan Ning sensed something was amiss. Before her stood Lin Chi, his complexion visibly reddening as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. She called out to the side, Yao Yao, quickly turn on the air conditioning. At the same time, she grabbed a towel to wipe away the sweat from Lin Chi's cheeks. Fang Yao Yao also noticed Lin Chi's distress and frantically searched around, exclaiming, where's the air conditioning? It's quite normal for the living room not to have it. Lin Chi now craved a shower, yet he was bound to the sofa. He strained to part his lips, weakly uttering, water, bring me water. Before he could finish, Lin Chi's eyes suddenly widened, his legs kicking out as his entire body tensed. What is happening? What is wrong? Yuan Ning asked anxiously, frantically wiping Lin Chi's sweat. Yet the heat emanating from his palms was akin to that of a small heating pad. It's unbearably hot. Lin Chi suddenly roared, his body springing upright, startling Yuan Ning. The ropes binding him tightened instantly, arching his body as the sofa creaked ominously. Fang Yao Yao quickly pulled Yuan Ning aside, retreating in alarm. The snapped ropes could be dangerous. Lin Chi, now bound, began to convulse erratically. He was undergoing a transformation, truly becoming a zombie. Yuan Ning's complexion turned pale as she gazed at Lin Chi in disbelief. No, it can't be, she shouted. However, in the next moment, the taut ropes suddenly snapped, sending dust swirling through the air. The ropes flailed about like tentacles, striking the floor with a thunderous sound. Looking at Lin Chi, he had freed himself, tilting his head back, fists clenched and arms outstretched, standing atop the coffee table in the center of the living room. Lin Chi, what is wrong with you? The two women's faces turned ashen. As they spoke, they backed against the wall. Lin Chi suddenly bellowed, his hands grasping at his chest, his clothes shredding to reveal his fiery, flushed torso. His skin was as red as a boiled lobster. Simultaneously, he emitted a series of hissing sounds, breathing heavily as if a fan were blowing air. Witnessing this, Yuan Ning despairingly closed her eyes, her heart heavy with sorrow. This was no longer the semblance of humanity. Fang Yao Yao, equally despairing, covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. How could this happen? Yuan Ning opened her eyes again, gritting her teeth as she stepped forward with her sword. Lin Chi, calm down. You have to calm down. She refused to believe Lin Chi could meet his end like this. He had managed to escape from thousands of attackers. How could he falter here? Calm down. Lin Chi thundered, casting a furious glance at Yuan Ning. I'm feeling rather heated. What? Yuan Ning gasped. Fang Yao Yao glanced up, hope flickering in her eyes. Lin Chi could still speak. I'm feeling heated, Yuan Ning. Lin Chi shouted again, his wide eyes fixed on the two women. Yuan Ning trembled all over, recollecting the joyous moments they shared in their private sanctuary. Lin Chi always enjoyed playing that iconic scene with them. Once, he even donned a green suit for the occasion. The current situation indicated that he retained some semblance of reason and memory. There was still hope for salvation. Lin Chi, don't move. Yuan Ning tossed aside her sword and slowly approached. I will help you. I will help you calm down. Don't act recklessly. No, don't come closer. Lin Chi shook his head violently, hands raised to stop her. My body, I am going to explode. Upon finishing his words, he leapt lightly, landing at the entrance. Reaching out to pull the door open, the two women's hearts skipped a beat. Was Lin Chi intending to self-destruct? He was willing to sacrifice himself. No, come back, Lin Chi. They shouted in unison, rushing towards the doorway. However, it was already too late. Lin Chi flung open the door, confronting the zombies outside, bellowing in fury. I am extremely angry right now. The zombies in the corridor seemed taken aback by the sudden appearance of a fiery human. They hesitated to attack. The two women watched Lin Chi's retreating figure, their hearts racing. Could he be contemplating engaging the zombies? Before they could react, Lin Chi burst into laughter, leaping into the horde of zombies. The door slammed shut, followed by a cacophony of sounds. The roars of zombies mingled with the boisterous laughter of a human male. The two women snapped back to reality, exchanging glances before taking 2 steps forward. Yet, they lacked the courage to push open the door. Watch me soar. Lin Chi's resounding voice echoed from outside. These zombies truly amuse me. They seemingly heard the cries of the zombies amidst Lin Chi's laughter. In perfect sync, the two women turned around, lost in thought as they returned to the living room. They were losing their minds. At the entrance of the city center hospital, a throng of people surged, the air thick with shouts and tension. Beside a small vehicle at the gate, a team of 6 out on a search was besieged by zombies. A menacing zombie lunged, jaws wide, toward a burly man whose eyes were barely visible behind his glasses. Li Jun cleaved through the oncoming zombie with a swift strike, gasping for breath as his teammates perspired profusely. What should we do? There are too many zombies. One teammate cried. Li Jun surveyed the surroundings. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. The commotion from their struggle had drawn attention. Zombies across the street were awakening, tilting their heads back to sniff the air for human scent. Anxiously, Li Jun lifted his firearm, preparing to fire, only to halt abruptly. Gunfire would only attract more zombies. It's my fault. You all should abandon me and run. A pale young man with black-rimmed glasses spoke regretfully. No way, Li Jun shouted angrily. I will not abandon anyone. You stay put. He turned and sliced through another zombie, gritting his teeth as he instructed his companions. Tall guy? Carry Hisu on your back. The rest of you, form up. I'll clear the way forward. We're breaking out. With that, the group swiftly armed themselves, quickly assembling into a diamond formation, with the injured protected in the center, an arrangement designed to fend off attacks from the front, sides, and rear. Li Jun pulled out his phone, setting it to ring in 5 minutes and tossing it to the ground. Don't get caught up in battle. Push the zombies away, and avoid getting blood on you. He then led several members forward to break through the encirclement. However, the gathering zombies continued to multiply. He realized this could not continue. His eyes darted, locking onto a nearby convenience store. Retreat this way. The group hurriedly advanced. Utilizing their riot shields, they successfully entered the store. The zombies, losing their target, slammed against the door, howling and pounding. The rolling shutter door creaked ominously, bulging as if it might burst open at any moment. The group held their breath in silence. Li Jun raised the rifle hanging around his neck, swallowing hard as he mentally counted down. Finally, after several agonizing seconds, a piercing bell rang out. To the group, it sounded like divine music. The zombies were suddenly drawn in, turning and rushing toward the sound. The shutter door relaxed slightly, and the group exhaled in relief. Yet, Li Jun did not dare to relax, keeping his gaze fixed on the entrance. After a prolonged wait, he lowered his gun and waved to his companions. For now, we are safe. A group of individuals slumped on the floor, gasping for air. It was 11 o'clock at night in a dimly lit apartment bathroom. The sound of dripping water filled the air, mingling with a faint metallic scent of blood. Refreshing. Lin Chi lifted a bucket of cold water high above his head and poured it down. The water cascaded directly onto his well-defined back muscles, momentarily changing direction and splashing everywhere. Lin Chi wiped his face, pushed his hair back, and felt utterly at ease. He had an inexplicable sense of confidence, believing himself to be even more handsome than Wu Yanzhu. Suddenly, a beam of white light shone in. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield his face, unable to see the person's features against the light. However, it was unmistakably Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning. Hey, Lin Chi, are you done washing? Fang Yao Yao asked, holding a flashlight with her lips pursed. Yuan Ning stood beside her, holding clothes and a towel. All right, I'm done, Lin Chi replied with a smile, teasing. Look at your little mouth, it could hold a teapot. Fang Yao Yao huffed. Try holding a flashlight for half an hour. My wrist feels like it's going to break. In truth, she had been anxious for Lin Chi's safety, feeling restless. Little did she know, he was having such a good time outside the door. A hint of resentment surfaced, and her lips pouted. All right, you've worked hard. I'll give you a massage later, Lin Chi chuckled. He then stepped out of the bathroom, enveloped in a mist of steam. Yuan Ning promptly handed him a towel, and after wiping off the droplets, the three of them made their way to the living room. The two women finally got a good look at Lin Chi's true form. His body was a masterpiece of muscle, robust and defined, exuding both strength and aesthetic appeal, reminiscent of a perfect ancient Greek sculpture. Wow, where did you come from? Fang Yao Yao exclaimed, reaching out to touch his prominent abdominal muscles and well-defined pectorals, marveling aloud. However, her gaze quickly darted downward, her lips pressing together. It is common knowledge that one does not wear clothing while bathing. Lin Chi, how do you feel now? Does your ribcage still hurt? How is your breathing? Yuan Ning inquired with concern. Lin Chi clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him, and grinned. I feel absolutely fantastic. I think I could knock out a tiger with one punch. He flexed his arms, showcasing his enormous biceps. He had truly grown stronger. Earlier, he had dispatched zombies at the entrance with ease, as if they were mere chicks. If he were to face that mutated zombie again, he was confident he could take it down in 2 rounds. Yuan Ning stepped forward, pressing on his ribcage to check. As expected, there were no signs of injury. Even your previous wounds have vanished, she exclaimed excitedly, running her hand along his ribs. Lin Shi, have you developed superpowers? Lin Shi pondered for a moment before shaking his head in denial. He did not possess the extraordinary abilities found in novels. His physical strength had merely been enhanced. But you had a knife wound there that hadn't healed, and now it's completely gone. Yuan Ning gestured enthusiastically. Lin Shi noticed her eagerness to wield a sword and felt a chill run down his spine. He thought, surely she doesn't intend to stab him to test it out. He remembered that the scar had healed just a few days ago, and besides, how could he not know if he had superpowers? Concealing his true strength from trusted teammates would only endanger the group. He wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. Thus, he explained to Yuan Ning, convincing her to abandon the idea. However, the next moment, Lin Shi felt a sudden chill beneath him. Who was poking me? Just as he looked down to investigate, he met a pair of sharp eyes. Speak. What were you doing at the door just now? Fang Yao's expression was serious, akin to a wife confronting her husband emerging from a shady establishment. Lin Shi inhaled sharply, feigning innocence. I was fighting zombies. What else would I be doing? Really? Fang Yao narrowed her eyes. Then why did you come back without your pants? Yuan Ning nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, Lin Shi had entered completely naked, looking like a bloodied figure, and it had startled her. I must have torn them off in the heat of battle. Lin Shi spread his hands, looking exasperated. At that moment, his abdomen had felt like a reactor. If he hadn't released some energy, he would have exploded. You're not lying to me, are you? Fang Yao tightened her grip. If you are, I won't sleep with you anymore. Lin Shi nearly jumped up, incredulous. Are you implying I was communicating with the zombies? That is absurd. He was not a monster. Yet, under the pressure of her grip, Lin Shi had no choice but to suppress his instinctive reaction and took Fang Yao's face in his hands, playfully rubbing it. What are you thinking, Yao? Do you think I'm a pervert? Fang Yao huffed, crossing her arms but allowing him to pinch her cheeks. Yuan Ning watched the playful banter without much reaction. Even if it were true, it would have been a matter of survival. However, it did raise a question. Could there truly be reproductive isolation between zombies and humans? She recalled the mutated zombie, which displayed some level of intelligence. It could sense danger and would flee, unlike ordinary zombies driven solely by a thirst for blood. Curiosity piqued. She asked, Lin Shi, what is the difference between zombies and humans? She was genuinely interested in Lin Shi's perspective on mutated zombies, considering his first-hand experience. Lin Shi, however, was furious. He was utterly enraged. How could he prove how many bowls of noodles he had consumed? Simple. Just feed them some and let them eat. A discussion about humanity's primal instincts ensued. By the time these words were read, the discussion had concluded. In the dimly lit room, the three lay candidly on the bed. Of course, the bedding and pillows were clean, taken from Lin Shi's backpack. Lin Shi looked at the exhausted women, a smile spreading across his face. His body had been enhanced in every way. Now, even if he were to return to Earth, he need not fear unemployment. Lin Shi grinned widely, contemplating how easy it would be to become a delivery king with his newfound strength. Lying on the left side, Yuan Ning brushed her damp hair from her forehead and spoke softly. Lin Shi, what do you think that mutated zombie really is? Reflecting on it still sent shivers down her spine, and she couldn't comprehend why such a creature had emerged. I don't know, Lin Shi shook his head, equally in the dark about this world. However, he suspected that the mutated zombie had been fixated on them for quite some time. On her right, Fang Yao interjected with interest. Fixated on us? How could that be? Remember the sound of the shattering glass? Lin Shi rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling. Yuan Ning nodded. Are you suggesting it broke the glass? Exactly, Lin Shi replied seriously. The glass shattered so coincidentally, it felt tailor-made for us. And just as we ducked into an unfamiliar room, it appeared. When a coincidence becomes too convenient, it ceases to be a coincidence. It's possible it's been watching us all along. What? No way. Fang Yao's face tightened, feeling a chill run down her spine. Chapter 53, Setting Sail Again. Regarding Lin Shi's assertion that the monster had a premeditated plan, Fang Yao furrowed her brows in confusion. Why would it do that? We're like mice compared to an elephant. The disparity in power is immense. Why would the elephant devise a scheme? It's utterly baffling. It said that villains perish due to excessive chatter? Perhaps it enjoys toying with its prey. Lin Shi pondered deeply, slowly articulating his thoughts. First, they were herded into a confined space, sapped of their strength, only to be toyed with and ultimately devoured. As one who faced the mutated zombies directly, he understood this all too well. The mutated zombies had several opportunities to eliminate them, but refrained from doing so, merely hanging from the ceiling, fixated on their panic-stricken escape, relishing in the unraveling of their sanity. It was reminiscent of a house cat cornering a mouse, neither killing nor releasing it. When the mouse attempted to flee, the cat would deftly bat it around, toying with its prey until it was ultimately exhausted and ready for consumption. The thought alone sent chills down Linchi's spine. Yet it fortuitously provided him with the necessary time to catch his breath and eventually turn the tables. Yuan Ning, listening to Linchi, suddenly recalled something from earlier in the afternoon. With a thoughtful expression, she remarked, "Linchi, earlier on the balcony, did you not mention someone watching us from behind? Could it be that very creature?" "Perhaps," Linchi responded non-committally, considering the commotion they had caused, making enough noise to draw the attention of any mutated zombie nearby. "Wait a minute," Fang Yaoyao interjected, her tone laced with realization. "Given your sensitivity to being watched, how could you not notice we were being stalked by a mutated zombie?" She elongated her final words, as if to challenge him. "Are you capable, little brother?" Seeing the sharpness in Fang Yaoyao's words, Linchi felt a twitch in his eye. He pulled her close and replied, exasperated, "Oh, my dear Yaoyao, do you take me for a superhero? My intuition is not an extraordinary power that directs me precisely where to look." Linchi's so-called sensitivity to observation was not some mystical phenomenon. Everyone possessed this innate ability. For instance, upon entering a classroom, even with his head down, one could sense if anyone was observing them. Similarly, stepping into an elevator with one's back turned, one could feel the scrutiny of those behind them. When bending down to retrieve a dropped bar of soap, even without sight, one could discern if someone was standing nearby. Scientifically, this phenomenon is explained as the brain's subconscious integration and anticipation of vast amounts of information. The human brain is perpetually engaged, unconsciously gathering myriad subtle cues, changes in light and shadow, the flow of air, the sounds of others breathing, the rustle of fabric, distant footsteps, even the faintest sounds of others shifting their bodies. The brain processes this information instantaneously, swiftly assessing the likelihood of someone's presence nearby and triggering an alert system. Thus, one develops an instinctive sense that someone lurks behind them. For those with naturally acute senses, this intuition is inevitably heightened, as was the case with Linchi. Yet, ultimately, this was merely a capacity for information integration, not a supernatural ability, and could not be relied upon with absolute certainty. Otherwise, it would constitute a violation of the rules. Linchi pinched the soft flesh of Fang Yaoyao's back as he explained. Yuan Ning interjected appropriately. The degradation of bodily functions can also impact this, as a fatigued brain will process information more slowly. This indicated that Linchi's so-called ability was influenced by his physical state and the environment. Suddenly, Fang Yaoyao sprang upright, glancing around anxiously. "Does that mean I was exposed while showering?" The thought of a zombie watching her bathe sent shivers down her spine, leaving her skin crawling. Linchi struggled to keep up with Fang Yaoyao's train of thought, but reassured her, "Fear not. During the day my intuition is sharper. No zombie was peeking while you bathed." He remained confident, as they had showered at sunset when the light was still bright and abundant. Had any mutated zombies been lurking, Linchi would have undoubtedly sensed them immediately. Alleviating her concerns, Fang Yaoyao continued to scan her surroundings, uneasy as she questioned, "Really? Don't deceive me, or I shall retaliate." Observing her apprehensive demeanor, Linchi felt a sudden urge to tease her. Thus, he jested, "Rest assured, Yaoyao, no zombies are plastered against the walls outside while we converse, nor are there any lurking beneath the bed eavesdropping on our words. Truly, you should just avoid extending your feet." As he spoke, his fingers stealthily grazed Fang Yaoyao's back. "Ah!" she shrieked, her body jolting as she clung to Linchi like an octopus, startled into expletives. Linchi chuckled at her reaction. "That was just my hand." Yuan Ning interjected, exasperated, "Stop scaring people. You're making her paranoid." The dimness of the room and the unfamiliarity of the environment left little room for a sense of security, making it hard not to conjure terrifying notions. Once Fang Yaoyao regained her composure, she noticed Linchi still laughing heartily, her irritation simmering. "You scoundrel! Is this how you wish to frighten me?" With a swift motion, she poked her finger into Linchi's open mouth, teasingly brushing against his throat. "Huh!" Linchi momentarily froze, then erupted into a fit of coughing, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Who stuffed something in my mouth?" "Ha ha!" Fang Yaoyao turned, her legs swinging playfully as she laughed. "That's what you get for scaring people. Now go talk to my toes." "What?" Linchi exclaimed, wide-eyed and bewildered. "Did you just put that thing in my mouth? How's that? Realizing your sister, Yaoyao's prowess now? You dare to try it again." At the entrance of the city hospital, in a small grocery store, the blaring alarm ceased. and the zombies returned to their dormant state. This was the boon of nightfall, a lifeline for Li Jun and his companions. Seizing the moment of silence outside, Li Jun gestured for the others to prepare for action. The roller shutter was gently raised, creating a narrow opening just wide enough for one person to slip through. Hunters knew well that in the forest, one must remain silent. Otherwise, their quarry would be frightened away. The world, now in chaos with zombies rampant, bore striking resemblance to a forest. One by one, they crawled on the ground, making every effort to stay silent, their faces smeared with grime as they stealthily emerged. The outside world was eerily silent, permeated with a foul stench. After orienting themselves, they cautiously made their way toward the camp. In the community, after a hearty meal and a restful break, Linchi and his companions prepared to embark once more. Initially, they intended to rest for the night. As so much had transpired that day, being chased by zombies, ambushed by mutated ones, and nearly meeting their demise. However, their enhanced physical states granted them greater confidence in completing their tasks. A single night's rest would not hinder their progress. Yet, the two women insisted on venturing out. Their experience of being trapped by zombies had left them with a sense of PTSD. Humans are inherently drawn to expansive environments. Gazing at mountains, rivers, and the vast starry sky can lighten the heart and uplift the spirit. Thus, the women were determined to seek fresh air. Chapter 54, Captain Zombie? Lu Xinghao Zombie. The three of them emerged from their room, flashlights in hand, making their way toward the front door. The two women were still clad in their protective gear, wearing tactical jackets and pants, motorcycle helmets, and swimming goggles, their faces obscured by multiple layers of masks, rendering them unrecognizable. Linchi, on the other hand, wore a simple black short-sleeve shirt paired with military green cargo pants, light and unencumbered. Having already been exposed to zombie blood without succumbing to infection, he saw no need to further encase himself. A few individuals entered the living room and made their way towards the front door, when Linchi slightly turned his head and exclaimed, "What is this?" He approached the wall and picked up a card the size of a playing card from the floor. At the center of the card was a hastily drawn eye in red ink, which immediately captured his attention. Yuan Ning noticed and raised the lamp for illumination. Fang Yao Yao lifted her helmet visor, bent down to inspect it, and remarked, "It's just a doodle, nothing special. It might have fallen from a zombie." Linchi turned to glance at the left corner, where the body of a mutated zombie lay, dismembered beyond recognition. The card appeared quite new, contrasting sharply with the dusty surroundings of the room. Besides the three of them, the only other presence was that of the mutated zombie, leading Linchi to deduce it must have dropped the card. Yuan Ning, with her swimming goggles resting on her forehead, took the card, flipped it over, and said, "It's not surprising, zombies were once human." Fang Yao Yao, with her large helmet, nodded in agreement. Linchi pondered for a moment and found her reasoning valid. However, he was generally sensitive to the gaze of others, which explained his heightened concern. "Forget it, let us go," he declared, pocketing the card as the three turned to exit downstairs. This time, their descent was smooth and uneventful, and they followed the escape ladder to the first floor. As they stepped out of the building, the world suddenly opened up before them, the refreshing scent of greenery wafting in the air. Above them, the vast starry sky stretched infinitely, making the three feel insignificantly small. The full moon hung high, resembling a luminous bulb, casting a silvery glow all around. The distant buildings were adorned with a dreamlike silver sheen, mysterious and solemn. "Wow, this feels amazing." Fang Yao Yao stretched and sighed contentedly. There were no traces of zombies below. The nearby undead, likely those that had blocked their path, had been eliminated by Linchi. Yuan Ning looked up at the sky, marveling at the round moon. The city's demise seemed to have rejuvenated the moonlight. A sudden breeze swept through, lifting her hair. Perhaps this zombie crisis signified a transition between old and new species, she mused, gently tucking her bangs away while gazing at the moon. Linchi, lost in thought, felt a sense of tranquility. He inhaled deeply, glanced at the surrounding wall, and waved to the others, saying, "Let us go out and explore together." In the darkness, a shadow darted swiftly. The silhouette appeared somewhat peculiar, resembling a monstrous creature with 3 heads and 6 arms from a distance. It moved gracefully, heading towards a wall. In the blink of an eye, just before colliding with it, the figure bent its knees and soared effortlessly over the more than 2-meter-high community wall, landing smoothly in a half-squat. Just then, the clouds parted, and the moonlight cascaded down, revealing a glimmering golden mane. A perfect landing. Linchi looked up, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 10 points. Fang Yao Yao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. She was perched on Linchi's left arm, her hand wrapping around his neck, while Yuan Ning, on his right, Remain vigilant. All right, let us get down and watch your step, Lin Shi said, gently lowering the two. He then surveyed their surroundings. In the pitch-black night, he could vaguely discern that they stood at a crossroads, surrounded by several zombies slumped in sleep. The silence was eerie, reminiscent of being encircled by cacti in an open desert. Lin Shi retrieved weapons from his backpack, handing them to the two women, and took out his phone to check the specific route to the square. However, with no signal, the detailed street information failed to load, leaving him uncertain of their exact location. He scratched his head, suddenly recalling the task map. In the next moment, a light screen gradually unfolded before him. His gaze flickered as the map updated, the blue dot visibly moving closer to the red dot. It seems the map has a navigation feature, Lin Shi murmured. Finally, this task provided him with some assistance, proving not entirely futile. What about you, Lin Shi? Have you planned the route to Yida Square? Yuan Ning, holding her sword, asked softly. They intended to stick to their original plan. First, gather intelligence to understand the target creature before formulating a strategy. Lin Shi nodded at Yuan Ning, pointing ahead. Let's south take this road in the middle. Directly ahead was a side street, flanked by rows of shops and eateries shrouded in darkness. Numerous abandoned cars were clustered in the center of the road, haphazardly extending into the distance. Naturally, several dormant zombies were present nearby as well. Just as Lin Shi finished speaking, he felt a shove on his arm. Turning to see Fang Yao Yao frowning at the road to their right, she asked, "Is there a zombie moving over there?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shi turned to look and was left dumbfounded. Blinking several times and scrutinizing closely, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. Incredible. Unlike Fang Yao Yao, his enhanced vision allowed him to clearly discern the zombie's features, which explained his surprise. It was a corpulent zombie lumbering towards them, moving slowly and posing no immediate threat. What astonished Lin Shi was the zombie's hand movements. As a former ace pilot, he recognized those primal gestures immediately. That's so bizarre, Lin Shi whispered. Following the dancing zombies, this was the second zombie he had encountered with remnants of its former life. Yet this behavior suggested it had once been a master of some craft. Fang Yao Yao, intrigued by Lin Shi's astonishment, inquired, "What do you see, Lin Shi?" To her, it appeared as a mere shadow swaying. Yuan Ning also looked at Lin Shi with curiosity. "It's a pilot zombie," Lin Shi replied subtly. Both women tilted their heads in confusion. Seeing their bewilderment, Lin Shi felt compelled to provide a brief explanation. Fang Yao Yao gasped, her expression akin to tasting bitter melon. Yuan Ning propped her chin thoughtfully. "It seems that zombies with habits can remain active at night without needing to rest." Lin Shi nodded. Their understanding of zombies, especially the mutated ones, was still quite limited. They were entirely unaware of their origins or how they came to be. However, with his body enhanced and equipped with special weapons, Lin Shi felt less anxious than before. "Should I go take it down?" Yuan Ning asked. "No need. This zombie is too large," Lin Shi replied, shaking his head thoughtfully. "If we kill it, the noise might awaken the other zombies. Let it be." Although he was confident he could lead the two women to safety even if all the nearby zombies awoke, there was no need to increase the risk. However, why was this zombie approaching them? It showed no signs of aggression, indicating it had not yet been provoked. Did they possess some special quality? While pondering, Lin Shi's peripheral vision caught sight of the two women. Both were undeniably stunning, and even though they were well covered, their figures were still apparent. Lin Shi suddenly realized, "Oh my, it's a Lu Xinghao zombie." Noticing his frown, Yuan Ning asked, "What are you thinking about, Lin Shi?" "Nothing, let us move," Lin Shi urged, pulling the two women across the street towards the main road ahead. They could not afford to let the zombie gain any advantage. Little did they know that shortly after their departure, the plump zombie ambled to the spot where the three had previously stood, pausing for a few seconds at the intersection before turning to walk down the side path. Chapter 55, Breaking Free from Fear. Darkness enveloped the world, casting a pall over the entire city, shrouded in an oppressive silence. In the desolate streets, three figures walked down the center of the road, utterly still. Surrounding them were shadowy figures, bowing their heads, motionless like statues. Each time they brushed past, the putrid stench pierced their nostrils, prompting grimaces from the trio. Lin Shi's gaze was fixed ahead, where the blue dot was advancing towards the red dot. He caught a glimpse of the two women flanking him, Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning, who were clutching their weapons, constantly glancing around apprehensively. Suddenly, Lin Shi halted. Fang Yao Yao was taken aback, scanning the surroundings and whispering, "What is wrong, Lin Shi? Have you spotted something?" Yuan Ning immediately drew her sword, anxiously scanning the vicinity, her throat tightening. It seemed as though the slumbering monsters around them might suddenly awaken and pounce. Lin Shi turned to face the two, his voice unrestrained. "You both need to relax a little. The zombies aren't as sensitive as you think. But before he could finish, his sudden loud voice startled the two women, causing them to jerk their heads around, checking if any zombies had been roused. Yuan Ning had already drawn her sword, its tip aimed at a zombie 2 meters away. Her expression tense. Fang Yao Yao nearly swung her bat at Lin Chi for his loudness, holding it aloft, her gaze darting towards the zombie as she muttered, "Lin Chi, stop it. Speak so loudly, and you'll wake all the zombies." There were at least 10 zombies nearby, with countless more scattered throughout the street like mushrooms after rain. If they were to awaken, their petite frames wouldn't stand a chance. Observing their reactions, Lin Chi sighed. Since they set foot on this street, they had been wound tight, every fiber of their beings exuding tension. Continuing in this manner was bound to lead to disaster, akin to depleting one's health bar before even encountering the boss. He approached the two women, placing a hand on their weapons, and explained, "You don't need to be so anxious. The zombies aren't as perceptive as you assume. If you keep this up, you might end up exhausting yourselves without ever being bitten." Fang Yao Yao quickly glanced at Lin Chi before refocusing ahead, clearly not absorbing his words. "Lin Chi, you may be right, but..." Yuan Ning hesitated, glancing at the shadow her sword was pointed at. They were too close for comfort, making it hard to ignore the threat. After all, at such proximity, if they lunged, she wouldn't even have time to escape. Lin Chi stroked his chin, finding her reasoning sound. It seemed the mutated zombies had indeed affected the two women quite a bit. However, they could not continue like this. "Follow me. I have something beneficial for you." Lin Chi led the two women to the roadside, crouching behind a toppled vehicle. The two remained tense, glancing around periodically. Lin Chi waved his hand, and a cardboard box appeared before them. He opened it, rummaging as he spoke. "Your fear primarily stems from ignorance about zombies. The less you know, the more you fear. Conversely, the clearer your understanding, the less you will fear. Just like with ghosts, once you see blood, there's nothing to be afraid of." After searching for a moment, he retrieved a bunch of yellow fruits, breaking off a large one. The two women's eyes converged on the banana in his hand, tilting their heads in confusion. "Does eating this banana grant superpowers?" Fang Yao Yao pulled up her helmet's visor, her nose crinkling. Lin Chi shook his head in denial. "Watch my technique." He hurled the banana into the street. The two women followed its trajectory. The banana traced a graceful arc through the air, its ample form looming larger against the face of a buzz-cut zombie before landing with a resounding slap. The women gasped in unison, retracting their heads. "It's fine. Take another look," Lin Chi reassured them, gently patting their backs. Soon, a large and small head peeked out from behind the car. The buzz-cut zombie, struck in the face by the banana, raised its head, sniffed, licked its lips, and returned to its dormant state. The two women exchanged incredulous glances, turning to Lin Chi. "Are zombies this docile?" "Indeed, they aren't as sensitive as you think," Lin Chi chuckled. "Otherwise, when he collided with that horde of zombies on the first floor yesterday, he would have been finished." At that moment, when he swung open the door, not only did it creak loudly, but his flashlight was also flailing. Yet the zombies didn't awaken immediately. He understood then that when they were in a dormant state, they were not as sensitive or irritable as during the day. However, Fang Yao Yao remained troubled, her brow furrowed as she spoke. "That may be the case, but walking among them is still terrifying, especially with the foul odor." Yuan Ning nodded in agreement. "It's like taking a photo with a tiger at the zoo. No matter how much you say it's tame and doesn't eat people, you still feel afraid." Lin Chi pursed his lips, acknowledging their points. He realized he might be speaking from a place of privilege. His enhanced abilities rendered him less fearful, while the two women were merely ordinary individuals. Yet, this timid demeanor was unsustainable. He observed the two, his chin resting on his hand, deep in thought. After some consideration, he raised a finger. These two lovely girls required psychological intervention. He crouched between them, tapping Fang Yao Yao's helmet with a banana. "Yao Yao, do you have superpowers? Can you see the future? Have you undergone any physical enhancements?" Fang Yao Yao pouted, looking pitiful. "I don't have any superpowers. I'm just a weakling." Lin Chi then turned to Yuan Ning. "What about you?" Yuan Ning shook her head despondently. "Then why are you both so tense?" Lin Chi spread his hands in confusion. "You have neither the ability to foresee the future nor any physical enhancements, which means you have no idea when the zombies will attack. Even if they do, you can't evade them. What is the point of being anxious?" The two women were momentarily speechless. They sensed the validity of his argument, yet it felt somewhat contrived. Lin Chi continued, "It's akin to fearing that war will break out, worrying about graduating and facing the harsh realities of society, or stressing over fierce job competition. These are all excessive worries regarding matters beyond your control that squander your energy. Consider this. War won't cease because you're fearful. Graduation ceremonies won't be cancelled due to your anxiety, And employment difficulties 1T suddenly resolve because you're agitated, right? The two women nodded in agreement. So now you understand. Lin Chi beamed with an inspirational smile. No matter how much you cower while walking, it 1T changed the fact that zombies will attack. What will happen will happen. What 1T happen? 1T. Chapter 56. Banana. After hearing this, Yuan Ning appeared contemplative. Indeed, rather than expending energy on emotions, it would be wiser to channel it into action. Instead of worrying about whether or when zombies would strike, matters beyond their control, it would be more prudent to don additional layers of clothing for protection. Preserve both spirit and strength to confront unforeseen events. Once clarity dawned upon her, she felt a wave of enlightenment, her furrowed brows relaxing significantly. Gazing again at the zombies on the street, her fear diminished. After all, does fearing them ensure they will spare you? Nonsense. Fang Yao Yao rested her chin upon her hand, lost in contemplation. Observing the reactions of the two women, Lin Chi couldn't help but smile. Clearly, his study of Lu Shirchunqiu had not been in vain. His ability to enlighten others remained impressive. After a lengthy pause, Fang Yao Yao lifted her head, as if about to speak. Lin Chi leaned in with eager anticipation, already envisioning the expression of a devoted admirer beneath her helmet. Her large eyes would surely sparkle with hearts. Come now, worship me. As he mused, he spread his arms wide, tilting his head slightly. Speak boldly, Yao Yao. Share your insights. Remember, the angels are with you. Wait a moment, Lin Chi. Fang Yao Yao retorted unexpectedly. Isn't it possible to pursue graduate studies without graduating? Lin Chi's body jolted, the grin he had just formed collapsing instantaneously, his mouth twitching. Are you trying to undermine me? Fang Yao Yao erupted into laughter, clearly enjoying the moment. Yuan Ning, witnessing Lin Chi's sudden downfall, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Laughter echoed in the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Feeling better now? Lin Chi wrapped an arm around each of the women's shoulders, strolling leisurely down the center of the road, weaving between the looming shadows. Just like this. Fang Yao Yao raised her eyebrows and looked up. You will protect me, right? Lin Chi tossed his head back confidently, declaring, let me be clear, with my current abilities. Even if an entire street of zombies were to surround us, I could lead both of you to safety without a scratch. After all, zombies can't open doors or climb walls. They're merely a couple of kittens, aren't they? Escaping a 10-mile stretch in the blink of an eye is no trouble at all. Yuan Ning shot Lin Chi a sidelong glance, seemingly expressing skepticism at his bravado. Fang Yao Yao's eyes sparkled as she asked, if that's the case, can we walk sideways through them? Indeed. So I could just go kick a mutated zombie? Ahem, that might be a bit excessive. One must maintain respect for the strong. At this moment, Li Zhen, who was leading the group back to the camp, wore a furrowed brow. The street ahead was eerily dark, with only a few scattered zombies, which felt quite unusual. Although they hadn't taken this route upon arrival, it seemed implausible for there to be so few. Unless, perhaps, there was a survivor camp nearby. Typically, camps would clear the surrounding zombies to facilitate safe passage and avoid being ambushed. It was prudent to remain vigilant. Li Zhen gestured for the group to slow their pace and remain alert. After advancing a short distance, they approached a fork in the road. How is it going? Hisu, are you feeling any better? The tall man turned to ask softly. Hisu nodded. Let me down. I can walk on my own. Once on the ground. Noticing his gloomy demeanor, the tall man comforted him in a low voice. Hisu, it's nothing to fret over. The stomach pain is something you can control. We can retrieve the medicine next time. Their task for the night was to gather medical supplies from the city center, where a wide variety of precious medicines could be found. However, due to Hisu's sudden stomach pain, they had been ambushed at the entrance and failed to secure anything. Hisu remained silent, merely nodding. The tall man sighed, deciding not to press further, and continued walking. After some time, the group turned right into an intersection, and they suddenly halted. What is going on? The tall man exclaimed in surprise. Li Zhen's brow furrowed tightly. The others in the group shared a look of astonishment. The street before them was eerily quiet, unnaturally clean, devoid of even a single zombie. Were it not for the overturned cars and scattered debris, they might have thought they had returned to the past. Be cautious, Li Zhen raised his rifle, advancing slowly with heightened vigilance. The others followed closely behind. After a few steps, he kicked a piece of shattered glass, startled, and raised his weapon. A zombie dangled like a monkey from a protruding rectangular advertisement board. It appeared to have crashed through the glass from above and landed there, though it was unclear if it was still alive. Let us go, Li Zhen commanded, watching the zombie as he waved the others forward. They discreetly passed by. Following this encounter, they began to pay closer attention to the overhead signs, soon spotting several zombies hanging from advertisement boards. They were left wondering what had transpired in this place. Suddenly, a voice called out from ahead. Oh no! Everyone's heart raced as they turned abruptly to look. Li Jun quickly spun around, but the figure of the tall man had vanished from his sight. Who lacks manners and throws bananas on the ground? Li Jun grumbled as he lowered his weapon, noticing the tall man sitting on the ground, staring at his hands, which were smeared with a yellow, sticky substance between his fingers. Relieved it wasn't a zombie attack, Li Jun exhaled and quickly redirected his weapon to avoid accidental discharge. What is going on, Gao Lao? Li Jun approached, reaching out to help him, but then hesitated. Being this tall is truly useless. I can't even see the ground. Piped up a chubby boy who barely reached the tall man's abdomen. Oh, you little chub, even at a time like this, you have to jab at me, the tall man said, patting his backside and standing up. He then pointed to the squished banana on the ground, lamenting, the culprit, whoever threw it. My backside is paying the price. The chubby boy shrugged, stifling a laugh. The others, upon seeing the yellow mess on the tall man's rear, also struggled to contain their amusement. Li Jun squatted down, pinching the banana peel between his fingers, discovering it was quite fresh, vibrant in color, and exuding a delightful aroma. Within half a day's time, he looked up at the others, deducing that this banana had likely been discarded that very evening. The tall man continued to grumble. What bad luck? Of all things, I had to step on this, and thankfully the surrounding zombies fled. The zombies have fled? Li Jun murmured quietly, his brow furrowing. It was possible someone had lured all the zombies away from the street. The thought was bold. The group fell silent, sensing the seriousness of their leader's concern. Why would someone want to lure zombies away? A female team member broke the silence, attempting to lighten the mood. Unclear, it could be to establish a camp. Li Jun shook his head, his tone turning somber. Or perhaps to intentionally create a zombie wave to attack other survivor camps. The moment those words left his mouth, the group froze momentarily. Their own camp was merely a few kilometers away, and unease settled within them. Let us go. We'll discuss this further at the camp. Li Jun discarded the banana peel, wiped his fingers on the asphalt, and turned to lead the way forward. The apocalypse is never short of madness. He must exercise utmost caution to prevent history from repeating itself. Chapter 57. The Captain Strikes. In the desolate street, Lin Shi and the two women had barely taken a few steps when a white sedan blocked their path. Such a sight was not uncommon. The entire street was littered with similar scenes, leaving them to wonder what had caused such a chaotic flight from vehicles. As they maneuvered to circumvent the obstruction, Yuan Ning suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin Shi. Is there something you've forgotten? The street was eerily silent, and her voice resonated with a gentle warmth. Lin Shi's eyes darted about, momentarily at a loss for what he might have forgotten. He countered, forgotten what? I don't think so. Gasoline, Yuan Ning remarked, glancing at the haphazardly parked cars on the road. Weren't you just saying you wanted to steal gasoline to make Molotov cocktails? Lin Shi suddenly recalled the matter. But he had already dismissed the thought. I hadn't thought it through, Lin Shi explained, scanning the surroundings. Taking gasoline would trigger vehicle alarms, which would be quite troublesome. And Molotov cocktails are ineffective against zombies. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ning's mind conjured the horrifying image of zombies ablaze, rushing towards her. It was indeed terrifying, and in this light, it seemed unnecessary. Lin Shi nodded, only to realize that Feng Yaoyao had fallen behind. Turning back, he saw her standing vacantly at the roadside, gazing up at the sky. Following her line of sight, he spotted a large red sign emblazoned with Zhou Xiaofu, clearly indicating a jewelry store. Observing Feng Yaoyao's expression, her eyes shone like flashlights, aiming eagerly at the store's interior, revealing her greedy intentions. She remained as infatuated with money as ever. Lin Shi sighed and turned back, grabbing Feng Yaoyao by the collar and pulling her away. What are you thinking about money at a time like this? Feng Yaoyao protested, flailing her arms and legs. Hey, there's gold in there. At her words, Lin Shi released her grip. This is the apocalypse. Gold can't even buy bread. What use is it? Yuan Ning joined them, nodding in agreement. Besides, it would only add to our burdens. You just don't understand. Feng Yaoyao crossed her arms defiantly. Once we return, who knows if the heavy snow has stopped? With gold, we wouldn't have to work anymore. She boasted with an air of superiority. Seeing this, Lin Shi looked at Yuan Ning and smiled, pointing at Feng Yaoyao. Yuan Ning nodded in concurrence, though she disagreed with the idea of searching for gold at present, fearing it would lead to complications. Fortunately, Lin Shi remained rational, she thought. However, the next moment, an obnoxious voice broke through. What a keen eye. Lin Shi embraced Feng Yaoyao, wearing a villainous grin as they approached the jewelry store. Observing their retreating figures, Yuan Ning smacked her forehead, feeling despondent as she followed them. Soon, the sound of their banter filled the air. Wow, Lin Shi, this This necklace is stunning. No, 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 Yuan Ning, we should pick something larger. These small trinkets might be mixed with inferior materials. How could that be? I like this one, and this piece is nice too. What on earth is this? Gao Lao exclaimed, staring at a pool of black liquid with confusion. The group gathered around. Before them was a white car, positioned awkwardly in the middle of the road. A thick, black, viscous substance coated the rear window like something out of a Hollywood monster movie. It immediately captured Gao Lao's attention. Is that zombie blood? It's so dark. Xiao Peng bent down for a closer look, then jerked back up. It stinks. Like rotten pomegranate flowers. Li Jun furrowed her brow, pinching her nose. It's nothing serious. Let's move on. This zombie blood is quite yellow, black and yellow, Gao Lao muttered. The group continued onward. Lin Chi was not the shallow person who cared about money. What he truly relished was the chaos of taking whatever he wanted without a second thought. At the entrance of the jewelry store, Lin Chi emerged triumphantly with the two women, each of them wearing broad smiles. Compared to before, they had undergone a dramatic transformation. Adorned in gold and jewels, they exuded an air of extravagance, with chains, rings, and bangles draping over their bodies. Had it not been for the night, they would have undoubtedly been the most eye-catching figures on the street. Hey, that blonde over there. Fang Yaoyao teased, waving her fingers playfully. How about becoming my little man? Her 10 fingers, each adorned with rings of various colors, sparkled brilliantly under the moonlight, radiating opulence. Lin Chi shrugged dismissively, a smirk on his face. He grabbed a gold Buddha pendant from around his neck and, with a garbled mouthful, declared, You think you can compete with me in wealth? You're still a novice. Oh, Fang Yaoyao blinked. What about this diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg? Lin Chi chuckled. What about my gold brick the size of my palm? How do you measure up? I have a pyramid of 999 pure gold. I have the Eiffel Tower. Observing the two, Yuan Ning sighed softly. Nevertheless, her own necklace looked quite lovely, and she absent-mindedly touched it. Suddenly, something caught her eye, moving in her peripheral vision. Yuan Ning became alert and tapped Lin Chi on the shoulder. Hey, Lin Chi, stop joking around and check over there. Is there something? Lin Chi quickly wiped the playful smile off his face and turned around. Through the white car, he spotted a zombie approaching them. As its outline became clearer, Lin Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. He blinked rapidly, looking again. What the hell? The pilot is here. The two women pondered for a moment before recalling the infamous Lulz zombie. Yuan Ning asked in astonishment, could it be a mistake? Wei walked quite far. No mistake, Lin Chi stroked his chin, furrowing his brow. This zombie is definitely off. Be careful. A single zombie trailing them from hundreds of meters away. Was this scientifically plausible? Could it be a mutated zombie, or one on the verge of mutation? The more Lin Chi thought, the more perplexed he became. The zombie continued to approach, drawing nearer to Lin Chi while making strange sounds. Anger surged within him. Damn it. Does it think I'm a side dish? Ultimately, he decided it was safer to eliminate the threat. Lin Chi snatched the long sword from Yuan Ning's grasp and strode forward. However, just as he took 2 steps, a sudden change occurred. The pilot zombie seemed to sense the murderous intent or perhaps notice someone approaching. In any case, Lin Chi witnessed a scene he would never forget. Before his eyes, the zombie suddenly shuddered, and with a splashing sound, black liquid sprayed onto the rear window of the car, reminiscent of someone splashing water with a spoon. What the hell? Lin Chi quickly stepped back, fearful of getting splattered. Just a zombie? It was aiming directly at him. Without giving Lin Chi time to ponder his existence, the pilot, having expended a significant amount of moisture, seemed to have all its strength drained. It tilted its head back, letting out a howl as it lurched forward. Lin Chi's pupils dilated, and his hair stood on end. Right in front of it was a white car. Undoubtedly, crashing into it would trigger an alarm, shattering the silence of the night. Chapter 58. Nighttime car chase. As expected, the car was violently struck. The hazard lights immediately flickered on, followed by a piercing alarm that shattered the stillness of the night. The two women were taken aback, glancing around in surprise. But it didn't end there. The cacophony triggered other vehicles on the road, causing them to light up and emit their own wailing sounds. In an instant, the entire street was awash in a golden glow, the air filled with a deafening hum. Observing the scene before him, Lin Chiduan felt a sense of foreboding. He inwardly cursed the pilot zombie, wishing fervently to dismember him into pieces. Not far away, several zombies had awakened, lifting their heads to sniff the air. In the next moment, they suddenly lowered their heads and locked eyes with Lin Chiduan. Shocked, he quickly turned and sprinted towards the two women. Just as he took a step, a chorus of roars erupted behind him, and the stench of decay wafted in the wind. Meanwhile, the zombies surrounding the two women were also beginning to stir. Realizing the danger, Lin Chiduan swiftly drew his shield, striking it with force. The sound waves reverberated, causing the zombies to charge towards him. Yao Yao, Yuan Ning, find a vehicle to hide in, and keep your backs covered. With a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, he surged forward, his arm moving rapidly as the blade flashed. In an instant, severed limbs flew, and heads rolled. However, the cacophony of alarms and zombie growls only intensified. The entire street was now a scene of chaos. Lin Chiduan, over here, came Fang Yao Yao's voice from the right. Turning towards the sound, he was taken aback. What are you two doing? The duo was seated on a scooter. Fang Yao Yao, helmeted, gripping the handlebars tightly, while Yuan Ning sat behind, patting the seat. Hurry, Lin Chiduan, she called out, approaching them. He gazed at the scooter with a frown. A massive scorpion tail was protruding from the back, seemingly aiming to pierce the heavens. You could have chosen a better vehicle, he protested. Finding something this outrageous is suicidal. Get in. Fang Yao Yao disregarded his complaints, insisting, this scooter has the keys. Hurry, the zombies are coming. Despite her words, she seemed more excited than frightened. Suddenly, a roar erupted from behind. Lin Chiduan turned, feeling a pang of anxiety. Dozens of zombies were clawing their way towards them, heedless of the injuries they sustained from crashing into cars. Moreover, the zombies ahead were also scenting for human presence and would soon discover their location. Yao Yao. Lin Chiduan decisively squeezed between the two women, declaring, I'll drive. Fang Yao Yao pouted, reluctantly relinquishing control. As Lin Chiduan turned the key, the scooter erupted in a blinding light. What the? Reflexively shielding his eyes, he realized the source was the LED strip affixed to the vehicle, flashing wildly and emitting a jarring sound. Lin Chiduan, drive. The zombies are about to pounce, Yuan Ning urged, tapping his shoulder from behind. A buzzcut zombie was charging at them, mouth agape. In the nick of time, Lin Chiduan twisted the throttle, the speedometer leaping as the scooter shot forward, leaving a long red streak behind. The buzzcut zombie collapsed in its wake, while the other zombies lagged far behind. Nevertheless, the threat was far from over. The roar of the engine and the blinding lights had successfully captured the attention of all the surrounding zombies, who now focused on the illuminated scooter. Lin Chiduan had no choice but to navigate the vehicle through the throng of zombies. Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind. Lin Chiduan, watch out above. No sooner had the warning been issued than a zombie crashed through the glass overhead, landing on the scooter. Lin Chiduan swiftly swerved, narrowly avoiding the impact as shards of glass rained down around them. Looking up, he saw the windows of the commercial buildings shattering one after another, dark figures plummeting from above. What a temper! The glass is shattering everywhere, Fang Yao Yao exclaimed. Gripping the handlebars tightly, Lin Chiduan swayed left and right, dodging the falling zombies. Yet, as he drove further, he noticed more cars obstructing the road. This situation felt off. Something must have compelled people to abandon their vehicles here. He switched on the high beams and peered ahead, his heart racing. At the end of the road, the intersection was congested with an array of vehicles, completely blocking the passage. There was no way out. The zombies that had jumped from the buildings, those who survived the fall, were rejoining the horde behind them. In an instant, the zombies surged like a black dust storm, relentlessly pursuing the trio, as if a mountain were crushing an egg. With cars blocking the way ahead and a tide of corpses behind, where was the escape? Lin Chiduan gripped the handlebars tightly, weaving and darting as his mind raced for a solution. As he approached an intersection, he made a decisive choice to brake and slow down. Yuan Ning, hold on tight. Don't get thrown off. Lin Chiduan extended his right foot, the sole of his shoe carving a curve on the asphalt as the scooter made a sharp turn into a dark alley. Lin Chiduan, it's too dark in here. You bang. Before Fang Yao Yao could finish, the front of the scooter collided with an elderly zombie. The vehicle pushed against it for a moment before the wheels finally rolled over. Zombies began to materialize around them. Damn, there are so many here. Are they all vermin? Lin Chiduan cursed. The alley was narrow, restricting their ability to maneuver. Realizing this, Lin Chiduan made an immediate decision. Yao Yao, can you drive? Yes. Fang Yao Yao replied excitedly, her oversized helmet bobbing. She had long been itching to speed through the apocalypse. What a thrill it would be. Lin Chiduan pursed his lips, finally conceding, you drive, and I'll use this bat to clear them out. With that, they swiftly exchanged driving positions. The scooter's speed abruptly decreased. Just as Lin Chiduan retrieved the bat from his backpack, the scooter surged forward unexpectedly. He nearly lost his balance, but fortunately, the airbag cushioned him. Yao Yao, don't be too reckless, he admonished, tapping her helmet. If we flip over, I can't save you. Fang Yao Yao placed her small hand on her temple, her tone serious. Understood, Commander. Yet, despite her words, the scooter's speed remained unrelenting, and with no cars blocking the alley, they quickly reached a velocity of 70 or 80. The zombies were left far behind. Lin Chiduan, where are we going? Fang Yao Yao asked, her excitement palpable. Lin Chiduan swung the bat, sending a zombie staggering backward. Let us shake off the zombies first. He glanced back, noting several zombies in white socks still hot on their heels, moving with alarming speed. All right. The scooter accelerated sharply, the scenery on either side blurring past. From above, a kaleidoscope of colors flashed as it sped through the streets and alleys. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Survivors in H City watched the fleeting shadows from their windows, trembling in the corners. The zombies roared in frustration, searching the streets for the three figures. Lin Chiduan finally understood how wild human nature could become once unleashed. Yao Yao, why are you driving into the market? It is not so. How could you have knocked over someone's stall? Look, even their pants have fallen off, and they are still in pursuit. Hey. Those are the athletic zombies. Why provoke them? Goodness, what time is it? Still practicing basketball on the street. Yao Yao, go ahead and take them down. Even at this late hour, they are gathered for a square dance. Drive straight through and eliminate them. Why have we turned back onto this street? The horde of zombies behind us seems to be multiplying. Lin Shi, I think I see survivors. Is that true? Indeed, there's a particularly tall guy. And someone seems to have a firearm. Why don't we go back and rob them? Chapter 59, Zero-Cost Purchase. On the Riverside Road of H City, a motorcycle sped along, with a dark mass in hot pursuit, raising dust in its wake. Upon closer inspection, it was a horde of clawing zombies. The driver was Fang Yao Yao, who had removed her heavy helmet, her fluffy pink hair dancing in the wind. Lin Chi, should we go back? I truly saw survivors, she said, turning her head. The seating arrangement in the vehicle had also shifted. Lin Shi, concerned for Yuan Ning's safety, chose to sit at the back. At this moment, he tilted his head, his eyes following the fleeting scenery of the river. Slowly, he spoke. No, if we encounter them, it would simply be their misfortune. They have likely been consumed by the horde behind us. What followed them was a formidable group of zombies, honed through an entire night of pursuit. There were the particularly swift athletic zombies, those that hurled objects, the football zombies that seemed to understand tactical cooperation, and finally, the exhibitionist roadside stall zombies. They had chased the trio for an entire night, and should they encounter this group, those survivors would not escape unscathed. Just then, the eastern horizon lightened slightly, as a glimmer pierced through the clouds, heralding the dawn. As the world began to awaken, Lin Chi dismissed the thought and instructed, let us go, Yao Yao. It seems mutated zombies are not so easily found. Let us find a place to rest. Last night, he had whimsically considered luring out mutated zombies to harvest their cores. For the power of the corpse cores was utterly alluring. With a few more, he could transform into a true survivor, no longer fearing any survival tasks. It was unfortunate, however, that after riding the motorcycle aimlessly for half the night, he encountered none. The conclusion was clear. The conditions for their emergence must be exceedingly stringent, and thus he abandoned the pursuit. The motorcycle accelerated in response. With the sky growing ever brighter, the river beside them began reflecting a faint phosphorescence. Ahead, an intersection appeared, and a few zombies rushed out upon hearing the noise. Fang Yao Yao suddenly exclaimed, not pointing at the zombies, but at a large bridge to the right. Lin Chi lifted his gaze. Not far off, a grand bridge spanning the river came into view, congested with cars, extending like an ant colony moving outward towards the city's edge. The sight was profoundly shocking to the three. However, as they passed, numerous zombies emerged from the bridge, merging into the horde behind them. Lin Chi, the number of zombies has increased. We cannot afford to stop, Fang Yao Yao said with a troubled expression. Undoubtedly. Once the vehicle began to decelerate, the zombies would close in. By the time they stopped, they would be perilously close. Lin Chi glanced back, an idea forming. He produced a bunch of bananas, consumed the fruit, and discarded the peels onto the road. Instantly, the banana peel effect was triggered when banana peels appeared. Someone was bound to slip. A particularly speedy athletic zombie stepped precisely on the peel, twisting its ankle at a right angle and crashing forward with a scream. The zombies behind it were immediately entangled. In an instant, the horde resembled a giant bowling ball striking down, tumbling in a chaotic heap on the ground. Yao Yao, accelerate into the city, Lin Chi called out. Okay. With a twist of the throttle, the needle on the dashboard surged, leaving a vivid trail in its wake as they sped into the city. 10 minutes later, the trio dismounted from the motorcycle on a street, activating the vehicle's alarm system, and swiftly entered a nearby supermarket. However, just as they departed, a shadow trailed them, drawn by the sound of the motorcycle, but only discovered the abandoned bike. After a brief survey, the shadow's gaze settled on the supermarket, where the entrance was barricaded, likely concealing survivors within. The shadow noted the location and turned away. Once inside the supermarket, Lin Shi immediately sounded the alarm, drawing out the zombies concealed behind the shelves, swiftly dispatching them. He then barricaded the entrance with a refrigerator to prevent the glass from shattering, for daytime zombies were far more aggressive than their nocturnal counterparts. After completing these tasks, the three settled at the front desk, resting for a moment and quenching their thirst. Lin Shi inquired of the two women, "Are you hungry?" Both shook their heads. Despite the night's exertions, they were not particularly famished. "Still, we should eat something," Lin Shi observed, scanning the surroundings for potential supplies. Although the provisions in his backpack were sufficient for the three, idleness was not an option. Consequently, they pushed a shopping cart around the store. The supermarket was eerily quiet, the floor coated in a thick layer of dust, an overpowering stench of decay emanating from the fresh produce section, which they wisely avoided. Instead, they meandered through the snack aisle. It seemed the viral outbreak had been so abrupt that the shelves were still abundantly stocked. As they navigated through the aisles, Yao Yao mumbled about sunflower seeds, peanuts, and potato chips, as if counting money, pulling item after item from the shelves. The floor was strewn with snacks she had discarded. She casually grabbed a bottle of water, took a sip, and tossed it aside, then opened a bag of chips, ate a single piece, and returned it to its place. Such audacity, such wildness. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Yuan Ning found themselves in the tissue section, selecting sanitary products. This item was highly useful, not only for the two women, but also for emergency bleeding control when injured, and it could serve as insoles to absorb sweat and odor. It was an essential item for both home and travel. After examining the myriad of options on the shelves, Lin Shi, unsure of how to choose, turned to Yuan Ning beside him and asked, "Which one do you prefer?" Yuan Ning pondered for a moment and pointed to a direction. "How about this one?" Lin Shi retrieved it, inspecting it in his hands before inquiring, "Is it absorbent?" Yuan Ning slightly hesitated, her face flushing. "It's all right, I suppose." Observing her reaction, Lin Shi chuckled, "Why are you shy with me?" However, he recalled that despite spending so much time with the two women, he still did not know their menstrual cycles. He felt a pang of regret for having overlooked such an important matter. If, during a battle or while fleeing, either of them suddenly experienced abdominal pain, it would not be a trivial matter. The situation could collapse in an instant, turning a life-or-death scenario into an inescapable predicament. With this in mind, Lin Shi stepped closer to Yuan Ning, intending to inquire about her cycle. Considering her earlier shyness, he leaned in closer, whispering, "When does yours come? Is it regular?" As a tingling sensation coursed through her ears, Yuan Ning was startled, glancing around in alarm and exclaiming, "It's rather inappropriate here. It's too spacious." No sooner had the words left her lips than her ears flushed a deep crimson. Realizing her misunderstanding, she frantically waved her small hand, signaling that her previous statement was null and void. Oh dear. The sight of the typically aloof beauty in a fluster enchanted Lin Shi. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that the supermarket shelves appeared quite acceptable. Upon lowering his gaze, he lamented to himself, "Good heavens, I cannot even manage you. I truly am a weakling." Observing the situation, he leaned closer to Yuan Ning and inquired, No. Yes. After a whispered exchange, Yuan Ning shyly nodded in agreement. Following this, an indescribable atmosphere enveloped them. Meanwhile, Feng Yao, sensing something amiss, looked over to see a shelf slowly swaying. What on earth are these two up to? Chapter 60, Brother Lei, Roommate. This establishment had once specialized in billiards and card games, serving as a venue for entertainment. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, it remained an entertainment venue, albeit in a different form. The billiard tables now bore no sign of balls. Instead, they were occupied by the frenzied, bare bodies of the infected. The lewd laughter of men intermingled with the anguished cries of women, creating a disconcerting symphony within the modest room. At this moment, a diminutive man hurriedly entered, making his way to the second floor. As he pushed open the door, a pungent odor assailed him, causing him to cough. His gaze fell upon the white, exquisite forms sprawled across the tables. He scratched at his groin, feeling a surge of heat in his abdomen. Spotting him, a companion lost in the throes of primal desire laughed heartily, inviting him to join in the revelry. The small man felt a stir of temptation but, recalling pressing matters, waved his hand in refusal. "Where's Brother Lei? I have something to report." He directed his question at a naked man lounging on the sofa. The man gestured towards the office door. As the small man approached to knock, he was intercepted. A scarred face barred his way. "What do you think you're doing?" "I'm first this time. I have something to discuss with the boss. I've discovered new prey." The small man retorted. "You should have said so sooner. But the boss is currently occupied." "Wait a moment." Yet, the scarred man warned, "You know the boss's temperament. Don't stir up trouble." He narrowed his eyes suddenly. You should queue up. We caught a real gem today. The small man clicked his tongue, aware that the scarred man relished inflicting torment. Those who fell into his hands either emerged severely battered or utterly deranged. His favorite pastime was showcasing his masterpieces without a mask. The small man was unwilling to comply. He had better offerings this time, and he intended to be the first. Meanwhile, within the room, a sound of sobbing broke through. Please, spare my daughter and me. I beg you. In the cramped space, a woman knelt on the floor, pleading before a man in a suit who lounged with his legs crossed on the sofa. Beside the man, a slightly emaciated infant lay soundly asleep. Don't make me out to be the villain, Brother Lay said, stroking the child's head. I've told you, if you sleep with me just once, I will release your son. You can stay and never fear the zombies again. At his words, despair filled the woman's eyes. She would rather flee than remain here. These people were nothing short of demons. But how could she possibly escape? Her body trembled involuntarily. Her once blissful family had been shattered overnight, leaving her to wonder why. Had she committed sins in her past life? Why was she being punished so cruelly? Why did her husband turn into a zombie instead of her? Why did he choose to jump rather than bite her, sparing her from this torment? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she moved closer to the sofa, extending a trembling hand to caress her child's face. My dear, what must I do to save you? Brother Lay observed this scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was precisely what he desired. The more the woman struggled in despair, the more exhilarated he became. Those compliant women held no interest for him. Well, my patience is limited. If you don't make a choice, I shall make one for you. Be my woman. And I assure you will be well taken care of, Brother Lay said, narrowing his eyes and revealing a devilish grin. Or perhaps, would you prefer to entertain my brothers? The woman shuddered at the thought of the horrors outside. After a prolonged silence, she closed her eyes and trembled as she nodded. Brother Lay was instantly electrified. His face flushed with excitement as he clapped his thighs. Come now, strip and climb on. The woman fought back tears that threatened to spill over, pleading, please. Let us go elsewhere. My child is still here. Brother Lay's expression darkened. This was the thrill he craved. Without this, what effort would be worth it? Do it now. Or do you wish to abandon your son? He placed his large hand over the sleeping child's face, as if with the slightest pressure, he could crush the infant's delicate head. No, the woman cried out, rushing forward to grasp Brother Lay's hand. Please, spare us. Spare my child. Brother Lay flung her aside, his demeanor fierce. You filthy whore. I'll give you one more chance. Get on. Woo-woo. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she trembled. Just don't let my son see this. I beg you. She knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. Brother Lay reveled in the scene before him, crouching down to seize the woman's chin, forcing her mouth open with his other hand. Let us make a compromise. I'm not a monster. We can do it on the floor. That way, your son won TC. The woman glanced at her child, who lay with eyes closed on the sofa, and nodded in despair, silent tears cascading down her face. Forgive me, my child. After a long pause, a demonic voice echoed in the room. You filthy whore. You can endure quite well, not making a sound at all. Come see your lovely son. He's right beside you. And while you engage in this act with me, you dare claim you are not a whore. Ha ha. Brother Lay emerged from the room, elated, with his belt in hand. The scarred man eagerly approached. Brother Lay, before he could finish, Brother Lay interrupted with a wave of his hand. If you play around and kill someone again, I'll have you sliced up, understand? The scarred man nodded fervently. All right, off you go. Brother Lay gestured dismissively. The scarred man turned with enthusiasm and slammed the door shut. The woman's wail soon followed. No, please. Brother Lay promised to spare us. Brother Lay sneered. This wretched creature actually believes it. Meanwhile, the small man, seeing Brother Lay finally emerge, hurried forward to inquire, what discoveries have you made today? Brother Lay settled onto the black leather sofa, pulling out a cigarette and pretending to light it. The small man eagerly produced a lighter, igniting it and offering it up. Brother Lay, I've located the group that caused trouble last night. Brother Lay inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke after a long moment. Are you referring to those rascals driving around with flashing lights, causing mayhem? Indeed, their vehicle is parked along the road by Pengqin Supermarket. I suspect they have concealed themselves within the store. Are there any women? Yes, I spotted one last night. There was a woman by the fender. Lei Gu tilted his head back, taking a deep drag of his cigarette, then exhaled towards the diminutive man's lecherous face. Bring them back. I am curious to see just how audacious these youngsters can be. A meaningful smile graced his lips. A new toy has arrived. Lei Gu, the diminutive man stammered. Appearing constipated, Lei Gu shrugged and patted the other's shoulder. Do not worry. You shall be the first after I am done. Remember, do not let the men be slaughtered. Otherwise, it will lose its thrill. Ha ha ha. Chapter 61. The beauty scheme inside the billiard room. Smoke enveloped the atmosphere. By the sofa, the slender monkey respectfully addressed the suited man across from him. Lei Gu, I will go fetch them for you right now. Just as he was about to turn away, he was halted. What are you in such a hurry for, Shouho? They will not escape. Lei Gu reclined with his legs crossed, a smirk playing on his lips, and continued. Are you quite confident? The slender monkey's beady little eyes rotated slowly. After a moment's thought, he discerned the underlying meaning of the words and donned a sycophantic smile. Lei Gu, this humble brother's mind is rather empty. How could I have any assurance? I beseech you to impart some wisdom. Lei Gu exhaled a plume of thick smoke, narrowing his eyes as if reveling in this superior sensation. Shouho, you must understand that the most potent weapon of humanity is the mind. He tapped his temple. As long as you think, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. The slender monkey nodded fervently, his expression earnest, resembling a student in class. Lei Ge's eyes narrowed further with confidence. You take a few individuals, masquerade as survivors, and lure them out. The slender monkey quickly chimed in. Lei Gu, this plan is splendid. He scratched his head. But what if they refuse to engage with us? After all, those spirited youths can be somewhat unpredictable. Your mind is rather simplistic. Lei Gu chided with a chuckle. Just bring along 2 women. Let them pose as refugees to knock on the door. There are spirited young ladies inside, are there not? Women possess a strong capacity for empathy. And as they are both women, they will undoubtedly be deceived. The slender monkey pounded his chest in frustration, lamenting. How brilliant, Lei Gu. How could my pig's brain not conceive such a plan? Upon hearing this, Lei Gu burst into laughter, but soon felt it was rather dull, waving his hand dismissively. Go on, hurry, and bring them back. The slender monkey acknowledged and turned to call for assistance. At Pengqin Supermarket, at the front cash register, Lin Shi was wrapping his weapons with tape to prevent them from slipping during combat. Fang Yao Yao and another had already retreated upstairs to rest after a night of exertion. Yet, he felt no fatigue. His body brimmed with vitality, his endurance surpassing that of ordinary individuals. After a considerable time, having wrapped both the queue and the long sword with tape, Lin Shi gazed at the gleaming blade in his hand and pondered making some modifications. The sword was excessively long, requiring Yuan Ning to carry it, which was quite inconvenient. During battle, the scabbard was also prone to being lost. Having made up his mind, he withdrew the scabbard, slicing a seam along the side with the long sword. He then procured several small magnets, affixing them with glue to either side of the scabbard. Thus, a simple magnetic side-opening scabbard was created. Finally, he attached a strap for convenience. Completed, Lin Shi slung the sword across his back and extended his hand to test its draw, finding it effortless. He no longer had to fear the sword being too long to extract. After accomplishing all this, he glanced at the time. It was still midday. Lin Shi rose to survey his surroundings. There was still ample time to procure supplies. Pushing a shopping cart, he resumed his perusal of the shelves, this time collecting a bit of everything. Biscuits, bread, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar filled a dozen carts. He then took a large sheet and spread it on the ground, toppling the carts so that all the goods were enveloped within, ultimately forming an enormous parcel. With a flick of his hand, it was transferred to his backpack. Using the same method, he assembled 2 more large packages. Just as he intended to ascend to the electronics section for another haul, a faint knocking echoed at the door. Instantly, he became alert. This was broad daylight. The ferocity of the zombies had doubled. Once provoked, they would swarm like hyenas on the African savanna, launching an unrelenting assault. One could not afford to be careless. Lin Shi stealthily navigated through the aisles towards the entrance. Upon nearing, he leaned against a shelf and peered out. There stood 2 silhouettes at the door, and in the next moment, his pupils dilated. Women, is anyone there? Help us, please. The 2 women called softly from outside, their voices tinged with a sobbing undertone. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, retrieving his shield and advancing towards them. Upon seeing him emerge, the women's faces lit up and their knocking intensified. Help us, please. They jumped excitedly in front of the glass door. Lin Shi took 2 steps forward, then paused, stunned. They were completely unclothed. Both women wore only black raincoats, leaving their bodies exposed. Sensing Lin Shi's gaze, they eagerly opened their coats. Handsome, we haven't eaten in 2 days. If you give me some food, I can spend the night with you. Another chimed in. Handsome, please have pity on us. Lin Shi frowned, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized them. Are you still a cook? The first woman was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a question. The other hastily replied, I am. I do not believe you. Lin Shi replied with a serious expression, shaking his head. Yet, the next moment, he revealed a smile. but I have always enjoyed helping others, especially beautiful young ladies. As he spoke, he stepped closer to the door. Meanwhile, across from the supermarket, in a commercial building on the second floor, a black arrow peeked through a window's gap. A man wielding a crossbow focused intently on the supermarket entrance, precisely aiming at the two women. This was to prevent any chance of betrayal, a fact the women were well aware of, hence they dared not make any sudden movements. Additionally, from this vantage point, 3 men lay in ambush on either side of the supermarket entrance, pressed against the wall, armed with machetes and sledgehammers. The moment the door opened, they would storm in, swiftly subduing anyone inside. Observing the door, which remained closed, the man grew somewhat restless, lowering his crossbow and stretching his stiff neck. It would have been simpler to force their way in. Why resort to such tactics? He grumbled internally, but suddenly froze. What on earth? He watched as the two women abruptly turned around and bowed in his direction. The man quickly grasped the situation and scoffed. Damn, this blonde kid knows how to play. He even checks the goods first. Before he could finish his sentence, his body went limp, and his vision rapidly darkened as he fell backward. In his last memory, he saw the glass before him shatter with a resounding crash. Almost simultaneously, the supermarket's glass shattered as well, and the two women screamed, crouching on the ground. The individuals lurking nearby outside the door were startled and turned their heads in confusion. What had just occurred? The sound of crashing glass sent a jolt through the zombies on the street, causing their heads to snap towards the commotion as they roared and charged forward. Damn, the zombies have been awakened. Everyone, rush inside. Chapter 62. The enemy in the light, me in the dark, advantage is mine. 2.5 minutes earlier. Turn around. I need to check. Lin Chi's eyes narrowed, revealing a lewd smile. Upon hearing this, the two women outside the supermarket trembled. It was not the humiliation that affected them. They had endured worse and had long since become numb. They merely feared that should they turn around, what lay hidden beneath them would be discovered. If the people behind them saw this action, they would surely think their plan had been exposed and would act decisively. The more they thought about it, the more anxious they became. Lin Chi, however, was indifferent. Hurry up and turn around. I have a cleanliness obsession and need to take a good look. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced across the street. In truth, Lin Chi had realized he was ambushed the moment he reached the door. A faint gaze was cast upon him from the opposite side of the road, though he couldn't ascertain the number of people present. Thus, he had sought information from the two women. Otherwise, he would have dealt with them long ago. Did they think he was some kind of fool? Coming out unarmed in broad daylight. Returning to the present, Lin Chi shot another glare at the two women outside and coldly stated, "Since you lack sincerity, just leave." This tactic of retreating to advance indeed caused the two women to panic, instinctively turning their heads to the left. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, realizing that there were also people lying in wait nearby. Truly cunning. He estimated that once the door opened, these individuals would rush in and pin him down. A surge of murderous intent welled up inside him. The two women seemed startled by this chilling aura. They saw the blond man before them, his eyes sharp and predatory like a beast ready to pounce. They could no longer maintain their composure. Trembling, they slowly turned around, lifting their garments slightly. Lin Chi crouched down, pretending to observe. He thought, with all of this exposed outdoors, how could they still be so timid? If there were no ulterior motives, he would devour them. Sure enough, as Lin Chi crouched down, the gaze from across the street intensified. He tilted his head slightly, revealing one eye as he focused on the commercial building across the way. It quickly became clear that the intense gaze originated from a window on the second floor. So, they were hiding there. Lin Chi chuckled softly to himself. I'm sorry, it's all they're doing. Sob, sob, sob. Under the pressure from both sides, the woman finally shattered, tears streaming down her face. Hearing her sobs, Lin Chi looked up, and a dark shadow quickly swept past, momentarily catching him off guard. What had fallen? He glanced down. Damn it. Though Lin Chi considered himself no saint, he would never stoop to the level of stuffing a human with a billiard ball. Was this still human? Suddenly, he recalled the two still peacefully sleeping. Anger flared within him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chi extended his hand through the door crack, retrieving the fallen black number 8 ball. Coldly, he demanded, how many people did you come with, and where are they hiding? Speak, and I will help you avenge yourselves. The two women trembled, realizing they had been exposed. A blankness enveloped their minds, perhaps overwhelmed by the collapse of their rationality. Gritting their teeth, they stammered. There are 9 of us in total, 3 on each side, and 1 across the street with a crossbow aiming at us. As they spoke, tears flowed freely, nearing despair. However, the next moment, a reassuring voice rang out. Then let's deal with the shooter first. With that, Lin Chi pushed off the ground, twisting his waist to gather strength, and hurled the black ball with lightning speed. It shattered the glass of the main door, then zipped past to break another window across the street. Through the shattered window, a large figure could be seen stumbling backward. Ah! The two women screamed as they crouched down. The sound of glass crashing down echoed around their feet. Nearby, the thin monkey and his companions realized the plan had gone awry. He shouted, "Damn it, everyone rush inside." Lin Shi seized the shoulders of the two women and pulled them into the supermarket. Then, with one hand, he grabbed a shelf to barricade the entrance. "There's a staff break room inside. If you don't want to die, don't come out." He shoved the two women to one side and quickly ran up to the second floor. Outside, the thin monkey approached the entrance, only to find it completely blocked by the shelf. "Ah!" one companion screamed. When he turned to look, he saw his comrade had been tackled to the ground by a zombie. Being tackled meant certain death. Few could escape the full force of an adult man. Once down, if not up in time, it was a death sentence. As expected, that man was soon overpowered by another zombie, followed by a third and fourth. "Let's go!" Break in through the window. The thin monkey and his group hurriedly dashed around to the other side, smashing the glass and leaping into the supermarket without pause. Lin Shi hid around the corner on the second floor, leaning against the wall, peering down the staircase. He pondered, listening to the sounds below. It seemed the enemy had sustained some injuries. At least one had been taken down by a zombie. Thus, there should be at least 5 left. Still, Lin Shi regarded them as 6 or even 7 or 8 to prepare for any eventuality. Firstly, the words of strangers were not to be trusted, and secondly, humanity's greatest enemy was arrogance. Being cautious never hurt anyone. The sound of shattering glass continued to echo from downstairs, gradually subsiding after a while. "You little brat, get out here." A furious roar resounded, followed by the sounds of a frantic search. Lin Shi had not intended to act so swiftly. He had yet to confirm the enemy's weaponry, numbers, or potential reinforcements. But considering the two wretched women hiding downstairs, he had no choice but to act preemptively. He took out a banana and quickly consumed it, then tossed the peel down the stairs. Next, he retrieved a can of KFC potato chips. This time, he did not eat, but simply let it go. The can rolled down the stairs, producing a crisp sound. "They're on the second floor. Charge up." Immediately, a flurry of footsteps surged from below, growing closer. Lin Shi grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher, pressed against the wall, and prepared himself. In the shadows, there was always an advantage to be had. Before long, the sounds of chaotic footsteps echoed, and a group of people shouted angrily as they ascended the stairs. As they turned the corner, one person suddenly screamed. Lin Shi knew the banana trap had been triggered. That person tilted their head back, falling and tumbling down the stairs with a crash. Lin Shi finally saw their numbers. 5 people. He raised his hand and hurled the fire extinguisher down, which struck a man squarely. The man recoiled slightly, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed, lifeless. Panic and chaos ensued among the others. So this is it. Lin Shi felt he had overestimated this group. Despite their traps and advantageous positions, they proved to be utterly feeble. Nevertheless, this saved him considerable effort. Lin Shi then retrieved a box of cola, preparing to conclude the confrontation. Just as he leaned out to throw it down, his pupils contracted, and he swiftly dodged. Thud, thud, thud. Several arrows struck the wall, producing a jarring sound. Damn, a crossbow. And a repeating one at that. Chapter 63 Instant kill with the enemy possessing a repeating crossbow and being aware of his location. It was easy for them to pin him down and eliminate him with a preemptive shot. Lin Shi's mind raced. Realizing that crouching at the corner of the doorway was no longer safe, he decided to change his defensive position. Therefore, he casually tossed a few cans of cola down the stairs to divert their attention and then dashed away. He crouched behind a shelf, his figure concealed in the shadows, watching intently in the direction of the stairway. As soon as a silhouette appeared, he would see it immediately. The enemy was in the open while he remained hidden, ensuring he maintained the upper hand. Lin Shi drew a fruit knife, weighing it in his hand, patiently awaiting the target's arrival. On the other side, in the stairway, the thin monkey and his group cautiously approached the doorway. Upon reaching the corner, they peered around, only to discover that Lin Shi had fled. They glanced deeper inside, finding only darkness, which made the thin monkey uneasy. Remembering their companion who had been struck dead by the fire extinguisher, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was the first to charge in, fearing he might be hit by something else. Yet, they could not remain in a stalemate. Thus, he urged his nearby teammates. That yellow-haired guy is right behind the first shelf. You two rush in and capture him while I provide cover. The two exchanged glances, clicking their tongues. You see him so clearly. You go in first, and we'll cover you. Everyone was too savvy to fall for his ploy to use them as cannon fodder. The thin monkey felt irritated as his plan was uncovered. This time he had led the team, and 3 had already perished. Returning empty-handed would surely cost him dearly. Hey, you useless fools outside. Where have you all gone? Can't a few of you handle me? Lin Shi mocked. He sensed the lack of movement at the door, knowing those few had become timid. After all, 3 of their companions had perished without ever seeing the enemy. Who wouldn't fear that they might be next? Little brat, if you have the guts, come out and face me one-on-one. Let us see if I don't take you down. The thin monkey leaned against the wall, gripping his crossbow tightly. As soon as that yellow-haired boy showed his face, he would incapacitate him. He was quite confident in his archery skills. Yet Lin Shi remained unfazed. If he wanted a duel, so be it. He pulled out a banana and began to eat, replenishing his energy while idly waiting. After finishing, he tossed the peel out the door, startling the thin monkey and his companions nearly into a leap. Come on, you must be hungry too. This banana peel is quite nutritious. Have a bite. The thin monkey seethed with rage. Such arrogance. Damn it, this kid is too cocky. Let us charge in together. Distract him and take him down. One of his companions growled through clenched teeth, brimming with indignation. The thin monkey considered this and realized they had no other option. Otherwise, they might face unforeseen complications if they continued to stall. Just as they were about to act, a shadow appeared on the staircase, causing them to jump, thinking it was a zombie. What the heck? You're not dead. It turned out to be their companion who had slipped on the banana peel and fallen down the stairs. He huffed and puffed his way up, clutching several bottles of high-proof liquor. Let us use this against that kid. Lin Shi leaned against the shelf, feeling quite bored. These people were far more incompetent than he had anticipated. They were not gaining any valuable combat experience. Perhaps it would be better to simply go out and eliminate them all. At that moment, the commotion outside intensified. Brat, come out now? While we're still calm. You'd better show yourself and apologize, or else. Lin Shi swiftly threw a bottle of cola, which exploded upon hitting the wall, showering them with droplets and interrupting their tirade. How pathetic, Lin Shi scoffed. The thin monkey was utterly enraged. For so long in this apocalypse, he had always been the bully. To be humiliated by a sprightly young man today was intolerable. Light up the liquor. Let's see if that kid can still hide. With that, he ignited the high-proof liquor his companion had brought and tossed it inside. Lin Shi, curious about what they were throwing, heard a loud bang from the side shelf. A pale blue flame erupted on one of the shelves, illuminating a significant portion of the second floor of the supermarket. Soon, the sound of glass shattering echoed as more shelves caught fire, filling the air with thick smoke and the acrid stench of burning plastic. Lin Shi was furious. Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning were still asleep. He sprang to his feet. At that moment, shouts erupted from outside. Kid, you think you're so tough? Show us how tough you really are. The group outside laughed wildly at the raging inferno before them. The thin monkey, bow in hand, awaited the enemy's appearance. In his eyes, that yellow-haired boy was merely a sneaky rat who relied on ambushes to gain the upper hand. Once they faced him directly, they would surely squash him like a chick. However, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. From amidst the roaring flames, a figure emerged, striding forth with a shield in one hand and a long sword in the other, resembling an ancient warrior returning from the abyss, bathed in fire. Hey, I say. Lin Shi approached them step by step. Do you not know that thick smoke can wake a person? Shut up and die. The thin monkey shouted, raising his crossbow, aiming an arrow directly at Lin Shi's face. Huh. Lin Shi chuckled, maintaining his speed as he gently waved his left hand, which held the shield. The shield clashed against the stainless steel shelf, producing a sharp, clear sound. The swiftly flying arrows veered off course, as if drawn by a black hole's pull, plummeting to the ground and striking the shield. The onlookers were stunned, their expressions blank. I was merely going to toy with you, but since you chose to set fire. Lin Shi quickened his pace. Then I shall send you below to play. With that, he vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already behind the thin monkey and his companions. The 3 turned around in shock, their scalps prickling. To them, Lin Shi seemed as large as a mountain, bearing down upon them. For a moment, they froze, as if standing at a crossroads, helplessly watching a vehicle collide with them. Their lives were ruined. They could only hope for a restart. Lin Shi's blade fell, and a head soared into the air, blood splattering. The thin monkey and his companions finally reacted. A swirl of fear, anger, and regret enveloping them. Attack! Kill him! The thin monkey shouted, his face flushed and his body trembling in retreat. However, before he could finish, a flash of cold light slashed before him. The 2 accomplices standing before him seemed to have reached a silent agreement, as they simultaneously severed at the waist, their bodies crashing to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, utterly incredulous. What difference was there between this and slaughtering a chicken? Did they wish for life or death? Lin Shi's figure materialized from behind. In Chapter 64, titled Mutual Endeavor, in Room 8, The office door was suddenly rapped upon. Brother Lei jolted from his slumber, gasping for breath as he fumbled beneath his pillow. After a couple of seconds, he realized it was just a subordinate knocking outside. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he opened the door, eyes widening in surprise. Who the hell told you to knock during the day? The subordinate outside shrank back, feeling wronged. He wanted to say, didn't you say it was acceptable to knock for urgent matters during the day? Ultimately, he could only repeatedly apologize. Brother Lei pushed past the subordinate and sank onto the sofa, pulling out a cigarette to light. Speak, what's the matter? Brother Lei. There's trouble at Pengqin. He gestured toward the window, though from this angle, the thick black smoke was not visible. Brother Lei remained unfazed, slowly drawing on his cigarette until he had consumed half of it before speaking. Is it the Pengqin supermarket where Shou Ho and the others went? Yes, yes. The subordinate nodded vigorously. How long have they been gone? The subordinate extended the ashtray toward Brother Lei, prompting him to flick away the ash. They've been gone for quite a while. Shou Ho took 2 women. So many people are aware of their departure. Brother Lei raised an eyebrow and spoke in a low tone. It seems trouble has arisen. Shou Ho really is useless. He was supposed to enjoy the company of the spirited girl tonight, but instead, he has lost several people. Brother Lei, should we go handle this? Brother Lei squinted, lost in thought. Besides the women, Shou Ho had taken 7 people with him, and now they had yet to return. It was likely they had all perished. This indicated that their adversary was formidable, possessing enough force to counter 7 men. It would be reckless to proceed without caution. However, he could not allow his subordinates to feel disheartened, for a disbanded heart is difficult to rally. Moreover, if his men dared to act, they were surely courting death. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, how many outfits are left? The subordinate counted on his fingers. There are about 5 or 6 left. Then we shall wait until nightfall when the zombies are asleep, Brother Lei declared. In his eyes, they were all mindless beings, and he had 1,000 ways to effortlessly eliminate those adversaries. The outfits referred to were black raincoats smeared with zombie blood and flesh, capable of masking human scent, allowing them to move during the day without attracting the undead. The women in their group utilized these outfits to ambush and capture survivors while they rested. Seeing Brother Lei issue his orders, the subordinate could only nod and retreat. At that moment, a figure burst forth, crying out, Brother Lei, please, return my son to me. I beg you. I will do anything you ask, just please bring my son back. A naked woman knelt before Brother Lei, wailing and repeatedly bowing her head. 2 similarly naked subordinates rushed over from behind. As they approached to drag the woman away, Brother Lei raised his hand to signal them to stop. What has happened to your son? The woman, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks, replied, they took my son away. Please, Brother Lei, I implore you. The 2 subordinates explained, damn it, that kid was too noisy. It was driving us crazy, so we locked him in the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Brother Lei seized the woman by her hair, a knowing smile creeping across his face. You claim you can do anything, correct? Although fear flickered in her eyes, she nodded fervently. Brother Lei chuckled, standing to loosen his belt, looking down at the woman on the ground. You drank too much water. Upon awakening, your stomach must feel quite uncomfortable. Simultaneously, at the Pengqin supermarket, the fire had been extinguished by Lin Qi using a fire extinguisher. The scene was chaotic. A charred aroma permeating the air, and Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning had also been successfully roused from their slumber. At that moment, in a staff lounge on the 2nd floor of the supermarket, a few individuals had gathered. The sole survivor, Shou Ho, was bound tightly and kneeling on the floor. Surrounding him were Lin Qi and his companions, as well as the 2 women from earlier, observing him intently. Speak, why did you come looking for trouble with us? Lin Qi asked, seated on a plastic stool, wiping the blood from his sword while addressing the trembling Shou Ho. The latter's body shook incessantly, a primal fear manifesting as he realized his impending demise. Fang Yao Yao, awakened from her slumber and now filled with ire, stepped forward and kicked Shou Ho to the ground. I'm asking you a question. Why are you trembling? Do you believe I won't cut you into pieces? After delivering the kick, she added 2 more for good measure. Shou Ho shook even more violently. Regret washed over him for having provoked these individuals. Indeed, a knife hangs over the head of those who indulge in lust. Lin Qi, having cleaned his sword, sheathed it, and said, I shall grant you one more chance. If you refuse to speak, I will toss you out to feed the zombies. Shou Ho trembled at the thought of being devoured piece by piece, and he immediately began to plead for mercy. No. I'll talk. I was forced. Those beasts compelled me to come here. Stop with the nonsense. Get to the point. Fang Yao Yao brandished a baseball bat, striking Shou Ho on the head. The impact was loud, indicating a solid hit. Lin Qi continued, as long as you provide the information I seek, I am not an inhumane fiend. This is merely a ruse. Lin Chi would not allow any loose ends. Should the fated child awaken the system and seek revenge, it would be catastrophic. This was merely a glimmer of hope for Shouho. With no option left, Shouho divulged the events that had transpired. It was simple. Lin Chi and his group had been excessively brazen the previous night, cruising around H-City on a flashy motorcycle. The attention they garnered led to them being targeted. This morning, Shouho happened to hear the sound of motorcycles near their camp. He crept closer, recognized Lin Chi's group, and subsequently decided to strike, intending to reclaim the women. Upon hearing this, Fang Yao Yao was infuriated once more, but Lin Chi restrained her. Do not harm him. How many people are in your camp? What is the guard situation like? Do you have any firearms? Tell me all of this, and I will let you go. Lin Chi added, gesturing toward the two women who had redressed. Do not entertain thoughts of deceit. They possess much knowledge. If there are inconsistencies, I shall cut off one of your hands. Shouho's pupils dilated as he realized the gravity of the threat. He felt no inclination to resist. Thus, he revealed the number of individuals in their camp, the guards, and the weaponry they possessed. Upon hearing the information, Lin Chi found it rather dull. They possessed no firearms. Instead, they were merely a typical group of individuals who had completely abandoned morality and ethics in the wake of societal collapse. Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning's expressions darkened. Upon hearing the plight of those women, they instinctively moved closer to Lin Chi, contemplating that had they not aligned with him, their fate might have been similar. Big brother, I've told you everything. Can I be released now? Shouho's face was pale, his teeth chattering from fear. Lin Chi stroked his chin and inquired, will your leader come to rescue you, or seek vengeance on your behalf? The thin monkey trembled and nodded. He will. Brother Lei is an exceedingly proud and face-conscious individual, viewing everyone else as worthless. Now that one of his underlings has been killed, he will undoubtedly cause trouble for that person to save face. Lin Chi pondered, realizing the predicament this posed. With only 5 days remaining for the mission, he could not afford to be delayed. Then lead me to your camp. Once I eliminate your leader, you shall be free. Chapter 65. The plan. I will take you there right away. I know a small path that perfectly avoids the corpses, leading to the back door of the billiard hall. The thin monkey knelt on the ground, a forced smile on his face. Lin Chi, seated on a stool, glanced at him with furrowed brows. How much of the thin monkey's words could be trusted? He turned to the two women, shaking his head. He regretted not sparing another life earlier for comparison. That was indeed careless. Now the question was whether to take the initiative or wait for the enemy to arrive. Considering the thin monkey's words and his own speculations, it was certain that this brother Lei would come looking for trouble. Therefore, confrontation was unavoidable. He estimated that the enemy would likely arrive in the evening, as their numbers would create quite a disturbance if they ventured out. The optimal solution would be to act during the zombies' dormant phase. Upon realizing this, Lin Chi looked at the two women, who had already dressed and tidied themselves. Both appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. One had a ponytail, while the other had slightly curled hair. Their faces were devoid of color, clearly having endured hardships. Ahem! Suddenly, Fang Yao Yao coughed twice. Lin Chi, interrupted from his thoughts, turned to the two women and asked, do you know how many people are in that billiard hall? Is it the same as he said? He pointed at the thin monkey on the ground. The thin monkey's heart tightened at his words. The curly-haired woman shrank her head, hesitating before stammering. It should be around 20 people. That makes 30, Lin Chi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The thin monkey's words were not to be trusted, and the woman before him seemed to know only a rough estimate. So she could not be relied upon either. Better to think big. When it comes to matters of life and death, one must not be careless. However, facing 30 individuals would pose quite a challenge. Lin Chi glanced at Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning by his side. Neither had experience in combat. Thus, confronting 30 people alone would indeed be difficult. Lin Chi frowned and asked them, do you have any good ideas? Fang Yao Yao approached Lin Chi from behind, placing her hands on his shoulders, and said, we should charge in and take them all out. You think it's as simple as killing a chicken? It's not that easy. Lin Chi replied, shaking his head. Fang Yao Yao raised her chin, contemplating seriously for a moment before pointing outside and suggesting, what if we set a fire to trap them inside and burn them all to death? The thin monkey and his companions were startled by her words. He felt a chill. Just what kind of ruthless person had he entangled himself with? He should have realized that someone who could ride a motorcycle around at night was no ordinary individual. At that moment, the thin monkey was filled with regret. Yet, Lin Chi thought this was indeed a brilliant plan. According to the thin monkey, their camp had sealed the ground-level doors to prevent zombie attacks, and they always entered and exited through the second floor. Therefore, employing arson could yield effective results. That's a good method, Lin Chi praised. patting Fang Yao Yao's hand resting on his shoulder. He then turned back to the two women, contemplating, "We need to leave here. You should go far away and avoid getting caught again." The two women trembled slightly, their faces paling as if recalling unpleasant memories. After a moment, the woman with the ponytail asked, "Can I follow you? I can do anything." The curly-haired woman chimed in earnestly, "I can too. Please let me accompany you." With man-eating zombies outside and predatory humans within, where could they flee? Since they were already at the mercy of others, it was better to choose a good person. However, Lin Chi felt a bit awkward. He scratched his yellow hair, wondering if this was the impression he gave to others. Before he could respond, Fang Yao Yao interjected coldly, "No need, just get lost." She glared at the two women, her teeth grinding, resembling a protective little cat. Her blunt words struck the two women like a slap in the face. They shivered, heads bowed, fingers nervously intertwining, uncertain of how to proceed. All right. Lin Chi intervened to defuse the tension of this unspoken conflict. "We are short on hands, so you two can stay and help. To deal with Brother Lei and his group, they would need some equipment, and it would be just right to enlist their assistance." The women's eyes brightened, filled with joy. At least they had a chance to remain. However, Lin Chi extinguished their hopes, stating, "But after tonight, we must part ways. You can leave now if you disagree." The two women ultimately nodded, acknowledging the lack of alternatives. "Now then, let us begin preparations." Lin Chi clapped his hands and instructed the two women, "You go gather all the liquor and alcohol from the supermarket to make Molotov cocktails. And you, remove those raincoats they are wearing." From the thin monkey, Lin Chi learned that zombie blood could be smeared on clothing to deceive the undead. With such garments, their movements would be much smoother. "And what about me, Lin Chi?" Lin Chi looked up and met Fang Yao Yao's gaze before slowly replying, "You shall kill him," referring to the thin monkey bound on the ground. The thin monkey, disbelieving that he would truly be spared, was now contemplating how to signal for help, buying time until rescue arrived. Little did he expect to hear his own death sentence. Panic set in, and he pleaded, "Please spare me, big brother. I beg you. Let me go. I have told you everything. I truly did not deceive you." Lin Chi ignored the thin monkey, having already shown him enough mercy by allowing him to live this long. "I leave it to you too," he declared before pushing the door open and stepping outside, leaving Yuan Ning and Fang Yao Yao in the office. Although they had killed numerous zombies, humans were different. For hundreds of thousands of years, to ensure the survival of their species, humanity had inherited the instinctive aversion to harming one another. Thus, killing a human would evoke a natural repulsion, and seeing a fellow human's corpse would instinctively induce nausea. Therefore, Lin Chi needed to ensure the two women became accustomed to wielding blades against humans in advance to prevent faltering at a critical moment. In the employee office, the thin monkey continued to plead for mercy, his forehead pressed against the ground, trembling all over. However, the moment the door was fully shut, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "Fools, they only left two women behind. Let me show them how to turn the tide." He looked at Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Lei Gu once remarked that women are the most emotional creatures and also the easiest to deceive. Are they not inclined to ignite flames of passion? If he were to narrate the harrowing plight of the 10 or so women within the camp, it would undoubtedly evoke their empathy. Subsequently, he could assert that he possesses a method to coordinate with her and extricate those women unharmed. Their resolve would surely waver. It would not be long before they dispatched someone to summon that yellow-haired individual for a discussion. At that point, only one woman would remain to guard him. As the thin monkey contemplated this, his bound hands began to stir with intent. If he could swiftly snap his fingers, freeing his hands, he could take the remaining woman hostage and then escape. "What a genius I am," the thin monkey thought proudly, raising his head and preparing to unleash his verbal prowess. "Yuan Ning, lend me the knife, and I shall sever his oo." Chapter 66. Rebirth. Outside the office, Lin Chi concealed himself at the doorway, his ear pressed against the door, listening intently to the sounds within. Upon hearing their decisive actions, a faint smile graced his lips, filling him with relief. Quite commendable. They did not falter. The next moment, a piercing scream emanated from within, prompting him to swiftly withdraw his head, his ears ringing. "Ha ha! Scream! Scream louder!" came Fang Yao Yao's voice. Lin Chi, shaking his head, stepped outside, feeling reassured that they would no longer hesitate to act against their own kind. As Lin Chi approached the staircase, intent on descending to the first floor, he encountered the curly-haired woman. She struggled to carry a large plastic bag and, upon spotting Lin Chi, immediately exclaimed, "Ah, I was just about to look for you." Lin Chi took the bag from her hands, opening it to reveal an assortment of high-proof liquor, ideal materials for crafting Molotov cocktails. "Let's head down. I shall instruct you on the process." Together, they made their way down the stairs. As they passed the entrance, a cacophony of growls erupted from outside. A horde of zombies, visible through the gaps in the shelves, roared at the group. Lin Shi recalled the individual across the street whom he had struck with a billiard window. He wondered if that person had met their demise. That individual appeared to possess a crossbow, a potential tool for their use. After teaching the two women how to create Molotov cocktails, Lin Shi approached the window, intending to venture outside. As he climbed through the window, a zombie immediately spotted him, its visage contorting into a grotesque snarl as it charged. Lin Shi deftly sidestepped, delivering a swift punch to the zombie's jaw. The creature expelled a torrent of black blood, flying backwards to crash onto the ground. However, the commotion attracted the attention of nearby zombies, who frantically converged upon Lin Shi. With agile movements, he navigated through the throng of corpses, accelerating to reach the opposite commercial building. He then leaped to the second floor, slipping through the window. The zombies below could only stand by, howling and grasping at the air in vain. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by a man in a dilapidated vehicle nearby. His expression was one of sheer astonishment. Disbelief etched across his features. Is this still humanity? Not only can he traverse the horde with ease, but he also leaps to the second floor. He thought he might have been hallucinating due to late-night fatigue. Realizing they had emerged from the supermarket, he pondered what kind of devil they had encountered. Indeed, the man had been dispatched by Lei Go, tasked with preventing Lin Shi and his group from escaping undetected, hence his surveillance of the supermarket. Witnessing Lin Shi's prowess, the man felt a surge of anxiety. This won't do. I must report back to Lei Go. This opponent is unlike any other. He is no ordinary person. As he spoke, he reached for the car door. Where do you think you're going? A face, half smiling and half mocking, suddenly appeared outside the car window. The man recoiled in surprise, stepping back. Not wishing to engage in further explanations, Lin Shi seized the opportunity, shattering the glass and grasping the man's shoulder, pulling him out. Now we can practice on Yao Yao and Yuan Ning. With the zombies still not encroaching, Lin Shi quickly turned to leave. He had noticed someone peeking as soon as he stepped outside. A slight display of skill had allowed him to ascertain the direction of their gaze. Consequently, he circled around to the back of the vehicle, perfectly capturing the individual. Upon returning to the office on the second floor, Lin Shi pushed open the door and announced, "Another one has arrived." A wave of blood-stained air rushed forth, momentarily startling him. Inside, Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning were crouched on the floor, their backs to him. The surroundings were in utter disarray, a pool of blood covering the ground, littered with severed limbs and entrails, emanating a foul odor. Nevertheless, the two appeared quite clean. "Oh, Lin Shi, you're back," Fang Yao Yao exclaimed joyfully, turning to reveal her bloodied face and a gruesome half-eaten arm in her grasp, reminiscent of a horror film scene. The two women wielded small knives, seemingly engrossed in their examination of human anatomy. "I must say, you two have not only dispatched the individual, but have also resorted to dissection," Lin Shi remarked, tossing the captured man onto the blood-soaked ground. His face smeared with blood. The man instinctively struggled, only to be met with the sight of a hand appearing before him. He screamed in terror, his body convulsing uncontrollably before ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Yuan Ning approached to inspect him. "He has fainted." Fang Yao Yao kicked him lightly and inquired, "Who is this Lin Shi?" Leaning against the door frame, Lin Shi crossed his arms and replied, "He was sent by Lei Gu to monitor us. Upon discovery, I brought him back." "Is he afraid we might flee?" "It seems so. He is quite astute," Lin Shi nodded. "When shall we depart?" He produced a digital watch, revealing the time to be 5:25 p.m. "In half an hour, we shall catch them off guard. They surely do not expect us to take the initiative, let alone before nightfall. All right, let us resolve this matter and wash our hands before preparing." As Lin Shi turned to leave, two timid voices called out, "Can we also try our hand at this?" He turned to see the curly-haired women, their voices faint yet their gazes fixed intensely upon the man Lin Shi had apprehended, their eyes blazing with fury as if they were ready to devour him. Recognizing that the man had likely tormented them, Lin Shi remained silent. Before he could speak, Fang Yao Yao stepped forward, confronting the curly-haired women. They shrank back slightly, their expressions once again becoming timid. "Here, take it." Fang Yao Yao extended her palm, revealing a bloodied fruit knife. "Be sure to bind him well before you act." "Ah, thank you. Thank you." The two women accepted the knife, bowing deeply in gratitude. Fang Yao Yao furrowed her brow, seeming dissatisfied with their overly cautious demeanor. With a sigh, she added, "Come with me. I shall teach you how to stab someone so that it hurts yet does not lead to an immediate death." Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was the practice they had been engaged in earlier. At this moment, he no longer had to worry about Fang Yao Yao and her companion being unable to take action, Rather, he was concerned that they might be too extreme. Soon, a series of anguished screams echoed through the office, accompanied by excited shouts. Half an hour later, on the ground floor of the supermarket, 5 individuals stood armed at the entrance. Outside, the evening glow filtered through the gaps, illuminating the supermarket floor and casting shadows of the group. Except for Lin Chi. The 4 women donned blood-stained black raincoats, each carrying a backpack filled with prepared Molotov cocktails. The girl with curly hair and the girl with a ponytail exhibited a newfound intensity in their gazes. Additionally, Yuan Ning and Fang Yao Yao each held a crossbow, weapons brought by the thin monkeys. Lin Chi glanced at his watch. It was precisely 6 o'clock, dusk had arrived, and so had the time for the hunt. Let us go. Chapter 67. The Assault in H City. At a luxurious villa hotel, the dim yellow sunlight penetrated the dark glass, casting light upon the crimson carpet and brightening the interior. In front of the door stood silhouettes of varying heights, facing forward. Opposite them were 2 fully armed individuals, seemingly preparing to venture outside. Li Zhan, the sun hasn't tea set yet. You should wait a bit longer, someone in the crowd remarked. Li Zhan, preoccupied with checking his rifle, looked up and replied, "It's fine. We're dressed in black. The zombies won't notice us. If we wait any longer, I fear they might wander off, making it even harder to find them." However, after a night had passed, Gao Lao and his companions might have already been in dire straits. Li Zhan raised his hand to interrupt, his expression stern. "And I believe they are not so easily defeated." Seeing that he could not be persuaded, the man sighed and fell silent. "All right, we're heading out." Li Zhan waved to the others, pushing open the door and stepping outside. The 2 emerged just as the sun slowly descended, heralding the arrival of night. The zombies' movements had become sluggish. They seemed oblivious to the duo clad in clothes smeared with zombie fluids. "Brother Zhan, where are we going to find Gao Lao and Hisu?" The young man beside him whispered. "Let us check the Jianghe neighborhood first." Li Zhan squinted to discern the direction. "Last night, when we were swept away by the tide of zombies, they fled in the opposite direction. They should still be nearby." As he spoke, he recalled the motorcycle that had flashed colorful lights and had a high tail. Li Zhan's anger flared slightly. "If I encounter those reckless youths riding motorcycles again, I will teach them a lesson." In a grayish-white commercial building on the 3rd floor, several dark figures stood by the window, intently observing the 2-story building across the street. A large number 8 was affixed to the exterior wall, accompanied by a prominent pool logo. Undoubtedly, it was the 8 ballroom. "Is this the place?" Lin Chi turned back to the 2 girls, the curly-haired one and the ponytail girl. "Yes, this is it." They nodded, their voices tinged with apprehension. After hearing them, Lin Chi turned back to the opposite side, where the curtains had been drawn, making it impossible to gauge the situation inside. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to proceed with the plan. "Yao Yao, Yuan Ning, do you both remember the plan clearly?" "No problem." Fang Yao Yao shook her crossbow, her left hand forming an OK gesture. "Watch me make them scream." Yuan Ning, also armed with a crossbow, nodded in agreement. "All right, you'll launch the attack in 5 minutes," Lin Chi instructed as he moved towards the door. "And be cautious. If there is any danger, call for me, and I will rush over immediately." The group acknowledged his words. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the 8 ballroom, Lei Ge, having been awakened, found himself unable to sleep. He sat on a black leather sofa by the window, staring at the ceiling, his mind a tangled mess. After some time without resolution, he attributed it to irregular sleeping habits. Suddenly, muffled cries emerged from the room where the women were held captive. Lei Ge frowned, standing up and walking towards the room. "These bitches need to be dealt with." Just then, a sharp shattering sound erupted from behind him. "What is going on?" Startled, he rolled to the side beneath the pool table, glancing up to see shattered glass scattered everywhere. The curtains were ablaze. "We're under attack," Lei Ge shouted. In the next instant, more shattering sounds rang out, a cacophony engulfing the pool room. Huddled under the table, Lei Ge felt a surge of anger. Someone dared to disturb him. Such excitement had been absent for too long. The glass continued to splinter, the windows facing the street completely shattered. Flames spreading from the curtains to the sofas. A strong odor and thick smoke began to rise. "Lei Ge, what is happening?" The startled subordinates rushed out, bare-chested. Upon witnessing the raging inferno before them, they were momentarily stunned. "Someone's causing trouble. Give me a fire extinguisher and a crossbow," Lei Ge bellowed, covering his nose. Only then did the group snap back to reality and scatter in search of supplies. The scene descended into chaos. Across the street, observing the pandemonium at the pool room, Fang Yao Yao turned to the curly-haired and ponytail girls, a hint of pride in her tone. "See, I told you killing is easy. Just toss a Molotov cocktail, and they'll either die or get burned." The two girls at the window nodded, albeit with trembling hands clutching the Molotov cocktails. Just as Fang Yao Yao was about to reassure them, Yuan Ning urged, "Here they come. Yao Yao, get ready." Thick black smoke billowed from the windows of the pool room, ascending into the sky. Several figures inside were spraying fire extinguishers, white powder quickly filling the room. Seizing the moment, Fang Yao Yao quickly readied her crossbow, preparing to aim. They were positioned on the third floor, and even without extensive training, they could easily shoot arrows through the windows of the second floor across from them. At that moment, many inside were coughing, clustered by the windows, inhaling deeply while cursing. Who the hell did this? If I find out, I want to let them off easy. One of the men, gasping for air, suddenly noticed the wide-open window on the third floor, crossbows protruding from it. However, before he could warn the others, the individuals inside had already spotted him, arrows flying towards him. Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning, seeing heads finally appearing from the other side, swiftly raised their crossbows and aimed at those still cursing. "You lot." Fang Yao Yao's lips moved as she released the arrow, but there was no time to waste. Several arrows shot forth, soaring towards the window. Mere seconds later, the cursing men let out horrified screams as dark spots suddenly appeared on their faces. The arrows struck true, embedding themselves in their skin. Those hits stumbled and fell from the window, instantly devoured by the approaching zombies. "You got lucky." Fang Yao Yao continued to unleash arrows while urging the ponytail and curly-haired girls to throw more Molotov cocktails, forcing their adversaries towards the windows. Chaos reigned inside the pool room. What is going on? Upon witnessing his subordinates wailing in despair, Lei Gu became alarmed. Molotov cocktails and arrows incessantly flew in from outside, engulfing the surroundings in a thick haze, interspersed with agonizing cries. Some individuals were even struck directly by the Molotovs, their bodies ablaze as they struggled, calling for help. This adversary was formidable. Lei Gu swallowed hard, glancing around. It was evident that they had come prepared. There was no time to waste. They had to flee. Without hesitation, he crawled out in a disheveled manner, grabbing a few of his subordinates along the way. "Stop dousing the flames. Quickly, let us exit through the back door together." His subordinates were moved. They never anticipated that Lei Gu would think of them in such a dire moment. They reached the back door, leading to a narrow alley below. Lowering a rescue ladder from the window, Lei Gu instructed a few of his subordinates to go first. Once they descended without encountering danger, he cautiously followed, stepping down the ladder into the alley. After surveying the area for a moment, Lei Gu sighed with relief. Observing his disheveled appearance, he exclaimed, "Damn it! Once I find out who is causing this trouble, I will ensure they suffer 1,000 tortures." He hurriedly led his subordinates down the alley, intending to put some distance between themselves and the chaos. However, just as they turned a corner, they halted in their tracks. A robust man with yellow hair emerged slowly from the side, wielding a peculiar shield. The man turned to face Lei Gu and his group, his lips moving slightly. "Who did you say you would torture?" Chapter 68. Li Zhan. Considering the disparity in numbers, Lin Shi planned to employ a strategy of encirclement, surrounding the adversaries while leaving one member out. Fang Yao Yao, Yuan Ning, and the other women would use Molotov cocktails and crossbows to force the thugs out, while Lin Shi would remain in the rear, waiting to reap the rewards. Thus far, the plan had proven remarkably effective. Lin Shi observed the individuals opposite him and immediately recognized the man in the suit as their leader. He addressed him slowly. "Are you that Lei Gu? Who are you?" Lei Gu swallowed hard upon seeing the man at the end of the alley, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Everything before him was clearly part of a well-laid plan. The newcomer was not to be underestimated. "What? Didn't the skinny monkey inform you?" Lin Shi chuckled lightly. "Oh, I forgot. He has already become a pile of minced meat." The others were taken aback. Lei Ji's pupils constricted, and his face paled slightly. You are from Pengqin Supermarket, those spirited young men." He had considered the possibility of old enemies or trouble from other camps, yet he never anticipated that it would be a few spirited youths. This implied that they had been reduced to such a pitiful state by merely 3 or 4 individuals. Feeling somewhat speechless at being called a spirited young man, Lin Shi brushed his yellow hair. He shouted at them, "Who are you calling spirited? I am far more normal than you lot. A bunch of worthless brutes who only bully women." The thugs were enraged by his words. However, Lei Gu, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, discreetly glanced behind him. Noticing the alley was deserted, he pondered briefly before taunting Lin Shi. "You really are brazen, coming at us with a broken shield. Don't tell me you fancy yourself the captain of the American team, planning to take us on single-handedly?" Laughter erupted among his subordinates. "Lei Gu, let me capture him for you." One with a scarred face confidently patted his chest. "No need, let us all go at once." Come, let me show you how formidable I truly am. Lin Chi beckoned, eager to demonstrate his prowess. The others were incensed by Lin Chi's arrogance, and Lei Ge became even more convinced that their opponent was formidable. Without delay, he commanded, "Everyone, attack. Tear him apart." His subordinates roared and charged at Lin Chi, while Lei Ge turned to flee down the alley. "As long as I am alive, there is no need to worry about manpower," he thought, sweat beading on his forehead as he sprinted, glancing back occasionally. On the other side, the thugs remained oblivious to their leader's escape, charging toward Lin Chi with fists raised. Lin Chi stood motionless, awaiting their advance. The scarred thug at the forefront, perceiving Lin Chi's calm demeanor as a slight, was consumed by rage. "You brat, die," he shouted, throwing a punch directly at Lin Chi. However, Lin Chi merely tilted his body slightly, seized the thug's wrist, and gently squeezed. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. "Ah!" The scarred thug's neck flushed crimson, his face contorting in agony. Too weak. Lin Chi lifted him high and hurled him to the ground like a sack of refuse. The thug immediately spewed blood, his eyes bulging as he lost consciousness. The remaining thugs were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide and bodies trembling uncontrollably, many believing they were witnessing an illusion. "What a monster!" they cried, turning to flee. Lin Chi shook his head, pondering whether they were too weak or he was too strong. With that, he bent his knees slightly and propelled himself forward, instantly finding himself amidst the fleeing thugs. "Where do you think you're running?" In their terrified gaze, Lin Chi lightly tapped his knuckles against the shield, producing a resonant sound wave. The thugs, ignited by anger, charged toward the shield in fury. Lin Chi merely took a step back, then thrust the shield forward. In slow motion, the four thugs were pushed together by the shield, ripples appearing on their cheeks before they crashed against the wall. With a resounding thud, it was as if they had been struck by an invisible truck, and they fell, bloodied and dead. Meanwhile, Lei Ge continued his frantic sprint through the alley, dodging zombies along the way. He glanced up to see the sky darkening. "What a fool, thinking he can challenge me," he panted. "I've noted you, yellow-haired brat. Once I rise again, I will surely make you suffer." As long as he could survive, he had no fear of lacking followers. There were people everywhere in this apocalypse. With his persuasive skills, he could easily rally a new group. When the time came, he would find that yellow-haired brat and torment him thoroughly. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Lei Ge's heart skipped a beat, and his foot slipped, causing him to fall and roll several times. "You run quite fast, making it hard for me to find you." Lin Chi stood atop an air conditioning unit, looking down at Lei Ge like a predator observing its prey. "Don't come any closer." Lei Ge, seated on the ground, retreated in panic. Lin Chi remained silent, leaping down and slowly approaching him. I surrender, I surrender." Lei Ge shouted in desperation. "I was wrong. I apologize. Please let me go, brother." He knelt on the ground, his forehead hitting the pavement with a series of dull thuds that echoed throughout the alley. Observing this scene, Lin Chi reflected on how these individuals were truly adept at bending and yielding, employing their little tricks. In the next moment, a flash of fire ignited from Lei Ge, briefly illuminating the surrounding walls of lime. Lei Ge raised his head, brandishing a handgun as he laughed maniacally. "Brat, keep acting tough. What does it matter how strong you are? The times have changed." His words were abruptly cut off. "If you fire that weapon, I will end you." Lin Chi shifted his shield aside, his sharp gaze fixed on Lei Ge. "No, it's impossible. How could mere mortals possibly withstand the wrath of bullets?" Lei Ge, in a fit of desperation, repeatedly squeezed the trigger, aiming at Lin Chi's abdomen, thigh, and calf. Yet, the bullets inexplicably ricocheted off his shield, sparking bright flashes. "I told you to cease firing, but you insist on continuing." Lin Chi, coolly shifting the shield aside, remarked, "Once you've exhausted your ammunition, how shall I proceed?" In the next instant, he lunged forward, shield raised, closing the distance to Lei Ge in the blink of an eye. "Stop!" Before Lei Ge could finish his plea, he was sent flying, crashing several meters away. Lin Chi shrugged and approached him, retrieving his handgun, only to find it devoid of a magazine. What a disappointment. Lin Chi mused, expecting to find a weapon, only to discover that the adversary had already emptied his sole magazine. Frustrated, Lin Chi seized Lei Ge and bellowed. "After a grueling afternoon, you have nothing to show for it. How do you intend to meet your end?" Lei Ge, his eyes half closed, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, seemed to be on the brink of death. Seeing this, Lin Chi lost interest and prepared to snap his neck. "Remember, in your next life, do not provoke those with golden hair." Just then, a rustling sound of fabric caught his attention. "Stop!" A commanding voice boomed from the side. Lin Chi swiftly turned, raising his shield. From around the corner, Li Jun and his companion emerged. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces, Lin Chi's eyes lit up, noticing the rifle cradled in their hands. What a fine weapon. Chapter 69. Wrath Jingu. There's smoke rising over there, thick and ominous. What could be happening? Perhaps a fire has broken out. Let us investigate. While searching for Hisu Gao, Li Jun spotted a plume of smoke spiraling skyward not far from their position. The two proceeded in that direction to ascertain the source. However, moments later, a deafening gunshot echoed through the air. They dashed towards the sound. As they turned a corner, they beheld a yellow-haired man grasping another man's head, seemingly intent on ending his life. Thus unfolded the scene where Li Jun had previously called out to Lin Chi. As night deepened, darkness enveloped the earth. In the alley, Lin Chi observed the sudden appearance of the two figures with intrigue. One held a rifle, his gaze fixed on Lin Chi, while the other brandished a machete, poised for action. It appeared they were not to be trifled with. Help! Help me! Lei Gu cried out, seeing the newcomers. Why are you shouting so loudly? Lin Chi tightened his grip, interrupting him. Do you believe I won't send you to your maker right now? With his head firmly grasped, Lei Ji's expression contorted into one of agony, wailing in despair. Li Jun, unable to bear the sight, thought to himself that killing was merely a matter of striking the ground. There was no need for such torment. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Lin Chi interjected. Hey! Lin Chi tossed Lei Gu to the ground. How about we strike a deal? What sort of deal? Li Jun inquired, puzzled. Lin Chi grinned, pointing at Lei Gu. If you hand over that rifle, I shall release your leader. You must be dreaming. The other man interjected. We don't even know him. You don't know him? Lin Chi replied, incredulous. Then why did you rush out? Are you feeling benevolent? He had assumed the two were Lei Ji's subordinates, only to find they were mere passers-by. However, this fortuitously aligned with Lin Chi's intentions. He coveted the rifle they possessed. And if they were indeed benevolent, it would simplify matters considerably. It matters not. Give me the gun, and I shall release him. Otherwise, Lin Chi continued, pressing his foot down on Lei Ji's ankle, applying pressure. Help me, I beg you. The once arrogant Lei Gu now resembled a defeated dog, pleading for mercy. Li Jun exchanged glances with his companion, a flicker of something unusual in their eyes. Hey, don't think you can force us, Lin Chi interrupted coolly. You are no match for me. Do not throw away your lives. Should a confrontation ensue, they would surely expend all their ammunition. Leaving Lin Chi with nothing after laboring for so long, the alley fell into a sudden silence. Li Jun narrowed his eyes, intently scrutinizing Lin Chi, lost in thought. Meanwhile, his companion appeared ready to strike at any moment. Lin Chi also raised his shield, positioning it protectively in front of him. If a fight were to break out, he would not cower. It would merely serve as an opportunity to stretch his limbs. The tension hung thick in the air, poised for conflict. Suddenly, the electronic chime of an alarm pierced the stillness of the alley. Lin Chi glanced at his wrist. The 3-minute timer he had set had gone off. This time was designated to ensure he did not stray too far from Fang Yao Yao and the others. Should anything transpire, he needed to be there. Time was up. Lin Chi cast a final glance at Li Jun and his companion, grasped Lei Gu, and began to retreat slowly. If you wish to save his life, then follow me. With that, Lin Chi vanished into the shadows. Li Jun lowered his rifle, exhaling a sigh of relief. Who on earth was that? He seemed unfazed by the gun and even contemplated taking action against us. His companion mused, perplexed. Li Jun shook his head, having never encountered such audacity. It was uncertain whether he possessed genuine confidence or simply harbored the fearlessness of youth. What now, Jingu? He pondered briefly before declaring, let us follow and see. On the other side, in room 8, due to the encroaching darkness, Yuan Ning and Fang Yao Yao's group lost sight of their target. Unable to discern the situation in the opposing billiard room, they refrained from further assault. Nonetheless, they knew many still survived. According to Lin Chi's plan, all they needed to do was wait. Sure enough, moments later, the sound of shattering glass echoed from downstairs. The 4 girls turned simultaneously to glance at the door behind them. The alarm had been triggered. They had set a tripwire alarm at ground level, and its activation indicated an intruder had breached their defenses. A moment's thought made it clear who had arrived. The desperate thugs cornered by their circumstances. Be cautious and proceed as planned. The girls swiftly responded, moving stealthily toward the staircase. Lin Chi had instructed that occupying the high ground constituted half the victory. Upon reaching the staircase, the 4 girls concealed themselves against the walls, awaiting the enemy's approach. The intruders seemed to realize their presence had been detected. You bitches, come out. A furious voice called. I know you're hiding here. Dare to fire upon us, and I'll make you pay. The sound of hurried footsteps grew closer, shaking the walls and causing dust to fall like rain. Fang Yao Yao turned to her companions, the curly-haired girl and the one with a ponytail, gently asking, "Are you afraid?" They shook their heads, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. They longed to devour the beasts that had tormented them. "Very well, prepare yourselves," Fang Yao Yao instructed. With that, the two girls with curly hair stepped forward, bows at the ready, positioning themselves in the middle of the staircase. Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning armed themselves, hiding on either side, waiting for the opportune moment. The footsteps drew nearer. The girls involuntarily swallowed hard. Soon, a shadow turned the corner, appearing before them. "Release the arrows." The curly-haired girl and the ponytailed girl, having awaited this moment, immediately pulled their triggers. With two swift sounds, cries of agony and the noise of bodies tumbling down the stairs echoed simultaneously. "Ah, it hurts. They are here. Hurry, rush up." Chaotic footsteps thundered towards the group of women. Concealed on the left, Fang Yao Yao furrowed her brows, her mind racing with unspoken thoughts as anger slowly crept onto her face. Yuan Ning gripped her long sword tightly, poised for action. The enraged thugs ascended the staircase, swiftly approaching. The two women with curly hair, upon spotting multiple dark figures ahead, decisively released their arrows. With a piercing scream, the first two thugs fell, struck by the full force of the arrows. Yet, the surrounding darkness concealed their wounds from the others, who continued their reckless advance. "You filthy bitches. I will make you pay," the remaining thugs boasted, having spotted the silhouettes on the staircase. The curly-haired and ponytailed women quickly retreated as planned, seeking refuge indoors. The thugs, witnessing their escape, chased after them, their laughter echoing. "Ha ha, run. The more you flee, the more excited I become." However, in the next moment, a voice filled with lethal intent emerged from the side. "I laugh at your mother." Chapter 70. A fortuitous encounter. Fang Yao Yao cursed vehemently, swinging her bat with all her might. The thugs on the stairs were taken aback. Yet, it was too late. The bat crashed into one thug's face, causing his head to snap back as blood gushed from his nose, and he fell backward. A flash of a blade cut through the air in front of her. And another thug, disoriented, succumbed to darkness mere seconds later. His head landed in the hands of a thug behind him, covered in blood. The remaining thugs panicked and turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? No way. Fang Yao Yao shouted, commanding, cut off their retreat. As her words fell, the women hidden in the room ignited Molotov cocktails and hurled them towards the stairs. With a loud crash, the bottles shattered against the wall, flames spreading swiftly. Several figures ignited, screaming in agony. "Ah, it's so hot, so hot." The thugs engulfed in flames writhed in pain. Fang Yao Yao, her cheeks flushed, was about to descend for a final strike when Yuan Ning pulled her back. "Don't chase them, Yao Yao. They won't survive much longer." "All right." Fang Yao Yao's fierce demeanor dissipated, her grip on the bat loosening. At that moment, a sudden voice startled them from behind, causing all the women to jump. "Well done." Lin Chi crouched by the window, grinning as he observed them. "You scared me." Fang Yao Yao rushed over and playfully punched Lin Chi. "When did you arrive?" Lin Chi tilted his head, gazing at the ceiling. "Probably when you shouted my name." He stroked his chin, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Fang Yao Yao. Fang Yao Yao crossed her arms, pouting. "That's my second personality. I'm quite the lady." At that moment, Yuan Ning and the curly-haired woman approached. "What is this?" Yuan Ning pointed at the figure on the ground. "Their leader." Lin Chi leaped down from the window, kicking Lei Ge. "Stop playing dead." Lei Ge groaned, pleading for mercy. "Please, brother, let me go. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Enough with the nonsense." Fang Yao Yao swung her bat, striking Lei Ge in the groin, the sound of breaking eggshells echoing. "If you cause us trouble, you must consider the consequences." As she raised the bat again, Lin Chi intervened. "That's enough, Yao Yao. You might kill him." Lin Chi then turned to the curly-haired and ponytailed women. "I'll leave him to you. Remember to bind him before you torture him." The two women couldn't help but tear up, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. They never expected they would have the chance to punish this monster. After giving his instructions, Lin Chi led the two women towards the adjacent ballroom, where many survivors likely remained. Soon, they arrived at the ballroom. The smoke had dissipated significantly, leaving behind the acrid scent of charred flesh. Several charred bodies lay sprawled across the floor. "They're all dead." Fang Yao Yao surveyed the surroundings. Yuan Ning, recalling something, stepped forward. The thin monkey mentioned that the girls taken captive were in the escape passage. "Let us search for them. They should be safe." Fang Yao Yao nodded in agreement, scanning the area. They quickly reached the door. Upon opening it, a foul stench assaulted their senses, prompting them to cover their noses. Lin Chi took out a flashlight, illuminating the space, and gasped. Dozens of naked women huddled together on the stairway, surrounded by excrement and vomit. Upon noticing newcomers, the women clutched their bodies tighter, trembling in silence, aware that any sound might lead to severe beatings, with some even having been killed and fed to zombies. How inhumane! Yuan Ning exclaimed, anger boiling within her. Fang Yao Yao gritted her teeth, wishing to eliminate those responsible once more. Lin Qi sighed. What is it that humanity cannot do? Compared to zombies, it seems humans resemble monsters even more. Get up. You are free now, Lin Qi began, but then noticed something unusual in the corner. Shining the flashlight in that direction, two male figures emerged. The men simultaneously raised their heads, then turned away. Fang Yao Yao noticed them as well, her anger reigniting as she picked up her bat, ready to confront them. Ah, two more beasts hiding here. This time, I will not let you die easily. The two men trembled, and one shouted in despair, no. Please, female hero, spare us. We are allies. Simultaneously, Li Jun and his companion, trailing behind Lin Qi, recognized the voice. It's the tall guy? Li Jun exclaimed. They must be in danger. We must hurry. In the stairway, Lin Qi illuminated the two men with his flashlight, inquiring, were you captured by them? Yes. We are victims too. The tall guy nodded vigorously, extending his hands to reveal the ropes binding them. Lin Qi turned to Yuan Ning. What do you think? Yuan Ning stroked her chin thoughtfully. The tall guy looked up, noticing the elegant beauty before him, his eyes lighting up with hope. Just kill them, Yuan Ning stated seriously. It's hard to discern if they are acting. Killing them is the safest option. The tall guy was taken aback. No. How can such a gentle face utter such cold words? Before he could react, Lin Qi turned to Fang Yao Yao. What about you, Yao Yao? How should we handle them? Fang Yao Yao glanced at the corner, blinking as she felt a twinge of familiarity with the two men. It was as if she had seen them before, but she couldn't recall. After scratching her head for a moment, she gave up thinking. The tall guy, however, had regained hope. This pink-haired, cute woman looks incredibly kind. Surely, I can survive. Feed them to the zombies, Fang Yao Yao finally decided, abandoning her thoughts. If they turn into zombies, they won't indiscriminately kill innocents. The tall guy was left in despair. What manner of individuals are these? With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, spare us. We were truly captured. You can ask these women. We only arrived yesterday. As he cried out, he nudged Hisu beside him with his elbow, silently imploring him to join in their supplication lest they truly face death. Hisu, wearing black-rimmed glasses, merely closed his eyes tightly, seemingly resigned to his fate. Yet, Lin Qi found himself intrigued. This was no ordinary calmness. The bespectacled man was indeed remarkable. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from behind. Stop! Release them! Li Jun rushed into the billiard room, breathless, shouting at Lin Qi and his companions. Lin Qi turned to face Li Jun and his companion, raising his shield. So, you have come seeking trouble once more. Release Gao Lao and the others. Li Jun stepped forward. Gao Lao recognized Li Jun's voice and shouted frantically, Li Jun, Brother Jun, help! Lin Qi raised an eyebrow, realizing that they were indeed acquainted. Chapter 71. The re-emergence of mutations. Since they were familiar, matters could be simplified. Inside the billiard room, Lin Qi smiled at Li Jun and his companion, his gaze eventually landing on the rifle around their necks. Once again, I reiterate, leave the weapon. And you may take the humans with you. One of Li Jun's associates attempted to advance, but was halted by Li Jun. He scrutinized Lin Qi and his companions, frowning as if the faces before him seemed somewhat familiar. Help! Brother Jun! Gao Lao's cries rang out once more. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jun resolved that saving lives took precedence. He cautiously spoke, I can give you the gun, but not now. Otherwise, if you turn on us, we're finished. Lin Qi raised an eyebrow in resignation, replying coolly, how do you propose to conduct this transaction? At the entrance of our camp, Li Jun insisted there. We will exchange the hostages for the weapon. Lin Qi's eyes sparkled with interest. He thought to himself that this fellow was clever. Conducting the exchange at the enemy's stronghold meant that even if he wished to double-cross, he would have to weigh the strength of the opposing camp. However, it was evidently an uneven transaction. Just because he was an honest person who did not engage in underhanded dealings did not mean the other party would reciprocate. If they attempted to ensnare him, it would lead to disaster. Considering this, Lin Qi decisively declined. Am I to travel all that distance to your camp, merely seeking death? He raised his hand, signaling Yuan Ning. Since they lack sincerity, I see no reason for a transaction. Let's sever their arms and be done with it. Yes. Yuan Ning drew her sword and turned to leave. Upon witnessing this, Li Jun and his companions' pupils dilated, their faces filled with indecision. Gao Lao, who was on the stairs, trembled all over, pleading for mercy. Lin Qi waited in silence for Li Jun to make a choice. He still had tasks to complete in the square. There was no time to engage in any fair trading. Although he understood Li Zhan's concerns were well-founded, without weapons, they were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. In this apocalyptic world, self-interest naturally took precedence. Not forcing the other party to strip away their resources was already a show of mercy. As Yuan Ning was about to descend the stairs, Li Zhan grew frantic, removing his rifle and preparing to hand it over. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. With a crash, the window on the stairs shattered, followed by the sound of footsteps as someone burst in. All present were taken by surprise. Lin Chi swiftly turned to grab Yuan Ning, stepping back while shielding Fang Yao Yao to the side, hiding behind a concrete pillar. Li Zhan and his companion, filled with anxiety, aimed their weapons and charged inside. As they reached the doorway, they heard a scream. "Ah, help!" A dark figure snatched Gao Lao and He Su, vanishing from their sight, leaping out the window. Gao Lao. He Su. Li Zhan lifted his gun to shoot but hesitated, fearing friendly fire, ultimately forced to watch helplessly as his companions were taken away. A deafening metallic crash suddenly erupted from behind them. Li Zhan and his companion winced, taking a step back. Lin Chi observed the retreating shadow, his expression darkening. It was ineffective. As the figure grew more distant, Lin Chi seized Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning, leaping through the window, following the foul scent in pursuit. Watching Lin Chi leap across the rooftops, Li Zhan and his companion were left utterly astonished. In the chase through the night, Lin Chi's eyes gleamed. He had spotted the creature that had abducted the two, an evolved zombie. This indicated that the opposing side possessed a corpse nucleus. Lin Chi's heart raced with excitement. Yet, the shadow was vanishing further away. In this contest of speed, it surpassed his own. No, I cannot catch up. Lin Chi's mind raced, and he decisively halted, releasing the two women and drawing out his shield. "Get down here," he bellowed, summoning all his strength to hurl the shield. With tremendous force, it spiraled through the air, whistling through the night as it pursued its target. In an instant, it struck the back of the fleeing zombie with a resounding impact. Lin Chi's lips curled into a smile, but in the next moment, the mutated zombie merely staggered briefly before regaining its balance and leaping off the rooftop. Damn it! Lin Chi's legs propelled him forward, commanding, "Stay safe here." He then broke through the rooftop, pursuing with fervor. Left behind, Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Chi is so powerful. It was akin to the lightness of movement seen in martial arts films. Meanwhile, Li Zhan anxiously descended, relentlessly pursuing into the distance. He barreled through, stirring the zombies awake with their thunderous roars. Minutes later, Lin Chi returned to the two women, dejected, dropping his shield as he sat on the ground, breathing heavily. It escaped. The two women approached. Yuan Ning offered him a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow, soothingly saying, "It's fine. If it got away, it got away. There were no significant losses." Lin Chi wanted to express that they had suffered a great loss. That was a corpse nucleus. Only by having experienced the overwhelming strength it provided could one grasp its potency and addictive nature. However, this encounter was not without its rewards. Recalling the item that fell from the mutated zombie after being struck by the shield, Lin Chi's expression grew serious. At this moment, Fang Yao Yao curiously inquired, "Was that a mutated zombie? Why did it take those two?" "I don't know." Lin Chi shook his head, his expression grave, "but I discovered this." He retrieved a card the size of a playing card from his pocket and displayed it to the two women. They leaned in closer to examine its contents, bewildered. "Ah, isn't this the doodle card we found back in the neighborhood?" Fang Yao Yao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chi nodded slowly. Yuan Ning contemplated. "Did this card fall from the mutated zombie, just now?" "Exactly." Lin Chi opened his backpack and produced another card depicting blood-red eyes. He arranged them side by side on the ground, revealing their striking similarity. This confirmed that the one from the neighborhood was also dropped by a mutated zombie. What did this signify? What connection existed between the two zombies? Did the mutated zombie belong to some cult, or was it manufactured by an organization? Yuan Ning pondered. "I don't know. There is too little information." Lin Chi raised his gaze towards the horizon, but perhaps someone knows something. Why did the mutated zombie suddenly burst in and abduct He Su and Gao Lao? The individual wielding the rifle likely possesses some knowledge of the situation. Let us return and inquire with those two. Li Zhan and his companion pursued for a while, inadvertently awakening numerous zombies along the way. Soon, they lost their target and had no choice but to abandon the chase, retreating back to the billiard room. At that moment, Li Zhan was panting heavily, filled with confusion. Was that a mutated zombie? Why did it appear here? A look of sheer terror crossed his face. Just then, a voice resonated from behind him. "It seems you know quite a bit. Let us have a conversation." Li Zhan and his companions swiftly turned around to find three figures bathed in moonlight. observing them from the rooftop. Chapter 72. The Mission Breathless. Li Jun and his companion crossed the road and ascended to the second floor, pushing open a large door. A glimmer of light emerged, revealing a meeting room. In this modest chamber, a round table occupied the center, adorned with a few candles casting flickering light, illuminating an ancient shield resting atop the table. Beside the shield stood the two women and one man. "Please, take a seat," Lin Shi gestured, his right hand caressing the embossed patterns on the shield. Li Jun exchanged glances with his companion before stepping forward. "First, leave your firearms outside," Lin Shi added. Although he could easily strike the shield to deflect any bullets, remaining on high alert and observing the other's subtle movements was quite exhausting. A cerebral hemorrhage would not be favorable. After a moment of hesitation, Li Jun removed his rifle and hung it on the door handle. Then he and his companion pulled out chairs and sat down. "What should I call you?" Lin Shi inquired. "Li Jun," came the response. "Lin Shi," he continued. "Are those two your companions?" "Indeed," Li Jun replied without hesitation. "Gao Lao and He Su are my brothers. What has become of them?" "They did not catch up and were captured." Lin Shi shook his head, a look of regret crossing his features. At these words, Li Jun's expression darkened. Lin Shi stroked his cheek and asked, "It seems you are aware of the mutated zombies. What do you know about that one?" "I have encountered a mutated zombie once." Li Jun spoke, his expression turning increasingly pained. "That one is unlike any I have seen before, indicating that this city harbors at least two such creatures." His countenance grew despondent. Suddenly, Li Jun raised his gaze. "How could you keep pace with its speed? Are you human or monster?" His piercing eyes seemed to seek to unravel Lin Shi's innermost thoughts. "Of course, I am human. Have you ever seen a monster that can speak?" Lin Shi replied with a semblance of a smile. "Why would the mutated zombies abduct your brothers?" In truth, he wished to say rescue, for the timing of the mutated zombies' appearance seemed too coincidental. They did not arrive earlier or later, but precisely when he called Yuan Ning to disarm his arms. To claim it was not a rescue would likely raise skepticism. Thus, Lin Shi harbored doubts about Li Jun. He suspected that the mutated zombies were orchestrating a delay to facilitate a rescue operation. If that were the case, it would be terrifying. However, this conjecture had a critical flaw. If they were indeed rescuing individuals, Li Jun would have no reason to return. Everything felt amiss, Lin Shi mused. "I do not know why they would abduct He Su and the others," Li Jun sighed, appearing genuinely distressed over the disappearance of his brothers. Observing this scene, Lin Shi contemplated. Li Jun did not seem to be lying. Could it be that he was not allied with the mutated zombies? Lin Shi stroked his chin, sensing he had overlooked a critical detail, yet could not recall it. After a moment of headache, he tossed two cards, each adorned with an eye, onto the table. He addressed Li Jun. "These fell from the mutated zombie. They likely pertain to the abduction of your brothers. See if you recognize them." As he spoke, Lin Shi fixated on Li Jun, keenly observing his reactions. If he truly knew something, a subtle reaction would surely betray him. However, Li Jun merely leaned forward to glance at the cards, then handed them to his companion for inspection. Both furrowed their brows in confusion, shaking their heads. "What is this?" Lin Shi felt assured. The two were entirely oblivious. Otherwise, they would not exhibit such a lack of subtlety. Moreover, there was no need for pretense. If they had rescued someone, they could have simply fled instead of returning to perform theatrics. So, why did the mutated zombies abduct Gao Lao and the others? What did the cards signify? Lin Shi furrowed his brow deeply. The room fell into silence. The flickering flames cast shifting shadows across the faces of the gathered. Li Jun glanced at Lin Shi, then turned to gaze out the window, the night thick as ink. He examined the cards in his hand and stated, "I previously promised to exchange a gun for your people. Here is the firearm." He gestured behind him and continued, "May I take one of these cards with me?" Lin Shi regarded him with newfound respect. Li Jun was indeed keeping his promise, even amidst such turmoil. Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Li Jun and his companion stood, took the cards, and said, "That will suffice. I must return to inform the camp. Thank you for pursuing that mutated." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from upstairs. The group jumped in shock. The source of the scream was indeed the location where the two women with ponytails were casting spells. Lin Shi quickly recognized it as the scream of Lei Gu, aware that they had resumed their torment. Yet Li Jun turned and sprinted upstairs, following the sound. Lin Shi observed that he had not taken the gun and did not impede his progress, instead trailing behind. Upon entering the room upstairs, a strong scent of blood assaulted them. The sight before Li Jun and his companions sent chills down their spines. A small fire pit flickered in the room, beside which lay a man, disfigured and covered in bruises, sprawled on the ground. The instigators of this brutality were two women standing nearby, one with slightly curled hair and the other sporting a ponytail. Upon seeing the newcomers, the women raised their knives. Alert and wary. What are you doing? Li Zhen shouted, horrified by the brutality of the scene before him. Enough. You know not the circumstances, so do not meddle. One of the women retorted. At that moment, Lin Shi entered with Yuan Ning, causing the ponytailed women to relax. Lin Shi pointed at the man on the floor, saying, his past misdeeds warrant these punishments. Li Zhen, perplexed, questioned the necessity of such torment even if the man had committed crimes. However, at that moment, the ponytailed woman gasped. All eyes turned to her as she pointed at Li Zhen. What is it? Lin Shi inquired. The item in his hand. Lin Shi's pupils constricted as he produced another card and placed it before the ponytailed woman. Do you recognize this? Indeed, I would never forget it. Her eyes reddened with tears as she trembled. Fang Yao Yao stepped forward to gently pat her shoulder, offering comfort. Li Zhen, utterly bewildered, wondered what had transpired. After a prolonged silence, as her sobs subsided, the ponytailed woman spoke with a quivering voice. My sister was killed by this card. The group gasped in shock. In the early days of the outbreak, the authorities mandated quarantines, and my sister happened to visit. She was confined in my rental apartment while I was quarantined at my workplace, unable to return. However, just a few days later, my sister suddenly fell out of contact. When I rushed back, I found her lifeless body, completely naked, in our home. A profound silence enveloped us, plunging us into a deep melancholy. This was an atrocious murder case. Lin Shi, perusing the card, furrowed his brow tighter with each passing moment. Could it be that my sister left behind this very card? Ma Wei remarked. It bore a drawing of a crimson eye. When I reported to the police, I learned that this was not an isolated incident. The perpetrator had carelessly tossed the card into the room like a declaration of war. My sister died in my stead. Lin Shi could no longer bear to listen to the words that followed. An electronic tone echoed in his mind. Secondary task triggered. Eliminate the lecherous eye. Lin Shi stared blankly at the panel that appeared in midair. He instinctively tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling. Everything became clear. The tangled thoughts in his mind suddenly unraveled like a kite soaring freely. Everything was interconnected. From initially discovering a zombie peeping from the balcony, to the mutated zombie's attack. And then the relentless pursuit by the Captain Zombie, as well as this recent incident involving a mutated zombie inexplicably saving someone. None of this was mere coincidence. Chapter 73. The Truth. Secondary task triggered. Eliminate the lecherous demon eye. Reward. 1 lottery ticket. Task duration. 24 hours. Task failure penalty. Main task time reset. Remaining main task time. 115-2656. Gazing at the hovering task panel radiating a faint white light. Lin Shi felt as if his brain had been struck by a bolt of lightning. In that moment of tingling awareness, everything he had experienced in this world unfolded in his mind like a film reel, gradually sliding into place. As his mind raced, the information was consciously organized, converging towards the answer Lin Shi had surmised. Among the visions were scenes of the three of them leaning on the balcony, being spied upon by a zombie, and the mutated zombie hanging from the ceiling, toying with them in the living room. There was also the Captain Zombie in the billiard room, where the mutated zombie broke through the window to save someone. In these images, the minute details hidden in the corners were magnified infinitely, revealing every nuance. Lin Shi closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in this tempest of memory integration. After a long while, he exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. The cramped room came into focus. Ma Wei wept sorrowfully for his sister, while Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning softly comforted her. Li Zhen and another stood helplessly by. Yet, in Lin Shi's eyes, the surroundings were filled with countless eyes. Numerous red orbs of varying sizes crowded the room, mockingly observing every movement. A wave of frustration surged within him. Lin Shi turned silently and exited the room, making his way to the end of the corridor. Outside the window, the night was like ink, with zombies standing silently on the street like statues in repose. Lin Shi, what's wrong? Yuan Ning's voice came from behind. As Lin Shi turned, she approached him and asked again, have you discovered something? Yuan Ning's intuition was remarkably keen. It was as if her heart was entirely focused on Lin Shi, every subtle change in his demeanor captured by her watchful gaze. Looking at her, Lin Shi felt a sense of solace and smiled as he embraced Yuan Ning from behind. I just received a new task. I need to identify and eliminate the lecherous demon. Eliminate the lecherous demon? Yuan Ning was taken aback, her brow furrowing tightly. We have almost no information apart from 2 cards. Isn't this akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? No, I have a strong suspicion about who the lecherous demon might be. Yuan Ning's brow knitted even tighter. Could it be that mutated zombie we encountered earlier? After all, the card fell from it. Yet that zombie was powerful, its speed far exceeding Lin Chi's. Eliminating it would not be easy, especially since its current whereabouts were unknown. However, Lin Chi shook his head, refuting her speculation. It's not a zombie, but we are getting closer to the answer. Before she could respond, Lin Chi swiftly changed the subject. Do you remember that day when we were ambushed by the gecko zombie? The gecko zombie was the mutated one capable of climbing walls. Yuan Ning nodded in recollection. Lin Chi continued, wasn't he there a piece of glass that shattered, startling the horde of zombies and causing us to fall into the hunting ground of the gecko zombie? Does this have any connection to the lecherous demon? Yuan Ning looked up at Lin Chi. In her eyes, Lin Chi's serious expression was reflected. He spoke deliberately. Exactly. The instigator was indeed the lecherous demon. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ning's face was filled with astonishment, akin to a thunderbolt striking her. Lin Chi let go of her and approached the window, gazing down at the zombies below, murmuring, perhaps the lecherous demon is lurking somewhere, secretly watching us. What? Yuan Ning was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Lin Chi understood that Yuan Ning could not piece the entire situation together because she was missing a crucial point. Without this point, she remained in a limited perspective, unable to view the chaotic fragments from a higher vantage. Just as Lin Chi opened his mouth to explain the entire matter, he suddenly recalled Yuan Ning's unique circumstances and feared she might begin to doubt herself. Thus, he decided to adopt a more gentle approach. Yuan Ning envisioned the lecherous demon as a human with the ability to control zombies. Then reconsider the gecko zombies' ambush on us. You will uncover their connection. Moreover, all the strange occurrences we encountered that night will also align. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ning furrowed her brow, deep in thought. A human can control zombies. The glass was just shattered, and then we were ambushed by the mutated zombie. Suddenly, she shuddered, her pupils constricting. Lin Chi, are you suggesting that we have been targeted by the lecherous demon? Before he could respond, Yuan Ning counted on her fingers, her voice trembling. And we've been targeted for quite some time. It was the lecherous demon who shattered the glass, intending to drive us into the room, trapping us like fish in a barrel. The gecko zombie wasn't toying with us. It was afraid of harming the wrong people. And then there was the captain zombie. It managed to avoid the cars in its path and only collapsed in front of us. This was no coincidence. It was being controlled. Lin Chi nodded, impressed by Yuan Ning's deductions. As for why the mutated zombie was fearful of harming the wrong individuals, the very name lecherous demon provided the answer. It had fixated on both me and Fang Yao Yao. Yuan Ning's eyes widened in shock. It controlled the mutated zombie, fearful of injuring us, which is why it was so cautious. Lin Chi and Yuan Ning exchanged glances, their emotions escalating. Could it be that when you mentioned seeing a zombie watching us from the balcony, it was the lecherous demon controlling it? Lin Chi nodded. At that time, their commotion was significant, akin to a loud celebration. The lecherous demon likely spotted them through the eyes of ordinary zombies and fixated on Fang Yao Yao and Yuan Ning, for they were both stunningly beautiful. According to his predictions, the lecherous demon would not let these two slip away. As for why it did not launch a direct attack, but instead waited until nightfall to lure them into the room for an ambush. One hypothesis was that the demon's main body was not nearby and needed time to arrive. Another individual had discovered that Lin Chi and his companions possessed formidable combat abilities, thus opting for a strategy of encirclement. Upon noticing Lin Chi's nod, Yuan Ning's gaze became somewhat disordered, and she turned her head to scan the surroundings, a sensation of being watched creeping into her mind. Simultaneously, the memory of the sister with the ponytail sent a shiver down her spine. She was alarmed to realize how close she was to the devil. Observing Yuan Ning's evident distress, Lin Chi embraced her once more, reassuring her that at least they had recognized the presence of their adversary. He understood this feeling, akin to a hunter who has roamed the forest for years, only to suddenly discover that he himself is the prey ensnared within a trap. Accompanying this revelation was an inescapable sense of helplessness, along with the tremors of being scrutinized by the abyss. However, upon reconsideration, they had at least acknowledged the existence of their opponent, perceiving the sword of Damocles hanging above them, thus no longer remaining entirely passive. As they held each other, their hearts aligned. The power of companionship significantly eased Yuan Ning's emotional turmoil. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke, seemingly having discerned something amiss. Lin Chi, while everything seems to connect, how do you know that the other party can control zombies? Chapter 74. Who is the pervert? Humans are creatures prone to self-deception. Once they formulate a preconceived answer in their minds about a matter, they inevitably begin to focus on information that validates that answer, thus completing their self-deception. Yuan Ning recalled some psychological concepts she had stumbled upon during moments of boredom. Therefore, while Lin Shi's conjecture appeared remarkably accurate, could it be that this was merely his selective attention? Deep in thought, she looked at Lin Shi, awaiting his response. Noticing her inquisitive gaze, Lin Shi clicked his tongue, understanding the implication behind her expression. His hypothesis regarding the pervert's ability to control zombies was based on intuition. Of course, this is not the entire truth, Lin Shi explained. The underlying reason was that the previous world he had traversed, Jihan Mashiji, was a fictional realm. By extension, could it be that this zombie apocalypse was similar? If it were a novel, there would undoubtedly be a protagonist. Thus, within the apocalypse, the character capable of controlling zombies and engaging in nefarious deeds would emerge. Lin Shi had already conjured several names, such as in a world overrun by zombies, I become the Zombie King, or Zombie Apocalypse. I come and go as I please. In essence, starting from this premise, and combining the elements of the pervert, cards, and the aberrant behaviors of mutated zombies, he conducted a reverse inference, ultimately leading to a conclusion that was nearly spot on. The three of them had long been targeted by the destined child possessing the ability to control zombies. As for why he didn't directly disclose this to Yuan Ning, it was out of fear that she might realize she was merely a character in a novel, and that all her experiences, both sweet and bitter, as well as the entire world, were meticulously crafted. He feared her heart would shatter. However, it was evident that Yuan Ning was not satisfied with this answer. After a brief moment of shock, she punched Lin Shi lightly and exclaimed in anger, "Stop joking. Tell me how you know." Seeing her pressing for details, Lin Shi pondered for a moment before responding. "Tell me, why did that mutated zombie save those two people just now?" Doesn't that seem strange? It could have come earlier or later, but it chose the last moment to burst in and rescue them. And its target was clear. It saved them and fled. Moreover, when I struck the shield intending to keep it, that zombie was unaffected, indicating it must have been aware of the shield's characteristics and had prepared by rupturing its eardrums. Ultimately, it was very familiar with us, Lin Shi continued. Aside from the pervert who secretly controls zombies and has battled us, I can think of no one else who could be so well acquainted with us. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ning nodded. All the zombies they had encountered had been slain. If there truly was someone behind controlling the zombies, that individual would undoubtedly be aware of the shield's attributes, particularly that gecko zombie, which was certainly the one most knowledgeable about the shield's power. It had attempted to escape multiple times, only to be pulled back by the shield. At this point, Yuan Ning had come to accept Lin Shi's reasoning. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she turned sharply and said, "Could it be that one of the two who were rescued is the pervert?" Indeed. A flicker of anger crossed Lin Shi's eyes. Among the two named He Su and Gao Lao, one of them must be the pervert. He feared that you might take lethal action, which is why he hastily called the zombies to rescue them. Yuan Ning was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the true culprit had been right before her not long ago. After a brief pause, she furrowed her brow and looked up. What about the mission? If the other party can indeed control zombies and gain visual awareness through them, then every one of our movements is under their scrutiny, making it impossible to locate them. You are correct, Lin Shi replied, his brow furrowing slightly. This opponent is particularly formidable. Undoubtedly, the difficulty of this mission has escalated, and the penalties will be severe. He has only one day. If he fails to complete it, the target will emerge tomorrow at this time, actively seeking him. Reflecting on this, Lin Shi felt a tightening in his chest, a surge of anxiety welling up within him. Are you all right? Yuan Ning noticed Lin Shi's somber expression and moved closer, their bodies nearly touching. I'm fine. Lin Shi exhaled deeply, calming himself. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall build dams. As long as we are alive, there is nothing too daunting. Moreover, I have already devised a plan to deal with the protagonist. Let us go. Lin Shi extended his hand toward Yuan Ning. Yuan Ning blinked, placing her small hand in his. Where are we going? To eliminate that scoundrel who covets my woman. Before Yuan Ning could react, Lin Shi pulled her along, turning to stride into the room. As she gazed at his broad back, Yuan Ning felt a flush rise to her cheeks, her heart racing at an astonishing pace. Amidst the swaying of her short hair, she softly murmured in agreement. Inside the room, Li Jun and another individual sensed an awkward tension. Simultaneously, the connection between the mutated zombie and the deranged murderer weighed heavily on Li Jun's face as he recalled He Su and Gao Lao being abducted. Brother Jun, we should head back. The mutated zombie has appeared, and we need to inform everyone to be on guard. The young man spoke up. Li Jun glanced around before nodding in agreement. However, just as the two turned to exit, Lin Shi entered with Yuan Ning. Li Jun, take me to your camp. I have a way to locate Gao Lao and the others. What? Under the night sky, on the chaotic streets, the group walked in a line, surrounded by a multitude of zombies that seemed oblivious to their presence. Lin Shi focused all his senses, his mind racing at full speed. A subtle gaze flickered in and out of his perception, alternating from left to right. Lin Shi discreetly observed, realizing that the pervert was watching them through the zombies. Lin Shi, who exactly is the pervert, and how do you plan to deal with him? Yuan Ning stepped forward, her voice low. Shoo. Lin Shi signaled her to be cautious of their surroundings. Whoever returns to the camp first is the pervert. Return to the camp? Why would the pervert go back to the camp? Yuan Ning questioned, puzzled. Because the mutated zombie could have simply rescued the pervert, but chose to take 2 people instead. This indicates that he is not yet ready to reveal his identity and may still intend to return to the camp. Yuan Ning expressed his confusion, pondering whether Lin Shi had any particular purpose for hiding in this camp. Lin Shi shook his head, revealing that the available information was exceedingly limited. He could not inquire with Li Zhan, as any suspicion from the lustful demon about his curiosity could lead to complications. The group continued their quiet journey along the streets, navigating through the throngs of zombies. Observing Li Zhan, who was diligently leading the way, Lin Shi's mind began to whirl, contemplating a subtle approach. He took a couple of steps forward and softly addressed the vigilant Li Zhan, asking, Li Zhan, when did you first encounter a mutated zombie? Li Zhan turned his head to glance at the speaker, hesitating briefly before he spoke with a tone laden with despair. It was nearly a month ago. At that time, I was still a police officer. The situation in the city was becoming increasingly dire, and my colleagues and I had taken refuge in a supermarket with a group of survivors, waiting for rescue. It was a place where we had food and water. And thanks to our efforts, the zombies could not breach our defenses. It felt remarkably safe. We believed that if we could just hold on until the authorities arrived, we would be saved. However, unforeseen calamities soon struck. Li Zhan's voice quivered as painful memories surfaced. It was a creature with multiple heads. Not only was it impervious to bullets, but it could also command the zombies. That very night, it led a horde to breach the supermarket's entrance. Screams for help echoed throughout the night, turning the supermarket into a vast slaughterhouse, with blood staining the floors crimson. His tone grew choked with emotion. At that moment, among the hundreds, only I and a few others managed to escape. Everyone else perished. My colleagues died to shield me in the square, and when I looked back, I saw it. That mutated zombie was grinning at me. It had deliberately let me go. It was an utter demon, a complete demon. By the end of his recounting, Li Zhan was nearly shouting. The group fell silent, each member able to envision the harrowing scene he described. Yet, Lin Shi discerned a crucial piece of information amidst the turmoil. He placed a reassuring hand on Li Zhan's shoulder, inquiring, was the supermarket you took refuge in located within the square? Which square was it? Yida Guangchang, I will never forget it. Li Zhan wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. What? Exclaimed the 3 others in astonishment. Chapter 75. Humanity may face extinction across the ocean. In the United States, within the Oval Office, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the room. At a brown desk near the window lay an important document. The latest intelligence collected by the U.S. Intelligence Agency. President Wayne, as per his routine, picked it up to review. The document began with a report from the National Security Agency, addressing the recent uproar regarding the zombie virus incident in H City, Y country. The report indicated that while the virus had been contained within H City, there remained a risk of leakage that could pose a significant threat to the United States, resulting in catastrophic losses. As he perused the pages, President Wayne leaned back against the sofa, casually skimming for several minutes until a look of disinterest crossed his face. He turned to the next page, which also pertained to H City, derived from a classified report captured by the CIA from within Y country. Wayne's interest peaked as the report revealed. H City has discovered an evolved type of zombie, and humanity may face extinction. Accompanying the report were images. In a series of grayish photos, a creature with 3 heads was shown with its gaping maw poised to bite a human's head. Several such images followed. Wayne found himself engrossed, almost feeling as if he were watching a Hollywood film. The report concluded with a satellite image taken from a high altitude, depicting a massive pupa standing in the center of Yida Guangchang, surrounded by scattered remnants of limbs, as if they were sustenance for this monstrous chrysalis. Beneath the image was a caption, "This zombie is suspected to possess primitive intelligence while exhibiting evolutionary traits. Authorities are urged to formulate a response plan promptly." After finishing, Wayne smiled faintly. The virus outbreak in H City had effectively become a juicy morsel on the international stage. Various nations sought to leverage it for control over maritime territories, markets, and industrial chains, while others eyed its biological resources. In short, Y country was currently besieged by international pressures regarding the potential virus leak, leaving them in disarray and unable to manage the crisis. Wayne's fingers absently tapped on the desk. This might be a fortuitous opportunity. The United States had long coveted the rare earth mining rights in Y country, which was second only to Z country in global reserves. With this thought, Wayne summoned the vice president, the CIA director, and the presidential chief of staff to convene in the cabinet meeting room. The meeting commenced with discussions surrounding the discovery of evolved zombies in Y country, aiming to negotiate for rare earth mining rights. Cabinet members expressed a range of opinions until the arrival of Dr. Banner concluded the discussions. The final decision was that the CIA would establish a biotechnology company, recruiting mercenaries to infiltrate Y country to capture the giant pupa, thereby researching a zombie antidote to barter for the mining rights. Dr. Banner raised an objection. This is an unprecedented virus. We cannot guarantee that we will develop an antidote in a short time frame, especially with the prospect of entering another country. The CIA director interrupted the doctor, a slight smirk on his lips. Doctor, do not worry. The antidote will be successfully developed. In that moment, the doctor realized that the antidote was merely a pretext. In H City, on the dimly lit and chaotic streets, Lin Chi and his companions halted in their tracks. He turned to Li Jun, incredulously asking, Yida Guangchong, the one in the city center? Li Jun nodded, unaware of the gravity of their reaction. Lin Chi momentarily froze, unable to fathom that Li Jun had encountered their target. He pressed further. How does the zombie in the square compare to the mutated zombie you faced earlier? Without hesitation, Li Jun replied, the zombie in the square is far more powerful. If it desired, none of us would escape. At this revelation, Lin Chi felt as though his heart was being tightly constricted. Li Jun had no reason to deceive him. Previously, he had believed he could confront the adversary after enhancing his abilities, but now it was evident that such confidence was misplaced. If he could not even keep pace with the mutated zombie controlled by the lustful demon, how could he contend with the ultimate boss in the square? What's wrong? Li Jun noticed Lin Chi's sudden change in demeanor. Nothing, Lin Chi replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Let us continue. The group resumed their journey towards the camp. Yuan Ning and Feng Yao Yao approached Lin Chi, and before either could speak, he interjected. The target is even stronger than I anticipated, so the lustful demon must be eliminated. If I can obtain another zombie core and enhance my strength once more, only then will I have a chance to confront the target. Otherwise, the two of you and I will undoubtedly perish. The more he pondered, the more oppressive the weight on Lin Chi's mind became. He opened the mission panel, where the crimson numbers loomed ominously, sending a jolt through his nerves. Yuan Ning and Feng Yao Yao exchanged worried glances, their expressions growing serious in the charged atmosphere. Following Li Jun, they arrived at the entrance of a luxurious hotel. This is my camp. Li Jun paused and turned back to ask, can you tell me how to find them? Lin Chi raised his gaze. Li Jun's gaze traversed towards the grand entrance of the hotel. Majestic stone pillars, towering on either side, stood as sentinels, while the imposing 3-meter-high door was obscured by heavy curtains, allowing only a faint glimmer of light to escape. However, the curtains were soon parted slightly, as if the gatekeepers had noticed their presence. Li Jun, you have finally returned. The door creaked open gently, revealing 2 men who hurriedly approached. Li Jun offered them a slight nod before turning his attention back to Lin Chi. We must enter first. Only then can I share what I know, Lin Chi stated. His intuition suggested that the seductive specter would inevitably return to this establishment, hence remaining at the camp, poised in anticipation, would be the most prudent strategy. After all, time was of the essence, and searching in the vastness of the night would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Observing Lin Chi's earnest demeanor, Li Jun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. With the opponent's seemingly inhuman strength, had they truly wished to confront the camp, they could have easily seized him to extract information. There was no need for such elaborate machinations, especially since they lacked motivation. Finally, Li Jun briefly introduced his companions to the 2 gatekeepers and led Lin Chi and the others into the hotel. As they stepped inside, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The hotel lobby was ablaze with light. A throng of individuals eagerly awaited at the entrance, their faces illuminated with joy. To Lin Chi's astonishment, the crowd predominantly comprised elderly individuals, their hair predominantly gray, many stooped and leaning on canes. Li Jun, how are Gao Lao and the others? A grizzled man with salt and pepper hair stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the newcomers. His eyes scanned Lin Chi and his companions, and upon noticing the rifle in Feng Yao Yao's possession, his gaze narrowed. These individuals. Without warning, Lin Chi snatched the rifle from Feng Yao Yao's hands. stepping forward and raising the weapon. No one move.